Chapter 75. The Commander of the Iron Floating Tower, Wan Yin Wushu. This time, the fortune is not only a boon for the territory of the Dashia Empire, but also encompasses the lands of the 8 great empires. Under the enhancement of the human emperor's sacred body, Xiao Ling's entire presence has earned him immense reverence from the populace and martial artists alike. In such a short span of time, Xiao Ling has already garnered a substantial following. At this moment, even those remnants of the various empires lurking in the shadows would find it impossible to rebel. They lack the strength. They lack unity. What could they use to revolt? Wuguang City, originally a border stronghold of the Dafeng Empire. In the heights above, a middle-aged man finds himself amidst the air. How can such a trivial empire possess such rich celestial energy? Perceiving the aura emanating from the city below, the middle-aged man furrows his brow slightly. This man is Xianxia, the Grand General of the Shi Wei of the Tianshu Empire. Upon entering the realm of the Daxia Empire, Xianxia is astonished by the power contained within the territory below. The Tianshu Empire commands countless subordinate powers, yet none of these empires are devoid of spiritual energy, far from achieving the richness of the aura present in this realm. Just as Xianxia is filled with curiosity, a voice suddenly calls out from below, "Who goes there?" Instantly, Xianxia is jolted by this voice, his thoughts pulled back to the present. He gazes down at the city, where a figure swiftly ascends into the sky above. The newcomer is clad in armor, wielding a long blade, and adorned with numerous braids atop his head. Observing the attire of the individual, Xianxia is further surprised. A person from the wastelands? During his arrival, he had gathered some knowledge about the Daxia Empire, and noted that no other empire bore such attire, which strikingly resembles that of the wasteland dwellers. Moreover, sensing the individual's cultivation level, it has indeed reached the 3rd tier of the cutting boundary. Indeed, just as the left minister of the empire stated, the Daxia Empire is indeed problematic. Given the foundation of the empire, it should be impossible to possess someone of the cutting boundary caliber. However, the 3rd tier of the cutting boundary is trivial compared to his own peak 9th tier existence. I am Xianxia, Grand General of the Tianshu Empire Shi Wei. Who are you? Xianxia regards the newcomer with eyes full of disdain. I am Awan, of the Daxia Iron Floating Tower Army. The armored general immediately reveals his identity. The Daxia Iron Floating Tower Army? Hearing this, Xianxia is naturally disbelieving. Such an empire could not possibly harbor a general of the cutting boundary. He surmises that some empire must be covertly sending individuals to the Daxia Empire to undermine them. With this thought, Xianxia immediately questions Awan. Which empire do you, sir, that dares to lurk in the shadows of the Daxia and oppose my Tianshu Empire? Can you not understand human speech? Awan replies coldly. I am Awan of the Daxia Iron Floating Tower Army. Enough. Observing the exchange, Xianxia casually remarks, just an ant, and reaches out to capture the armored general. After subduing him, he has ample means to extract the truth. Kill. As Xianxia makes his move, Awan also brandishes his long blade and charges forward. Though the opponent is a formidable figure from an imperial dynasty, Awan shows no signs of fear or retreat. Seeking death. Seeing a 3rd tier cutting boundary general daring to strike at him, Xianxia does not regard it as a threat at all. Bang! The two clash in a fierce exchange. The fearsome assault sends Awan flying back several dozen feet. One is in the early stage of the cutting boundary, while the other is at the peak late stage. The disparity in realms is indeed extraordinary. He actually blocked it. Witnessing his attack thwarted by this 3rd tier enemy general, Xianxia's face reveals astonishment. Although he had not used his full strength in that strike, severely injuring a 3rd tier cutting boundary opponent should not be a significant issue. Those who trespass upon the Daxia shall die. Awan steadies himself, showing no signs of hesitation, and charges once more at Xianxia. Seeking death. Observing the opponent's aggressive stance incites a surge of anger within Xianxia. He unleashes a punch, far more powerful than before, determined to suppress the offending Awan. Boom! In their confrontation, Awan's long blade shatters, and he is sent flying. The disparity in strength is simply too great. Xianxia then strikes towards the airborne Awan. Should he connect, it would surely result in severe injury or death. In an instant, the attack is about to strike Awan, and his fate is all but sealed. Boom! A figure is sent tumbling through the air, yet it is not Awan, but rather Xianxia, who had previously exuded confidence. At the same time, another figure appears before Awan, a middle-aged man, clad in leather armor, bearing a sharp and fierce countenance. General, I am unworthy. Upon seeing the newcomer, Awan immediately bows an apology. The opponent is at the pinnacle of the 9th grade in the Xianxia realm, It is only natural that you cannot withstand him. Nearly 100 zhang away, Xianxia steadied himself, his expression grave as he gazed at the sudden arrival. Just moments ago, he had sensed an imminent aura of death approaching. He himself was at the peak of the 9th grade in the Xianxia realm, poised to step into the realm of the Fenghe. What kind of power could evoke such a terrifying sensation within him? No dynasty could possibly harbor such a being. The Xiia Dynasty must be concealing a monumental secret. Who are you? Xianxia did not draw near, but stood his ground, addressing the middle-aged general who had appeared before him. The middle-aged man, clad in leather armor, cast a calm glance at Xianxia. In that moment, Xianxia felt a renewed sense of intimidation. I am Wanyan Wushu, the commander of the Xiia Iron Floating Tower Army. Wanyan Wushu, a name completely unfamiliar to him. You dare to intrude upon the Xiia Dynasty? What crime do you deserve? In an instant, a formidable aura emanated from Wanyan Wushu, Fenghe realm. Upon sensing such power, Xianxia felt an immediate sense of dread. He had not even entered the Xiia Dynasty, yet had already encountered such a terrifying entity at the border. This was beyond his capacity to confront. Without hesitation, he turned and fled into the distance. However, a terrifying aura surged from behind, repressing him in an instant. No! In his panic, Xianxia found himself crushed to the ground by this overwhelming presence, leaving him with no possibility of struggle or escape. Chapter 76. The Calabash Boy Rescues Grandfather. The Intentions of the Xianxia Empire. Kill. Upon witnessing that Xianxia had been subdued, a wand was poised to strike him down. Wait. Wanyan Wushu immediately interjected. This individual holds a significant position within the Xianxia Empire. He cannot be dealt with recklessly. We must leave his fate to His Majesty's discretion. As he spoke, Wanyan Wushu had already taken control of Xianxia and was making his way towards the Great Xia Imperial City. Shortly thereafter, in the Great Xia Imperial City, Xiao Ling was examining the territorial layout of the empire. Your Majesty, Wanyan Wushu requests an audience, announced a guard from the palace. Let him enter. Xiao Ling was somewhat surprised by Wanyan Wushu's arrival, as the troops he commanded, the Iron Floating Tower, were stationed in the domain of the Great Wind Empire, nearly 1,000 miles away from the Great Xia. It was unlikely he would come unless summoned for a matter of great significance. Soon, Wanyan Wushu entered the hall, flanked by 2 armored guards escorting a middle-aged man. Wanyan Wushu pays his respects to Your Majesty. Xiao Ling nodded slightly, gesturing for him to rise, while also directing his gaze towards the restrained middle-aged man. 9th grade of the Severing Realm? With his current strength at the 4th grade of the Marquis Realm, it was effortless for him to discern the man's cultivation level. With such power, being brought here by Wanyan Wushu, Xiao Ling began to surmise the man's identity. Your Majesty, this man is Xianxia, the general of the Western Might of the Xianxia Empire. He recently intruded upon my camp and has been captured, awaiting your command, Wanyan Wushu reported respectfully before stepping aside. Xiao Ling turned his attention to Xianxia. Despite being restrained and having his power suppressed, Xianxia could still gaze forward. Upon locking eyes with Xiao Ling, an icy chill enveloped him, causing him to stiffen. The seemingly youthful ruler of Great Xia emanated an aura far more terrifying than that of the general who had escorted him here. A figure of the Marquis realm. This individual was undoubtedly a formidable presence, surpassing even the previously perceived pinnacle of the Great Xia. Xiao Ling stepped forward, looking at Xianxia with a smile. Your Xianxia Empire possesses a certain charm. It is as if the Calabash Boy is rescuing his grandfather, one after another. Calabash Boy rescuing grandfather? Xianxia was perplexed by Xiao Ling's words, sensing the ominous undertone in his expression. Yet, under the current circumstances, he had no choice but to yield. I come on the orders of the Xianxia Emperor to negotiate with the Great Xia. In light of the situation, Xianxia could only rephrase his statement, desperately seeking a way to extricate himself from this predicament. Before him stood the ruler of the Great Xia, a formidable figure at the threshold of nobility. He perceived that within the Great Xia, there likely lay some astonishing conspiracy, compelling him to devise a means to return to the Xianxia Empire and relay this intelligence to his sovereign. A discussion? Xiao Ling regarded his counterpart with tranquility and replied, Indeed, there are matters we must deliberate upon. The Xianxia Empire had repeatedly dispatched envoys to confront the Great Xia. He could not simply overlook such transgressions. Currently, the spies of the Great Xia had yet to penetrate deeply into the Xianxia Empire, and he possessed scant knowledge of its true strength. However, through the individual before him, Xianxia, he could glean valuable insights. Xiao Ling waved his hand, signaling the two palace guards who had accompanied Xianxia to withdraw. Xianxia remained rooted in place, daunted into immobility. Setting aside the fact that his cultivation had been restrained, even without such constraints, he would still be compelled to comply. Xiao Ling, direct and unambiguous, inquired, "What levels of power exist within the Xianxia Empire?" He sought not an abundance of information. Merely an understanding of the empire's most formidable capabilities sufficed. The most formidable capabilities? Xianxia appeared somewhat astonished at the question, given that the other party also hailed from an imperial-level force. Was it not apparent to them the circumstances of the Xianxia Empire? It was well understood that while the various empires might not possess exhaustive knowledge of one another's strengths, a general comprehension was certainly attainable. Impudence. His Majesty poses a question. Why do you not respond with honesty? At this moment, Wan Yin Wushu, observing Xiao's silence, interjected with a reprimand. The pressure of a noble's might was not something a mere figure at the threshold of the severance realm could withstand. Realizing his situation, Xiao quickly replied, "The Xianxia Empire boasts over a dozen nobles at the threshold of nobility, and it is rumored that an ancestral figure of kingly stature resides within the imperial clan." Xiao refrained from concealing any information within similar imperial forces. The situation of the Xianxia Empire was somewhat known to others. After all, divulging such details posed little risk. Over a dozen nobles and a kingly ancestor? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ling did not display excessive surprise. He pressed further. Why has the Xianxia Empire summoned forces from among the various empires? Xiao shook his head. My position within the Xianxia Empire is too lowly. I have not been privy to such matters. Oh, it seems your value as a general in the Xianxia Empire is rather diminished, Xiao Ling remarked, gesturing to Wan Yin Wushu. Take him out and execute him. Without hesitation, Wan Yin Wushu reached out a hand towards Xiao. Wait. In a state of panic, Xiao exclaimed, I will speak. I will speak. The Xianxia Empire has discovered an underwater vein in a Black Sea to the east of an empire, and this vein is quite close to here, prompting the Xianxia Emperor to order the mobilization of troops among the various empires. In the realm of the empire, countless formidable individuals exist. Why, then, must they dispatch troops from the various royal dynasties? The military prowess of these dynasties is rather ordinary, significantly inferior when compared to that of the empire. On this day, the Xianxia Empire's utilization of its own formidable forces is undoubtedly far superior to that of the various royal dynasties. It is evident that Xiao harbors some hidden agenda. Sensing the overwhelming, suffocating dread, Xiao expressed his apprehension and continued. The underwater mineral vein contains a substance that can corrode the human spirit. Anyone who ventures to extract it will inevitably fall victim to its influence, leading to madness and folly over time. Therefore, your Xianxia Empire's dispatch of troops from the royal dynasties is merely a means to sacrifice their lives in exchange for the mineral resources? Upon hearing this, the rationale became strikingly clear. The 8 great dynasties, each mobilizing 300,000 troops, still leave the Great Xia Dynasty with over 200,000 soldiers. Such a multitude will, without exception, become mere tools sacrificed for the Xianxia Empire's mining endeavors. The Xianxia Empire has indeed calculated its strategy well. The lives of the imperial army are valued, while those of the royal dynasties are readily trampled upon. Subsequently, through Xiao Ling gleaned considerable information about the Xianxia Empire. Chapter 77. The Ascendance of the Emperor. An empire possesses vast power. The Xianxia Empire is graced by the presence of a venerable ancestor at the King's realm and boasts a dozen formidable figures at the marquis level. As for those at the Severing realm and Dharma aspect realm, they exceed 100 in number. A royal dynasty typically commands around 200,000 troops. In stark contrast, an empire's forces surpass 10 million. This disparity is not only in terms of quantity, but also in quality. However, having discerned the general strength of the Xianxia Empire, it is not without possibility for the current Great Xia Dynasty to contend against it, provided that the ancestral figures of the Xianxia imperial clan at the King's realm remain inactive. Engaging with such a being would pose a formidable challenge for the Great Xia. After addressing Xiao Ling began to formulate plans. The Great Xia Dynasty has already garnered the keen attention of the Xianxia Empire, making it impossible to remain aloof. Nevertheless, in this brief interval, the Great Xia must swiftly enhance its strength. Yu Fei, Meng Tian, Gainye, Zhuge Lian. with a mere thought. Several beams of flowing light surged forth from various corners of the Great Xia Dynasty, ultimately coalescing into distinct figures before Xiao Ling. As the sovereign of the Great Xia, imbued with a rich aura of fortune, he could effortlessly transmit his intentions throughout the dynasty. As the powerful figures arrived, they bowed in deference, exclaiming, "Your humble servant greets your majesty." Witnessing this, Xiao Ling dispersed several crimson golden pills among them. Upon receiving the pills, the dignitaries felt the profound energy emanating from them, filling their hearts with great joy. "After you consume the second-grade golden pill, I shall further harness the imperial fortune of our dynasty to assist in your cultivation." Currently, the Great Xia faces formidable adversaries lurking in the shadows, and it is imperative that you swiftly enhance your strength. Following the annihilation of the 8 major dynasties, he has also acquired a portion of the second-grade golden pills. These pills are sufficient to elevate the martial prowess of warriors at the marquee level. I have recently consumed one myself, and distributing the remaining second-grade golden pills among the formidable forces of the Great Xia will undoubtedly elevate their capabilities to a new echelon. Once these powers depart, Yuation appeared by Xiao Ling's side. Gazing at him, Xiao Ling inquired, "Are you aware of the underwater mine vein mentioned by Xianxia?" "I am aware, my lord," Yuation replied. "Take a few capable individuals and investigate the underwater mine vein immediately. In this martial world, there do exist spirit stone veins. The imperial dynasty has only had limited contact due to their strength issues. However, a powerful empire would surely possess greater knowledge in this regard. Within those mines lie cultivation resources such as spirit stones, according to what Xianxia knows, in certain areas of martial prowess. These spirit stones are not merely used for cultivation, but also serve as a form of currency." "I shall obey." Yuation swiftly departed upon receiving the command. In the Tianshu Empire, the emperor sat upon his dragon throne, his expression a stormy shade of iron. Not long ago, news arrived from the spirit monitoring hall of the imperial palace that the spiritual token of General Xianxia had shattered. This unequivocally signified that he had met with misfortune. A peak 9th-grade existence within the boundary-cutting realm, he was a formidable figure within the empire. Yet he had once again encountered calamity in the direction of the Great Xia. Utterly useless. What kind of existence is my Tianshu Empire? Now, wishing to investigate a mere imperial-level force, we have suffered such significant losses in succession. To date, we have not only lost a 9th-grade general of the boundary-cutting realm, but have also failed to uncover even the slightest details about the Great Xia. To suffer such an extraordinary humiliation at the hands of a mere imperial force is unprecedented since the inception of our Tianshu Empire. Within the Grand Hall, numerous powerful figures of the empire dared not make sound. General Xianxia was a peak 9th-grade existence. Now that he has met with misfortune while probing the Great Xia, countless strong individuals in the empire are hesitant to volunteer. Who knows what secrets the Great Xia harbors? Perhaps should I venture forth, I too would lose my life. What is the status of the underwater mine vein? The emperor's wrath did not linger long before he swiftly redirected the conversation. In the Grand Hall, a boundary-cutting general responded, "Your Majesty, the extraction operations at the underwater mine vein are proceeding normally. In the present day, the entire mining operation has been entrusted to a 1,000,000-strong army gathered from various grand dynasties. However, the overall strength of these imperial forces is rather feeble, and during the extraction process, numerous soldiers have perished due to the corrupting filth of the mines. Nevertheless, judging by the current pace of extraction, this 1,000,000-man imperial army should be able to endure until the underwater mining concludes." Upon hearing this news, the expression of Emperor Tianshu visibly brightened. The mining operations must not be delayed. Should the original imperial forces prove insufficient, additional troops will be requisitioned from neighboring dynasties. In the eyes of the empire, these dynastic forces have never been treated with due regard. As long as the objectives are achieved, their demise is inconsequential. After imparting simple instructions regarding the mining operations, Emperor Tianshu redirected his thoughts toward the Xia Dynasty. Once a mere ant-like existence, it has suddenly grown formidable, indicating the presence of underlying issues. Countless dynasties surround the Tianshu Empire. To solidify the empire's rule, potential threats must be eradicated. Whenever a neighboring dynasty exhibits a vigorous momentum, it inevitably becomes the target of the Tianshu Empire's intervention, dispatching powerful figures to suppress and subdue. This is not solely the case for the Tianshu Empire. Many top-tier forces operate similarly. It is precisely for this reason that no figures of the law manifestation realm exist among the various dynasties. Yet, the Daxia dynasty has unexpectedly risen with great vigor, whether it is due to their own strength or the influence of other forces propelling them. This development is decidedly unfavorable for the Xianxia Empire. Another powerful figure from the empire emerged, stating, "Your Majesty, although General Xianxia has met with misfortune, we have spies infiltrating the direction of Daxia who have relayed alarming news. The Daxia dynasty has annihilated all 8 surrounding dynasties and has manifested the auspicious golden dragon of fate. At this rate, they may very well be on the verge of imperial ascendance." The mention of the golden dragon of fate and the prospect of imperial ascendance sent ripples of unrest through the grand hall of the Xianxia court. For the Xianxia Empire, the emergence of a neighboring dynasty with the potential for imperial ascendance is utterly intolerable, undeniably challenging the empire's bottom line. Is the Daxia truly merely a dynasty? Emperor Xianxia murmured to himself, seated upon the dragon throne. Simultaneously, an unmistakably formidable and unassailable aura emanated from him. The powerful ministers of the empire bowed their heads in unison. The rise of the Daxia dynasty has evidently breached the Xianxia Empire's threshold. In a short span, it has devoured 8 dynasties, thereby expanding its territory manifold. While it may not yet rival the Xianxia Empire, it is rapidly approaching the measure of a significant portion of it. The territory, though significant, pales in comparison to the more pressing matter at hand, the Great Xia Dynasty. In its conquest of the 8 great dynasties, has also devoured their fortune. Even the fabled Golden Dragon of Destiny has begun to take shape, suggesting that the Great Xia Dynasty has transcended the mere status of a dynasty, reaching a scale reminiscent of an imperial dynasty. Below, the powers of the imperial dynasty engage in fervent discussion. While dynastic forces possess their own fortunes, they are markedly weaker compared to those of an imperial dynasty. Only those of an imperial dynasty or higher can harness the potent energies of fortune, ultimately culminating in the manifestation of a unique golden dragon of fortune for their faction. Presently, the Great Xia Dynasty exhibits certain qualities characteristic of an imperial dynasty. If left unchecked, it is destined to become a formidable threat to the Xianxia imperial dynasty. Marvelous. Truly splendid. Were it not for the recent exposure of the Great Xia Dynasty, one might wonder how long its concealment would have persisted. The Xianxia emperor maintained a calm demeanor, yet the very tranquility belied an underlying danger. It appeared to him that the Great Xia Dynasty had likely been deliberately hiding its strength, quietly cultivating its dynastic power. Now, with its wings spread and its prowess sharpened, it believed itself capable of contending with the Xianxia imperial dynasty. How utterly laughable to flaunt its might before the Xianxia, all based on the ability to slay foes at the 9th tier of the boundary transcendence realm. "Your Majesty, I have a report," declared the Chancellor of the Xianxia dynasty, Zhuo Yuan, stepping forward. The Xianxia emperor cast a glance at him and replied, "Proceed." "Your Majesty, I volunteer to journey to the Great Xia dynasty and uncover the truth behind its machinations." At this moment, Zhuo Yuan, the Chancellor of the imperial dynasty, boldly offered his services. Absolutely not. The Chancellor must not venture forth lightly into such peril. Immediately, a powerful figure from the imperial dynasty intervened as soon as Zhuo Yuan spoke. The Xianxia emperor, seated upon a lofty dragon throne, also furrowed his brow. There was no need to elaborate on Zhuo Yuan's strength. He was indeed a formidable figure at the Marquis realm and held a distinguished status within the Xianxia imperial dynasty. Should such an individual venture to the Great Xia, any harm befalling him would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the entire Xianxia imperial dynasty. Zhuo Yuan continued, "Your Majesty, with my capabilities, I can certainly contend with the forces of the dynasty, especially since the Great Xia has only just begun to exhibit imperial potential." This was not mere bravado. Zhuo Yuan was a 5th-tier Marquis realm expert, and as Chancellor, he possessed numerous tactics at his disposal. Even when facing rival dynasties of equal standing to the Xianxia, barring an assault by multiple Marquis realm experts or an ambush by the most elite of the imperial dynasty, he would ordinarily be able to escape unharmed. "Chancellor, are you certain you wish to investigate the Great Xia Dynasty?" inquired the Xianxia imperial dynasty, seeking confirmation from the Chancellor. Given the formidable strength of the counterpart, venturing into the Great Xia would indeed seem to be a matter of great certainty. However, the intricacies of the Great Xia remain shrouded in mystery, and he harbors a reluctance to allow such a risk. Within the Tianshu Empire, aside from Chancellors Wufeng Yuan, other noble figures exist. Your Majesty, I am willing to go. Wufeng Yuan affirmed with a nod. Then, by all means, proceed, the Emperor of Tianshu replied, recognizing the clarity of the Chancellor's resolve and choosing not to elaborate further. Even if the Great Xia were to be backed by other imperial forces, the identity of the Chancellor of the Tianshu Empire would necessitate careful consideration before any hostile actions could be taken against him. Soon, after a series of discussions, Chancellors Wufeng Yuan departed from the Tianshu Empire, setting forth towards the Great Xia. Nevertheless, discussions regarding the Great Xia persist throughout the Tianshu court. The sudden emergence of such an anomaly has left the Tianshu Empire restless until the true nature of the situation is unraveled. Given the distance between the Tianshu Empire and the Great Xia, should the Tianshu army march, it would take at least 5 or 6 days. However, for a figure of Zhua Fengyuan stature, it would require merely a few hours. At a certain border of the Great Xia, Wufeng Yuan manifested his presence. Contemplating the myriad of wonders surrounding the Great Xia, he deliberately concealed his aura nearly 300 to 500 miles away from the border, wary of detection. Upon approaching, he sensed a formidable spiritual force comparable to that of the Tianshu Empire. Particularly, the morale of the imperial army stationed at the border rivaled that of his own. The ordinary citizens of the Great Xia exhibited remarkable vitality, evidently a result of prolonged fortune and cultivation. Was the Great Xia merely a realm of imperial power? Wufeng Yuan, sensing all of this, grew increasingly skeptical. Based solely on his observations, he might even mistake the Great Xia as an established empire. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned no presence of noble figures and found that the strongest among them was merely at the boundary-cutting realm. The Tianshu Empire's territories were all presided over by figures of nobility, a clear distinction that the Great Xia could not claim. Without lingering at the border for too long, Wufeng Yuan delved deeper into the heart of the Great Xia. He intended to uncover the secrets hidden within this enigmatic empire. In the Great Xia Palace, Xiao Ling resided deep within the inner sanctum. Surrounded by the fortuitous energies of the Great Xia, formidable figures such as Xianxia were present, bolstering their strength at an astonishing rate through the cultivation of second-grade golden elixirs, augmented by the empire's fortune. Suddenly, Xiao Ling opened his eyes. Indeed, one cannot forget the grandeur of my Great Xia. However, this visitor possesses considerable strength, and their identity is quite intriguing. The moment Wufeng Yuan entered the territory of Great Xia, his presence was immediately detected by me, with the power of Great Xia's fortune permeating its lands. No matter how well the intruder conceals themselves, they cannot evade my perceptive abilities. Moreover, the existence of a figure at the marquee level warrants particular attention. Previously, I employed special means to probe into the memories of Xianxia, thus discerning the identity of this visitor, Dian Wei. Summon this person to me at once, commanded Dian Wei, who was standing nearby. Chapter 79. As long as one lives, beware the malicious tongue. Wufeng Yuan continued his journey, sensing no danger along the way. He believed he had hidden his presence exceptionally well, undetected by the formidable forces of the Great Xia Dynasty. This realm, it seemed, was merely an illusion of strength. Through his observations, Wufeng Yuan gradually unraveled the circumstances of the Great Xia Dynasty. If it were true that they could slay the Western General Xianxia of the Tianshu Empire, it must have involved some form of lethal maneuver. Boom! At that moment, a formidable aura emerged, approaching from afar. Wufeng Yuan, who was scanning his surroundings, suddenly felt an anomaly and halted in his tracks. In the next instant, a robust figure clad in armor appeared before him, merely 3 to 5 zhang apart. Dian Wei of Great Xia demands your immediate surrender, he bellowed. Instantly, the menacing aura emanating from Dian Wei utterly intimidated Wufeng Yuan. He clearly sensed the overwhelming power radiating from this Great Xia general. Marquis level. Previously, he had thought that there were no notable figures of the Marquis level within Great Xia, but in such a short span, his thoughts had materialized. Moreover, he perceived that the aura emanating from the newcomer was not inferior to his own. Yield at once. Seeing Wufeng Yuan remain unmoved, Dian Wei's voice grew more forceful, and he lunged forward with a palm strike aimed at him. The oppressive force of the Marquis level instantly became apparent. 6th rank of the Marquis level. The Great Xia general before him was indeed much stronger than he had anticipated. If it is battle you seek, then let us engage, despite being a rank lower. As the Chancellor of the Tianshu Empire, His innate combat potential was far from ordinary. Zhuo Fengyuan decisively retaliated with a punch aimed at Dian Wei. Boom! The clash of their fists reverberated, and the formidable might of the marquee-level combatants obliterated a small hill beneath them. After enduring the blow, Zhuo Fengyuan was forced back several paces, astonished by the formidable strength of his opponent. At that moment, following their exchange, his right hand felt as if it were splitting apart. He could only stifle the tremors to avoid revealing any signs of weakness. Come here. Dian Wei's gaze swept over Zhuo Fengyuan, denying him any opportunity to catch his breath as he lunged forward once more. Realizing that Dian Wei was attacking again, Zhuo Fengyuan dared not underestimate him. Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from his adversary, he resolved to retreat and evade the confrontation. There is no escape. Dian Wei, having been commanded to capture him alive, would not allow Zhuo Fengyuan to flee. Were it not for the Emperor's orders, given Zhuo Fengyuan's fifth-tier marquee strength, Dian Wei could easily have incapacitated him with a single blow. Dian Wei's speed was astonishing, and Zhuo Fengyuan found himself unable to contend with it. In the blink of an eye, swish, Dian Wei's palm struck Zhuo Fengyuan squarely on the back. The force of the impact rendered Zhuo Fengyuan incapable of flight, sending him crashing to the ground. Be reasonable. Why endure such suffering? Dian Wei seized the severely weakened Zhuo Fengyuan, employing a powerful technique to seal away his strength, and proceeded toward the direction of the Great Xia imperial city. Along the way, Zhuo Fengyuan contemplated various means of escape. However, his powers were suppressed, and he had no chance of resistance in Dian Wei's grasp. Shortly thereafter, Dian Wei arrived at the Great Xia Palace with Zhuo Fengyuan in tow. Your Majesty, the individual has been brought, he announced, looking at the crumpled figure of Zhuo Fengyuan, clearly gravely injured. Dian Wei awkwardly added, I apologize. I didn't manage to control my strength when I intercepted him. It matters not. Xiao Ling replied without a hint of reproach, his demeanor nonchalant. As long as he is alive. Alive? At this statement, the restrained Zhuo Fengyuan felt a surge of blood rising in his throat. As the esteemed chancellor of the Xianxia Empire, he never anticipated suffering such humiliation within the Great Xia Dynasty. He turned his gaze toward Xiao Ling, momentarily taken aback by the youthfulness of the new emperor, but quickly regained his composure. After all, prior to arriving in Great Xia, he had already received reports from spies about the ascension of a young emperor. He had not expected the Great Xia Dynasty to have advanced so significantly in such a short time, and it was all due to this very young emperor. Even more astonishing to him was the realization that, despite his own cultivation level, he could not discern the depths of this young emperor's prowess. Moreover, upon encountering the other party, he distinctly sensed a regal aura emanating from them. This aura was, in fact, more formidable than that of the emperor of the Xianxia Dynasty. Impossible. This was utterly inconceivable. A mere dynasty, regardless of its superior strength, should not possess such an entity. Furthermore, he was unable to discern the level of the other's aura. Could it be that this individual was also a formidable figure, perhaps even more powerful than himself? The notion of such a young noble being at the pinnacle of power was something Zhuo Fengyuan could hardly believe. He was more inclined to think that the new emperor of the Daxia was employing some means to obscure their true power. Steadying his emotions, Zhuo Fengyuan declared, I am a chancellor of the Xianxia Dynasty, and I have come to the Daxia Dynasty in search of an audience. Is this truly how the Daxia treats its guests? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ling replied coolly, what a pity. Who would have thought that the esteemed chancellor of an imperial dynasty would cower like a thief? Zhuo Fengyuan found himself momentarily speechless. The Xianxia Dynasty was indeed intriguing. Recently, General Shiwei had come, and now even the chancellor had graced the Daxia with his presence. Was their memory truly so short? Xiao Ling showed no courtesy towards an enemy. Zhuo Fengyuan's intentions were painfully clear. He had not anticipated that the Xianxia would be so extravagant as to send their chancellor. Faced with Xiao Ling's remarks, Zhuo Fengyuan felt powerless. Having just arrived at the Daxia, he had already become a captive of the other side. Even if he wished to assert himself, he found it impossible. With a resigned glance at Xiao Ling, he continued, Your Majesty, do you truly believe that the Daxia possesses sufficient strength to rival the Xianxia Dynasty? You have repeatedly opposed us and even executed our envoy. Xiao Ling regarded him and replied, If you wish to ascertain our strength, the Xianxia Dynasty is welcome to test it. Zhuo Fengyuan was once again taken aback. How could the Daxia be so audacious? While it seemed that they indeed had a few formidable figures, The idea of challenging the Xianxia dynasty with such power was nothing short of delusional. Unless, of course, they had yet to reveal an even greater strength. Why must the Daxia act in such a manner? Zhuo Fengyuan continued. The distance between our two dynasties is not great, and it is not necessary for our two powers to reach such an irreconcilable state. Perhaps we could engage in a fruitful discussion. Being the chancellor of the Xianxia, Zhuo Fengyuan was not a mere lightweight. With the Daxiao Emperor's watchful eye, he realized that negotiating was his only viable option. Discuss? Xiao Ling began to respond, just as a random task was announced. In the illustrious realm of Great Xia, what need have we to parley with the Xianxia Empire? Let us declare war upon them forthwith. The task at hand rewards 20 years of cultivation. The system's mission is clear. The Xianxia Empire remains obstinate toward the Great Xia Dynasty, leaving little room for dialogue. With the presence of this system task, there is truly nothing left to discuss. Xiao Ling cast a cold glance at Zhuo Fengyuan and commanded, "Bring forth the envoy of the Xianxia Empire." Zhuo Fengyuan, perceiving Xiao Ling's intent, felt compelled to take his leave. As he prepared to depart, Xiao Ling's voice echoed once more, "Did I permit you to leave?" Dianwei stepped forward, blocking Zhuo Fengyuan's path with a fierce gaze. An ominous premonition washed over Zhuo Fengyuan. "What is the meaning of this, your majesty?" Unfazed, Xiao Ling replied calmly, "The Xianxia Empire has persistently harassed my Great Xia Dynasty. I shall not allow a living noble of such caliber to depart unscathed, especially one of your status as prime minister. Thus, delivering a severed head back to Xianxia seems most fitting." "What?" Zhuo Fengyuan exclaimed in shock. Never anticipating such a dire intent from Xiao Ling Dianwei, Xiao Ling uttered casually. At once, Dianwei sprang into action. A formidable aura surgit forte. Bearing down upon Zhuo Fengyuan. Boom! An even more potent force erupted from Zhuo Fengyuan. Faced with the precipice of life and death, he had no choice but to employ secret techniques to amplify his strength. His original 5th tier, noble prowess, surged dangerously close to the 7th tier. Swiftly, despite the enhancement of his power, Zhuo Fengyuan dared not linger to confront his adversary, fleeing toward the outskirts of the Great Xia Dynasty. Not so fast. Dianwei pursued decisively. The two figures engaged in a relentless chase. Cursed fate! Zhuo Fengyuan's expression darkened as he sensed the ominous threat closing in behind him. He had presumed that his strength would shield him from peril in Great Xia. Had he known the situation would unfold thus, he would never have come in person. Soon, they had exited the Great Xia imperial city, yet Dianwei's proximity became increasingly daunting. Finally, he closed in on Zhuo Fengyuan's rear. Perish! Dianwei's dual halberds descended with ferocity. In a moment of panic, Zhuo Fengyuan summoned all his strength, forming a defensive shield of spiritual energy to counter Dianwei's assault. Alas, it was to no avail. As the assault descended, the so-called defensive shield proved utterly ineffectual, shattering upon impact with a resounding explosion. Boom! The dual halberds obliterated Zhuo Fengyuan's already weakened form, rendering him utterly defenseless in that moment. His body plummeted heavily downwards. Dianwei, having descended, cast a cold glance at the fallen Zhuo Fengyuan. The opponent had endured a devastating blow, his body brutally crushed. And following the forceful enhancement of his abilities through forbidden techniques, he faced severe backlash. Even if spared, survival seemed improbable. Unmoved by Zhuo Fengyuan's plight, Dianwei decisively seized him, hauling him back towards the imperial city of the Great Xia. "Your Majesty, the target has been retrieved." He unceremoniously discarded Zhuo Fengyuan, who resembled a lifeless fish, aside. Xiao Ling glanced at him nonchalantly. "No, you cannot kill me. I am the Chancellor of the Xianxia Empire. Should I perish within the Great Xia, the Xianxia Empire will undoubtedly seek vengeance, and your realm will be reduced to ashes." Zhuo Fengyuan was gripped by fear. Despite his use of forbidden techniques, escape was impossible. In desperation, he invoked the name of the Xianxia Empire to plead for Xiao Ling's mercy. Yet, Xiao Ling dismissed the threat with a mere wave of his hand, extinguishing Zhuo Fengyuan's life and severing his head. A surge of fortune energy, under Xiao Ling's command, soared towards a designated location in the imperial city of the Great Xia. Moments later, a commoner, caught in the gravitational pull of this energy, fell into the vicinity. This individual was a spy from the Xianxia Empire, recently concealed within the Great Xia. No matter how adeptly he had hidden, he found no refuge within the reach of the Great Xia's fortune energy. "Take this head back to the Xianxia Empire," Xiao Ling instructed, and the severed head flew towards the spy. The Xianxia spy, caught off guard, was paralyzed with terror upon recognizing the face before him. The Chancellor. The Chancellor of the Xianxia Empire had met such a fate. In a panic, the spy hastily fled, clutching the head of Zhuo Fengyuan. Congratulations, host. You have slain the Chancellor Zhuo Fengyuan, fulfilling the conditions for declaring war on the Xianxia Empire. Reward obtained. 20 years of cultivation. Would you like to fuse the cultivation immediately? Fuse. With an impending battle against the Xianxia Empire, his fourth-tier status in the Marquis realm was evidently insufficient. Instantly, after merging the 20 years of cultivation, Xiao Ling's aura began to ascend. 5th tier, Marquis realm. 6th tier, Marquis realm. 7th tier, Marquis realm. Within a brief span, his cultivation soared to the pinnacle of the 9th tier, Marquis realm. Xiao Ling felt that he had entered an extraordinarily profound realm. Although he had yet to transcend to the next level of the King's domain, he had undoubtedly brushed against its threshold. At present, he could be considered a half-step king. He contemplated his current level of cultivation. With the enhancement of his strength, he would possess greater confidence in confronting the impending assault of the Xianxia Empire. Chapter 81. The war begins. Millions of imperial troops advance. Orders were dispatched. Prepare the troops for battle. The death of Prime Minister Zhuo Fengyuan in the Great Xia could not be overlooked by the Xianxia Empire. Soon, a fierce conflict between the Great Xia and Xianxia was inevitable. If the Great Xia were to emerge victorious, their momentum would be unstoppable, propelling them to imperial heights. However, the thought of the Great Xia's demise had never crossed his mind. In the Xianxia Empire, the demise of Prime Minister Zhuo Fengyuan sent shockwaves throughout the realm. Who could have anticipated that such a dignified prime minister would fall in the Great Xia, a mere dynasty? He was a formidable figure at the level of the imperial nobility. This act was a blatant affront to the Xianxia Empire, a brazen slap in the face. The Xianxia Emperor, ensconced within the imperial palace, felt the fury of a mortal monarch. Thousands would perish in his wrath, let alone one of his stature. Orders were issued to assemble the empire's elite forces. I shall personally lead the campaign against the Great Xia. With the death of Prime Minister Zhuo Fengyuan, the Xianxia Emperor was acutely aware of the Great Xia's extraordinary nature, and the flames of anger within him could no longer be contained. The Xianxia Empire had endured for millennia, and the Xianxia Emperor had reigned for nearly 1,000 years. Throughout this lengthy epoch, countless dynasties had fallen by his command. Yet, it was the first time that a dynasty like the Great Xia had compelled him to take to the battlefield personally. This time, he was determined to ascertain the true strength of the Great Xia Dynasty, which dared to challenge the might of his empire. With millions of troops marching towards the Great Xia, he vowed to obliterate everything associated with the Great Xia Dynasty, rendering it a desolate wasteland, ensuring that all would understand the consequences of offending the Xianxia Empire. As the Xianxia Emperor's order spread, the entire empire sprang into action. An imperial force comprising millions was mobilized. Within a mere 7 or 8 days, these millions of troops had assembled at the borders of the Xianxia Empire, ready for war. How dare a mere dynasty like the Great Xia slay our prime minister? Such a grave insult demands retribution. A general of the Xianxia Empire, standing amidst the skies, surveyed the vast army below and proclaimed, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Instantly, the multitude of soldiers erupted in a chorus of battle cries. The Xianxia Empire has existed for over 10,000 years, and its inhabitants are deeply rooted in the glory and disgrace of the dynasty. When news of the assassination of the empire's prime minister reached them, an overwhelming fury ignited within their hearts. Boom! From the depths of the empire, 9 colossal dragon beasts of the cutting realm surged to the borders, dragging along a palace nearly 3 to 5 zhang in size. Welcome, Great Emperor. Upon witnessing the palace pulled by the 9 dragon beasts, millions of soldiers of the Xianxia Empire knelt on one knee in reverence. March forth to the Daxia. The voice of the Xianxia Emperor echoed. With his command, an immense murderous intent erupted from the entire army, which swiftly advanced toward the territory of the Daxia dynasty. The commotion stirred by the Xianxia Empire inevitably drew the attention of various factions. Numerous powerful figures from other empires lurked in the shadows, intrigued by the immense stir created by the Xianxia Empire. What could the Xianxia Emperor be planning? To dispatch an entire army of 10 million while personally leading the charge? According to the words of the Marquis-level generals, this grand mobilization was aimed at a force known as Daxia. Daxia? What kind of imperial power is that, and who knows of it? It was reported that Daxia was merely a dynasty. A dynasty? Many uninformed, powerful beings expressed their confusion. In the eyes of the empire, this dynasty was as weak as an ant. For such a meager force, the Xianxia emperor had stirred up such a massive uproar. Surely, he must be mad. It was heard that the prime minister, Zhuo Fengyuan, had recently ventured to Daxia, only to be ultimately extinguished by them. The Xianxia emperor must be seeking revenge. How could this be? Zhuo Fengyuan was a presence of marquis level, and he had perished in a mere dynasty? If the Xianxia empire were to engage in battle with other opposing forces, that would be understandable. However, to go to such lengths for a trivial dynasty was simply unfathomable. Many strong beings who followed in the shadows were quite curious about this spectacle. The Xianxia Empire and Daxia were nearly 10,000 miles apart. Along the way, the various dynasties trembled in fear, shrinking back into their territories, afraid to investigate the situation lest they be caught in the empire's crossfire. Days passed, and the 10 million soldiers of the Xianxia Empire were but 100 miles from the Daxia border. Report, Your Majesty. The Xianxia army is merely 100 miles away from our borders. In the western forest city of Daxia, Xiao Ling presided over the imperial palace. As the Xianxia army approached, he dispatched strong warriors to keep a vigilant watch. In the quest for information, they had already lost hundreds of elite undercover agents. Finally, the moment had come. Xiao Ling rose to his feet. Ever since he uncovered the military intelligence of the Xianxia Empire, the elite forces of the Great Xia Empire had been summoned to this location. The Xianxia Empire had dispatched an astonishing army of 10 million, necessitating a cautious approach. Although he had previously vanquished the original 8 imperial powers, the sheer number of troops at his disposal was still formidable, amounting to several hundred million. However, while the imperial army might match the numbers of the empire, the disparity in strength between their forces was monumental. Besides the elite troops he had recruited through the system, the imperial army appeared woefully inadequate for the task at hand. That said, in the face of the impending assault from the Xianxia Empire, the Great Xia Empire still found numerous wandering martial artists voluntarily gathering at the borders, eager to unite against the encroaching threat. On either side of the palace, the formidable figures of the Great Xia stood ready. To the left were strategists such as Zhuge Liang, Great Xia, and Meng Yi, while to the right stood the valiant generals Meng Yi, Yu Fei, Dian Wei, Zhao Yun, and Yang Zixing. In less than half a month, under the enhancement of second-grade golden core and the imperial fortune, the overall strength of the Great Xia had significantly improved. Figures like Meng Tian, Dian Wei, and Wanyan Wushou, who were already at the marquis level, had advanced to the late stage of that realm. Even Zhao Yun and Yang Zixing, who initially followed Xiao Ling and suffered from a disadvantage in system levels, had leveraged their innate martial talent, bolstered by the golden core and imperial fortune, to rise to the marquis realm. Now, the Great Xia was not inferior to the Xianxia Empire in terms of top-tier powerhouses. Chapter 82, Deployment of Troops. The eve of battle. The 10 million troops of the Xianxia Empire are about to reach our Great Xia borders. Are you all afraid? Xiao Ling surveyed the assembled forces. Fear not. Once the emperor gives the command, we shall lead the army into battle and obliterate the enemy. Kill, kill, kill. Those who dare to assert their dominance over our Great Xia shall surely meet their end. The assembly erupted with fervor. Faced with the approaching 10 million troops of the Xianxia Empire, all present displayed fierce determination. Xiao Ling harbored no doubts about his allies. To outsiders, the Great Xia's forces might seem insufficient to contend with an empire like Xianxia. Yet, throughout the annals of Chinese history, commanders such as Yu Fei, Meng Tian, and Qi Jiguang were all among the most formidable figures of their time. Moreover, with figures like Yang Zixing, Zhao Yun, and the brilliant strategist Zhuge Liang among them, the strength of his allies was extraordinary, with their martial prowess being equally impressive. Though their numbers were few, their elite quality sufficed. As he looked across the assembly of powerful figures, Xiao Ling pondered how best to confront the enemy and who should lead the entire army. After a brief moment of contemplation, he turned his gaze towards the foremost strategist, Zhuge Liang. The individual before him was none other than the cabinet prime minister he had personally appointed, whose military prowess was undeniably remarkable. Upon hearing his summons, Zhuge Liang immediately stepped forth. With his profound wisdom, it was evident that he had discerned Xiao Ling's intentions in this precarious situation. Xiao Ling spoke. As the Prime Minister of the Great Xia, I hereby entrust you with the overarching strategies to contend with the Xianxia Empire. Zhuge Liang responded, Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall not betray your trust. Xiao Ling held unwavering confidence in Zhuge Liang's capabilities. At the same time, he turned his gaze towards the other powerful figures, stating, "I hereby command Prime Minister Zhuge to lead our efforts. You shall all heed his orders without question." "As you command," they replied in unison. Beyond the borders of Great Xia, within the ranks of the imperial army, the common soldiers were all at least at the bone refinement stage, rendering the 100-mile distance insignificant. In less than half an hour, the vast army of the Xianxia Empire had gradually appeared outside the border city. Their formidable presence was incomparable to that of an average imperial army, starkly contrasting with the coalition of over 2 million from the previous 8 great empires. In the heart of the imperial army, the emperor of Xianxia sat majestically upon his dragon throne. His gaze swept over the Great Xia border city, filled with disdain and derision. With such a mighty army at his disposal, he was eager to witness how the Great Xia would dare to oppose him. The sheer force of 10 million troops exuded an oppressive aura, shrouding the very air in darkness. Standing resolutely at the border city was Xiao Ling, flanked by the most elite forces of the Great Xia Dynasty. All the powerful figures of the empire had assembled, leaving no one behind. His gaze fell upon the vast army outside, focusing intently on a luxurious and imposing throne where a middle-aged figure clad in a dragon robe sat. Even in stillness, one could sense the profound and formidable aura emanating from him. It was the Xianxia Emperor, with a mobilization of 10 million troops. The ruler of the Xianxia Empire had personally taken to the battlefield. As Xiao Ling's eyes met his, the Xianxia Emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, also sensed something and turned his gaze towards the border city of Great Xia. Such a mere sovereign of a dynasty possesses some skill, though it is limited. The Xianxia Emperor murmured to himself. He did not intend to intervene. His purpose here was to observe how the Great Xia would gradually succumb to the relentless march of his 10 million troops. As their eyes locked, Xiao Ling withdrew his gaze. In the eyes of all, a confrontation between an empire and a dynasty seemed devoid of hope for victory. However, today, the Great Xia intends to wield the might of an empire to utterly vanquish the Xianxia dynasty, transforming it into the first sharpening stone on the path to greatness. Prime Minister Zhuge Liang gazed towards Zhuge Liang, thereafter choosing to remain silent. At this moment, the confrontation between Great Xia and the Xianxia dynasty was poised to commence. Zhuge Liang stepped forward, turning to survey the formidable assembly of Great Xia behind him. In comparison to the forces he commanded during the late Eastern Han period under the Shu Han, this assembly was significantly more formidable. It could be said that he had never before engaged in such a lavishly prepared battle. "Yu Fei, heed the command," he ordered. "Your duty is to immediately lead your 10,000 Yu family troops to fortify the western city gates." Yu Fei bowed and swiftly departed, accompanied by his generals. "Montian, heed the command. At your service. I command you to lead your 10,000 Meng family troops to secure the eastern city gates." Montian accepted the order and likewise led his troops away with haste. Yang Ziqing and Wanyan Wuzhu, heed the command. At your service. With each directive issued by Zhuge Liang, the forces of Great Xia sprang into action. In the face of the million-strong imperial army, conventional military strategies would hold limited efficacy. After all, the concealment of such a vast army posed a significant challenge. Zhuge Liang's strategy was akin to a transparent defense, meticulously preparing the terrain of Great Xia's border cities to await the assault of the Xianxia dynasty's might. Once all arrangements were complete, a dozen martial artists emerged. "Prime Minister, what should we do?" They were scattered cultivators from various regions of the empire. Upon learning of the Xianxia dynasty's impending assault, countless scattered cultivators had converged to offer their aid. The fortunes of Great Xia had blessed the warriors among its populace, and with the empire in peril, these cultivators were determined to contribute their strength. Though they might not stand against the elite of the Xianxia dynasty, they were nonetheless eager to serve as foot soldiers on the battlefield, fully committed to the cause. Among the scattered cultivators, there existed nearly 400,000 to 500,000 capable fighters, ready to heed the Prime Minister's call, prepared to brave fire and water for the sake of Great Xia. The dozen representatives of the scattered cultivators expressed their resolve, fully prepared to face death on the battlefield. Zhuge Liang regarded them, waving his feather fan, and declared, "The forces of Great Xia are currently sufficient. You need only remain within the city and await my command." Great Xia has now devoured the territories of the 8 major dynasties, and while the scattered cultivators may lack the discipline of an army, Many possess individual combat prowess that rivals that of the military. Although Zhuge Liang never explicitly stated his intentions, he had already made arrangements. In Chapter 83, it is revealed that the armies of the Great Xia have swiftly positioned themselves at various locations outside the border cities, according to Zhuge Liang's strategy. The forces of the Tianshu Empire, stationed outside the city, seemed oblivious to the movements of the Great Xia, allowing them to act unfettered. The Great Xia truly has no soldiers left, sending forth a mere 40 to 50,000 to confront us? Our empire boasts millions of troops, and these few tens of thousands hardly suffice to fill the gaps in our ranks. I fear that as soon as our army arrives, internal strife will erupt within the Great Xia, causing countless soldiers to flee, leaving only this meager force to muster at the last moment. The sight of the Great Xia's military strength undoubtedly fueled the contempt of the Tianshu Empire. With such a paltry force, how could they hope to contend with the millions of the Tianshu? It was entirely implausible. The Great Xia had indeed disappointed me. As the Tianshu Emperor observed the activity outside the Great Xia's border, his interest waned significantly in such a short time. He had initially harbored expectations of the Great Xia, but it was now evident that he had overestimated them. Perhaps the Great Xia had merely relied on some fortuitous tactics to eliminate his chancellor, Zhuo Fengyuan. Up to this point, yet, none of this mattered. The fate of the Great Xia was already sealed with the arrival of his imperial forces. Xiao Ling, the Tianshu Empire's gaze fell upon the notable figures before him, and he called out a name. The general shall go. An imposing figure manifested, exuding an aura of immense strength, a formidable being at the 7th tier of the Marquis realm. The Tianshu Emperor fixed his gaze upon the Great Xia's border city and stated coolly, "Go, annihilate the Great Xia for me. Your command shall be executed." Xiao Ling immediately bowed in obedience. He surged to the forefront of the imperial army. Millions of soldiers awaited the command, ready to unleash their might and obliterate the Great Xia before them. "Xianxia army, heed my command." With Xiao Ling's pronouncement, a heavily armored legion clad in silver surged forth from the ranks of the Tianshu imperial army. The resounding cries of morale echoed across the heavens and earth. Their numbers reached an impressive 100,000. The Xianxia army was an elite force within the Tianshu Empire, comprising a total of 300,000 soldiers, of which 1/3 was dispatched for this campaign against the Great Xia. Though 100,000 may not seem vast, this elite contingent was sufficient to subdue the surrounding empires, rendering them incapable of resistance. "Kill!" Xiao Ling shouted, and the million-strong Xianyan army immediately surged forth towards the border city of the Great Xia. The sounds of battle were dreadfully terrifying, with the advance of the formidable military formation causing the very earth to tremble uncontrollably. Any ordinary imperial army would likely have fled in terror before such a display of might. In the shadows, countless powerful factions observed the unfolding events. The Xianyan army of the Tianshu Empire was renowned for its formidable strength even within the empire, and dealing with the Great Xia forces would likely be a mere trifle. With the emergence of the Xianyan army, the fate of the Great Xia was already sealed. From the perspective of various factions, this impending clash was a foregone conclusion for the Great Xia Dynasty. Even if Great Xia possessed some abilities to potentially annihilate the million-strong Xianyan army, what would follow? The Tianshu Empire still had countless imperial troops at its disposal. Did the Great Xia Dynasty possess any means to counter such overwhelming force? The million-strong Xianyan army moved with astonishing speed, and in a mere instant, they were nearly upon the border city of the Great Xia. At that moment, Zhuge Liang atop the city wall waved his feather fan towards the right front. Simultaneously, a flag-bearing soldier stationed high on the city wall swiftly waved his command flag. Upon receiving the order, the 100,000 troops of the Great Xia stationed in the center of the border city sprang into action, a resounding momentum following in their wake. 50,000 Guanning cavalry and 50,000 Iron Pagoda soldiers converged, forming a formidable force of 100,000 cavalry charging towards the approaching million-strong Xianyan army of the Tianshu Empire. Despite being vastly outnumbered, the Great Xia's 100,000 cavalry displayed a fierce brilliance, refusing to be overshadowed. To think that 100,000 cavalry could stand against my Tianshu Empire's million-strong Xianyan army was utterly laughable. Xiao Ling, upon witnessing the advancing Great Xia troops, felt no concern whatsoever. With the might of 1,000,000 Xianyan soldiers, the 100,000 cavalry of Great Xia would surely be annihilated in a single encounter. However, Just as the two armies were about to clash, a figure suddenly burst forth from the sky. It was Great Xia. As the wind surged, Great Xia emanated an extraordinarily powerful aura, accompanied by an unusual presence unlike that of a mere warrior. In that fleeting moment, the previously clear sky above the battlefield darkened ominously. A mysterious gale swept through, rapidly descending upon the million-strong Xianxia army. Composed of warriors at or above the bone-forging realm, the Xianxia army was well-equipped, yet under the force of this tempest, chaos ensued, with only the strongest of their commanders able to withstand the onslaught. As Xiao gazed down at the scene of the million-strong Xianxia army, his attention was drawn upwards to the figure that had suddenly appeared in the sky. Is this a sorcerer? Remarkably, a sorcerer of the marquis level? Within the imperial court, there are countless powerful beings, and as a presence of the marquis level, it was evident at first glance that there was something extraordinary about the forces from the Great Xia in the realm of martial arts. Aside from the martial prowess of warriors, there exist certain sorcerers with peculiar and formidable abilities. While these sorcerers may appear slightly weaker in one-on-one confrontations, their unique techniques, once they reach a certain level of power, can annihilate a million-strong army or even an entire faction with a mere wave of their hand. It seems I underestimated the Great Xia. They possess such a marquis-level sorcerer. At the battlefield of the Xianxia Empire, the Emperor of Xianxia observed the unfolding events with surprise at the sudden appearance of the Great Xia sorcerer. The Xianxia Empire also has sorcerers among its ranks. However, there are only two at the marquis level. In this confrontation against the Great Xia, it seemed impossible to possess such a being, and thus, he had not brought any sorceress experts from his empire. Kill. Upon seeing Great Xia, Xiao Ling charged forward. What a marquis-level sorcerer. In close quarters, it would be a path leading only to death. Chapter 84. The Emperor of Xianxia speculates. Does the Great Xia possess great fortunes? Kill. Xiao Ling moved with astonishing speed, conjuring a blade of spiritual energy as he aimed to strike down at Great Xia, suspended in midair. Sorcerers may wield great power, yet once a martial artist closes the distance, even those of the same realm find it difficult to withstand. Moreover, Xiao Ling was at the 7th rank of marquis level, while Great Xia was a mere 2nd rank. The disparity between them was vast, and the outcome was utterly devoid of suspense. As Xiao Ling approached, he felt assured that capturing his opponent would be a trivial matter. However, at that moment, an unusual presence surged forth. From within the ranks of the Great Xia army, a figure swiftly charged forward. You overestimate yourself. Get out of the way. Xiao Ling paid no heed and aimed a palm strike downward. Boom! Yet, his attack was unexpectedly countered, as the figure wielding twin halberds continued its advance. Sensing a terrifying aura rushing toward him, Xiao Ling was compelled to abandon his intent to eliminate Great Xia and instead veered aside. There stood a robust commander clad in armor, brandishing twin halberds, blocking the path of the Great Xia marquis-level sorcerer. Who are you? Xiao Ling furrowed his brow slightly. Perceiving an extraordinary level of power from the opponent, it was evident that this was also a formidable marquis-level warrior. The Great Xia, seemingly just an imperial force, surprisingly harbored both a marquis-level sorcerer and a marquis-level martial artist. Great Xia, Dianwei. Dianwei, wielding dual halberds, cast a cold gaze upon Xiao Ling. Dianwei? Xiao Ling furrowed his brow slightly. Among the various imperial dynasties in this realm, there are only a handful of formidable individuals at the marquis level. Yet he had never heard of anyone by the name of Dianwei. Kill. Without a moment's hesitation, Dianwei charged towards Xiao Ling. An arrogant fool. Xiao Ling likewise sprang into action. He could not fathom that the Great Xia, merely an imperial dynasty, could possess a marquis-level presence capable of rivaling his own esteemed status. Impossible. The two engaged in a fierce battle high above the heavens, unleashing their respective abilities. As both were 7th-tier marquis-level warriors, their clash drew the attention of many. What was truly happening in the Great Xia? Not only did they have marquis-level sorcerers, but they also possessed 7th-tier marquis generals. Even the Emperor of Xianxia, stationed in the military of the Xianxia dynasty, was taken aback. A 7th-tier marquis was among the elite in his own dynasty. The Great Xia had existed for merely around 1,000 years. How could it possibly boast such a formidable foundation? Even with the auspicious fortune of the Xianxia dynasty and the flourishing martial arts, the number of marquis-level warriors born was exceedingly rare. Though the Xianxia dynasty had many hidden reserves yet to be revealed, they could not help but feel unsettled when compared to the situation in the Great Xia. A moment of contemplation revealed the truth: great opportunities and fortuitous encounters. This realm was known as the Xianxian world, filled with countless powerful forces. Even imperial dynasties that ruled over territories were insignificant in the face of those supreme powers. Similarly, within this world existed various opportunities and fortuitous encounters, allowing the weak to ascend to the status of supreme beings in a fleeting moment. Some factions, through sheer happenstance, had acquired certain fateful treasures, rapidly evolving into formidable forces. With this in mind, the Emperor of Xianxia naturally categorized the Great Xia Dynasty as part of this phenomenon. Otherwise, how could a mere imperial dynasty, in such a short span of time, have amassed so many elite individuals? The Great Xia must perish. The murderous intent in the emperor's heart intensified. Seizing this opportunity, he must annihilate the Great Xia Dynasty and unearth its secrets. If successful, the Xianxia Dynasty, harnessing such fortuitous encounters, would undoubtedly grow even more powerful, enabling it to conquer the surrounding imperial dynasties and elevate its own dominion to unprecedented heights. In the border city of the Great Xia, Xiao Ling was also closely observing the changes on the battlefield. He held no concern regarding the clash between Dian Wei and the marquis-level warrior of the Xianxia dynasty. Defeating the invading army of the Xianxia Empire. Rewards: Legion Summon Card X1, Character Summon Card X3, Spirit Gathering Array X1. Yet another wave of system tasks has arrived. The outcome of this battle is crucial to the survival of the Great Xia Dynasty. It is imperative that we vanquish the advancing army of the Xianxia Empire. Kill, kill, kill. Below, on the battlefield, the Guaning Iron Cavalry, commanded by Yang Zixing, and the Iron Floating Tower, led by Wanyan Wushou, with a total of 100,000 Iron Cavalry, have plunged into the fray. After enduring the storm assault unleashed by Guijia through his sorcerous arts, the 100,000 armored troops of the Xianxia Empire found themselves in disarray, suffering considerable losses in combat effectiveness. However, as elite troops of the Empire, they quickly stabilized under the command of their generals and soon clashed directly with the 100,000 Iron Cavalry of the Great Xia. In terms of combat prowess, both the Guaning Iron Cavalry and the Iron Floating Tower are among the finest of the elite cavalry. Moreover, with the presence of top-tier lords like Yang Zixing and Wanyan Wushou, the Xianxia Empire's armored forces soon faced grievous casualties. Break! Yang Zixing thrust forth his spear, and a terrifying radiance surged forth like a slender dragon, piercing directly into the ranks of the armored troops. In an instant, thousands of armored soldiers fell lifeless to the ground. The terrifying prowess of a lord of the realm was vividly displayed. Wanyan Wushou also brandished his long blade, each strike resulting in the annihilation of thousands of armored troops. Halt! Two generals of the Xianxia Empire, both of the second and third ranks among the lords, burst forth from the ranks. Yet before they could even react, they were struck down by Yang Zixing and Wanyan Wushou. In that moment, although the Xianxia Empire held a clear numerical advantage on the battlefield, they possessed no actual advantage whatsoever, effectively becoming mere prey for slaughter. A bunch of useless fools. Observing this scene, the Xianxia Emperor's countenance darkened immensely. Lin Huai, Lin Yuan, this subordinate shall take action. As the voice of the Xianxia Emperor resonated, two figures emerged from among the imperial forces. Bring me the heads of those two enemy generals from the Great Xia. With the Emperor's command, Lin Huai and Lin Yuan surged toward the battlefield. These two brothers, possessing strength at the fourth rank among lords, could contend with late-stage lords when united. Chapter 85. The Xianxia Emperor takes action, the strength of a king. On the battlefield, Yang Zixing and Wanyan Wushou were at the forefront, their attacks rendering the armored troops of the Xianxia Empire utterly incapable of resistance, no matter how valiant they attempted to be. Behind them, the 50,000 Guaning Iron Cavalry and 50,000 Iron Floating Tower formed an impenetrable defensive line, methodically slaughtering their foes. Kill! Suddenly, from behind the ranks of the armored troops, two extraordinarily powerful auras surged forth with alarming speed. The two individuals in question are Lin Huai and Lin Yuan, formidable champions dispatched to the battlefield by the Emperor of Xianxia. With decisive actions, they selected their adversaries, Yang Zixing and Wanyan Wushou, who were wreaking havoc on the battlefield, and engaged them directly. A fierce confrontation ensued, showcasing the extraordinary capabilities of both parties. To prevent collateral damage to the soldiers below, They instinctively confine their battle to the air. It is indeed astonishing to witness the Xia Dynasty possessing such a plethora of champions. Initially, it was presumed that the vast army of the Xianxia Dynasty would swiftly conquer Xia, yet the struggle has proven to be far more arduous than anticipated. If this continues, could it be possible for the Xia Dynasty to vanquish the Xianxia? Such a notion seems improbable, as the foundation of an empire is not easily dismantled, especially with the Emperor of Xianxia personally present on the battlefield. If he were to engage, Xia would undoubtedly find it challenging to withstand. It is a pity for Xia. Had they not confronted the Xianxia Dynasty so prematurely, their potential could have led them to develop further in secrecy, perhaps rendering them fearless against Xianxia and elevating them from a dynasty to an empire. Regrettably, with the Xianxia Dynasty now fixated on them, the demise of Xia appears inevitable. After all, the principle that one does not allow others to rest upon their own bed is universally understood. Various powerful factions concealed in the surroundings have been intently observing the developments on the battlefield. They are naturally pleased to witness the rise of the Xia Dynasty, as it holds no direct consequence for them, whereas the Xianxia Dynasty is in close proximity. Undoubtedly, they wish to see the two factions engage in a fierce struggle, allowing them to emerge as opportunistic beneficiaries. Amidst this turmoil, atop a towering stone peak, a thunderous explosion suddenly resonated. The stone peak shattered, sending debris and dust scattering in all directions. In the sky above, Dian Wei brandished his twin halberds, gazing down with an air of defiance. As the dust settled, a disheveled figure emerged from the chaos. This individual, none other than Xiao Ling of the Xianxia Dynasty, appeared in a state of disarray, his armor fractured, lacking the imposing presence expected of a champion. His visibly battered form regarded Dian Wei with a palpable sense of caution and gravity. During their clash, he found himself gradually outmatched by this Xia champion. Just moments ago, in a moment of carelessness, he had been struck down into the depths of the stone peak. With such feeble strength, you are hardly a challenge, Dian Wei remarked derisively, casting a scornful glance at Xiao Ling. You seek death, Xiao Ling retorted, seething with rage, and charged at Dian Wei with fervor. Observing his opponent's evident overconfidence, Dian Wei swiftly brought his halberds crashing down. A formidable aura instantanéously suppressed Xianxia. With a resounding crash, Xiao Ling's long blade shattered, and he was pierced through the chest by the twin halberds. In an instant, blood gushed forth, revealing the stark contrast of deep bone embedded within flesh. With such meager strength, it would be prudent to return home and hone your skills. The twin halberds in Dian Wei's hands erupted with an immensely terrifying power. No, your majesty, save me. Sensing the imminent threat of death, Xiao Ling's heart filled with panic. It proved fruitless. At the military stronghold of the Xianxia Empire, the emperor perceived the shifting tides of battle. Witnessing Xiao Ling's sudden rout, he immediately sprang into action. Stop! Xiao Ling was a seventh-tier general of the Xianxia Empire, and any misfortune befalling him would signify a considerable loss, severely impacting the morale of the imperial army. A terrifying force radiated from the emperor as he unleashed a palm strike towards Dian Wei in a bid to rescue Xiao Ling. Alas, faced with the emperor's overwhelming might, Dian Wei remained undaunted. He wrenched the twin halberds apart, and the body of Xiao Ling was violently torn asunder. Thus, a powerful figure of the late stage of the Marquis realm fell on the battlefield. Simultaneously, the emperor's assault bore down on Dian Wei. As the sovereign of the empire, his strength was unquestionable. Although Dian Wei possessed considerable prowess, he was still vastly outmatched before the emperor. If he were to endure this strike, though he might survive, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. Humph! A cold scoff echoed through the air. Is this all the Xianxia Empire resorts to? Such despicable tactics? Boom! An equally formidable aura surged forth from behind Dian Wei, colliding with the emperor's attack. In an instant, the two assaults clashed and dissipated completely. Concurrently, two figures emerged in the sky above. The myriad powerful beings concealed in the shadows turned their gazes toward these two silhouettes in the heavens. The fierce clash between the two great armies momentarily halted. How is this possible? Is that the sovereign of the Great Xia? The recent attack from the Xianxia Emperor had been thwarted by the sovereign of the Great Xia? Could it be that my eyes deceive me? The sovereign appears so youthful. How could he possess the means to contend with the Xianxia Emperor? Countless powerful figures bore witness to this scene, their minds filled with doubt. These formidable beings hailed from various imperial forces and were well aware of the immense power wielded by the Xianxia Emperor, who had long reached the pinnacle of the ninth tier in the Marquis realm. As the ruler of an empire, he enjoyed abundant cultivation resources and immense strength. His cultivation was likely even more formidable now. How could this mere sovereign of a dynasty achieve such feats? On that day, the Emperor of Xianxia was equally astonished. You, the sovereign of a dynasty, truly surprised me. Xiao Ling, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "It is equally surprising to me that the Emperor of the Xianxia dynasty would resort to such underhanded tactics." With a cold glance at Xiao Ling, the Xianxia Emperor refrained from further conversation. A powerful aura erupted from him. This presence, once unleashed, was palpable even to the marquises of both factions, who felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them. This was the aura of the King's realm. Chapter 86. I am here. You shall not harm the Great Xia. The Xianxia Emperor was, indeed, a formidable entity of the King's realm. Xiao Ling sensed the intensity of the opposing aura and was taken aback. However, there was no trace of panic or fear in his eyes. Yet, the various hidden powers lurking in the shadows were all taken aback. The Xianxia Emperor had evidently ascended to the King's realm. The intelligence we possessed regarding the Xianxia Emperor had merely indicated him to be at the pinnacle of the ninth rank of the Marquis realm, or perhaps on the cusp of the King's realm. The emergence of another king-level figure in the Xianxia dynasty was significant news for imperial powers. Those of the Marquis realm were the mainstream strength, while each king-level existence held immense importance to the dynasty. The number of king-level warriors was a true measure of a dynasty's strength. Marquis realm warriors typically enjoyed lifespans of up to 2,000 years, while those of the King's realm lived at least 5,000 years or more. Yet the Xianxia Emperor was merely over 1,000 years old. Given time, he would undoubtedly reach even greater heights of cultivation. Among the various dynasties, individuals like the Xianxia Emperor, who were so extraordinary, were exceedingly rare. Only the most elite figures in dynasties could achieve such prowess. Today, the Great Xia Dynasty stands before you, and the outcome is already determined. The Xianxia Emperor gazed calmly at Xiao Ling, whose eyes bore the air of a ruler surveying his subjects, as if everything before him was under his dominion. Xiao Ling met his gaze with unwavering resolve. I am here. You shall not harm the Great Xia. A formidable aura emerged from Xiao Ling as well, one that exceeded that of the Marquis realm. He had reached the threshold of the King's realm. Not long ago, after dispatching the Chancellor of the Xianxia dynasty, Zhuo Fengyuan, and benefiting from the rewards of the system, he too had ascended to the brink of the King's realm. Though he had not yet fully crossed into the King's realm, being merely a half step was more than sufficient. The two powerful auras clashed in the heavens above. It was madness. On that day, the Emperor of the Chu possessed the cultivation level of a sovereign king, which was already remarkable. However, it is now astonishing to discover that even a mere imperial dynasty harbors a being at the threshold of sovereign king. When did this dynasty acquire such formidable strength? The Great Xia is indeed no ordinary realm. Merely by virtue of its imperial fortune, it has attained a half-step sovereign king and a multitude of Marquis-level beings. If it develops to the echelon of an imperial dynasty, what unimaginable power might it wield? A peak imperial dynasty. It is feared that once the Great Xia ascends to the level of an imperial dynasty, the convergence of its imperial fortune could swiftly elevate it to a strength rivaling that of the most formidable dynasties. The world they inhabit is known as the Xintian realm, which is divided into 4 external territories: east, west, south, and north, along with the most enigmatic central region. Each territory possesses its unique characteristics. They, for instance, are situated in the Eastern Territory, where imperial dynasties abound and several imperial forces exist. Even among these imperial forces, significant disparities in strength can be observed, particularly with the peak imperial dynasties, which are terrifying entities. A single peak imperial dynasty can boast countless powerful beings, whose mere intervention is sufficient to obliterate an ordinary imperial force. This alone reflects the acknowledgement from the hidden powers regarding the Great Xia Dynasty. The Great Xia Dynasty possesses the potential to evolve into a peak imperial dynasty, and its future development is undoubtedly promising. Nevertheless, despite such potential, the current situation of the Great Xia Dynasty is far from optimistic. In facing the heavenly Chu dynasty, even the Emperor of Chu, a sovereign king, has personally intervened. Few hold hope for the Great Xia Dynasty, believing it improbable to navigate through this crisis while the Emperor of Chu is directly involved. Death. The Emperor of Chu struck down with a palm aimed at Xiao Ling. This blow reverberated through the void, exuding an aura that seemed to seal off the heavens and the earth, leaving Xiao Ling with no avenue for escape, forcing him to confront the attack head-on. Observing this, the Emperor of Chu considered the half-step sovereign king to be of no real threat, as they had not genuinely entered the realm of sovereign kings. Xiao Ling sensed the impending attack and retaliated with a decisive punch. Boom! The terrifying shockwave from their clash reverberated through the surroundings. The armies of both dynasties, positioned closely, were instantaneously decimated by this overwhelming force. The residual waves of the attack alone, or even a mere aura emitted by a sovereign king, could easily crush ordinary soldiers to their demise if left unchecked. Even the powerful beings from various hidden factions, including those of marquis level, retreated to safer distances, wary of being inadvertently caught in the chaos. Being too close could invite an unforeseen calamity upon themselves. In this inaugural clash, Xiao Ling was propelled several steps backward, while the Heavenly Emperor of Chu was similarly forced back a distance. Is this the might of the sovereign king realm? Xiao Ling, having sensed the force of their attacks, comprehended the formidable nature of sovereign king expert. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Emperor of Chu bore a countenance of astonishment. How could his attack be thwarted? As a being of the sovereign king realm, he was acutely aware of the potency of his strikes. With just that single palm strike, even a half-step sovereign king would suffer grave injuries, if not face annihilation. Yet, observing Xiao Ling now, he noted that the latter had merely been pushed back slightly, without sustaining any damage whatsoever. Although a half-step sovereign king is considered to have 1 foot in the realm, the chasm between them and a true sovereign king is immeasurable. A genuine sovereign king can easily suppress a half-step sovereign king. I have underestimated you, the Heavenly Emperor remarked coldly. The more formidable Xiao Ling appeared, the stronger the Emperor's desire to eradicate him and obliterate the Great Xia Dynasty grew. He believed that such overwhelming power must stem from an extraordinary opportunity. Should he annihilate the Great Xia Dynasty, all the fortunes associated with Xiao Ling would rightfully belong to him. You have earned the right to be proud for being able to withstand my palm strike. However, death still awaits you. After declaring this, a terrifying aura surged forth around them. Above Xiao Ling, a vortex of immense proportions suddenly materialized. The Heavenly Emperor summoned the power of the Sovereign King, directing a finger of terrifying spiritual energy towards Xiao Ling for suppression. Chapter 87. Xiao Ling demonstrates might. Heavenly Emperor falls. A strike so formidable that it could alter the very heavens and earth. Such a dread attack would spell doom for any being of the marquis realm. A mere brush with it would likely result in certain death. Could a half-step sovereign king withstand such a force? Xiao Ling gazed at the descending finger from the heavens. Xianyuan's sword. At this critical juncture, he held nothing back, drawing the Xianyuan sword from his waist and executing a horizontal slash toward the sky. A golden sword light erupted forth, colliding instantaneously with the finger of the Heavenly Emperor. Boom! The golden sword light swept all before it, obliterating the fearsome finger of power in its wake. As the finger disintegrated, the once murky sky gradually regained its clarity. The terrifying scene that had seemed to herald chaos vanished entirely, as if it had never transpired. Witnessing this spectacle, the forces of the Great Xia Dynasty collectively exhaled in relief. One by one, they yearned to take action. However, the formidable strength of the King's realm was beyond their capacity to contend with. Power. Ultimately, they were still lacking considerably. Had their attacks been thwarted once more? Witnessing his assault effortlessly intercepted yet again, the Heavenly Qiao Emperor could no longer maintain his composure. He had held nothing back in his previous strike, yet under such circumstances, his opponent had still managed to deflect his efforts. When had the half-step King's realm become so formidable? Were it not for the undeniable aura emanating from Xiao Ling, he might have suspected that his adversary was deliberately concealing his true prowess. It was that sword. His gaze fixated on the Xianyuan sword in Xiao Ling's grasp. Upon that blade, he sensed an extraordinary essence. Indeed, the ability to withstand his attacks was surely attributed to that remarkable sword. I refuse to believe you can endure for much longer. External forces are, after all, external. They will inevitably reach a point of exhaustion. The Heavenly Qiao Emperor resolutely launched another strike, fully unleashing his second-tier king's realm might, delivering lethal blows without granting Xiao Ling a moment's respite. Kill. Xiao Ling, wielding the Xianyuan sword, boldly advanced to counter the assault. If the Great Xia Dynasty wished to navigate through peril safely, they must eliminate the heavenly Qiao Emperor before them. In that moment, the leaders of the two great powers clashed fiercely in the skies above. Each blow sent tremors through the heavens and earth, unleashing terrifying power that forced the armies of both dynasties to retreat and evade. Ling Xiao 9 swords. 6-path sword techniques. Air slash. With the Xianyuan sword in hand, Xiao Ling unleashed a myriad of formidable sword techniques upon the heavenly Qiao Emperor. Over the past 18 years, he had accumulated countless powerful martial arts techniques. Now, in his confrontation with the heavenly Qiao Emperor, he was finally able to put them into practice. Although this would exact a significant toll, he could draw upon the fortune of the Great Xia Dynasty, and as the ruler, he was unafraid of any expenditure. In contrast, the heavenly Qiao Emperor's expression grew increasingly grim during the clash. Initially thinking that his king's realm prowess would easily subdue Xiao Ling, he soon realized, as the battle progressed, the true extent of Xiao Ling's formidable strength. The half-step king's realm capability was proving to be a match for his own second-tier king's realm. As the conflict deepened, he felt an unsettling sense of gradually losing ground. Impossible. I am the heavenly Qiao Emperor, the dignified sovereign of an empire. How could I possibly be unable to contend with a mere ruler of a trifling dynasty? That is simply inconceivable. The turmoil within the heavenly Qiao Emperor intensified, and in the midst of such a tumultuous battle, he found himself increasingly descending into despair. Stabilize. In the hands of Xiao Ling, the Xianyuan sword suddenly radiated a blinding brilliance, stirring the very essence of the Great Xia Dynasty's fortune. In an instant, the sword descended upon the Xianxia Emperor below. This is disastrous. The Xianxia Emperor, already in a state of turmoil, was visibly shaken by Xiao Ling's strike. At this moment, evasion was a mere fantasy. The Xianyuan sword had already struck heavily before the Xianxia Emperor. Hastily, the Emperor attempted to defend himself, but his hurried efforts were woefully insufficient. Xiao Ling's sword effortlessly shattered his defenses, directly suppressing his form. A spurt of fresh blood erupted from the Xianxia Emperor's mouth, and he staggered back, retreating 100 zhang into the heavens. Witnessing this scene, countless onlookers were filled with astonishment. Defeated? The Xianxia Emperor, a formidable being of the second rank in the king's domain, had actually been vanquished, and by the ruler of the Great Xia Dynasty. Merely a half-step away from the king's domain, the Xianxia Emperor was engulfed in fear and disbelief. No one had anticipated that their sovereign would falter in battle. Great Xia! Great Xia! Great Xia! Simultaneously, the forces of the Great Xia Dynasty erupted in triumphant cheers upon witnessing their monarch's victory over the Xianxia Emperor. The resounding momentum of Great Xia echoed throughout the realm, overshadowing even the vast army of the Xianxia Dynasty. Xiao Ling. The Xianxia Emperor glared coldly at Xiao Ling, unable to fathom his own defeat. Enraged, he unleashed another lethal strike towards Xiao Ling, refusing to accept his fate. He could not be defeated. Absolutely impossible. As the Xianxia Emperor charged once more, brimming with hubris, Xiao Ling summoned the Xianyuan sword once again, unleashing a flurry of strikes. The golden sword radiance contained terrifying power, rendering the Xianxia Emperor's every assault feeble and futile. In mere moments, he was once again forced to spit blood, his spirit waning even further. Damn it! How could he, with only half-step king's domain strength, find himself unable to contend with his foe? Faced with such circumstances, the Xianxia Emperor, his countenance darkened with dread, cast a resentful glance at Xiao Ling and barked an order. Retreat. The Xianxia Emperor had been defeated and commanded a withdrawal. Instantly, chaos erupted among his millions of troops as they began to retreat. Hearing the command, the Great Xia forces roared, "Kill!" Xiao Ling was determined not to let his adversary escape, issuing orders for the Great Xia army to engage and obstruct them. Simultaneously, he pursued the Xianxia Emperor relentlessly. As long as the Xianxia Emperor remained, the treacherous desire to annihilate Great Xia would never perish. Kill! 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 The elite forces of the Great Xia surged forth, charging towards the beleaguered army of the heavenly Chu Empire. Following the heavenly Chu Emperor were several powerful nobles of the imperial court. You shall not escape, heavenly Chu Emperor. Chapter 88, Flight and Pursuit. Sensing the rapid approach of a formidable presence behind him, the Heavenly Chu Emperor's expression turned to one of sheer panic. He had personally witnessed Xiao Ling's prowess. Should he become entwined in battle with him, his fate would surely be grim. Since his ascension to the throne, the Heavenly Chu Empire had flourished under his reign, yet he never anticipated suffering such a devastating blow before another dynasty. Yalat, hold him back. The Heavenly Chu Emperor commanded the powerful followers at his heels. As you command. Despite knowing they stood little chance, these formidable nobles remained undaunted, for they were bound by loyalty to their centuries-old empire. Without a glance back, the Heavenly Chu Emperor fled swiftly. The nobles halted, turning to face the rapidly approaching threat. Kill! A fourth-tier noble decisively launched an attack. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Ling remained unfazed. With a single strike of his palm, the fourth-tier noble was obliterated into a mist of blood. He is far too powerful. He is not a foe we can withstand. A Heavenly Chu noble grimaced. Yet, without hesitation, he charged towards Xiao Ling. At the same time, a surging power began to emanate from the assailant, causing his body to swell ominously. A self-detonation? Xiao Ling discerned the noble's intentions immediately. The Heavenly Chu Empire harbored many foolishly loyal subjects. A noble of such stature, even within the empire, would choose to self-destruct so readily. Alas, blocking my path remains but a dream. Xiao Ling swung his Xianyuan sword towards the noble. As the distance closed, the would-be self-detonator was annihilated. However, Xiao Ling had already conjured a protective barrier before him, effortlessly absorbing the residual force. This incident prompted a cascade of similar actions, as numerous other nobles of the Heavenly Chu Empire opted for self-detonation. Though their explosions could not inflict significant damage upon Xiao Ling, the resulting force undeniably slowed his advance. In that critical moment, the Heavenly Chu Emperor gained precious distance in his escape. At this juncture, as he fled further, his gaze remained fixed on the unfolding situation behind him. Regarding the massacre of the Xianxia Empire's army, he showed no concern whatsoever. At this moment, the paramount concern was the safety of his own name. As long as he did not encounter any major issues, the empire, despite suffering the loss of millions of troops and formidable warriors, would undoubtedly be able to replenish its forces within a reasonable time frame, given its vast foundation. Xianxia Emperor, you cannot escape. Xiao Ling's voice resonated once more. Upon hearing this, the Xianxia Emperor was taken aback. The opponent's speed exceeded his imagination. In such a brief span of time, they had managed to pursue him yet again. Damn it, these useless fools. The Xianxia Emperor muttered in frustration. Yet he dared not exhibit any slackness. He unleashed a terrifying speed and fled further ahead. If he were to be captured now, the outcome was predictable. At this moment, his only option was to return to the Xianxia Empire. As long as the ancestral powers of the empire intervened, he would be unafraid for his life. Stop! Xiao Ling wielded the Xianyuan sword and aimed it directly at the fleeing Xianxia Emperor. With a whoosh, the golden sword light surged toward the emperor's back. Sensing the imminent danger, the Xianxia Emperor hastily summoned his king-tier strength to fend off Xiao Ling's strike. However, the golden sword light was evidently more potent. It shattered the protective force he had conjured and struck heavily upon his back. The Xianxia Emperor spat out blood, his body losing balance. A deep gash was left behind, revealing the stark white of bone beneath his skin. Fortunately, the body of a king-tier warrior was robust enough. Otherwise, that single strike from Xiao Ling would have surely claimed his life. Xiao Ling, I shall undoubtedly annihilate the Great Xia and have your body torn to shreds. The Xianxia Emperor shouted in anger as he continued to flee. Words come easily if you possess the ability. Stop right now and grant me the opportunity to shatter your corpse. Behind him, Xiao Ling relentlessly swung the Xianyuan sword, launching attacks toward the fleeing Xianxia Emperor. However, the Emperor dared not halt to confront Xiao Ling directly. Doing so would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, the two continued their relentless chase across the sky. The speed of a king-tier warrior was astonishing. Although there was a considerable distance between the Great Xia and the Xianxia Empire, it required but a short time for the king-tier warrior to traverse it. At last, a magnificent border city appeared within the Xianxia Emperor's line of sight. Upon seeing this, a surge of excitement and exhilaration washed over his face. The border of the Xianxia Empire. As long as he returned to the territory of the Xianxia Empire, the ancestral beings of the empire would naturally sense his presence and intervene to rescue him. Ancestral Guardian, save me! The Xianxia Emperor cried out loudly. Observing this from behind, Xiao Ling immediately increased his speed once more. It was evident that within the Tianshu Empire, there existed even more formidable entities. Should the Tianshu Emperor successfully summon these powerful ancestors, it would become exceedingly difficult for him to vanquish the Emperor in this encounter. Xiao Ling unleashed another strike. This blade was poised to strike the Tianshu Emperor, and if successful, it would likely lead to the immediate demise of the already heavily injured Emperor. However, just as the golden sword light was about to pierce through the Emperor's body, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A force, seemingly emerging from nowhere, enveloped the Tianshu Emperor. In the heavens above, a colossal palm imprint shattered the void, annihilating the golden sword light that Xiao Ling had unleashed, and it rapidly advanced towards Xiao Ling's position. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Ling understood that the formidable ancestor of the Tianshu Empire had sensed the situation and intervened at a critical moment to protect the Tianshu Emperor. Brandishing his Xianyuan sword, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, with golden sword lights continuously assaulting the palm imprint, until both forces ultimately dissipated into nothingness. Ha ha ha! Xiao Ling, what can you do now? Chapter 89. An invitation to the Xianyuan human sovereign. The Tianshu Emperor, having narrowly escaped death, cast a cold smile towards Xiao Ling. It had been a close call. Had he not returned to the Tianshu Empire at the critical moment and received assistance from the ancestral beings, he would likely be facing dire consequences now. However, the tides had turned. With the presence of the ancestral beings, Xiao Ling could no longer hope to depart unscathed. Once he was dealt with, there would be no threats left within the Xia Dynasty, and he could lead the imperial army back to Xia, obliterating it entirely and seizing the opportunities and fortunes it held. At this moment, Xiao Ling, unfazed by the Tianshu Emperor's words, focused intently on the depths of the Tianshu Empire. There, he sensed an aura of extreme danger. Soon, 3 figures emerged from the depths of the Tianshu Empire, each radiating an exceptionally powerful presence. Each of these 3 was stronger than the Tianshu Emperor, based on their aura. They were likely at least at the 4th rank of the King's realm or higher. Esteemed ancestors, please aid me in resolving this imminent threat. The Tianshu Emperor implored the 3 ancestral beings. In an instant, Xiao Ling felt himself restrained by 3 immensely powerful auras. Half-step to the King's realm? One of the ancestral beings of the Tianshu Empire furrowed his brow. The figure turned their gaze towards the heavenly Emperor of Chu, their eyes distinctly reflecting a sense of inquiry. Under such scrutiny, the heavenly Emperor of Chu promptly declared, "Esteemed ancestor, this individual possesses exceptional opportunities and fortuitous encounters. Although he is merely at the threshold of the king realm, his true prowess far surpasses this limitation." Upon hearing the heavenly Emperor's words, the 3 venerable ancestors of the Chu imperial clan were taken aback. Exceptional opportunities? Observing this remarkably youthful figure at the brink of the king realm was indeed a rare sight. They, as ancestors of the imperial clan, were well aware of the current heavenly emperor's capabilities. The fact that he appeared so beleaguered indicated that this young man must possess extraordinary qualities. Who is this audacious young man, daring to cause a ruckus in our heavenly Chu empire? One of the imperial clan ancestors advanced towards Xiao Ling with intent to seize him. No matter how formidable his strength to them, he remained merely a slightly more powerful half-step king realm individual. Standing firm, Xiao Ling sensed the powerful palm descending upon him and dared not exhibit any complacency. Gripping his Xianyuan sword tightly, he summoned all his might and struck back. Boom! The clash between the sword's brilliance and the ancestor's palm unleashed a terrifying shockwave that reverberated throughout the surroundings. In that instant, both attacks met their obliteration. Impressive, the 3 ancestral figures remarked with increasing gravity, although they recognized that Xiao Ling's strength exceeded that of an average king realm individual. It was evident that his abilities far surpassed their initial estimations. Intriguing. It seems this young man truly possesses remarkable opportunities. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to exhibit such strength at the half-step king realm level. However, having willingly stepped into our heavenly Chu empire, regardless of the strength of his opportunities, they shall ultimately belong to us. The 3 ancestors regarded Xiao Ling, perceiving him as a fish on the chopping block, with no escape in sight. Young man, relinquish the opportunities in your possession. With your meager strength, you cannot withstand this. One of the ancestors spoke, hand over your opportunities, and we might grant you a swift end. Listening to their words, Xiao Ling remained unfazed. They sought his opportunities? even if he were inclined to surrender them. They must possess the capability to claim them. Aware of the formidable strength of the three ancestors before him, Xiao Ling recognized that opposing them with his current abilities was utterly impossible. With a decisive motion, he retreated. However, upon witnessing his intent to flee, the three ancestral figures of the Heavenly Chu Empire would not allow him to succeed. In the blink of an eye, three overwhelming auras swiftly encircled Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling wielded the Xianyuan sword, channeling a fragment of the Great Xia Dynasty's fortune within it, and directed his assault towards a specific target. With a resounding clash, the razor-sharp blade cleaved a path through the opposition. "Let's first subdue this boy," declared the foremost ancestor of the Tianshu Empire. Upon hearing this, the other two ancestral figures promptly sprang into action. They believed that the young man possessed remarkable opportunities and that the commotion he had caused would undoubtedly attract the attention of other formidable forces. Thus, it was imperative to swiftly subdue Xiao Ling. A slight furrow appeared on Xiao Ling's brow. He realized he had underestimated the profound heritage of the Tianshu Empire. With three ancestral figures converging to suppress him, he found himself with no avenue of escape. Faced with this realization, he resigned himself to fate. He positioned the Xianyuan sword horizontally before him and activated his human emperor's sacred body, channeling waves of human emperor energy into the blade. Was he planning? Is he preparing to surrender? The three ancestral figures, intent on subduing Xiao Ling, assumed he had capitulated. Meanwhile, the Tianshu Empire's leader could not suppress his mocking laughter. Envisioning the moment when Xiao Ling would be overwhelmed by the three ancestral figures and anticipating the opportunity to exact his prior grievances. However, just as they contemplated their impending victory, an unusual resonance erupted throughout the heavens and earth. The once serene sky suddenly roiled with tempestuous winds, and even the void began to tremble, as if on the verge of collapse. Boom! 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 The powers that the three ancestral figures had aimed to confine Xiao Ling were unexpectedly obliterated by an overwhelming force. How is this possible? What sort of power was that? The three ancestral figures were filled with dread, having sensed an incomprehensible force that rendered them utterly powerless. They turned their gaze toward Xiao Ling, who stood firmly in place. The sword that had once been under their control, now emanating an aura that instilled fear within them. This boy is not to be trifled with. We must act together to stop him. The leading ancestor, sensing the escalating intensity of the aura surrounding the Xianyuan sword, grew increasingly grave. Xiao Ling stood behind the sword, a slight smile gracing his lips. He could feel the terrifying energy surging within the Xianyuan sword, clearly indicating that the moment was nearly upon him. All hail! Human Emperor Xianyuan. Chapter 90. A single strike to defeat the ancestral figures. The will of heaven manifested. All hail! Human Emperor Xianyuan. As Xiao Ling spoke these words, a resonant hum filled the air. A sharp sound erupted from the Xianyuan sword, which trembled incessantly, as if a terrifying presence was poised to burst forth from within. The Xianyuan Emperor? What could this signify? The three esteemed ancestors of the Tianshu Empire exchanged glances, their unfamiliarity with this name palpable. Despite their long existence in this realm, they had never encountered such a term. A sense of unease enveloped the three ancestors, prompting them to consider employing their abilities. However, the overwhelming aura emanating from the Xianyuan sword rendered them powerless. They felt as if ordinary mortals being scrutinized by a ferocious tiger. In the next moment, from above the Xianyuan sword, numerous imperial auras surged skyward, accompanied by the manifestation of a middle-aged specter clad in a robe of coarse fabric. Though merely an apparition in simple attire, the figure exuded an indescribable majesty, instilling in them a profound sense of reverence and fear of offense. I, the junior Xiao Ling, pay my respects to the Xianyuan Emperor, Xiao Ling declared, bowing respectfully to the figure that appeared in the heavens. At that moment, the Xianyuan Emperor turned his gaze toward Xiao Ling. Despite being but a phantom, his eyes possessed a penetrating quality that seemed to pierce through the void. I sense the essence of Huaxiao within you. It appears you are a descendant of our progeny. The Xianyuan Emperor spoke slowly. Upon confirming Xiao Ling's identity, his previously stern expression softened with warmth. After observing Xiao Ling for a moment, the Xianyuan Emperor shifted his focus to the Xianyuan sword hovering a short distance before Xiao Ling. With a wave of his hand, the sword soared into the air, swiftly approaching the Xianyuan Emperor. The divine blade emitted a soft tremor, circling around the Xianyuan Emperor as its center. Old friend, it seems we meet again. the Xianyuan emperor remarked, gently caressing the Xianyuan sword with his ethereal right hand. Xiao Ling, standing nearby, was deeply moved by this scene. The Xianyuan sword had once been wielded by the Xianyuan emperor himself, a weapon that had undoubtedly witnessed countless battles. Yet, time is relentless. The Xianyuan sword now resided in this foreign realm, while the Xianyuan emperor's whereabouts remained unknown. Upon claiming the Xianyuan sword, Xiao Ling became aware of its true nature, not merely a divine blade, but one that harbored a fragment of the Xianyuan emperor's soul. Though but a sliver, it possessed an unexpectedly formidable power. The Xianyuan emperor waved his hand once more, bringing the Xianyuan sword before Xiao Ling simultaneously. He addressed him, saying, from the Xianyuan lineage, "I salute the emperor." Emperor? Xiao Ling was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for the unexpected actions of the illustrious Emperor Xianyuan. Before he could voice any inquiries, the emperor himself elucidated. The Xianyuan sword is the exclusive sword of the human emperor. Whoever possesses it may be called the human emperor. Now, not only has the human emperor gained the recognition of a Xianyuan sword, but he also embodies the essence of the human emperor. Hence, he is undoubtedly the new human emperor of our Huaxiao lineage, while the Xianyuan clan is merely a relic of the past. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Xiao Ling refrained from further questioning. The implication was abundantly clear. He had inexplicably become the new human emperor of the Huaxiao lineage. More importantly, he found himself not in Huaxia, but in the alien realm of Xiantian, an unknown world. Whether he would ever return to his former Huaxia remained an uncertain enigma. During the conversation between Xiao Ling and the emperor, the three ancestral elders of the Xianxia Empire, standing not far away, displayed increasingly complex expressions. Although they could not comprehend the specifics of the dialogue, the presence of this ethereal figure was undeniably formidable, instilling a sense of threat. If this was merely a projection, how potent would the emperor's true form be? The three elders, each having lived for millennia, found it challenging to maintain their composure. Suddenly, the emperor turned his gaze toward the three ancestral elders of the Xianxia Empire. To dare show disrespect to the human emperor shall warrant punishment. With a piercing glare, he directed his energy to conjure a sword light. Boom! The sword light surged toward the three ancestral elders of the Xianxia Empire. In an instant, the powerful elders, all at the late stage of the king's realm, were struck with terror. Facing such a sword light, they felt their very souls tremble. Not good. We must act together. The foremost elder, emanating a formidable aura, charged forth, revealing his late-stage king's realm power. The two others, though slightly less powerful, were also formidable figures at the seventh tier of the king's realm. As the three late-stage king's realm elders joined forces, an overwhelming force erupted. Boom! In an instant, the three ancestral elders were grievously wounded, blood spewing forth. Yet despite their efforts, they barely managed to stave off the emperor's sword light, which remained unweakened and continued to push the three elders backward. They exerted every ounce of their strength, yet found it impossible to counteract the emperor's might. Ultimately, the sword's radiance swept across the three formidable figures, the venerable ancestors of the imperial clan, each at the pinnacle of the king rank, sending them hurtling backward. Each suffered severe injuries, their circumstances dire. Yet, at this critical juncture, an ethereal mist materialized in the heavens above, accompanied by an overwhelming force. In mere moments, the attack unleashed by the Emperor Xianyuan, which was supposed to obliterate the three ancestors of the Xianxia Empire, was instead dissipated upon collision. Thus, those who were fated for demise were granted an unexpected reprieve. What? The Emperor Xianyuan halted his actions, gazing upward at the enigmatic mist. Though its nature was obscured, it was evident that this presence had arrived due to the emperor's appearance. After a brief silence, the emperor turned to Xiao Ling, stating, "The heavenly Tao has sensed my presence and is intervening." Chapter 91. Arranging the Spirit Gathering Array. Heavenly Tao Intervention. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Xiao Ling was taken aback. Who could have anticipated that the mere emergence of the Emperor Xianyuan would provoke the heavenly Tao to take action against him? What an entity the heavenly Tao was! Akin to the sovereign of this realm. The fact that it was stirred to intervene underscored the terrifying strength of the Emperor Xianyuan. Xiao Ling looked to the emperor and inquired, "Is it possible to withstand this?" With the Emperor Xianyuan by his side, Xiao Ling naturally hoped to eradicate the three imperial ancestors of the Xianxia Empire, thereby eliminating a grave threat. The Emperor Xianyuan gazed at the ethereal mist above and replied, In my prime, the will of the heavenly Tao could be extinguished with a mere gesture. However, now the Xianyuan lineage exists as but a fragment of spirit, its strength diminished to a mere fraction over the passage of time. Yet, should I unleash my full power, even with the heavenly Tao's intervention, I could still annihilate those three. However, doing so would severely deplete the power of my spirit, likely plunging the Xianyuan essence into a prolonged slumber for a considerable time. Listening to the emperor's words, Xiao Ling fell into contemplative silence. Ultimately, in comparison to the annihilation of the three late-stage king-rank ancestors of the Xianxia Empire, Xiao Ling was more concerned about the Emperor Xuanyuan's spirit. This was a vital lifeline in his possession, even as a mere essence. It was potent enough to rouse the heavenly Tao, a testament to its formidable strength. Looking towards the Xianxia Empire, the three imperial ancestors had already suffered grievous injuries and were incapable of posing any immediate threat to the Great Xia Dynasty. As for the Xianxia Emperor, he alone was more than sufficient to handle the situation without further concern. Senior Xianyuan, let it end here. Xiao Ling addressed the Emperor of Xianyuan, stating, "The Xianxia Empire poses no significant threat. Soon, the formidable forces of our Great Xia will arrive to obliterate it." The Emperor of Xianyuan, upon hearing Xiao Ling's words, nodded slightly, and then his figure dissipated, his soul essence returning completely to the Xianyuan sword. Xiao Ling did not linger any longer and swiftly departed from the borders of the Xianxia Empire. With the disappearance of the Emperor of Xianyuan, the ethereal mists in the sky gradually dissipated as well. However, the borders of the Xianxia Empire were left in ruins. The battle between the king-level experts had nearly annihilated the entire border city of the Xianxia Empire, with only a few remnants of its inhabitants trembling amidst the debris. Xiao Ling, Great Xia. The Emperor of Xianxia coldly gazed in the direction Xiao Ling had departed. It was a narrow escape. Had it not been for the timely appearance of the ethereal mists above, the three late-stage, king-level ancestors of the Xianxia Empire would have been eradicated by that terrifying figure. And he too would have met a grim fate. Wait for me, for when we meet again, you shall pay a heavy price. At that moment, a sinister black fog emerged in the Emperor's gaze, accompanied by a chilling presence surrounding him. Upon returning to the Great Xia Empire, the millions of troops from the Xianxia Empire had been utterly defeated, with the majority captured by the generals of the Great Xia, while only a few managed to flee in disarray. The Xianxia Empire's vast army had ultimately proven too unwieldy. In their panic, they scattered, and unless a king-level expert pursued them relentlessly, it would be exceedingly difficult to capture them all. This grand battle, which began with the Xianxia Empire's overwhelming momentum, ended in a devastating defeat. The Great Xia Empire gained renown through this conflict. Although it was merely an imperial power, its displayed strength was not inferior to that of an ordinary dynasty. The various powerful factions, who had previously observed the battle from the shadows, wasted no time in hastening back to their respective domains to relay the news of the confrontation between the Great Xia and the Xianxia Empire. Such an achievement was unprecedented. Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the Xianxia Empire. Reward obtained: 1 Legion summoning card, 3 character summoning cards, 1 spirit gathering array. With the defeat of the Xianxia Empire's invading forces, the system task was thus completed. However, at that moment, Xiao Ling did not hastily use the summoning cards. System: does the strength of the army obtained through the Legion summoning card correlate with my cultivation level? The military strength drawn from the Legion summoning card is primarily correlated with the level of power established by the host. The higher the power level, the more formidable the Legion strength and its numbers will be. With the system's prompt, Xiao Ling came to this realization. Indeed, it was not far from what he had envisioned. The characters summoned by the summoning card are intrinsically linked to the host's own strength. Given his current prowess at the semi-king level, the summoned entities are bound to be above the king level. However, the probability of summoning beings of even greater power, such as those at the emperor level, is not guaranteed. From the perspective of the Great Xia's current might, annihilating a dynasty is a trivial task. Yet the complete destruction of an imperial presence naturally entails certain challenges. For instance, the Xianxia dynasty boasts 3 formidable entities at the late king level, indicating that other dynasties also possess substantial depth in their power. Only those above the emperor level can ensure that Great Xia remains unperturbed when facing other imperial forces. Xiao Ling redirected his focus from the summoning card to the spirit gathering array. With a mere thought, he retrieved the array from the system space. Before him lay a miniature version of the spirit gathering array, which, if he desired, could be deployed to envelop the entire territory of the Great Xia Dynasty. Standing above the imperial palace, Xiao Ling held the diminutive spirit-gathering array aloft. Such a seemingly small formation, once set throughout the Great Xia Dynasty, would undoubtedly saturate the realm with an abundance of spiritual energy in a short span. The more robust the spiritual energy, the more rapidly the martial prowess of the commoners would ascend. With a sweeping gesture, Xiao Ling cast the spirit-gathering array down towards the imperial city. As a radiant glow emanated, its influence rapidly expanded from the heart of the Great Xia imperial city to encompass the surrounding territories. In an instant, the entirety of Great Xia's lands was enveloped by the spirit-gathering array. Chapter 92. The spirit-gathering array is established, and the spiritual energy surges. As the spirit-gathering array settled, immense transformations began to unfold across the territory of the Great Xia Dynasty. The spiritual energy, on its original foundation, started to surge at an astonishing rate. Within mere moments, the density of the spiritual energy had escalated by 3 to 5 times. Remarkably, some martial artists within the Great Xia Dynasty experienced sudden breakthroughs in their cultivation levels, bolstered by the overwhelming spiritual energy. The Great Xia Imperial City, as the central hub of the dynasty, possessed an even richer density of spiritual energy compared to other regions. This was especially true for the imperial palace itself. Within the realm of the Great Xia Dynasty, Xiao Ling found himself acutely aware of the profound transformations taking place. The spiritual energy deep within the royal palace had surged nearly tenfold compared to previous measurements, an astonishing tenfold increase. In such an environment, the pace of cultivation would witness a terrifying acceleration. The present moment was crucial for the Great Xia Dynasty to significantly elevate its strength. With the concentration of spiritual energy multiplied 10 times, coupled with the auspicious fortune of the dynasty, the potential for rapid advancement in cultivation reached an alarming magnitude. Xiao Ling promptly summoned the formidable powers of the Great Xia to the imperial palace. At a time when the Great Xia was basking in its glory, he chose not to pursue further expansion, but instead focused on hastening the enhancement of the strengths within the dynasty during this limited window. Meanwhile, news of the conflict between the Great Xia and the Tianshu Empire reverberated through various dynasties and factions, leaving them astounded. To conquer an empire with the might of a dynasty was a rare feat in the long annals of the Eastern Domain's history. The implications of such an accomplishment, should they fully mature, were beyond imagination. Consequently, the Tianshu Emperor was relentlessly determined to obliterate the Great Xia Dynasty. Regrettably, despite personally leading millions of imperial troops against Great Xia, he returned with nothing but defeat. For the imperial forces, losing millions of troops and several formidable beings of the nobility tier constituted a grievous wound. Nevertheless, the Tianshu Empire still retained some foundational strength, particularly with royal tier beings stationed within its ranks, affording them a chance to regroup. Just as various imperial factions sought to discern the next moves of the Tianshu Empire, another shocking piece of news emerged. The sovereign of the Great Xia had, through a unique secret technique, heavily wounded 3 royal ancestors of the Tianshu Empire. How had a mere dynasty acquired such formidable combat prowess? It was utterly astonishing. What kind of secret method could possibly defeat 3 royal ancestors of the imperial lineage? It became evident that the Great Xia Dynasty had indeed attained the capability to contend with an empire, not merely possessing such strength, but being able to easily subdue and severely injure the 3 late-stage royal ancestors of the Tianshu Empire left no doubt that they were equipped to triumph over an empire. In an instant, countless imperial factions were left in awe of the terrifying strength of the Great Xia Dynasty. Initially, many believed that the Tianshu Empire still had the resources to recover. However, with even their most potent royal ancestors falling short against the adversary, it was clear that future opportunities for resurgence were dwindling. The Tianshu Empire now faced grave peril. Concurrently, numerous imperial factions dispatched envoys to the Great Xia, recognizing the necessity of forging alliances with such a promising dynasty. As for suppression, the fate of the Tianshu Empire lies before us. Only a fool would act without absolute certainty. In the eastern continent, at the shores of an expansive long lake, countless troops have converged. Among them, numerous figures clad in burlap scurry back and forth, each burdened with heavy crystalline oars, tirelessly running to and fro from the depths of the lake. They appear gaunt and frail, their vitality severely diminished, and occasionally, a burlap-clad figure collapses, struggling briefly before succumbing to silence. Surrounding them are numerous formidable armored soldiers. Any burlap figure caught idling is met with their merciless lashes. You worthless wretches, hasten your pace. Dare to slacken, and you shall face my wrath. What are you staring at? Get to work. They scornfully chastise. You imperial garbage cannot even handle the simple task of mining. The armored soldiers wield their long whips, showing no regard for the burlap figures before them. This site is where the Xianxia Empire excavates the submerged spiritual veins of crystalline stones. The burlap figures are remnants of the million-strong army conscripted from various empires by the Xianxia Empire, merely a short time after their arrival. The corrupting miasma from mining the spiritual stones has already claimed over 500,000 souls. Corpses pile high, and the guards of the Xianxia Empire shamelessly humiliate the fallen. The death toll among the allied soldiers continues to rise at a staggering pace. In the end, all shall perish. I shall contend with you. Suddenly, 1,000 soldiers from the allied forces unite, charging toward the nearby guards of the Xianxia Empire. A cold snort echoes through the air as a leader from the Xianxia Empire steps forth. With a mere wave of oppressive might, a seemingly ordinary palm descends, instantly subduing the 1,000 rebels. Most are killed on the spot, while the remainder lie grievously wounded, writhing in agony. Such deluded fools, the adversary scoffs disdainfully. As blood spills and the air thickens with the scent of carnage, the sight leaves countless burlap-clad soldiers numb, as if they have already seen through the futility of their plight. Though 1,000,000 soldiers remain, they appear as feeble as ants when faced with the might of the Xianxia Empire. Even their most desperate struggles are in vain, amounting to nothing more than a quest for death. Eliminate these incapacitated wretches and cast them into the mass grave. There see a formidable figure from the heavenly Xiao Dynasty. A master of the law realm, coldly uttered a single phrase before promptly departing. In the following moments, countless soldiers of the heavenly Xiao Dynasty brandished their weapons, preparing to eliminate the remaining imperial soldiers who dared to resist. Kill. If you have the guts, just kill us. I have long endured enough of you wretched scum of the heavenly Xiao Dynasty. May you meet a miserable end. Among the more than 1,000 defiant imperial soldiers, those who had miraculously survived the onslaught faced the threats of the heavenly Xiao Dynasty with indomitable courage, cursing vehemently in this final moment. For them, lacking strength meant they could only express their pent-up resentment in such a manner. Incompetence, seeking death. The guards of the heavenly Xiao Dynasty wore grim expressions. Provoked by the insults of these imperial failures, their anger surged, ready to annihilate them utterly. A commander of the transformation realm from the heavenly Xiao Dynasty swiftly swung his blade. The strike effortlessly dispatched the heavily injured imperial soldiers on the spot. Before any retaliation could occur, an extraordinarily terrifying aura suddenly descended upon the realm. Boom! The guards of the heavenly Xiao Dynasty, poised to attack, were obliterated in a gruesome explosion of blood mist, without even a moment's chance to react. Who? The unexpected occurrence instantly captured the attention of the powerful figures from the heavenly Xiao Dynasty present. A marquis of the transformation realm and several masters of the boundary cutting realm rushed forth. Above them, a dozen figures approached at astonishing speed. The imperial soldiers below halted their actions, gazing up at the sky. I am Yang Feng, marquis of the heavenly Xiao Dynasty. Who are you to intrude here? The leading figure of the heavenly Xiao Dynasty, a marquis, eyed the newcomers warily. From the presence of the lead individual, he sensed an aura that matched his own prowess. The arrival of a marquis could very well indicate that they were from another imperial force. He promptly declared the identity of the heavenly Xiao Dynasty, hoping to intimidate them. However, regardless of his attempts, the newcomers paid him no heed. They merely cast a casual glance before declaring, all forces of the heavenly Xiao Dynasty are to be slain without mercy. With that command, the figures above swiftly mobilized. This is bad. Yang Feng, the marquis of the heavenly Xiao Dynasty, quickly summoned his men. Yet in an instant, he found himself ensnared by an overwhelmingly powerful force. Suppress. A voice resonated, and the leading figure, a man clad in green, raised his right hand, causing Yang Feng to be forcefully slammed to the ground. How is this possible? He thought, for he possessed the strength of a second-tier marquis, yet found himself utterly powerless against his opponent. Boom! The noble Yang Feng of Zhanghe was thus subdued and brought to the ground. With a swift motion, a long blade conjured from spiritual energy descended upon him, and the formidable Yang Feng, possessing the strength of a marquis, met his demise. Meanwhile, in another corner of the battlefield, several formidable warriors of the Xianxia Empire were similarly suppressed and annihilated within a brief span of time. The scene was still crowded with numerous guards from the Xianxia Empire. Countless flashes of blades, infused with spiritual power, traversed the area, mercilessly extinguishing every soldier of the Xianxia Empire in their path. In the blink of an eye, within a mere moment, the entirety of the Xianxia forces surrounding Changhu had been eradicated without exception. The soldiers present were left in a state of shock, frozen in place. The duration was too fleeting. They had scarcely registered the unfolding events before the battle concluded. General Di King have been dispatched by the Emperor of Xia to rescue you all. Now, all surrounding empires have surrendered to our Great Xia Empire. You are all subjects of Great Xia, under our protection. Di Qing proclaimed loudly to the soldiers of the various empires below. The empires that once existed had now been obliterated. Upon hearing Di Qing's words, the soldiers were engulfed in disbelief. Had their respective empires truly been vanquished so soon after they had emerged? Previously, the empires had united to assail the Great Xia Empire, only to find that, in a matter of moments, it was not the Xia that was defeated, but rather the empires themselves that had been annihilated by Xia's singular might. However, this shock was but a fleeting moment. Very well, it is better this way. We were sent here by our empires to meet our demise. We have received our just deserts. It is Great Xia that has saved us. Had they not intervened, we would have surely perished here. In an instant, the soldiers of the empires knelt down in gratitude. We thank the Emperor of Xia. Over 1 million soldiers from the empires wept tears of joy. Abandoned by their original empires, they now found solace in Great Xia's intervention, feeling immense gratitude and allegiance to Xia. In the ensuing moments, Di Qing dispatched several powerful individuals to escort these soldiers back to the Great Xia Empire. The remaining personnel chose to stay with Di Qing. After a brief period of exploration, it became evident that the yield of spiritual ore from the Changhu was minimal, insufficient to even reach half of the potential. Lord Gua, I shall now rely on your expertise, Di Qing said, turning to a middle-aged man beside him. This individual was none other than Guojia. Guojia gazed down at the Changhu, a regal aura of the King's realm beginning to emanate from him. A faintly glowing formation gradually materialized around him. Go! Under the influence of the opponent's manipulation, the array began to rotate, causing the waters of the long lake below to bubble furiously. With a thunderous roar, accompanied by a tremor in the heavens and the earth, a dark shadow gradually ascended from the depths of the lake. Di Qing and the other formidable figures of the Great Xia prudently shielded Guojia, ensuring that no unforeseen circumstances arose during the activation of the spell. Before long, the waters of the long lake boiled, and numerous mountains surrounding it trembled and fractured, revealing countless fissures. At last, a spiritual vein, 1,000 feet in length, slowly emerged. This was the very vein that had been relentlessly mined day and night by the million-strong imperial army. Now, under Guojia's magical techniques, it was entirely drawn forth. With a resounding rumble, this spiritual vein was subsequently divided into numerous formed spiritual stones through Guojia's continued methods. What would have required the efforts of 1 million imperial soldiers to extract was effortlessly accomplished by Guojia's sorcery. In just a matter of hours, the entirety of this spiritual vein beneath the long lake had been completely mined and processed. Outside the imperial city of the Great Xia, in such a brief period, countless envoys from various powerful factions gathered here. Undoubtedly, these factions would not overlook the potential of the Great Xia. Regrettably, however, their efforts were in vain. As they approached the borders of the Great Xia, the vast territory appeared sealed by an unseen force, making it exceedingly difficult for the powerful figures of these factions to enter. Chapter 94. The hasty passage of 20 years, the development of the Great Xia. The 4 great armies. 20 years hastily flew by. The Great Xia Dynasty became isolated by a mysterious and formidable power. Numerous powerful factions from all directions sought to uncover the movements of the Great Xia. Yet this power's blockade rendered them incapable of obtaining even the slightest clue. Nevertheless, even in such dire circumstances, the imperial forces surrounding the Great Xia showed no signs of retreat. They dispatched their strongest individuals to remain concealed beyond the borders of the Great Xia, poised to detect any signs of activity at the first opportunity. Within the Great Xia Palace, a tumultuous roar erupted. Countless powerful auras surged forth from the depths of the palace. Among them was a particularly potent royal presence that swiftly expanded across the vast territory of the Great Xia, even causing the mysterious force that sealed the Great Xia to tremble in response. Hundreds of millions of the dynasty's beings prostrated themselves in reverence towards the palace. At last, the time had come. Xiao Ling, clad in a dragon robe, emerged from the depths of the Great Xia Palace, followed closely by nearly 40 to 50 figures. Each of these individuals exuded an overwhelming aura, all of them powerful beings at the level of Marquis or above, especially the first 10 among them, who were exponentially stronger than even those at the Marquis level. They were the King's realm. After 2 decades of accumulation, the Great Xia Dynasty, bolstered by both the spirit-gathering array and the auspices of the imperial fortune, has witnessed a remarkable increase in the number of formidable individuals within its ranks. There are now over 50 entities at the Marquis level and more than 10 at the King level. This formidable assembly rivals that of the former Tianshu Empire, with the latter perhaps only surpassing the Great Xia in terms of its vast territorial expanse. The Tianshu Empire, it seems, is destined to become a relic of the past. Xiao Ling gazed into the distance, towards the direction of the Tianshu Empire. The ministers of the Great Xia were summoned to the Golden Wan Hall. Xiao Ling's voice resonated throughout the entire territory of the Great Xia Dynasty. It is His Majesty. His Majesty must have awakened from his closed-door retreat. After a full 20 years, is the Great Xia on the verge of revival? Quickly, make haste to the Golden Wan Hall. In an instant, the civil and military officials of the Great Xia Dynasty rushed to the imperial palace with remarkable speed. After 2 decades of diligent development, the martial prowess within the Great Xia's borders has significantly escalated. Once, those at the Divine Mansion level were the pinnacle of strength, but now, though not yet prevalent on the streets, they make occasional appearances. The levels above, such as the Dharma Manifestation Realm, also boast a considerable number of practitioners. In a brief span, officials from the Great Xia Dynasty gathered before the Golden Wan Hall, numbering in the hundreds and then thousands, each standing in accordance with their ranks. Over the course of these 20 years, the cabinet officials of the Great Xia, considering the expansion of the dynasty's territory, undertook considerable renovations to the imperial palace. The imperial city itself expanded over 100-fold, while the palace increased by 2 to 3 times that. With the imminent revival of the Great Xia, which is poised to reach the imperial echelon, it is essential that all aspects of development adhere to the standards befitting an imperial dynasty. In no time, the Golden Wan Hall was filled with over 1,000 civil and military officials. Xiao Ling appeared within the hall, seated upon the majestic dragon throne. Your humble servant, the general, pays homage to your majesty. Long live the emperor. The ministers knelt in a grand display of reverence. Xiao Ling surveyed the assembly. Though 20 years may not seem lengthy for a dynasty, it is not insignificant either. Under the collaborative governance of the cabinet, the Great Xia has thrived, significantly enhancing both the welfare of its people and its national strength. All rise, Xiao Ling commanded, raising his hand slightly. The ministers felt as if they were lifted by an unseen force. I have witnessed the development of the Great Xia in its entirety. The cabinet's contributions during my 20 years of seclusion have been invaluable. Xiao Ling expressed his approval of the cabinet's endeavors. Moreover, how has the military capability of the Great Xia Dynasty evolved? Presently, the Great Xia Dynasty has engulfed the territories of the remaining 8 major dynasties. And during these past 2 decades, it has undoubtedly undergone a thorough and appropriate consolidation. Although the Great Xia originally boasted numerous formidable individuals, its combat forces were significantly lacking. The aspirations of the Great Xia are not merely those of a dynasty, but rather the power befitting an empire. The Prime Minister, Zhuge Liang, has retreated into seclusion for cultivation alongside Xiao Ling. In his stead, the Deputy Prime Minister, Zhang Jiuzheng, presented himself, bowing to Xiao Ling and declaring, Your Majesty. It has been unanimously decided by the cabinet that over a decade ago, the military forces of the Great Xia were divided regionally. They are categorized into 4 major military formations: Southeast, Southwest, Northeast, and Northwest, each commanding a primary battle force of 1 million troops. In addition, there are nearly 2 million logistical reserve troops, excluding the various ranks of officers within the military. The ordinary soldiers of the primary battle force are all at least at the 7th rank of bone refinement, while the logistical reserve forces are above that level. Although the 4 major formations currently have ample manpower, The selection of their commanders requires your majesty's direct decision. For major formations, 4 million primary battle troops, nearly 8 million logistical reserves. Upon hearing these figures, Xiao Ling was immensely gratified. The cabinet of the Great Xia is certainly rich in talent. Whether in military, political, or civil affairs, he harbors no concerns. Compared to 20 years prior, the significant deficiency in military numbers has evidently been greatly addressed. However, this number still falls short. After all, entities like the Tianchu Empire can effortlessly mobilize tens of millions of troops, and the Great Xia must gradually close this gap. As for the selection of commanders for the major formations, Xiao Ling was well prepared. He appointed Yu Fei as the king of the north, commanding the northern military formation, Meng Tian as the king of the south, leading the southern military formation, Qi Jiguang as the king of the west, overseeing the western military formation, and Di Qing as the king of the east, directing the eastern military formation. In addition to these 4 military kings, the cabinet drafted officials to assist the major formations. With these appointments, the commanders for the newly established military formations of the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest have been firmly determined. Initially, he believed his ranks were teeming with talent. However, it appears there remains a considerable shortfall. This is merely the present state. The territorial extent of the Great Xia Dynasty will undoubtedly expand beyond this, and the current lineup still lacks significantly. While there are indeed some capable local talents within the Great Xia court, their loyalty cannot be assured to the same degree as those summoned through systematic means. Furthermore, the rapid pace of the Great Xia's development renders it challenging for these local martial experts to keep up with the burgeoning advancements. Chapter 95. Aiming at the Tianchu Empire. The appointments for the 4 major formations were swiftly concluded. Next, the foremost task at hand awaits. 20 years ago, the Tianchu Empire launched an assault on our Great Xia Dynasty. Although we ultimately triumphed, the Tianchu Empire remains a formidable presence to this day. The Great Xia has languished in silence for 2 decades, and it is high time we showcase the prowess that befits our illustrious dynasty. Upon hearing His Majesty mention the Tianchu Empire, a surge of fervor swept through the Great Xia court. Many of the ministers present had lived through the tumult of that fateful conflict. The Tianchu Empire had come with great force, intent on obliterating our Great Xia. Had it not been for our sovereign's unparalleled might, which drove the Tianchu forces into disarray, our dynasty would not now stand so robustly. Without the Great Xia, the fate of its subjects is all too predictable. The Tianchu Empire lies to the west of our Great Xia. Xiao Ling cast his gaze upon the ranks of military commanders, fixing his attention on Qi Jiguang. Lord Qi, do you have confidence in this campaign? Qi Jiguang stepped forth decisively, kneeling on one knee before the throne of Xiao Ling. Your Majesty, I shall lead the western forces to vanquish the Tianchu Empire. Excellent, Xiao Ling replied. Dian Wei, you will join the western army and serve under Lord Qi's command. I obey. Dian Wei also stepped forward, kneeling to receive his orders. 2 decades prior, he had ventured into the Tianchu Empire, wielding the sole essence of Emperor Xianyuan to severely wound the 3 esteemed patriarchs of the Tianchu. However, being an empire, they surely retained some hidden strength. In the present day, Qi Jiguang had undergone 2 decades of seclusion, elevating his cultivation to the 7th rank of the kingly realm. Meanwhile, Dian Wei had advanced to the pinnacle of the 8th rank within the same realm, rendering him an invincible force among those of kingly status. This battle marks the first confrontation for the Great Xia after 2 decades of dormancy, an essential moment to demonstrate our true strength to neighboring powers. Following this, the court session concluded swiftly. Qi Jiguang and Dian Wei hastened to the Western Army to commence the mobilization of troops toward the Tianchu Empire. In the borderlands of Great Xia, the seemingly tranquil void concealed numerous spies from various factions. Over the past 20 years, these spies had remained vigilant in their covert observations of the Great Xia. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble echoed. At that moment, the barrier that had isolated the Great Xia from the outside world began to tremble. In an instant, this unusual occurrence alerted the spies lurking in the shadows, who had been monitoring the Great Xia. With a flash, several figures emerged from the void. Has the barrier shifted? Has the Great Xia finally stirred after 2 decades? What is the state of affairs now? The Great Xia Dynasty defies conventional understanding, particularly regarding its sovereign, who, 2 decades ago, with merely a half-step into the king realm, was able to force the formidable Tianchu Emperor of the 2nd tier within the king realm into a humiliating retreat. Over these 20 years, it is likely that this power has only intensified. While 2 decades may seem insignificant to the pinnacle of martial artists, it holds substantial weight in the context of ordinary practitioners. For someone as young as the Great Xia sovereign, possessing the strength of a half-step into the king realm, these 20 years could indeed bring about monumental transformations. This sovereign is not only formidable in strength, but also possesses remarkably terrifying abilities. One of the powerful figures from the imperial court, with a grave expression, reminded the assembly, "Let us not forget that 20 years ago, the Great Xia sovereign pursued the Xianxia emperor to the borders of the Xianxia dynasty, and even when the 3 venerable ancestors of the latter, all at the late stages of the king realm, intervened, they returned severely injured." Upon hearing this, the great powers present fell into a profound silence, fully aware of the truth of these events. The mysteries surrounding the Great Xia are far too intricate for them to comprehend. Suddenly, a tremendous upheaval erupted from the front barrier, sounding as if it were on the brink of collapse. The powerful figures from various dynasties approached, eager to investigate. One of the imperial court's experts at the king realm reached out to touch the turbulent barrier before him. Yet, before he could make contact, boom, the barrier shattered explosively, unleashing a terrifying aura that surged forth. The spies stationed at the Great Xia's borders were caught unprepared, being violently propelled away by this overwhelming force. This phenomenon was not isolated. Similar occurrences transpired across the borders of the Great Xia Dynasty. The barrier had fallen. Observing this, the spies from various factions steadied themselves, intent on delving into the depths of the Great Xia. However, before they could cross the threshold, several potent auras emerged from the Great Xia's border regions. Within the Great Xia territory, intruders shall be met with merciless execution. A cold voice resonated, causing those originally intent on breaching the territory to halt in their tracks. Yet, a few reckless souls charged forward without heed. Boom! A terrifying aura crushed down upon them, obliterating these heedless intruders into a mist of blood. The sensation was unmistakable, the presence of a king realm entity. In merely 20 years, the Great Xia had evidently birthed a genuine existence within the king realm. It is nothing short of terrifying. What on earth has transpired in the Great Xia over these 2 decades? The spies hidden in the shadows, their might barely reaching the level of the Marquis realm, found themselves utterly powerless against the king realm's presence. In an instant, the hidden spies were swiftly eradicated, deterred from lingering any longer. After all, no one can guarantee whether the Great Xia Dynasty will suddenly launch an attack against them. At this moment, upon a high platform overlooking the vast military encampment of the Western Army, Qi Jiguang and Dian Wei stood together. Below them, a formidable force of 100,000 troops was arrayed, poised for action. While their numbers might seem modest, they were not lacking in comparison to the imperial army. The crux of the assault on the Xianxia Empire hinged primarily on the prowess of the elite fighters, as the outcome of their battles could decisively sway the tide of war. Suddenly, a rift in the void manifested in midair, and from within it emerged Great Xia. Before Qi Jiguang and Dian Wei could inquire, Great Xia preemptively declared, with troops assembled, "One must strike unexpectedly. His Majesty has sent me to assist General Qi." As he spoke, Great Xia gestured grandly, directing his finger towards the rift above. Chapter 96. Under the Emperor's command, we come to annihilate Xianxia. Boom! In the heavens above, a rift in the void gradually expanded with astonishing speed. Within the blink of an eye, the fissure had grown nearly 100 feet wide. Qi Jiguang and Dian Wei looked up, their expressions revealing a hint of astonishment. Great Xia calmly stated, "This teleportation array is capable of swiftly transporting the 100,000 troops of the Western Army directly into the imperial city of the Xianxia Empire." Transported to the imperial city of Xianxia, Qi Jiguang and the other generals were momentarily taken aback. The implications of a teleportation array that could directly convey them to the heart of the Xianxia Empire were undeniable. With such a strategy, they could deliver a decisive blow to the Xianxia forces, catching them off guard. With the support of Lord Gua, our Western Army shall undoubtedly seize the Xianxia Empire with ease. The Xianxia Empire's vast territory would be gradually consumed by the advance of the Western Army's 100,000 troops, beginning from its borders, a swift and inevitable progression. Without further ado, Western Army, heed the command. Qi Jiguang surveyed the ranks below, where the soldiers of the Western Army stood ready. Charge! 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 The roar of 100,000 troops erupted, their fervor echoing across the land for over 100 miles. Onward, Qi Jiguang leapt into the rift, with Jian Wei following closely behind. In their wake, the formidable champions of the Western Army surged forth, swiftly entering the void. In a remarkably brief span, the entire force of 100,000 soldiers had vanished into the rift. Tianshu Empire. After the turmoil of 20 years prior, the Tianshu Empire had suffered greatly. Deep within the imperial palace, the Emperor of Tianshu sat cross-legged alongside three venerable ancestors of the imperial dynasty. The heavenly emperor, who had previously kept his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them wide, an increasingly tumultuous aura surging around him. At long last, he had recovered. 2 decades ago, he had suffered a grievous blow from Xiao Ling. But under the nurturing power of the imperial dynasty, his injuries healed, and he unexpectedly broke through to the 4th tier of the King's realm due to the fortuitous awakening of his latent potential. The heavenly emperor rose to his feet and glanced at the 3 ancestral elders of the heavenly dynasty beside him. 20 years prior, the 3 ancestral elders of his dynasty had also endured severe injuries. After a prolonged period of recuperation, they had regained much of their strength. Come forth, the heavenly emperor commanded. A powerful figure from the marquee realm of the dynasty appeared. What news from the Great Xia Empire? The heavenly emperor inquired, his gaze fixed upon the newcomer. Throughout these 20 years, he and the 3 ancestral elders had been recuperating within the auspices of the imperial dynasty. However, their vigilance regarding the Great Xia Empire had never waned. The marquee realm figure replied, Your Majesty, after the Great War 2 decades ago, the Great Xia Empire has employed some means to seal itself off from external contact. However, just recently, we received reports of disturbances at the borders of Great Xia, suggesting a breach in that isolation. Excellent. The heavenly emperor's eyes glinted with a chilling light upon hearing this. It seemed Xiao Ling had exhausted his resources. In the heavenly emperor's view, 2 decades prior, Xiao Ling had unleashed a formidable shadow that critically injured the 3 ancestral elders at the borders of the heavenly dynasty. Subsequently, the entire territory of the Great Xia Empire had been sealed by a powerful force, evidently a protective measure from the opponent to guard against potential incursions by other formidable forces during their moment of weakness. I implore the 3 elders to join me in obliterating the Great Xia Empire. The heavenly emperor turned to the 3 ancestral elders. Though he had reached the 4th tier of the King's realm, enlisting the aid of the 3 elders would undoubtedly enhance their chances of success. The 3 late-stage ancestral elders of the dynasty rose in unison. Indeed, it is prudent to resolve the Great Xia issue sooner rather than later. Keeping them alive poses a significant security risk. This empire harbors great secrets that must be suppressed and seized for our heavenly dynasty. The 3 ancestral elders expressed their determination. In any case, the Great Xia must be eradicated. Boom! As their conversation reached a fervent peak, a sudden howl echoed across the skies above the heavenly emperor's city. Accompanying this ominous sound was a thick surge of murderous intent. What is happening? Why has such a formidable aura of violence manifested in our imperial palace? The heavenly emperor swiftly dashed out of the depths of the palace. Upon emerging, he was taken aback by the scene above the palace. In the skies above the imperial palace, a vast rift, stretching 100 feet in length, suddenly materialized. This extraordinary phenomenon compelled the powerful figures of the Tianshu Empire to gaze upwards in astonishment. What could possibly be occurring? Why had such an anomaly manifested above the imperial palace? Even the most seasoned experts of the empire found themselves shaken by this unprecedented sight. The emperor of Tianshu furrowed his brow slightly. Xiao Yu, the state master, an elderly man, clad in a simple white robe and bearing the marks of age, emerged onto the scene. He was indeed the Xiao Yu the emperor had mentioned, the sole practitioner of advanced sorcery within the Tianshu Empire. With a penetrating gaze, State Master Qiu focused on the rift in the sky above the palace. Your Majesty, this appears to be a teleportation array. A teleportation array? The emperor's brow tightened, a rush of instinctive unease flooding his mind. The murderous aura emanating from within the rift grew increasingly palpable. Moments later, an ironclad army stepped forth from the void. Who dares to act so audaciously within the Tianshu Imperial Palace? A powerful figure from the Tianshu Empire, a king-level expert, rebuked, charging toward the rift. In the blink of an eye, a flash of blade light surged forth from the rift. Bang! The king-level expert of the Tianshu Empire was utterly defenseless, consumed by the blade's radiance in an instant. The downfall of such a formidable expert was startlingly swift. General Qi Jiguang of the Western Army of the Great Xia, under the command of the Emperor of Xia, has come to eradicate Tianqiu. Qi Jiguang stood proudly in the heavens. The Emperor of Tianqiu's eyes widened in disbelief. He had been contemplating a counterattack against the Great Xia Dynasty, never anticipating that they would launch a sudden assault upon his imperial palace. How is this possible? How could the Great Xia achieve such a feat? Preposterous. Do you truly believe that with your mere 100,000 troops, you can annihilate the Tianqiu Empire? The Emperor revealed his fourth-tier king-level aura, striking fiercely at Qi Jiguang. 100,000 troops of the Great Xia would be no match for him, unless the formidable Xiao Ling of the Great Xia were to arrive. Otherwise, he felt no fear. Chapter 97. The End of Tianqiu? However, this emperor was not prepared. As the emperor moved to attack, Qi Jiguang unleashed a punch towards him. The emperor regarded the incoming strike with disdain. Yet in that fleeting moment, bang! With no means of resistance, the emperor found himself unable to evade, enduring the full force of the blow. Defeated with a single strike. Your Majesty, has His Majesty truly been vanquished? Witnessing this scene, the emperor's retinue was left in a state of shock, unable to comprehend the swift downfall of their once mighty leader. Below, the emperor of Tianqiu fell into a grand hall, which collapsed under the pressure of the king-level force. Impossible. A voice filled with unwillingness resounded. The celestial emperor of Tianqiu bore a deep, bloodied wound upon his chest. With a single strike, he had sustained grave injuries, even more severe than those he had endured 2 decades prior. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had initially contemplated a counterattack against the Great Xia, aiming for its complete annihilation, yet he had never anticipated the emergence of such a formidable opponent from the Great Xia, who had shattered his defenses with ease. Overwhelmed and defeated, Qi Jiguang stood proudly in the void. All troops, he my command, attack, he ordered decisively, without a trace of hesitation. The ranks of the Western Army, comprising numerous formidable warriors of the marquis level, swiftly mobilized, charging forth with unwavering resolve. The million-strong Western forces sprang into action. Protect His Majesty. Mobilize the Imperial Army at once to safeguard the throne. As the Great Xia forces initiated their assault, the Tianqiu Empire swiftly retaliated. Deep within the Tianqiu Imperial Palace, 3 late-stage monarch-level ancestors of the Imperial clan sprang into action with determination. They surged toward Qi Jiguang, intent on overpowering him. Just as Qi Jiguang prepared to engage, a figure surged ahead. General Qi, leave this significant task to me. I shall handle these 3 old geezers. It's been too long since I've had a good workout, Dianwei bellowed, rushing toward the 3 imperial ancestors. Seeing this, Qi Jiguang refrained from further action. With Dianwei already in motion, there was no need for him to compete. The 3 imperial ancestors charged at Dianwei, intent on subduing him. Dianwei swung his twin halberds down with great force. Boom! The ancestral warrior faced Dianwei's strike without any time to react and was sent flying. The remaining 2 imperial ancestors exchanged glances, their expressions grave. This foe was far too powerful, undoubtedly at the late-stage monarch level. Dianwei felt a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated a thrilling battle, yet the reality fell short of his expectations. The 3 late-stage monarch ancestors of the Tianqiu Empire were evidently lacking in strength. Attack! Just as the 3 monarch ancestors prepared to strike, Dianwei's halberd descended once more. Boom! The invincible monarch ancestors of the Tianqiu Empire were all forcefully pushed back 100 paces. This fellow is incredibly strong. We must all strike together to eliminate him. Alone, Dianwei was not their match. Only through united efforts could they hope to contend with him. At this moment, chaos reigned throughout the vast Tianqiu Empire. Although the Great Xia had only 1 million troops, their numbers were bolstered by numerous powerful warriors, driving the forces of the Tianqiu Empire into retreat. Form up. Master Qiao Yu of the Tianqiu Empire invoked his mystical powers. In an instant, a tempest arose, and blades of wind swirled menacingly within. Various tactics continuously assailed the Great Xia forces. The methods of a marquis-level sorcerer are extraordinary, capable of effortlessly annihilating an army of millions. Suddenly, a serene voice echoed, causing all the techniques employed by Master Qiao Yu to collapse. A king-level sorcerer. Master Qiao Yu's expression turned icy to the extreme. He recalled the void teleportation array that had just descended upon the Great Xia army, undoubtedly orchestrated by his opponent. Master Qiao Yu dared not make a move and decisively fled. In the presence of a king-level sorcerer, his mark-level powers were utterly impotent. The adversary swiftly manipulated space with sorcerous means, vanishing without a trace. Great Xia pointed into the void, unleashing a formidable surge of sorcerous power that enveloped the surroundings. Boom! 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 The force surged outward, and any member of the Xianxia imperial court who encountered this aura was obliterated without even a chance to resist. A voice echoed amidst the void. The previously vanished Master Xiaoyu reappeared in a disheveled state, drenched in blood, with one arm mysteriously severed. I am willing to surrender. I implore you to show mercy. Faced with insurmountable odds, Master Xiaoyu, in his panic, yielded despite being a sorcerer of mark-level caliber. Upon witnessing his surrender, Great Xia refrained from delivering a fatal blow. However, just as Great Xia relaxed his vigilance, Master Xiaoyu once again tore through the void, vanishing into thin air. Observing this, Great Xia seemed to have anticipated the move and paid it no heed. A tremor rippled through the void, and this time, the hidden Master Xiaoyu had no opportunity to utter a cry before he was utterly transformed into a cloud of blood mist. Weak, so weak. Dian Wei wielded dual halberds, engaging in fierce combat against 3 king-level ancestors of the Xianxia imperial court, maintaining an overwhelming advantage. This must come to an end. With time running short, Dian Wei lost interest in continuing the game. He swung his dual halberds forward, covering nearly 1,000-foot radius, leaving the 3 king-level ancestors with no escape. In an instant, they were struck down, plummeting beneath the imperial palace. With the demise of the 3 king-level ancestors, the collapse of the Xianxia imperial court became increasingly evident. Moments later, the Xianxia imperial court had completely fallen apart, with no hope of recovery in sight. Amidst the ruins of the palace, the Xianxia emperor, gravely injured, struggled to rise. He gazed upon the once mighty imperial court, now reduced to such a dire state in such a short time. It is over. The Xianxia imperial court is utterly finished. The strength of the Great Xia Dynasty far exceeded his imagination. Xianxia emperor, your dynasty has reached a dead end. As Qi Jiguang stood several paces away from the emperor of Xianxia, he regarded his opponent with a serene gaze. At such a moment, the Xianxia Empire could hardly stir a ripple. Suddenly, the emperor of Xianxia lifted his head, sweeping his eyes across the desolate landscape, a sight of crumbling ruins. Indeed, the Xianxia Empire had reached a dead end, yet this emperor did not share the same fate. In an instant, a faint dark aura began to rise around him. His previously grievously injured body, at that moment, seemed to rejuvenate with newfound vitality, exuding a thick, ominous presence that spread outward. Qi Jiguang sensed the shift in the emperor's aura, his brow furrowing slightly. The sensation was not merely one of overwhelming power, it also carried an acute discomfort. Chapter 98, The Anomaly of the Xianxia Emperor, A Descent into Madness. Boom! The emperor of Xianxia reached forward, and a terrifying wave of ominous energy surged forth. In that fleeting moment, the forces of both the Daxia Empire and the Xianxia Empire in the vicinity were consumed by a dreadful power. Their once vibrant bodies began to wither, aging grotesquely before everyone's eyes. Hee. The emperor's countenance was chillingly cold, his aura having undergone a dramatic transformation. Everyone be cautious. Witnessing the perilous situation, a general from the Daxia Empire, skilled in the realm of severing boundaries, sensed impending doom and hurriedly called for his subordinates to evade, while he himself charged toward the emperor of Xianxia. However, the transformed Xianxia emperor merely revealed a frigid smile. With a subtle lift of his hand, a colossal hand, radiating a dense, ominous aura, materialized before the Daxia general, reaching out to seize him directly. Not good. In that instant, resistance was futile, and he was effortlessly grasped by the ethereal hand. Oh! He screamed in agony as his body was rapidly corroded by the ominous energy, quickly transforming into a desiccated husk. Ha! A bunch of ignorant fools dare to challenge me in Xianxia. Since my empire is destined for ruin, you shall also perish alongside it. The emperor of Xianxia morphed into a shadow of darkness, drifting around the palace, whereupon all living beings in his path were drained of vitality, reduced to mere remnants of their former selves. A beam of light surged forth as Qi Jiguang unleashed a powerful punch aimed at the emperor of Xianxia. Bang! This formidable strike directly locked onto the dark shadow that the emperor had become. The opponent's strike succeeded in blocking the murky black shadow conjured by the heavenly emperor. Yet that was the extent of its efficacy. A hissing sound filled the air. Qi Jiguang's brow furrowed slightly. He observed that his own fist was likewise corroded, and within him, life force felt as though it were being drawn away. Despite possessing the strength of a seventh-tier monarch, his power failed to exert a definitive impact. Instead, he was besieged by the sensation of vitality being siphoned from him. In light of this dire circumstance, Qi Jiguang dared not hesitate, swiftly withdrawing his hand. Cackling echoed from the murky shadow as the visage of the heavenly emperor gradually materialized. The emperor wore a cold smirk, seemingly mocking Qi Jiguang. Do not rush. Soon it will be your turn. In due time, I shall unveil to you the true essence of despair. After uttering these words, the heavenly emperor chose not to elaborate further, dissolving once more into a murky shadow that spread outward. An increasing number of warriors from both sides were tainted. Their life forces swiftly drained away. What is happening? Why is your majesty transformed in such a manner? The aura emanating from him is utterly contrary to what we once knew. What predicament is this? Witnessing the heavenly emperor in such a state, even those loyal to him were engulfed in terror. This was a stark contrast to the ruler they had once revered. Qi Jiguang pursued him relentlessly, launching attacks in earnest. Unfortunately, no matter how he wielded his abilities, he could not inflict any substantial harm upon the shadowy manifestation of the heavenly emperor. The losses suffered by the forces of the Great Xia Dynasty under the corrosive influence of the heavenly emperor's shadow were mounting. At this juncture, the heavenly emperor had arrived at a ruined palace. Within the desolate remnants of that palace, 3 late-stage monarchs of the heavenly dynasty found themselves grievously wounded. Trapped within its confines, they had been nearly incapacitated by Dian Wei's singular might, rendered powerless to resist. What is the situation with Su Feng? That ominous aura is undoubtedly foreboding. How has he become enshrouded in such strangeness? The 3 late-stage monarchs wore grave expressions. Suddenly, the murky shadow conjured by the heavenly emperor lunged forward, swiftly arriving at the location of the 3 monarchs. Su Fengyu, one of the late-stage monarchs, gazed with a complex expression. The shadow took on the form of the heavenly emperor, who smiled at the 3 elders, then remarked, "Rest assured, my esteemed ancestors, I am compelled to act thus. However, in due time, I shall avenge you." On that day, the Emperor of Chu's visage dissolved, transforming into a nebulous shadow as he surged forth towards the 3 ancestors of the imperial court at the pinnacle of the kingly realm. An ominous foreboding washed over the 3 venerable beings as they sensed the impending doom. Yet, how could they evade fate while burdened by grievous wounds? In an instant, the 3 ominous auras enveloped them, and moments later, their struggles ceased, resulting in 3 lifeless remnants. Such was the fate of 3 beings of the kingly realm. Extinguished so effortlessly, this individual had completely lost his sanity, showing no mercy even to his own ancestors. Generals Qi Jiguang, Dian Wei, and others from the Great Xia observed this grim spectacle, momentarily overlooking the brutality of their adversary's methods. There was something amiss. He must be stopped post-haste. Dian Wei suddenly voiced his concern. Qi Jiguang, keenly attuned to the situation, recognized the urgency. As the Emperor of Chu corrupted the essence of life, particularly that of the 3 late-stage ancestors, his own aura surged to unprecedented heights. Delay would spell disaster. Let us strike together. Qi Jiguang and Dian Wei moved in unison, launching themselves toward the nebulous shadow that had manifested as the Emperor of Chu. Attack! They unleashed their formidable techniques simultaneously. The shadow halted, revealing the Emperor's true form, who regarded the incoming assaults with disdain. With a flick of his wrists, 2 streams of murky black energy shattered their attacks entirely. Perish! The Emperor of Chu sneered, coalescing the black energy into a colossal hand that descended upon Qi Jiguang and Dian Wei. The sheer power of this individual had escalated dramatically. Previously at the 4th tier of the kingly realm, the essence of his current strike was unmistakably on par with the 9th tier. Qi Jiguang wielded his spirit-forged blade, cleaving towards the descending hand. Break! Dian Wei also brandished his twin halberds, embodying an invincible stance as he cleaved through the immense hand. Boom! The giant hand erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, the terrifying residual force forcing both men to stagger back. Kill! Steadying themselves, Dian Wei and Qi Jiguang surged forth once more to assault the Emperor of Chu. Aware of each other's intentions, they could not allow him to grow stronger. Simultaneously, witnessing this fierce confrontation, The once clashing armies of the Great Xia and the Emperor of Chu halted their battles. All eyes drawn to the tumultuous battlefield where the three warriors clashed with increasing ferocity. Notably, Dian Wei, a peak 8th-tier being of the kingly realm, showcased extraordinary prowess. In his full might, he stood invincible within the kingly realm. Their combined efforts sent shockwaves through the void. And the once majestic palace of the Emperor of Chu lay in ruins after the fierce skirmish. Exhilarating. In the heat of battle, Dian Wei grew increasingly formidable, while Qi Jiguang gradually transitioned to a supportive role. Although the Emperor of Chu had significantly enhanced his strength that day, he found himself struggling against the relentless onslaught of Dian Wei, the detestable adversary. During the skirmish, the Emperor's once sharp edge had dulled considerably, evidently suffering from prolonged exertion that had depleted his spiritual energy. Observing his surroundings, the Emperor identified a densely populated area and summoned a wave of malevolent energy, enveloping it with a sinister aura. The situation was dire. Retreat swiftly, witnessing the Emperor's nefarious tactics. The creatures present made a hasty exit as soon as he initiated his assault. Only those who were slow to react bore the brunt of his dark energy, becoming unfortunate victims. In a mere moment, a dozen lifeless husks lay scattered on the ground, their vitality extinguished, having absorbed some of the essences from the fallen. The Emperor's previously waning malevolent energy showed a slight resurgence. However, the energy harvested was primarily from ordinary warriors, lacking significant strength, thus offering little in the way of replenishing his own power. Meanwhile, Dian Wei and Qi Jiguang continued their relentless pursuit. With a mighty slash, Dian Wei's dual halberd struck down upon the Emperor, whose malevolent energy waned further under such overwhelming force. In the clash, Dian Wei proved to be the more dominant warrior, forcing the Emperor to retreat gradually. As he scanned the vicinity, it was evident that he sought new targets to replenish his strength. The remaining forces withdrew to a safer distance, and even the formidable warriors of the Emperor's army were gripped by fear. Faced with their sovereign's wicked machinations, none were willing to risk their lives. As he saw that the area was devoid of potential prey, the Emperor cast his gaze further afield, cautiously eyeing Dian Wei and Qi Jiguang before making a dash for the distance. His speed was remarkable. However, at that moment, a barrier materialized, ensnaring the Emperor within its confines. Boom! Just as he intended to flee, his movements were thwarted, and he found himself trapped by the barrier. Simultaneously, Qi Jiguang and Dian Wei were also caught within its grasp. Boom! 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 The Emperor attempted to shatter the barrier to escape, but alas, it was exceedingly robust. Though his power inflicted some damage, breaching it instantaneously was clearly beyond his capabilities. It seemed he would have to remain within its confines for the time being. Guojia observed the Emperor trapped within the barrier, knowing it was a trap meticulously set by his adversaries. Relying on the power acquired from devouring the three late-stage ancestors of the Tianchu Empire at the onset, it would indeed be exceedingly challenging for Guojia to confine him solely with the barrier he conjured. However, in the present moment, under the united onslaught of the generals Dian Wei and Qi Jiguang, the opponent's strength had been severely depleted and could not be replenished, making the barrier sufficient to restrain him for a certain duration. The countenance of the Tianchu Emperor grew increasingly grim, filled with an insatiable desire to break free and tear Guojia asunder. Yet, in such dire circumstances, he found himself devoid of alternatives. The two generals continued their relentless assault from within the barrier. With no choice but to remain vigilant, the Tianchu Emperor was compelled to engage in a fierce battle. However, the outcome of the confrontation was already glaringly evident, with the Emperor's defeat becoming an unavoidable fate. Dian Wei swung his dual halberds downwards with ferocity. Caught off guard, the Tianchu Emperor was sent flying by the force of strike. Qi Jiguang followed suit, brandishing his long knife and similarly advancing to strike. The two generals did not need to make direct contact. Their weapons unleashed a relentless barrage against the Emperor. The sovereign of an empire, practicing such heinous dark arts, was truly beyond redemption. Faced with such a threat, there could be no mercy shown. Should he manage to escape, he would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to the entire Great Xia in the future. This is all you're doing, forcing this emperor into a corner. My empire has been destroyed, and you shall accompany it to the grave. The Tianchu Emperor glared fiercely at Qi Jiguang and Dian Wei, his aura suddenly surging with a dreadful intensity. This is bad. He intends to self-destruct. Qi Jiguang sensed the impending danger. Dianwei, noticing the situation, instantly grew alert and prepared for the worst. Although they feared not the Tianshu emperor, the surge in his power, coupled with his mastery of malevolent sorcery, rendered the potential consequences of self-detonation unimaginable. Quickly, Guojia urged from beyond the barrier, invoking its power to swiftly relocate Dianwei and Qi Jiguang out of its confines. Simultaneously, he employed various mystical techniques to reinforce the barrier. In that fleeting moment, boom, the body of the Tianshu emperor erupted within the barrier, unleashing a terrifying force that shattered the very fabric of the barrier itself. At this instant, Qi Jiguang and Dianwei simultaneously unleashed their powers to shield themselves and the forces of the Great Xia. As for the personnel from the Tianshu Empire, they could only hope for their own survival. After a brief interval, the cataclysmic energy released by the self-detonation of the Tianshu Emperor gradually dissipated. The entire Tianshu Imperial Palace, having endured such devastation, lay in ruins. This individual was indeed merciless. Guojia and his companions surveyed the surrounding devastation, compelled to admire the ruthless nature of the Tianshu Emperor. After such an ordeal, the grand legacy of the Xianxia dynasty had essentially been rendered obsolete. Suddenly, from a shattered barrier, a dense, ominous aura re-emerged. No! Dianwei dashed forward, only to witness a murky black mass vanish into the distance in an instant. Simultaneously, a chilling voice echoed, proclaiming, "Dare to disrupt my plans? When I return, you shall wish for death." Chapter 100. A general sufficient to suppress a dynasty. Dianwei yearned to pursue, yet found himself bereft of opportunity. Apart from the cold, resolute voice, there was no trace of the foe to pursue. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to allow the enemy to escape. They were a step too late. Frustration welled within Dianwei as he helplessly watched the adversary flee right before his eyes. There was nothing left to do but report this matter to His Majesty. Qi Jiguang approached Dianwei. Despite the demise of the Tianshu emperor, the dark hand that had clung to him had not been successfully thwarted, posing a significant threat to the entire Xia dynasty. This oversight weighed heavily upon them. For now, they would address the affairs of the Tianshu dynasty first. Qi Jiguang and his compatriots redirected their focus to the Tianshu dynasty. Having endured such a calamity, the once mighty Tianshu dynasty was now virtually defunct. Qi Jiguang stood poised in the sky, his gaze sweeping over the ruins below, where remnants of the Tianshu forces still lingered. To those who resisted, there would be no mercy. With a powerful shout, Qi Jiguang's voice rang out, causing the surviving strongmen of the Tianshu dynasty to exchange glances. How could they possibly fight? Both the emperor and the three esteemed patriarchs of the dynasty had been vanquished. The vast empire now appeared devoid of any strength to contend with Xia. A noble of the Tianshu dynasty fell to his knees, addressing Qi Jiguang and the others. "I, Zhang Yun, Duke of the Tianshu dynasty, surrender. Yi Yinkun, Lord of Linchuan, surrender. I, Yang Huaibua, Lord of Yinyan, surrender." In that moment, every surviving strongman of the Tianshu dynasty proclaimed their capitulation. The fall of the Tianshu dynasty was now inevitable, with its noble lineage openly expressing their surrender. In the Xia Imperial Palace, Xiao Ling occupied the Grand Hall. Having heard Qi Jiguang recount the events of the battle at the Imperial Palace of the Tianshu dynasty, although this battle has already secured the conquest of the Tianshu Empire, the malevolent presence cannot be disregarded. It possesses the ability to grant the Emperor of Tianshu the formidable strength of a pinnacle 9th grade in the royal realm instantaneously. 20 years ago, when the Tianshu Empire invaded, he had engaged in combat with them. At that time, the adversary was merely at the 2nd grade of the royal realm. Even if their strength has since increased, it could only amount to the mid-tier of the royal realm at best. The sudden and terrifying escalation of their spiritual prowess is undoubtedly an extraordinary means. Alas, after a moment of contemplation, he chose not to dwell further on it. He issued orders for his subordinates to maintain vigilant surveillance. Additionally, he swiftly mobilized personnel from the Great Xia to the Tianshu Empire, aiming to seize control of it with utmost speed. The unknown entity had evidently suffered significant losses this time, and they would surely refrain from causing further disturbances in the Great Xia for the time being. However, with the Tianshu Empire already under siege, it was imperative to take swift action to secure it. Otherwise, as time passed, other imperial forces might notice and intervene. Once the Tianshu Empire is engulfed, Its immense fortune and territory would be sufficient to elevate the Great Xia Dynasty to the level of an empire. In the Tianshu Empire, Dianwei commanded a million-strong army from the western front of the Great Xia. Though the numbers were not vast, in the face of absolute military might, the remaining forces of the Tianshu Empire dared not stir. A single general is enough to suppress an entire dynasty. Meanwhile, news of the fall of the Tianshu Empire spread rapidly. After experiencing the catastrophic clash of the two dynasties 20 years ago, which culminated in the defeat of the Tianshu Empire, surrounding imperial forces had been particularly attentive to the Great Xia. No one expected that after a complete closure of 20 years, the Great Xia Dynasty would emerge with such a monumental upheaval. After 2 decades of silence, it was astonishing to witness the annihilation of an empire upon re-emergence. While marveling at the might of the Great Xia Dynasty, various imperial entities seized the opportunity, especially those neighboring the Tianshu Empire. They certainly could not allow such a prime opportunity to slip away, and one by one, they began to take action to gain advantages. In the Tianshu Imperial Palace, a thunderous sound erupted. In the tranquil void, a fissure suddenly appeared. Several figures emerged from the rift. Leading them was Xiao Ling, clad in a dragon robe, followed closely by Zhuge Liang, Qi Jiguang, Sun Yu, and other formidable ministers of the Great Xia. I, Dianwei, humbly pay my respects to your majesty. Upon the arrival of Xiao Ling and his entourage, Dianwei was already prepared. I pay my respects to the Emperor of Xia. In the somewhat dilapidated ruins of the imperial palace, over 100 ministers of the Tianshu Empire knelt in reverence. The sovereign of a dynasty is addressed as Huang, while the ruler of an empire is referred to as Di. The ministers of the Tianshu Empire all addressed Xiao Ling as Di, the implication being unmistakably clear. In the present day, although the Great Xia still officially stands as a dynasty, it has inevitably ascended to the status of an empire after devouring the colossal Tianshu Empire. Xiao Ling gazed at the esteemed Dianwei in front of him and smiled. No need for formalities. He then turned his attention to the ministers and formidable figures of the Tianshu Empire below. A new emperor brings forth new ministers. Xiao Ling did not impose any punishment on the former ministers of the Tianshu Empire, recognizing that, in their hearts, they had genuinely pledged their allegiance to him. Given that the Tianshu Empire now existed in name only, he had no reason to make their lives difficult. A notification appeared. Random task released. Absorb the Tianshu Empire. Enhance the fortune and territory of the Great Xia and elevate it from a dynasty to an imperial level. The task reward was an imperial gift package. It was time for the ascension to an empire. Upon hearing the system's task prompt, Xiao Ling understood that the rise to empire was inexorable. The Great Xia Dynasty had reached its limit. The elevation to an imperial status was an unavoidable fate. Xiao Ling cast his gaze upon the ruins of the Tianshu Empire. With a mere thought, a powerful aura of the emperor surged forth from him. A roar echoed through the air. Above the Tianshu Imperial Palace, a golden dragon of fortune surged forth. The Great Xia's fortune, embodied as a golden dragon, traversed the void, descending upon the Tianshu Empire under Xiao Ling's command. With a thunderous roar, the golden dragon of fortune caused the entire territory of the Tianshu Empire to tremble. Streams of imperial fortune converged from all directions, rapidly coalescing into a massive golden dragon, even larger and more formidable than the Great Xia's. The two golden dragons of fortune faced each other, exuding a palpable tension. The dragon representing the Tianshu Empire roared defiantly and charged towards the Great Xia's golden dragon, its immense size and overwhelming presence threatening to overpower it. However, the Great Xia's golden dragon showed no signs of fear. With a fierce shake of its substantial form, nearly 50 zhang in length, it bellowed back. The two golden dragons clashed fiercely in the heavens above, drawing countless gazes from below. The might of an empire could not be rivaled by a mere dynasty. Yet, Xiao Ling, wielding the Xinyuan sword, surged directly towards the celestial expanse, unleashing an overwhelming aura. With this powerful pressure, the golden dragon of fortune representing the Tianshu Empire was momentarily stunned, caught in place under the weight of Xiao Ling's might. After 2 decades of seclusion and rigorous training, Xiao Ling has ascended to the 8th tier of the King's realm. Coupled with the formidable power of the human emperor's sacred body, subduing the auspicious energy of the Tianshu Empire is hardly a daunting task. In an instant, having quelled the auspicious golden dragon of the Tianshu Empire, Xiao Ling brandished his Xianyuan sword once more. With a resounding whoosh, the Xianyuan sword, infused with the potency of the human emperor, cleaved through the air. The golden sword light pierced the colossal form of the Tianchu Empire's auspicious dragon, subsequently shattering it into countless fragments. Seizing this opportune moment, the auspicious dragon of the Xia Empire writhed its body, consuming the remnants of the fragmented imperial energy. With a thunderous roar, the Xia auspicious dragon swelled in size, 50 zhong, 100 zhong, 200 zhong. In mere moments, the dragon surged from its original length of approximately 40 to 50 zhong to over 1,000 zhong. A typical imperial force boasts a dragon of auspicious energy that spans over 1,000 zhong. Now, the Xia auspicious dragon has expanded beyond this measure, evidently embodying the majestic aura befitting an empire. Alongside the increase in size, the dragon's horns atop its head grew more robust, evolving from a youthful appearance to one of formidable authority. Roaring in triumph after devouring the Tianchu Empire's auspicious energy, the Xia auspicious dragon soared through the skies, its lengthy body twisting and turning as it approached Xiao Ling, circling majestically before him. From the auspicious dragon emanated a radiant golden light, which not only bathed the Xia territories, but also spread across the vast lands of the Tianchu Empire. With the obliteration of Tianchu, its auspicious energy now wholly consumed, the expansive territory of the fallen empire naturally became part of the Xia lands, showering blessings upon them with the dragon's ascension. At this moment, as the sovereign of Xia, Xiao Ling could palpably perceive the transformation of the empire's fortune. In this fleeting instant, his awareness transcended the boundaries of Xia, encompassing the domains of the Tianchu Empire as well. Boom! All citizens of Xia were bestowed with the blessings of the auspicious dragon. This immense fortune was far superior to the previous assimilation of the energies of the 8 neighboring empires. In a brief span, countless warriors experienced successive breakthroughs, achieving realms far beyond their former capabilities. Hovering above the imperial palace, Xiao Ling, as the ruler of Xia, reaped the greatest benefits from this profound fortune. His original 8th tier of the King's realm was instantaneously shattered, propelling him directly to the 9th tier. However, this is not the end. After ascending to the pinnacle of the 9th rank within the King's realm, in merely the blink of an eye, Xiao Ling's power experienced yet another remarkable enhancement. Boom! A force emanating from him, far more formidable than that of the King's realm, surged forth. He had now transcended to the Emperor's realm. In this moment, Xiao Ling had elevated from the previous King's realm to the existence of the Emperor's realm. First rank of the Emperor's realm. Second rank of the Emperor's realm. Third rank of the Emperor's realm. Within this brief span, thanks to the auspicious fortune of the Great Xia, Xiao Ling ascended nearly 5 ranks consecutively. This leap included a substantial transition from the King's realm to the Emperor's realm. Rumble. At the same time as Xiao Ling's elevation, the formidable beings under the banner of the Great Xia experienced similar advancements. Having undergone a 2-decade-long seclusion, the elite powers of the Great Xia had all ascended to the late stages of the King's realm. With the added boon of fortune, several top-tier warriors also rose to the Emperor's realm. The remaining powers within the King's realm and the Marquis realm were numerous beyond count. In a mere moment, the overall strength of the Great Xia had undergone a qualitative transformation compared to before. Our Great Xia, as Emperor announces to the world, the Great Xia Dynasty ascends to an empire, henceforth known as the Great Xia Empire. The lands of the former Tianchu are entirely under our Great Xia's dominion. Any who dare to trespass shall be met with no mercy. As this proclamation reverberated across the realm, it reached the ears of all within the Great Xia territory. The Great Xia Empire, in such a short time, emerged following the fall of Tianchu. The potential of the Great Xia is truly formidable. Countless forces had only just received news of the Great Xia's annihilation of the Tianchu Imperial Palace, and now they were met with the swift establishment of the Great Xia Empire. The shockwaves were relentless. We bow before the Emperor. Below, the ministers and generals of the Great Xia all bowed deeply before Xiao Ling, their excitement palpable. However, while the Great Xia ascended to imperial status, the borders of the former Tianchu Empire were not as tranquil as one might imagine. Zhao Yun at your service, clad in silver armor and wielding a long spear. Zhao Yun appeared before Xiao Ling, prepared to venture to the borders of the Great Xia and teach a lesson to those who dare to infringe upon its territory. Although the Tianchu Empire had fallen, some obstinate individuals still sought to challenge the might of the Great Xia. I shall obey your command. Zhao Yun bowed and swiftly vanished from sight. To the west of the former Tianchu Empire, a battalion clad in black armor, led by a formidable warrior of the Marquis realm, was besieging a city. The army advanced like a tidal wave, unstoppable by any opposition. Seizing the opportunity presented by the turmoil in Tianchu, this noble lord is certain to plunder vast expanses of Tianchu territory, thereby achieving a significant triumph. The troops advancing towards the border city of the Tianchu Empire exhibit an undeniable fervor. The individual commanding them is a distinguished general of the Yufeng Empire, stationed at the frontier. Upon learning of the unrest in Tianchu, he swiftly recognized the opportunity and led his forces to invade Tianchu lands. Chapter 102. Invaders, no mercy. Commander. Although the Tianchu Empire currently appears unthreatened, the Daxia Empire looms before us. Will they permit our indiscriminate encroachment upon Tianchu territory? Inquired a vigilant general at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the boundary-cutting realm. Not long ago, the conflict within the imperial palace of the Tianchu Empire had already become common knowledge among numerous surrounding imperial powers. Some of these powers have begun to take action, while others remain in a state of observation. After all, despite the Tianchu Empire's diminished stature, the Daxia Empire is currently riding a wave of morale. It is inevitable that these empires, when they choose to act, may inadvertently encroach upon the interests of Daxia. Daxia, merely an inconsequential imperial force. The general scoffed dismissively upon receiving his subordinates' report. Even if they possess strength comparable to an empire, after engaging in battle with the Tianchu Empire, their losses will be substantial. Our army is merely seizing a portion of Tianchu territory. As long as we do not overreach, Daxia will certainly refrain from provoking us. Moreover, the quiet encroachment upon Tianchu territory is not solely the endeavor of our Yufeng Empire. Numerous other empires are involved as well. With so many empires united, the opposing forces must tread carefully. Listening to their commander's sentiments, the generals of the Yuyuan Empire felt a sense of agreement. Surely, the Daxia Empire would not be so foolish as to confront them. They have a firm grip. For them, Daxia is undoubtedly under precise control. Indeed, many imperial powers would welcome an opportunity for Daxia to provoke trouble. As a burgeoning imperial force, their ability to penetrate the heart of the Tianchu Empire and suppress its emperor alongside the 3 venerable ancestral kings of the empire demonstrates significant potential. Should the right opportunity arise, these empires would undoubtedly unite to extinguish this threat entirely. The mere act of devouring a segment of the Tianchu Empire, while eradicating the potential menace of Daxia, seems to present no drawbacks. At that moment, boom, a terrifying assault suddenly descended. The Yuyuan army, which had infiltrated the former border city of the Tianchu Empire, saw nearly 1,000 of its troops obliterated before they could even react. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Everyone, be cautious! Came the urgent cries, echoing through the chaos. As the formidable forces of the Yufeng Empire regained their composure, they surveyed their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Could it be that there were still hidden powerhouses of the Tianchu Empire lurking nearby? The commander of the Yufeng Empire's Marquis-level troops scanned the area. Curiosity etched upon his features. Meanwhile, amidst the wariness of the Yufeng warriors, a figure swiftly materialized on the battlefield not far away. Who dares trespass upon the territory of the Great Xia Empire? A cold and resolute voice resonated from the heavens. En uterli fearsome aura emanated forte, instilling dread among the hundreds of thousands of troops from the Yufeng Empire. What a terrifying presence! The commander of the Yufeng Empire's Marquis-level troops appeared visibly shaken. He sensed an overwhelming helplessness from the newcomer, realizing that the strength of this individual was far beyond his own capacity to confront. Yet, the thought of the Yufeng Empire's might behind him quelled much of his trepidation. "Who are you?" he inquired, directing his gaze toward Zhao Yun. Regardless of the strength one possessed, the Great Xia Empire would not dare to act against the Yufeng Empire unless prepared to confront them directly. The Great Xia Empire. Zhao Yun. The newcomer was none other than Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun. The name elicited no recognition from the commander of the Yufeng Empire. The commander looked at Zhao Yun, his demeanor calm and unhurried, declaring, "I, acting on the orders of the great emperor of Yufeng, have come to reclaim a portion of the Tianchu Empire's territory. I wonder why General Zhao has suddenly chosen to attack my Yufeng forces. What is your intention? Arrogant. It was clear that the Yufeng Empire had initiated hostilities without provocation. Yet they now questioned the motives of the Great Xia. What is your intention? Zhao Yun's expression darkened considerably upon hearing the inquiry. By the decree of His Majesty, you are to retreat beyond the borders of the Great Xia Empire. Otherwise, there shall be no mercy. Zhao Yun's imposing presence was undeniable. However, upon hearing these words, the Yufeng Empire showed no signs of fear. The commander of the Yufeng Empire's marquee-level troops swiftly replied, "Impossible. The territory we have claimed by strength cannot simply be relinquished to the Great Xia." Representing the Yufeng Empire, he was resolute. There would be no concessions. If they were to cede the lands they had seized from the former Tianchu Empire merely due to Zhao's words, it would suggest to all factions that the Yufeng Empire feared their adversary. With a frigid countenance, Zhao Yun wasted no time, launching a direct attack on the commander of the Yufeng Empire with a single shot. The Yufeng commander was utterly unprepared for Zhao Yun's abrupt and decisive action. Zhao Yun was a formidable presence at the king level. He was not someone a mere marquee-level commander could withstand. Boom! In an instant, that single shot transformed the commander into a cloud of blood mist. The soldiers of the Ghost Wind Empire stood in stunned silence. Moments later, chaos erupted on the battlefield. The commander had fallen? The remaining leaders of the Ghost Wind Empire, all at the realm of boundary severing, wore grave expressions. Their chief was a figure of the Marquis realm. His demise occurred without a trace of resistance. How could they continue fighting? We must flee. The forces of the Great Xia are far too formidable for us to contend with. Retreat at once. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of soldiers from the Ghost Wind Empire hastily retreated beyond the borders of the former Tianchu Empire. High above in the heavens, Zhao Yun observed the fleeing troops of the Ghost Wind Empire without pursuing them further. As long as they withdrew, witnessing the might of the Great Xia Empire would suffice. There was no need to eradicate them completely. Simultaneously, not only Zhao Yun, but also other imperial forces neighboring the Tianchu Empire were seizing this opportunity to encroach upon its territory. However, despite their ambitious aspirations, these thoughts were ultimately nothing more than wishful thinking. The Great Xia's formidable champions appeared at the borders of the former Tianchu Empire. Anyone daring to step foot into their lands would be met with merciless execution. In an instant, the invaders from neighboring empires suffered countless casualties. With Xiao Ling as command, the Great Xia forces firmly established their presence, deterring the imperial factions from daring to encroach further. In the ensuing brief period, legions of powerful warriors were dispatched to solidify control over the territories of the former Tianchu Empire. However, as the Great Xia asserted dominance over these lands, it incited immense fury among the surrounding imperial forces. The audacity of the Great Xia was utterly detestable. How brazen they had become. The vast territories of the Tianchu Empire, of which we only occupy a mere fraction, were now under the tyrannical grip of our adversaries. They acted without justification, mercilessly slaughtering our warriors. Their barbarity was beyond comprehension. We cannot allow them to continue their rampage. Do they truly believe our imperial factions to be easy prey? In this brief span of time, the various imperial forces engaged in discussion. The newly ascendant Great Xia Empire had barely reached the status of an empire, yet had already displayed such formidable prowess. If this continued, how arrogant would they become in the future? Arrogance aside, the Great Xia indeed possessed the capital for such hubris. Reports from the defeated forces of the neighboring empires revealed that the champions of the Great Xia could effortlessly suppress figures of the Marquis realm, embodying the strength of the King realm. The ascension of the Great Xia Dynasty has been fleeting, yet the existence of this royal realm has already manifested itself in various forms, compelling the myriad imperial powers to respond with caution. However, Xiao Ling remains utterly indifferent to the thoughts of these imperial factions. In the Great Xia Imperial Palace, a notification resonates. Congratulations, host. You have successfully established the Great Xia Dynasty. Followed by reward, Imperial Dynasty Gift Pack. At long last, the rewards have been credited. Hearing the system's prompt, Xiao Ling is overwhelmed with excitement. Only when the Great Xia army has fully seized control of the territories once belonging to the Tianchu dynasty does he deem the system's task accomplished. Would you like to use the Imperial Dynasty Gift Pack? The system inquires. Without hesitation, Xiao Ling responds affirmatively. His previous ascension to the throne had bestowed upon him a substantial reward from the Ascension Gift Pack. and he anticipates that this Imperial Dynasty gift pack will surely surpass it in richness. Congratulations, host! You have received the following rewards. The 9 tripod cauldrons of Dayu. Congratulations, host! You have received 5 Legion summoning cards. Congratulations, host! You have received 10 character summoning cards. Congratulations, host! You have received 5 third-rank golden pills. Congratulations, host! You have received 10 second-rank golden pills. Congratulations, host! You have received 50 first-rank golden pills. As he surveys the rewards extracted from the Imperial Dynasty gift pack, Xiao Ling cannot contain his exhilaration. What a thrill! Although the Great Xia has ascended to a formidable imperial force, it still lacks somewhat incomprehensive strength compared to other top-tier dynasties. However, the abundance of Legion and character summoning cards he now possesses far exceeds that of his previous commanders, coupled with the summoning opportunities gained from defeating the Xianxia Dynasty's forces. He now holds a total of 6 Legion summoning cards and 13 character summoning cards. With such ample summoning opportunities, he need not worry about a lack of troops in the near future. Moreover, the recent acquisition of Golden Pill rewards will significantly bolster the strength of his Great Xia forces. Lastly, Xiao Ling's gaze falls upon the 9 tripod cauldrons of Dayu. As a descendant of the Huaxiao lineage, though he has never laid eyes upon these cauldrons, he is well versed in their legendary significance. It is said that the monarch Dayu divided the realm into 9 provinces, each represented by a cauldron inscribed with the mountains, rivers, and treasures of its respective region. These cauldrons are not merely ornamental. They symbolize royal power and suppress the fortunes of the 9 provinces. However, throughout the annals of history, the 9 cauldrons have gradually been lost, never to reappear in the world. They remain, undoubtedly, a manifestation of legend. As Xiao Lingmu meticulously scanned the Dayu 9 tripods, all relevant information became vividly apparent before his eyes. Name, Dayu 9 tripods. Rank, Emperor grade. Type, defensive. Description, a national treasure that can be stationed within the territories of a power, intricately merging with mountains and vegetation, thereby suppressing the fortunes of the forces and safeguarding the vast landscapes. Emperor grade. The information regarding the Dayu 9 tripods undoubtedly signaled a significant gain. Although the Dayu 9 tripods lacked the sharpness of the Xianyuan sword, a weapon of the human emperor, it nonetheless belonged to the pinnacle of defensive treasures. If the territory of the Great Xia were to be protected by the Dayu 9 tripods, its safety would be immensely assured. Xiao Ling's heart stirred. The Dayu 9 tripods, previously stored within the system space, swiftly soared into existence. Initially, the tripods were merely palm-sized, resembling closely the form he had envisioned. Crafted from bronze, exquisite patterns and engravings adorned their surfaces. Upon being summoned into the world by Xiao Ling, the Dayu 9 tripods began to hover gracefully around him. Go! With a gentle wave of his hand, Xiao Ling commanded the Dayu 9 tripods. Instantly, they ascended, soaring towards the imperial palace of the Great Xia Dynasty. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding noise, the inhabitants of the Great Xia Dynasty could distinctly perceive the occurrence. Look, something is amiss. A strong individual from the Great Xia sensed the anomaly and gazed towards the heavens, only to behold 9 colossal bronze tripods drifting in the sky. Such grand bronze vessels, 9 in total, exuded an aura that was anything but ordinary. It is His Majesty. These 9 bronze tripods could only have been summoned by him. The subjects marveled at their sovereign's astonishing capabilities, realizing that such feats were now commonplace due to their growing understanding. Within the imperial palace, Xiao Ling observed the Dayu 9 tripods floating majestically above. As soon as they manifested, they began to absorb and integrate the fortunes of the Great Xia. Gradually, intricate markings emerged on the bronze tripods as they assimilated this power. Seeing that the time was ripe, Xiao Ling ascended into the sky. Protect the Great Xia's territory. Safeguard my people and my realm. With a commanding shout, the Dayu 9 tripods dispersed from the heavens. One of the colossal tripods remained stationary, descending from above to penetrate all barriers, establishing dominance over the imperial palace of the Great Xia. Chapter 104. Frenzied Summoning, a Surge in Power. The remaining 8 bronze cauldrons soared from all corners of the Great Xia territory. Rather than plummeting to the ground, the bronze cauldrons suspended themselves high above the heavens. Beneath these magnificent vessels, countless ethereal images of mountains and trees emerged, ultimately merging with the bronze cauldrons that floated in the celestial expanse. Once devoid of form, The bronze cauldrons were now adorned with an abundance of intricate mountain and river engravings, embodying the essence of the Great Xia landscape, thus providing protection and guardianship. With a resounding roar, the bronze cauldrons awaited the opportune moment before descending with great force. In an instant, an ethereal aura enveloped the outskirts of the Great Xia Empire, all converging towards the imperial palace at its center. Following the completion of the 9 cauldrons of the Yu, Xiao Ling could distinctly sense an enhanced grip over the Great Xia Empire. Moreover, with the presence of the 9 cauldrons, his perception extended beyond mere awareness of the territory. He could also utilize the cauldrons for defense and suppression. Even in the face of a 1,000-strong army invading the Great Xia Empire, within a certain range of power, there was no need to dispatch formidable forces. Merely activating the power of the cauldrons would suffice to keep them at bay. The integration of the 9 cauldrons undoubtedly bolstered the empire's defensive capabilities, ensuring its fortification. Thus, the Great Xia Empire was destined to be as solid as a fortress. Xiao Ling felt a weight lift from his heart. At this point, everything in the Great Xia had fallen into a proper rhythm. Next, he intended to exhaust the remaining summoning opportunities at his disposal. He currently possessed a 3rd-tier strength within the Emperor's Ascendancy realm. Unless he summoned figures akin to Zhang Jujing or Sun Yu, who leaned towards scholarly pursuits, any summoned martial generals would undoubtedly be of the Emperor's Ascendancy realm, or even perhaps the Celestial Sovereign realm. The Celestial Sovereign. Such beings seemed almost beyond imagination at this moment. The Tianchu Empire, with a legacy exceeding 10,000 years, boasted only 3 late-stage Emperor-level ancestors at its zenith, and there have been no whispers of any celestial sovereigns. The existence of such formidable celestial sovereigns remained an enigma for forces of imperial caliber. System, commence character summoning. Detected that the host possesses numerous summoning opportunities. Would you like to initiate continuous summoning? Continuous summoning activated. This will consume the corresponding amount and has a certain probability of summoning combinations of historical dignitaries and generals, such as the 5 Tiger Generals or the 28 Generals of Yuntai. Historical dignitary and general combinations? This notion was a novel concept for Xiao Ling. However, based on the system's explanation, he was naturally well informed about it. Throughout the annals of Chinese history, the presence of extraordinary figures has been indispensable, regardless of the era. The inherent capabilities of these individuals are indeed remarkable, and when united, their collective strength becomes all the more formidable. Thus, the invocation of a continuous summoning is initiated. Given the existence of this continuous summoning feature, there is no necessity to opt for the less efficient singular summoning. Initiating continuous summoning. Congratulations, host. Summoning successful. You have obtained Jia Yi. Successfully triggered the eminent minister combination, Feng Mao and Du Duan. Congratulations, host. Summoning successful. You have obtained Du Ruhui. Congratulations, host. Summoning successful. You have obtained Feng Xianling. Xiao Ling promptly ceased the summoning. It has been triggered, initially intending merely to experiment. He did not anticipate that he would successfully summon an eminent minister combination on his 2nd attempt. Feng Mao and Du Duan. Xiao Ling possessed a certain understanding of Feng Xianling and Du Ruhui. Both were renowned strategists from the Tang Dynasty, although they may not be particularly formidable in martial prowess. They were exceptional statesmen adept in governance. With the Great Xia having ascended to the imperial level, the need for capable statesmen is paramount. Otherwise, the vast expanse of the empire would be difficult to govern effectively. Similarly, Xiao Ling discerned a drawback in the continuous summoning mechanism, namely the compulsion following the summoning of a combination. Should he summon historical figures of great renown, he would inevitably expend a considerable number of summoning attempts. For instance, at this moment, he required powerful beings of imperial caliber, while his need for civil advisors was not immediate. However, this was merely a fleeting thought. Weighing the pros and cons, it was not a significant concern. After all, if fortune favored him, he could summon a top-tier combination of formidable generals, akin to the 5 Tiger Generals, which would yield immense rewards. System, commence continuous summoning. Xiao Ling continued, believing that his misfortune would not persist indefinitely, leading him to summon only civil advisors. Congratulations, host. Summoning successful. You have obtained Xie Xian. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the eminent minister combination, the 3 Yangs of the Ming Dynasty. Congratulations, host. Summoning successful. You have obtained Yang Shiqi. Congratulations, host. Summoning successful. You have obtained Yang Rong. Congratulations, host. Summoning successful. You have obtained Yang Fu. Yet again, another eminent minister combination. Although the abilities of these figures were commendable, as they were among the finest statesmen in Chinese history, Xiao Ling still hoped to summon powerful warriors instead. Having utilized 7 out of the original 13 summoning opportunities in such a short span, only 6 remained. After some contemplation, Xiao Ling resolutely chose to continue. Congratulations, host, on a successful summoning. Hua Xiubing. Champion Hua Xiubing. At last, I have secured a formidable general for myself. There can be no doubt regarding Hua Xiubing's prowess. Congratulations, host, on a successful summoning. Kong Rong. Congratulations, host, for triggering the legendary general combination. The 5 Tiger Generals. What? Xiao Ling was suddenly taken aback. In the next moment, congratulations, host, on a successful summoning. Guan Yu. Congratulations, host, on a successful summoning. Zhang Fei. Congratulations, host, on a successful summoning. Initially, after summoning Hua Xiubing, Xiao Ling felt already quite powerful. Yet, unexpectedly, at this final moment, he received such a tremendous surprise. The 5 Tiger Generals. Their formidable combat prowess is undoubtedly unquestionable. Previously, he already commanded the fierce General Zhao Yun, and now, with the last 4 summoning opportunities, he seamlessly summoned the remaining 4 tigers. Given his current 3rd-tier strength in the Sovereign Realm, the 4 remaining members of the 5 Tiger Generals are undoubtedly of the same caliber. With Hua Xiubing added to the mix, it amounts to a solid assembly of 5 sovereign-level entities. Chapter 105. Here, they're only brothers, not rulers and subjects. Henceforth, all 13 summoning opportunities have been exhausted, and the time has come for the final Legion summoning card. Upon ascending to the Imperial level, one can only wonder how the Legion summoning card will transform. System. Utilize the Legion summoning card. Congratulations, host, on a successful summoning. 200,000 Han Cavalry. 200,000 Han Cavalry? A full 200,000. Far superior to an ordinary Imperial army. Continue using the Legion summoning card. Congratulations, host, on a successful summoning. 200,000 Wei soldiers. Another elite army. The strength of the Wei soldiers is beyond question, as evidenced by their numerous achievements throughout the spring and autumn and warring states periods. Continue using the Legion summoning card. Congratulations, host, on a successful summoning. 100,000 assault troopers. Xiao Ling utilized 6 Legion summoning cards in one go. The army summoned are all top-tier forces from various eras of Chinese history. The Great Xia now boasts over 1 million troops. Although, relative to the scale of an imperial power, this million-strong army may seem insignificant. However, no matter how numerous, if they lack quality, they are of little use. After ascending to imperial status, the armies summoned from the Legion summoning cards consist solely of soldiers at the lowest level of the condensation realm. Every soldier is of the condensation realm. Such an army possesses extraordinary combat capabilities, and even within the imperial context, they are undeniably among the elite. Xiao Ling summoned his entire army and distributed them among the various military formations of the Great Xia Empire. With these formidable presences, the military strength of the Great Xia Empire was undeniably fearsome. System, deploy all the recruited individuals he commanded. At his behest, 13 figures instantly materialized within the Grand Hall. Standing in silence, awaiting his instructions, Xiao Ling spoke little, instead casting his gaze upon the formidable beings below him. As suspected, figures such as Hua Xiubing and Guan Yu, among the 5 Tiger Generals, were all of the Emperor's realm. Character, Hua Xiubing. Realm, 6th rank of the Emperor's realm. Character, Guan Yu. Realm, 7th rank of the Emperor's realm. Character, Zhang Fei. Realm, 7th rank of the Emperor's realm. With 5 formidable beings of the Emperor's realm, most at the mid to late stages, their combat prowess was unparalleled. While the strength of the top empires remained unknown, for an existence like the Tianshu Empire, merely dispatching one of these individuals would suffice to effortlessly suppress it. In the month that followed, the Great Xia experienced peace and development, with no disturbances reported from surrounding imperial forces. During this time, Xiao Ling dispatched figures like Yu Huatian to swiftly extend the intelligence network of the Great Xia Empire across major imperial forces. The elevation of the Great Xia Empire demanded that all aspects keep pace. Seizing this rare moment of tranquility, Xiao Ling also enjoyed precious moments with his family. Having traversed this alternate world for over a decade, his familial bonds remained strong. Deep within the imperial palace, the entire Xiao family gathered around a table, creating a lively atmosphere. The ancestral figure, Xiao Wuyo, the former emperor of Xia, Xiao Tianwang, the empress, Morong Yen, the entire Xiao royal clan convened together. In a brief period, with the frenzied growth of the Great Xia's power, Xiao Ling spared no expense for his family. With the enhancement of the golden elixir and the fortunes of the Great Xia, the strength of his kin surged rapidly. Both Xiao Wuyo and Xiao Tianwang had ascended to the mid to late stages of the Severing Realm. As for the crown prince Xiao Yuan, the second prince Xiao Fu, and the third prince Xiao Chun, they too had stepped into the initial stages of the Severing Realm. Previously, when the Great Xia was still an empire, the borders required the Xiao royal family to guard and protect them. However, with Xiao Ling ascending to the throne and the Great Xia's might increasing dramatically, top-tier experts now guarded the frontiers, allowing the princes to return to the imperial palace to devote themselves to cultivation or their personal pursuits. Fifth brother, you truly are a worthy offspring of mine. After several rounds of drinks, Xiao Tianhuang approached Xiao Ling, patting him on the shoulder, his face alight with an indescribable excitement. Xiao Ling gazed at Xiao Tianhuang, smiling as he said, "Father, you have faith in me, and I shall not disappoint you." Although he now held the esteemed title of emperor, in the presence of his father, Xiao Tianhuang, he still regarded himself as a mere junior. "You rascal," Xiao Tianhuang chuckled. The Great Xia Dynasty had endured for over a millennium, and while he did not consider himself the most illustrious among the emperors, he was proud to have an exceptional heir. Who would have imagined that in such a brief span, Great Xia would ascend from a dynasty to an imperial power? Indeed, it was astonishing that in his twilight years, he could witness Great Xia flourishing to such strength. A deep voice resonated. It was the venerable ancestor, Xiao Wuyo. Xiao Wuyo, too, wore an expression of astonishment. Not long ago, he faced imminent peril. Yet in this fleeting time, he had remarkably reached the level of the Severing Realm. Presently, Great Xia was not at its zenith, and the ancestor would undoubtedly witness an even more formidable Great Xia in the future. Xiao Ling looked at the elder, Xiao Wuyo, and responded in kind. Over the past century, this elder had borne an immense burden for the Great Xia. With his frail form, he steadfastly held the fort, instilling fear in the neighboring realms. Had it not been for him, the circumstances of Great Xia would undoubtedly have been far more arduous. Excellent, Xiao Wuyo beamed, nodding in agreement. With your words, young one, I have no doubt. I shall eagerly await the day when Great Xia reaches even greater heights. If anyone else had uttered such sentiments, it would have seemed boastful. Yet, before him stood Xiao Ling, an undeniably legendary figure. After a while of conversing with his father, Xiao Tianhuang, and ancestor, Xiao Wuyo, Xiao Ling proceeded to join his brothers. Upon his arrival, Crown Prince Xiao Yuan and the others quickly rose, smiling as they greeted. "We pay our respects to the great emperor." Xiao Ling waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Dear brothers, you flatter me. In this imperial palace, we are but family. There are no subjects here." Hearing these words, Xiao Yuan and the others were visibly touched. The royal family often lacked genuine affection, especially within the confines of the imperial court. In the following moments, if his brothers had any needs, they were encouraged to speak freely. Hearing Xiao Ling's words, they were all profoundly moved. For a considerable time thereafter, the brothers shared a tranquil and jovial atmosphere. After their exchange, Prince Xiao Chun turned his gaze toward Xiao Ling. Chapter 106, Prince Xiao Chen's Pursuit of Love. After a brief silence, Prince Xiao Chun addressed Xiao Ling, saying, "Fifth brother, I am preparing to leave Great Xia to seek experiences beyond our borders." Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent, turning their attention to Prince Xiao Chun. The third brother is preparing to venture out for some experience? Xiao Ling was somewhat taken aback. Given the current circumstances of the Great Xia Empire, there seemed to be no necessity for such an endeavor. After all, as a member of the Xiao royal family, he could bask in the superior fortune of the empire. And with the enhancement of the spirit-gathering array, few forces could rival the ethereal energy of the Great Xia. Moreover, in terms of resources, they were hardly lacking. To my mind, this did not seem like a quest for experience, but rather a pursuit of a romantic interest, perhaps. At this moment, the Prince Jean, Xiao Fu, suddenly spoke up, wearing a mischievous grin as he regarded Xiao Chun, appearing as though he could see through everything. Meanwhile, the eldest brother, King Qi, Xiao Yuan, silently observed the situation, keeping his thoughts to himself. Upon hearing the second brother's words, Xiao Ling became increasingly curious. Seeking an old flame? It seemed that this typically reticent and seemingly indifferent second brother harbored a more tumultuous side within. Noticing Xiao Ling's curiosity, Prince Jin, Xiao Fu, chuckled and remarked, "Little five. Let me tell you, your third brother back then." Before he could finish, the Prince of Chu, Xiao Chun, attempted to intervene, his expression growing exceedingly awkward. "Second brother, we are all family here. Why the need for such embarrassment? Besides, Little Five is now the emperor of the empire. One never knows when he might lend you a hand." With this comment from Prince Jin, Xiao Chun fell silent, refraining from further discourse. Observing this exchange, Xiao Ling noted that when the second brother brought up the topic, the usually aloof third brother, Xiao Chun, displayed a rather telling expression, indicating that there was indeed something significant beneath the surface. Prince Jin, Xiao Fu, continued unabated, laughing as he recounted, "Regarding your third brother, do not be deceived by his typically stoic demeanor. He was once quite warm-hearted towards certain individuals." After a brief narration, some anecdotes about Prince Chu, Xiao Chun, were shared by Prince Jin, with the eldest brother, Xiao Yuan, occasionally chiming in with a comment or two. From the words of his two brothers, Xiao Ling gathered a sense of regret surrounding Xiao Chen's past. Through their accounts, Xiao Ling learned that approximately 40 years ago, the third brother, Xiao Chun, encountered a woman. Due to various circumstances, they spent time together, eventually developing a romantic relationship. After 3 to 5 years, they were on the cusp of discussing marriage when a powerful group intervened. Even the royal ancestor, Xiao Wuyo, appeared to assist, but was ultimately defeated and gravely injured by one of the intruders. In the end, the third brother's beloved was forcibly taken away, and even after 2 or 3 decades had passed, her whereabouts remained unknown. Notably, the ancestral figure, Xiao Wuyo, was at the pinnacle of the 9th rank in the Divine Mansion realm, to effortlessly vanquish the gravely wounded. It is certain that such a being exists beyond the realm of the law manifestation. Had it not been for the severe injury inflicted upon our ancestor, the surrounding imperial forces of the Great Xia would undoubtedly have refrained from reckless actions. My elder brother has endured alone for many years, perhaps due to this very matter. Casting a glance toward my elder brother Xiao Chun, I smiled and inquired, "Elder brother, this vast world of Xiantian is immeasurable. Are you aware of the identity of the other party? In this expansive realm, searching for someone without knowing their identity is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. However, as my elder brother pursues his love, it is my duty as his younger brother to offer my assistance." King Chu Xiao Chun nodded, replying, "I once had a conversation with her, during which she mentioned the Lin Yu sect in the southern domain." The southern domain? That truly is quite a distance away. The Great Xia is situated in the eastern domain, yet the other party has ventured beyond into the outer realms. While the eastern domain and the southern domain are not impossibly far apart, reaching there is certainly no trivial task. After a moment of contemplation, I suggested, "Elder brother, perhaps I should send a few formidable warriors to accompany you to the Lin Yu sect in the eastern domain. Although the other party has already ascended to the realm of severing, their strength is certainly formidable. Nevertheless, the eastern domain is an outer realm teeming with powerful beings. Venturing forth without caution may pose significant risks." My heart was undeniably heavy with concern for him. Upon hearing my words, King Chu Xiao Chun was moved. Yet he shook his head, saying, "There is no need for such grand measures. It is merely a trivial matter. The Great Xia Empire is currently immensely powerful. However, Xiao Chun did not wish to mobilize the empire's forces for something so insignificant. "If you require anything, do not hesitate to express it," I offered. I knew my elder brother's character well. Since he had stated his position, I would refrain from further interference. "Elder brother, please keep this item safe." With a sweeping motion of my hand, I drew forth a fragment of the Great Xia's fortune. Utilizing my capabilities within the sovereign realm, I condensed this force of Great Xia into a single jade token. In a mere moment, it had coalesced into a tangible form. This token, forged from the essence of Great Xia's fortune, possesses sufficient power to shield against attacks from sovereign realm experts. Moreover, should it be shattered, I will be able to sense its destruction. Since Xiao Chun was unwilling to accept my offer of assistance, I could not simply stand by without providing aid. This jade token, born from the essence of Great Xia's fortune, would undoubtedly prove to be of significant assistance to him. "Thank you, fifth brother," Xiao Chun responded, accepting the jade token I had bestowed upon him. Such a valuable item, if used wisely, could offer him considerable support. The Great Xia Imperial Palace. In the Golden Lawn Hall, during the morning court assembly, after a period of silence, The imperial powers surrounding the Great Xia could no longer remain idle. Your Majesty, the Holy Flame Empire has dispatched envoys bearing an invitation, reported Sun Yu, the deputy responsible for military intelligence in the cabinet. It appears that the surrounding imperial powers intend to jointly host a martial arts grand event, to which our Great Xia Empire has also been cordially invited. A martial arts grand event? Quite suddenly, they decide to organize such an affair? Emperor Xiao Ling inquired from his throne. Have these imperial powers ever held such gatherings before? In response to your Majesty's inquiry, I have already initiated an investigation upon receiving this invitation, Sun Yu continued. After extensive inquiries, it has been confirmed that none of these major empires have previously held such events. How peculiar to suddenly convene a martial arts assembly. Is it possibly aimed specifically at our Great Xia? Chapter 107. What conspiracy lies behind the martial arts grand event? The silence of these imperial powers over the past period clearly indicates something amiss. The abrupt announcement of this grand martial event only solidifies the potential issues at hand. Emperor Xiao Ling cast his gaze upon the ministers of Great Xia. What are their thoughts on this matter? With such a plethora of elite strategists within the Great Xia Empire, discerning the motives of the opposing forces should not pose a significant challenge. At that moment, Du Ruhui stepped forward from the ranks. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, there must be some underlying issues associated with this martial arts grand event. However, a definitive conclusion can only be drawn after your Majesty reviews the invitation from the Holy Flame Empire. Du Ruhui, a trusted advisor from the Tang Dynasty during the reign of Emperor Taizong Shimin, was known for his exceptional strategy and cunning. Upon hearing his words, the other civil and military officials within the hall nodded in agreement, expressing their support. From the elevated dragon throne, Emperor Xiao Ling accepted the invitation from the hands of the eunuch. The Holy Flame Empire, currently a prominent force as the Great Xia ascends to imperial status, has been closely monitored by scouts dispatched to gather intelligence on the surrounding imperial powers. Among these, the Holy Flame Empire stands as a paragon of strength, with rumors suggesting that its might is only slightly inferior to the foremost empires of the Eastern Domain. As Emperor Xiao Ling opened the invitation, a radiant light emanated from within, floating in the air. Your Majesty, be cautious. The ministers present instantly adopted vigilant expressions at the sudden appearance of the light from the invitation. Fear not. Emperor Xiao Ling waved his hand. Being of the sovereign realm, his perception was remarkably acute. The moment the light manifested, he sensed its presence and discerned no danger within it. Should any threat arise, he was more than capable of evading it. A radiant light hovered in the air, shimmering briefly before transforming into a formidable figure, its features obscured from view. Shortly thereafter, a line of resplendent golden characters emerged beneath this ethereal display, the Grand Assembly of Emperors. All beings of the Wangfeng realm are summoned to the Holy Flame Empire's Tianguang Mountain for a gathering. These golden letters lingered for several breaths before vanishing entirely. Such a simple proclamation offered no further information. Xiao Ling's expression remained impassive. This empire was undoubtedly incomparable to any ordinary dynasty. Even the invitation itself was extravagantly ornate. What do the ministers think? Having perused the invitation, Xiao Ling's gaze shifted back to the assembly of officials. When compared to the Great Xia Empire, the vast majority of other empires seemed lacking in strength. Nevertheless, one could not dismiss the possibility of formidable forces lurking within this empire, which warranted caution. Your Majesty, I have a report, Sun Yu interjected. Proceed, came the reply. In my humble opinion, this so-called Grand Martial Arts Assembly of the Emperors is likely a test to the strength of our Great Xia Empire. Of course, one cannot rule out the possibility that the various nations genuinely wish to engage in martial exchanges through this assembly. Listening to Guo Jia's analysis, Xiao Ling remained indifferent to the notion of martial exchanges. What kind of exchanges could exist among the powers of this empire? In this ruthless world of martial arts, the competition only intensified among the strongest. The Great Xia Empire had previously vanquished the Tianchu Empire, demonstrating absolute strength that deterred those who might seek to exploit weaknesses among the various imperial forces. The primary goal seemed to be to probe the true strength of the Great Xia. Furthermore, Your Majesty, I have something to report. At that moment, Di Qing, a member of the military ranks, stepped forward. Xiao Ling turned his gaze toward Di Qing, who was typically reticent. It was unexpected for him to voluntarily present his thoughts on the Grand Assembly of Emperors. Your Majesty, according to reports from scouts within the Eastern Army, there have been indications of troop movements in the neighboring Haikuan Empire. Moreover, it appears that other adjacent empires have also shown signs of powerful figures on the move. Di Qing's information, however, did not convey much significance. Given the current display of strength by the Great Xia Empire, it was not surprising that neighboring empires would exercise caution. Your Majesty, the invitation reveals that this martial assembly is extended to those above the Wangfeng realm, noted Zhuge Liang, the Chancellor. Perhaps the various empires seek to draw forth our Great Xia's strong warriors under the guise of this assembly, with ulterior motives to strike. If that is the case, the martial arts conference is undoubtedly rife with conspiracies necessitating caution. The advisors of the Great Xia all held differing opinions. Yet it became evident that the intentions behind this so-called martial arts conference were far from honorable. On the dragon throne, Xiao Ling listened in silence to the discussions among his ministers. However, within a brief span, he had arrived at a resolute decision. Since the invitation had been extended, the Great Xia Empire must certainly partake. Otherwise, it would appear as though the empire cowered in fear. Xiao Ling's gaze swept over the assembled ministers and generals, eventually settling on a specific point. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei. With a decisive command from Xiao Ling, 5 figures emerged from the ranks of martial generals. This subordinate is here. The 5 generals knelt in unison upon the ground. Xiao Ling addressed the 5, saying, "You 5 shall immediately represent me and journey to the Holy Flame Empire to observe this so-called martial arts conference." This subordinate obeys. The 5 generals replied in unison. Indeed, Xiao Ling himself had contemplated attending the conference to ascertain its true nature. However, as the sovereign of the Great Xia, he would not recklessly venture into unknown territory. The 5 tiger generals were all formidable figures of the imperial sovereign realm, and they were far from ordinary in their prowess. Together, they would attend the martial arts conference in the Holy Flame Empire. Given their strength, departing unscathed would pose no challenge. You shall attend this conference and allow the various empires to witness the might of the Great Xia Empire. Furthermore, Xiao Ling rose, his eyes gleaming with a sharp intensity. The military formations of the Great Xia stand at the ready, awaiting my command. Should the other empires harbor any ill intentions toward us, I shall not emerge empty-handed. I will ensure that I receive some interest in return. He would not engage in any venture that would lead to loss. With Xiao Ling's orders dispatched, the entire Great Xia Empire swiftly mobilized. Chapter 108. Arrival at the Martial Arts Conference. Attention from all sides. Holy Flame Empire. Tianguang Mountain. Indeed, one must admit that the Holy Flame Empire is bustling with activity. This empire has stood for nearly 50,000 years in the Eastern Domain, far surpassing the Tianshu Empire in strength. Yet what does that matter? We have come here to stir up a storm. Should any of these imperial powers dare to toy with the Great Xia Empire, they shall not find me merciful. Within the imperial city at the foot of Tianguang Mountain were Guan Yu and the 5 tiger generals. The speed of the imperial sovereign realm experts is astonishing. Even though the Great Xia is a considerable distance from the Holy Flame Empire, they arrived in just a few days. Along the way, they had gathered intelligence regarding the Holy Flame Empire. Soon, the group had left the city and traversed several mountains. Generals, ahead lies the entrance to Tianguang Mountain. My subordinates can accompany you only this far. Before the 5 men stood a leader of the Jinyui, disguised as an ordinary citizen, who halted his steps and called out to them. The foremost figure, Guan Yu, nodded slightly, indicating that he should proceed. The 5 generals gazed toward the entrance of the Tianguang Mountain ahead, only to find no sign of the seemingly enigmatic passage. Instead, they were flanked by towering cliffs of formidable mountains. Truly, the Holy Flame Empire had an uncanny knack for selecting venues, establishing the martial arts tournament in such a secluded location. Zhao Yun, surveying the deep passage before them, casually remarked that this place epitomized a metaphor. One man stands guard. 10,000 cannot pass. In such a narrow corridor, with peaks soaring nearly 10,000 feet on either side, even 1,000,000 troops would be rendered utterly ineffective. Guan Yu, sensing the ominous depth of the passage, furrowed his brow slightly. It was not solely the treacherous terrain. Powerful sorcerers had also laid down formations and barriers among the mountains. Despite the fact that the 5 had yet to approach the passage, their formidable consciousness allowed them to discern the situation quite clearly. After a brief pause, they advanced toward the entrance, confident in their own strength. As the intentions of the various empires had yet to unveil, they remained observant and patient. The 5 generals moved with remarkable speed, reaching the entrance of the deep passage in a mere moment. However, before they could set foot inside, two formidable auras suddenly emerged. Halt! Two heavily armored generals appeared before them, exuding a powerful presence. The aura of the two encapsulated the essence of the King's realm, revealing the Holy Flame Empire's substantial resources in stationing two such formidable figures here. Although they were merely at the initial stage of the King's realm, this was sufficient to illustrate the might of their forces. In contrast, the Xianxia Empire had only a handful of advanced King's realm ancestors, with the rest, including the Xianxia Emperor, being far fewer in number. Guan Yu presented the invitation sent by the Holy Flame Empire to the Great Xia Empire, directly handing it over to the opposing generals. We five hail from the Great Xia Empire and have come at the invitation of the Holy Flame Empire to participate in a martial arts tournament. The two initial stage King's realm generals meticulously examined the five before scanning them with their consciousness. Although the five generals concealed their true identities, they nonetheless revealed a certain level of King's realm strength. Once the two generals confirmed their identities, they promptly cleared the path. We may proceed. With Guan Yu leading the way, the five generals swiftly departed, continuing straight into the depths of the passage. In a mere span of time, a group of individuals traversed nearly 1,000 miles. As they approached a radiant light, the five generals surged forth from a profound passage, revealing an entirely new spectacle. Before them stood a towering peak, severed at its midpoint, upon which lay an expansive platform. Countless figures darted about, each exuding an aura of formidable strength. Upon the arrival of Guan Yu and his companions, another leader of the sovereign rank emerged, addressing them. Esteemed lords, please follow me. Simultaneously, as Guan Yu and his party arrived, innumerable gazes turned towards them. The sudden appearance of these five sovereigns undoubtedly piqued the curiosity of various factions, especially given their unfamiliar countenances. The invited guests were all individuals of sovereign rank or higher. Among the great imperial factions, the number of sovereigns was limited. Even if some were not personally acquainted, there was a mutual understanding of one another's prowess. Under the watchful eyes of the powerful from various factions, the five generals were led to a designated area. After a brief invitation, the sovereign leader departed swiftly. Upon observing the location of the five generals, the expressions of the imperial elites turned to astonishment. Was that area truly occupied by members of the Great Xia Dynasty? How intriguing. Initially, it was believed that the Great Xia would not send representatives, yet they had dispatched five individuals. The presence of these five, all of sovereign rank, showcased the terrifying potential of the Great Xia. With the imperial dynasty suppressing the Xianxia dynasty, it was remarkable to witness such rapid development. Yet, what does it matter how strong they seem? Ultimately, they are merely an ascending dynasty. Their fragile foundation remains a significant flaw. A sovereign individual cast a disapproving glance towards the Great Xia's position. Indeed, had it not been for the mysterious means employed by the Xia Emperor to severely injure three sovereign ancestors of the Xianxia, the latter would not have faced defeat. To put it plainly, the Great Xia merely seized an advantage through external means. Several sovereign figures from various dynasties voiced their contempt for the Great Xia. The capability to annihilate the Xianxia was not indicative of the Great Xia's strength, but rather due to the potential hidden resources of their opponent. Had it been otherwise, numerous imperial factions would have likely acted against them. After all, the ability of a dynasty to challenge and triumph over another of equal standing suggested that the Great Xia harbored certain secrets. This piqued the interest of various imperial dynasties. Whether a horse or a donkey, time would reveal the truth. With five sovereigns in attendance, it seemed the Great Xia had dispatched all its available resources. Surely, within the Great Xia, there could be no one left to utilize. Chapter 109. The emergence of the great emperors and the establishment of the martial arts rankings. How foul-mouthed these individuals are. They must experience the might of the formidable spear in Grandfather Zhang's hands. In his position, Zhang Fei was consumed by fury, wishing he could rush out and annihilate these people on the spot upon hearing the discussions of the imperial envoys. Faced with these beings whose cultivation merely reached the king realm, it would be an effortless task for Zhang Fei, with his emperor realm prowess, to erase them. Third brother, do not be hasty. Now is not the time for action, Guan Yu admonished, attempting to temper Zhang Fei's temperament. Although many powerful figures from various empires were present, it was still not the moment for the martial arts conference to commence in earnest. General Zhang, please remain calm, Ma Chao chimed in. We have come to represent the Great Xia Empire at this so-called martial arts conference. There will be ample opportunities for action later. There is no need to concern ourselves with these insignificant provocateurs. Zhang Fei restrained his emotions and chose to remain silent. Their purpose in coming here was to bide their time, but when they did strike, it would be with resounding impact, ensuring they commanded complete respect from all present. For a period thereafter, the 5 generals stood firm in their designated position within the Great Xia domain. They concealed their true cultivation levels, merely revealing their power at the initial stage of the King realm. With their genuine strength at the Emperor realm, unless they chose to expose it, no one present could truly comprehend their capabilities. Meanwhile, other King realm cultivators from various empires occasionally cast curious glances toward the 5 generals. They were intrigued by this force that had rapidly ascended from a dynasty to an empire, wondering what secrets lay within. Before long, several auras surged from the eastern direction of Tianguang Mountain. Subsequently, numerous figures clad in various robes, each exuding an imperial presence, appeared in the skies above. Upon the arrival of these 10 or so figures, all the powerful individuals from the empires rose to their feet. Each of these newcomers was a sovereign of an empire. Responding to the call of the formidable Holy Flame Empire, the leaders of the various empires could not afford to be negligent and thus gathered here. Among these leaders, some were of the King realm and above, while others were below. However, at that moment, one particular location stood out remarkably. There, in the Great Xia Empire's position, 5 figures stood quietly, showing no signs of movement. What the empire leaders? In their eyes, apart from Xiao Ling, the ruler of Great Xia, none of the other imperial sovereigns were worthy of their attention. These individuals from Great Xia are truly infuriating. With so many empire leaders present, how can they remain so indifferent? It appears that the Great Xia has truly overestimated its own significance, disregarding the esteemed imperial dynasties around it. Having fortuitously vanquished the Xianxia dynasty, they seem to revel in their achievement. Surrounding discussions clearly articulate the discontent of the powerful figures from the various dynasties present. The sovereigns of the imperial dynasties above the heavens are equally observant of these developments. A flicker of indignation is evident in the gazes of some of the dynasty leaders. Yet they conceal their emotions well, mindful of their own status. In the central position, an elderly man clad in a crimson imperial robe stood calmly, without overtly exerting himself. He emanated an aura far more formidable than that of the surrounding emperors. Among the great emperors, only the Holy Flame Emperor could occupy such a position. He, too, cast a glance at the 5 generals steadfastly stationed in the Great Xia region. This brief observation was the extent of his interest. He soon dismissed it entirely. A colossal dynasty that has endured for thousands of years is not something that ordinary imperial forces can compare to. The demise of the Xianxia dynasty holds little significance for the Holy Flame Emperor. What truly captures his attention is the Great Xia's audacity to suppress and annihilate the Xianxia dynasty with its imperial might. In the long history of the Holy Flame dynasty, such a phenomenon, where an imperial dynasty easily obliterates another, has never been witnessed. Thus, the Holy Flame Emperor refrained from further words and descended from the heavens, taking his place upon the Grand Dragon throne atop the mountain. Witnessing his actions, the other emperors ceased their hesitations and promptly occupied their respective seats. Once all the emperors were seated, the formidable beings from the various dynasties followed suit. The strength of the Holy Flame Emperor is indeed formidable. In the Great Xia region, Guan Yu cast a glance at the Holy Flame Emperor. Though he did not deliberately exhibit his cultivation, his prowess is undeniably unmatched by the other sovereigns. He is, without a doubt, a true pinnacle emperor. The historical legacy of the other dynasties present pales in comparison to that of the Holy Flame dynasty. Huang Zhong remarked, "It is a pity that he is an old fellow already half in the grave. He cannot possibly compare to his majesty." The other generals did not dispute this statement. Their own sovereign, still in his youth, has already ascended to the realm of pinnacle emperors. Although both are emperors, the disparity between them is strikingly vast. As the various emperors gathered, the martial arts conference commenced seamlessly. The Holy Flame Emperor surveyed the scene with an expression of calm detachment. As he spoke, he remarked, "Within the eastern domain, countless imperial dynasties exist, and we find ourselves in the region of Yinzhou. Despite the presence of over 10 imperial courts, communication and interaction among them are exceedingly rare. After much contemplation, I have decided to take the initiative, led by my Holy Flame Empire, to host the inaugural martial arts conference among these dynasties. This event aims to foster dialogue and exchange in martial arts, while simultaneously establishing a prestigious martial arts ranking, showcasing the prowess of the strongest warriors within each dynasty. The establishment of such a ranking, the powerful figures from various dynasties present were stirred by this announcement. In the years past, such a significant gathering had never occurred among the imperial courts. To secure a position on this martial arts ranking through combat prowess would be an unparalleled honor. As martial artists, who would not desire to be immortalized on such a list, earning the admiration of the world? This is indeed intriguing. The Holy Flame Empire has ventured to create such a list. Consequently, this event is likely to create a considerable stir in Yinzhou. The formidable warriors from various imperial courts have converged here, and the intensity of competition is bound to be fierce. Chapter 110. The Earth Ranking, the Sky Ranking, and the underlying contest among the major dynasties. Within the 10 or so imperial courts of Yinzhou, the number of strong warriors is virtually incalculable. It appears that this competitive ranking will attract countless powerful individuals vying for supremacy, and one can readily imagine the spectacle that will ensue. Not only the current powerful figures from the various imperial courts, but also perhaps the venerable ancestors of these dynasties will be unable to remain idle. Are you interested in this martial arts ranking? Guan Yu glanced at the 4 generals beside him, observing the expressions of the powerful figures present. It became evident that not only were they unaware, but countless imperial forces had also not anticipated this development. Zhao Yun smiled and remarked, "It's a rare opportunity to be here. Naturally, we must secure our place on the martial arts ranking. Our Great Xia Empire has only recently ascended, and the other imperial forces have shown us nothing but contempt. This martial arts ranking will serve as a testament to our strength." Hearing Zhao Yun's words, the nearby Huang Zhong quickly added, "My old bones can still fight. I must certainly strive for a place on this martial arts ranking, lest I betray His Majesty's trust." General Huang echoed this sentiment, asserting, "How could we falter?" Ma Chao chimed in, "As a group of 5, we are determined to secure our positions on this martial arts ranking. Given our strength, achieving a place on the ranking should be a trivial matter." I see that the people of the Great Xia Empire have quite the audacity. A seemingly middle-aged general, standing close to the 5 generals of the Great Xia, sneered, casting a scornful glance at them. Instead of merely claiming a spot on the martial arts ranking, why not assert that you intend to dominate the top 5 positions entirely? His words were laced with derision and provocation. A mere emerging imperial dynasty indeed exhibits an audacious demeanor, not to mention a grand dynasty like the Great Xia. Even the most formidable Holy Flame dynasty among the Yunzhu would not dare to utter such bold proclamations. Such recklessness invites disaster. Zhang Fei scoffed, and an overwhelming aura of terror surged forth, pressing down upon his adversary. In an instant, the powerful figure from the imperial dynasty, possessing the 2nd rank of the King's realm, coughed up blood, his previously arrogant demeanor diminished, replaced by a visage of profound terror. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding imperial powerhouses, who had initially harbored disdain, swiftly reigned in their contempt. The mere display of pressure had inflicted injury upon a 2nd-rank King's realm expert, indicative of an extraordinary prowess. As Zhang Fei withdrew his oppressive aura, the 2nd-rank King's realm expert finally relaxed his countenance. Had Zhang Fei not shown restraint, the mere weight of his aura could have easily obliterated him on the spot. This minor episode, while not causing a significant stir, did not attract excessive attention from the assembly. At that moment, the Holy Flame Emperor pointed with a finger. With a resounding rumble, the previously tranquil half-peak erupted as several adjacent mountains collapsed dramatically. Following this upheaval, 2 towering monoliths, each nearly 10,000 feet high, emerged in their place. Inscribed upon these colossal stones were the words, "Earth Ranking, Heavy Hunking." Clearly, these 2 represented the martial rankings spoken of by the Holy Flame Emperor. I shall divide the martial rankings into the Earth and Heaven rankings. Any being of the King's realm may ascend the platform to compete. Those under the age of 5,000 within the King's realm may contend on the Earth ranking, while the Heaven ranking imposes no age restrictions. Any being above the King's realm may participate. The rankings do not consider any realm levels, but rather the strength of one's prowess. Only the top 10 of each ranking may inscribe their names therein. The 20 individuals who achieve this honor will not only earn a prestigious title, but will also receive a spiritual weapon prepared by the Holy Flame Dynasty, along with a share of the cultivation resources equivalent to those bestowed upon the imperial clan every decade. The Yunju martial rankings will convene every 100 years, allowing all martial artists of Yunju, whether imperial powerhouses or wandering practitioners, to partake. In a matter of moments, the Holy Flame Emperor had elucidated the entirety of the tournament's rules and rewards. With only 10 slots available in each ranking, the intensity of the competition is vividly apparent. However, it is equally evident that those who ascend to these two rankings will reap abundant benefits. Beyond the spiritual weapons, they will enjoy cultivation resources provided by the imperial clan of the Holy Flame Dynasty. Such lavish offerings from the Holy Flame Emperor are truly remarkable. The treatment is not easily obtained. To stand out among the myriad of imperial dynasties vying for dominion is a formidable challenge, undoubtedly foreshadowing a tempest of bloodshed and strife. As the discussions among the powerful unfold, the emperors of other dynasties seated upon their thrones are equally astonished, their shock accompanied by a palpable sense of foreboding. The Holy Flame Dynasty possesses formidable foundations, capable of bestowing such rewards, yet the intentions behind this gesture are unmistakably aimed at undermining the very pillars of their rival dynasties. Benefited by such patronage, those who grace the martial rankings of Yunzhou will inevitably remember the grace of the Holy Flame Dynasty. As the Holy Flame Emperor declared, all those on the earthly and heavenly rankings shall receive resources commensurate with their status from the Lulan Dynasty. Likewise, our Great Lu Dynasty will extend princely treatment to those who attain recognition on the list. In an instant, the emperors of the major dynasties express their stances. For them, although the Holy Flame Dynasty has seized the initiative, they are eager to demonstrate their goodwill. The Holy Flame Emperor, however, remains unfazed by their gestures. While the major dynasties appear to coexist peacefully on the surface, beneath the veneer lies a tempest of conflict. The Holy Flame Dynasty, reigning supreme over Yunzhou, is far beyond the reach of these other dynasties and is not compelled to pay heed to their machinations. This scene has not escaped the notice of the powerful among the various dynasties, including the 5 Tiger Generals, who perceive that the tensions among these dynasties run deeper than their outward calm suggests. The greater the turmoil, the more advantageous it becomes for our Great Xia. Meanwhile, millions of miles away, within the Great Xia Dynasty, the imperial court finds amusement in these developments. Through the crystal of light and shadow refined by Zhuge Liang's mystical arts, Xiao Ling observes the martial assembly with clarity. It appears that this martial gathering is not a mere ploy against the Great Xia, but is more closely tied to the ambitions of the Holy Flame Dynasty in Yunzhou. The earthly and heavenly rankings await to see how the Great Xia's 5 tigers will fare. Chapter 111. The Ascendancy of the Heavenly Rankings, the 10 Thrones. The martial assembly commences, initiating the contest for the earthly rankings, followed by the heavenly rankings once the former concludes. Thunderous roars resonate as a colossal arena materializes, towering 1,000 feet high, imbued with an exceedingly formidable prohibitive power. Although the arena, spanning 1,000 feet in width, may seem vast, it is merely adequate for those of the King's realm. What truly renders it significant is the prohibitive force residing within, exuding an aura far beyond that of the King's realm and Emperor's realm. This prohibition, crafted by an entity of the Emperor's realm, commands silence as the arena manifests. All dynasties, provided they meet the requisite criteria, may register to participate in the challenges. The Earth rankings feature nearly 30 formidable beings at the Sovereign King level participating in the competition, whether it is the Earth rankings or the Celestial rankings. The targets of these challenges are determined through a process of random selection. After numerous contests, the top 10 of this so-called leaderboard will eventually be established. The first round of challenges is about to commence, heralded by a resounding voice. Suddenly, a figure bursts forth, ascending to the arena. A sovereign king stands atop the platform, his strength commendable, as he possesses the prowess of a second-tier sovereign king. Achieving such a level at the tender age of 5,000 is indicative of remarkable potential. Another figure surges onto the stage, this time a first-tier sovereign king. Among the sovereign kings of various empires, there exists a mutual recognition. As these two sovereign kings engage in combat, despite the mere difference of one tier, the disparity in their strength is immense. After only a few exchanges, Yang Yong of the Haoyang dynasty gains a definitive advantage, ultimately claiming victory. Following the contest, regardless of winning or losing, participants must exit the arena. In this martial arts gathering, the combatants do not fight to the death. In fact, some, upon realizing the vast gap in strength, surrender without even raising a hand. As time progresses, the fierce competition among the 30 challengers of the Earth rankings is drawing to a close. Simultaneously, many powerful figures from various dynasties turn their attention to a specific area of the imperial seats where the Great Xia Dynasty resides. The 5 envoys from the Great Xia sit still, exhibiting no signs of activity. This stirs great curiosity among the powerful of other dynasties. What is the situation with the Great Xia? Why do they remain utterly silent? With the contest nearing its conclusion, could it be that the 5 envoys of the Great Xia have chosen not to participate at all? Such a possibility exists. Otherwise, the Great Xia would not be so conspicuously inactive. It seems clear that the Great Xia Dynasty is apprehensive, even shying away from competing for the Earth rankings. As a burgeoning imperial force with insufficient foundation, it is understandable that they would hesitate to engage in such a contest. The discussions among the powerful figures of various dynasties abound. Observing that none from the Great Xia have stepped forward, it is evident that they perceive the Great Xia as fearful. After all, conflicts among sovereign kings are bound to result in injury. Moreover, during this endeavor to seize territory from the Xianxia dynasty, the Great Xia has engaged in disputes with numerous imperial forces within Yinzhou. Should they dare to ascend the Earth rankings arena now, they might very well encounter adversarial sovereign kings eager to impose their dominance. Perhaps the Great Xia Empire is not particularly interested in the contest for the Earth ranking. Rather, its sights are set on the contest for the heavenly ranking. At this moment, a formidable being of the King's realm suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing these words, the powerful figures present immediately fell into a profound silence. However, it was not long before the atmosphere erupted with a chorus of laughter. Ha ha ha! What a truly humorous remark. To think that a few individuals from the Great Xia Empire could aspire to compete for the heavenly ranking? Is the pursuit of the heavenly ranking truly that simple? Though the Great Xia Empire possesses certain capabilities, contending for the Earth ranking may present some chance. Yet vying for the heavenly ranking is akin to chasing a mirage. Among the esteemed beings of the King's realm present at the event, none believed that the Great Xia harbored such strength. In response to the derisive laughter from the surrounding empires, Guan Yu and the other 4 generals remained unfazed, paying no heed to the mockery. Amidst this discourse, the contest for the Earth ranking was nearing its conclusion. Ultimately, the top 10 positions of the Earth ranking were determined, with the Sacred Flame Empire securing 4 seats. The remaining Lulon Empire claiming 2, while the last 4 seats were held by 4 distinct empires, each occupying 1. Among the 10 esteemed positions of the Earth ranking, the Sacred Flame Empire alone dominated with 4 seats, and notably claimed the first and second positions, a testament to its formidable prowess. With the Earth ranking concluded, the focus shifted to the contest for the martial arts heavenly ranking. The heavenly ranking imposed no age restrictions. Any being of the King's realm could participate. The sovereign of the Sacred Flame Empire maintained a serene demeanor. With a sweeping gaze that surveyed the entire assembly, he proclaimed, "The heavenly ranking differs from the Earth ranking. It is reserved for the capable." With a grand gesture, the Emperor of Sacred Flame summoned 10 beams of light that appeared before the heavenly ranking monument. As the light dissipated, 10 thrones emerged in a row. 10 thrones. Could this signify something momentous? Observing the 10 thrones that graced the front of the heavenly ranking monument, the powerful figures of the various empires began to speculate. The Emperor of Sacred Flame continued, "As I previously stated, the 10 thrones from left to right represent the top 10 of the heavenly ranking. Anyone with the requisite strength may ascend to the corresponding throne until ultimately no challengers remain. The rules for seizing the heavenly ranking differ greatly from those of the Earth ranking." After a brief moment of silence, whoosh, a figure dashed forward with remarkable speed toward the throne representing the 10th position of the heavenly ranking. Without hesitation, the individual took a seat upon the 10th throne. "Since no one else has made a move, I shall claim the 10th position of the heavenly ranking." The being of the King's realm laughed heartily. An imposing aura emanated from him, revealing his status as a 7th-tier King's realm entity. Previously, the strongest contender in the Earth ranking had merely been a 5th-tier King's realm existence. Yet the commencement of the heavenly ranking had already summoned forth a 7th-tier being. As one individual took action, countless formidable beings swiftly followed suit. Previously, the competition for the Earth ranking had involved merely over 30 participants. Yet, as the contest for the heavenly ranking commenced, at least 40 to 50 figures surged forth. Among them, not only were there representatives from various imperial dynasties, but also solitary cultivators from Yinzhou. Their auras were overwhelmingly potent, with the majority being at the mid-level of the king realm or higher. Chapter 112. The emergence of a half-step monarch. Were it not for their mid-level king realm status or above, they would not even have the opportunity to contend for a position on the heavenly ranking. Although the arena from the previous Earth ranking competition was present, the formidable contenders for the heavenly ranking treated it with utter disregard. In the area representing the top 10 of the heavenly ranking, fierce battles raged incessantly. Dozens of king realm beings from various imperial dynasties and those solitary cultivators from different regions of Yinzhou were fully exerting themselves, employing diverse and powerful techniques in a bid to seize a throne among the top 10. "Get out of my way, you overzealous fools," sneered a gaunt elder with brownish-yellow hair, a scar marring his visage. Clutching a long blade, he slashed towards several king realm beings obstructing his path. Under the terrifying blade's radiance, those king realm beings could not withstand the onslaught and were swiftly sent plummeting from the heavens. With this display of might, he immediately ascended to the fourth throne. He was the top blade king. Surrounding him, numerous king realm experts recognized the identity of the slender, yellow-haired man. This elder's prowess was formidable. He had entered the 7th tier of the king realm a millennium ago, and his strength was undoubtedly even more formidable now. Upon recognizing the top blade king's identity, many of the competing king realm beings decided not to waste any more time and hurriedly dashed towards other thrones. The fierce battles erupting around the top 10 thrones of the heavenly ranking continued unabated, although there were no restrictions on the realms for challenging these thrones. And any being of the king realm could participate. Even those at the first tier of the king realm could attempt to seize the throne representing the top spot. However, achieving success was an entirely different matter. Some audacious king realm beings, emboldened by their mid-level status, dared to contest for the thrones representing the upper echelons of the heavenly ranking. The outcome was invariably the same. They were suppressed by the top-tier king realm experts, with some tragically obliterated. While the contest for the heavenly ranking was not a life-and-death struggle, there were no explicit prohibitions against lethal force. The intensity of the heavenly ranking contest far surpassed that of the Earth ranking. Some individuals truly possess an audacity that defies death, daring to contend for a position among the top 3 on the celestial rankings, despite being merely at the mid-level of the King's realm. This martial arts ranking, orchestrated by the Holy Flame Empire, bestows immense honor and inevitably stirs the aspirations of many. Such a lure is particularly potent for the loose cultivators of Yinzhou, who seek not only prestige but also the substantial benefits offered by various imperial courts. The competition for the celestial rankings is undoubtedly most fierce among these scattered cultivators from Yinzhou. For them, lacking a formidable force to provide resources means that their cultivation materials are increasingly scarce. Currently, merely securing a spot within the top 10 of the martial arts celestial rankings guarantees an influx of resources from the imperial courts of Yinzhou, a significant boon indeed. As the battle for the celestial rankings commences, the gaze of various imperial factions is fixated on the unfolding spectacle. The 5 valiant generals of the Great Xia have already been disregarded, sitting steadfastly while the most intense struggles occur among the top 10. "Brother, should we not join the fray?" Zhang Fei, brimming with impatience, is eager to charge into the battlefield and suppress the formidable warriors of Yinzhou engaged in fierce competition. With their strength, even a single one among them could easily vanquish those who are merely at the late stage of the King's realm. As Zhang Fei expresses this sentiment, Zhao Yun, Huang Zhou, and Ma Chao simultaneously turn their eyes toward Guan Yu. Upon their arrival, their sovereign had decreed that they should take Guan Yu as their leader. Now, with the battle for the celestial rankings underway, their actions depend solely on Guan Yu's judgment. Seated, Guan Yu surveys the tumultuous sky above where the celestial rankings are contested. Wait a moment. Why should we intervene against these mere pretenders? Though the battlefield is rife with fervent conflict over the celestial rankings, many powerful beings have yet to participate. With his royal strength, Guan Yu is acutely aware of this. Hearing his words, the other 4 generals comprehend his meaning. Thus, they decide to hold back and wait until the battle for the celestial rankings nears its conclusion before making their move. Among the emperors of the various imperial courts, their eyes scan the battlefield of the celestial rankings. In this contest, formidable warriors emerge, particularly those scattered cultivators from Yinzhou. These individuals operate independently, showcasing immense strength. The Holy Flame Emperor's intent in hosting this martial arts assembly is ostensibly to display the power of the imperial courts of Yinzhou, but also aims to draw out these scattered cultivators. With enticing rewards, there lies the potential to win some of these cultivators to their cause. The Holy Flame Emperor harbors such aspirations, and the other leaders of the imperial courts share similar thoughts. On this day, the destinies of the top 10 on the celestial rankings were not merely confined to the entities present. As anticipated, a terrifying aura suddenly manifested in the skies above, heralding the swift arrival of a figure in the distance. Under the weight of this imposing presence, those who had been fiercely battling for the coveted positions on the celestial leaderboard abruptly ceased their actions. The scene was indeed bustling with excitement. The newcomer was an aged elder, whose countenance, though marked by the passage of time, exuded an extraordinarily formidable aura. It was Elder Xia. To think that the contest for the celestial rankings could draw such a significant presence. Elder Xia was a powerful being, teetering on the brink of the Emperor's realm. And with such a formidable figure in attendance, the ensuing competition promised to be riveting. Elder Xia, a powerful and renowned rogue cultivator from Yinzhou, had earned his moniker due to his formidable prowess and his residence in the arid lands of yellow sand. He cast a discerning glance towards the throne of the celestial rankings, ultimately striding towards the fourth seat. Yinzhou is filled with strong contenders. I shall claim the fourth position and refrain from vying for the top 3, Elder Xia remarked with a smile. With his appearance, the emperors of various dynasties turned their gazes towards him. Although Elder Xia was a rogue, his strength made him a coveted ally for the imperial dynasties. The chapter reached a pivotal moment as the emperor of the various dynasties observed Elder Xia's position. Given his strength at the half-step emperor level, it was evident that not even the top rank was beyond his grasp, yet he chose to occupy only the 4th position, leaving room for others. After all, he was a rogue cultivator, and in the realm of Yinzhou, the forces led by the Sacred Flame Dynasty were the most powerful. Leaving the top 3 positions open was a clear gesture of deference to the stronger figures among the imperial dynasties. It seems even the likes of Elder Xia, a half-step emperor, have made their appearance. Surely, the other emperors can no longer remain idle, remarked the emperor of the Lulan dynasty. While the other emperors did not voice their opinions, their silence spoke volumes. Indeed, within a brief span, countless formidable auras converged around the Tianguang mountain. Although their figures had yet to materialize, those vying for the top 10 seats on the celestial leaderboard halted, standing resolutely beneath the vast heavens. The once tumultuous battlefield has, in such a brief span of time, transformed into an eerie silence. What a terrifying aura! This dreadful presence is not something that mere king realm beings can possess. It seems that those formidable emperor realm experts can no longer remain calm. Curse it! These ancient beings, akin to relics, have taken an interest in this martial arts assembly. It appears we have no chance left. The king realm entities standing amidst the heavens display grim expressions. It is not that they are unwilling to act, but under the oppressive weight of this terrifying aura, their movements are entirely restrained. The strength of those in the king realm is formidable, even among ordinary imperial powers. They are the strongest. However, in comparison to the even more fearsome emperor realm beings, their might pales. Only the venerable imperial powers possess such entities. In a mere moment, 5 figures have emerged from the celestial expanse, emperor realm beings. Each of these 5 figures is on par with the earlier mentioned Elder Xia, if not more powerful. These emperor realm existences are the pinnacle of the great empires. The ancestors of these empires have gathered. Who could have imagined we would witness such a grand spectacle? Typically, emperor realm beings are rare sights, yet today, this martial arts gathering has unveiled so many. If one could ally with such a being, they would surely dominate the realm of Yinzhou. At the scene, representatives from various empires are abuzz with discussion. At this moment, the dozens of emperors, seated upon their imperial thrones, rise to their feet, save for the central figure, the Holy Flame Emperor. The 5 emperor realm beings that have appeared are the ancestral figures of several major empires. Faced with such formidable existences, even the emperors dare not show any semblance of negligence. Among the emperors, only the Holy Flame Emperor remains relatively composed, for he himself is an emperor realm being. As the strongest emperor in Yunzhou and a genuine emperor realm expert, his power is indeed formidable. It seems your reactions are quite swift, having gathered here collectively. The Holy Flame Emperor gazes at the 5 Emperor Realm beings in the heavens. Upon hearing the Holy Flame Emperor's words, the 5 powerful beings from the various empires also retract their auras and turn their attention towards the imperial throne. In the presence of the Holy Flame Emperor, these 5 Emperor Realm existences do not dare to underestimate him. Though they are all Emperor Realm beings, the Holy Flame Emperor is an established figure in Yinzhou, and his strength cannot be dismissed lightly. Such a significant move by the Holy Flame Emperor compels us to come and lend our support. In the realm of the 5 great sovereigns, an elder clad in a cerulean robe chuckled softly. Though his visage bore the marks of age, he appeared relatively youthful compared to the other 4 sovereigns present. Ha ha ha! The Holy Flame Emperor responded with a smile. Your words are indeed gracious, Eastern E-Sovereign. But what of the esteemed perseverance sovereign of the Lulan Empire? The Lulan Empire has existed for eons, standing as a formidable force in Yinzhou, second only to the Holy Flame Empire. Aside from the Eastern E-Sovereign who has come forth, there are certainly other sovereigns of equal stature. The Perseverance Sovereign is a venerable relic of the Lulan Empire, whose strength surpasses that of the visiting Eastern E-Sovereign by considerable margin. In response to the Holy Flame Emperor's inquiry, the Eastern E-Sovereign replied nonchalantly, the Perseverance Sovereign is currently in seclusion. I have come to represent him. The Holy Flame Emperor refrained from further commentary. The Perseverance Sovereign, being a mightier entity than himself, was one of the few who could rival the elder sovereigns of the long-closed imperial clans within his own empire. Such martial gatherings hold little allure for the ancient sovereigns of empires, unless a significant upheaval were to arise within their realms. The Holy Flame Emperor shifted his gaze towards the remaining 4 sovereigns, offering a subtle nod before stating with a smile, with your prowess, you are sure to secure a place among the top 10 of the heavenly rankings. As for your positions, that shall be determined by your own choices. As he spoke, the Holy Flame Emperor regarded the Eastern E-Sovereign and the other 4 sovereigns with an enigmatic expression. To establish their rankings, a contest of skill would undoubtedly be required. Upon hearing the Holy Flame Emperor's words, the Eastern E-Sovereign and the other sovereigns exchanged glances. The heavenly rankings mean little to us. One of the sovereigns remarked with a chuckle. Indeed, it is better for us to prioritize harmony. There is no need to resort to conflict over such trivial disputes. Would the sovereigns of empires be so foolish? Engaging in combat for the sake of a mere title is entirely unnecessary. If we were to act over this so-called heavenly rankings, we might end up inflicting injuries, thereby playing into the Holy Flame Emperor's designs. The Eastern E-Sovereign gazed towards the 10 thrones of the heavenly rankings. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying pressure surged forth, instantly sending the lesser sovereigns, who were suppressed by the aura of the sovereigns, hurtling away. Chapter 114. The Yinzhou Heavenly Rankings. We are intrigued. Before the sovereigns, the lesser sovereigns had no capacity to resist. In a brief span of time, several individuals of the Sovereign King realm were utterly eradicated, leaving only 2 figures, the previously seated Top Blade King and the venerable Elder Shah, who stood at the threshold of the Emperor realm. 5 exalted beings of the Emperor realm gazed upon the 2 on the throne, enveloped in an atmosphere of suffocating terror. The Top Blade King, barely stepping into the 9th tier of the Sovereign King realm, trembled and hastily vacated his throne, retreating in a disheartened manner. In the presence of such Emperor realm beings, even 9th tier Sovereign King was hardly formidable. As for Elder Shah, he too rose from his seat, acknowledging his inadequacy and unworthiness of such a position. He had once believed that securing the 4th position was a solid achievement, but it now appeared that the appearance of so many Emperor realm entities among the imperial clans rendered his aspirations utterly delusional. As Elder Shah departed, the remaining 5, including the Eastern E-Emperor, exchanged glances. What shall we do, esteemed colleagues? Although the top 10 seats of the martial Dao heavenly rankings lay vacant, sufficient Emperor realm presences among them had emerged. Nonetheless, the matter of the ranking itself warranted serious contemplation. One of the Emperor realm beings stepped forward. He was the ancestral figure of the Dalu Empire, the Deyong Emperor, who had ascended to the Emperor realm thousands of years ago. In my view, the first seat of the heavenly rankings should rightfully belong to the Holy Flame Emperor. The Holy Flame Emperor broke through to the Emperor realm over 10,000 years ago, and among us, he stands as one of the most formidable. Furthermore, the Holy Flame Empire is the pinnacle of Yinzhou in the Eastern Domain and has established the heavenly rankings. Thus, the first seat is truly deserved. Listening to the words of the Deyang Emperor, the Eastern Emperor and the others could not help but harbor disdain within, despite not voicing it aloud. Though they were all part of the Yunzhou imperial clans, the Holy Flame Empire, being the most distinguished, inevitably had its fair share of allies. The Delu Empire was one such example. Thousands of years ago, its strength was not particularly impressive, yet it had managed to curry favor with the Holy Flame Empire. The ancestral figure of the Delu Empire, the current Deyang Emperor, had, while still at the ninth tier of the Sovereign King realm, relied on the formidable foundation of the Holy Flame Empire to successfully ascend to the Emperor realm. Additionally, over the course of these millennia, other Emperor realm beings had also emerged, all owing their success to the support of the Holy Flame Empire, their elder brother. Thus, loyalty must be duly demonstrated. The Deyang Emperor's reasoning was sound. The first position of the heavenly rankings should indeed be occupied by a powerhouse from the Holy Flame Empire. The Eastern Emperor smiled faintly and promptly ascended to the throne designated for the second position in the heavenly rankings, seating himself directly before the other Emperor realm beings. On this day, the second position on the heavenly rankings was claimed by the elder of the Eastern E. Observing the decisive and resolute demeanor of the Eastern E-sovereign, the several imperial sovereigns present momentarily paused, yet refrained from voicing any objections. Among the sovereigns in the realm of imperial ascendancy, the Eastern sovereign was regarded as a formidable force. Moreover, he was backed by the Lowland Empire, which ranks just below the Sacred Flame Empire. The so-called heavenly rankings not only reflect individual strength, but also serve as a competition among the various empires. Among the numerous imperial powers in Yunzhou, aside from those slightly weaker empires lacking sovereigns, the leading imperial entities are all represented by multiple sovereigns. The current dispatch of a sovereign is primarily a demonstration of the strength rankings among the empires through the heavenly rankings. As the Eastern East sovereign took his seat, the remaining four imperial sovereigns swiftly chose their positions without much contention. The Emperor of the Sacred Flame, seated on his throne, observed the proceedings with a slightly somber expression. However, as a great emperor, he concealed his emotions well. In this martial arts convention, disregarding the Earth rankings for the moment, it was evident that the proceedings of the heavenly rankings had deviated from their original intent. The initial aim was to attract the numerous wandering cultivators in Yunzhou and to foster goodwill among the top-tier powers of the various empires. Yet, it turned out that the sovereigns of these empires were not to be underestimated. The frequent appearances of their sovereigns have undoubtedly occupied the majority of seats on the heavenly rankings. As a result, the heavenly rankings have transformed into a mere exhibition of the strength of the various empires, lacking any significant utility beyond that. In this brief period, apart from a seat reserved for the Sacred Flame Empire at the top of the heavenly rankings, the remaining positions from second to sixth have all been filled. In the aftermath of a brief calm, the remaining sovereigns and wandering cultivators quickly sprang into action. Although the initial seats on the heavenly rankings had been claimed, several positions remained unoccupied. Instantly, another fierce contest ensued. Aside from the first seat reserved for the Sacred Flame Empire, the remaining five sovereigns of the empires each occupied a position. Consequently, only the 7th to 10th seats on the heavenly rankings remained vacant. "Ha! I shall not be courteous in claiming the 7th seat," exclaimed Elder Shah from the wandering cultivators as he swiftly advanced to occupy the 7th position. With his strength at the half-step of imperial ascendancy, unless the top-tier empires of Yunzhou sent forth their sovereigns, few could rival him. Following this round of contention, the top 10 positions on the heavenly rankings were virtually settled. Among the top 6 ranks, all belonged to the esteemed sovereigns of various great empires, while the remaining 4 positions are evidently reserved with intent for the formidable rogue cultivators from Yunzhou. The Sacred Flame Emperor departed from the imperial throne and descended to occupy the foremost position on the celestial rankings. He settled upon that exalted seat, casting his gaze over the powerful figures of the empires below, akin to surveying the entirety of existence from a lofty height. The Sacred Flame Emperor proclaimed with a commanding voice, "In light of this, the contest for the celestial and terrestrial rankings of Yunzhou concludes here." However, before he could finish, a voice erupted from among the ranks of the imperial forces below. Subsequently, 5 figures surged upward, directly manifesting before the celestial ranking. "We too share an interest in the celestial rankings of Yunzhou." As this declaration echoed, all eyes from the assembled imperial forces turned towards the heavens. The celestial rankings indeed featured sovereigns from the Yunzhou Empire, Who dare to display such audacity once more? Upon recognizing the 5 figures that had suddenly appeared, astonishment swept through the crowd. The individuals were none other than the 5 tiger generals of the Great Xia Empire. How brazen they must be to act with such impudence at this moment. Their sudden emergence was nothing short of extraordinary. The audacity of the Great Xia was utterly unfathomable. What emboldened them so? The Great Xia Empire had previously remained silent during the terrestrial ranking competition, yet now they sought to seize the celestial rankings. With a full contingent of 5, were they truly attempting to claim all 5 positions within the celestial rankings? Unthinkable, given that the Great Xia is a nascent empire. What formidable prowess could they possibly muster to contend for the celestial positions? No one expected the 5 sovereigns from the Great Xia to be so audacious at this juncture. Not even the Sacred Flame Emperor, the very architect of the celestial rankings, would dare such a brazen act. How intriguing! I had not anticipated such audacity from the Great Xia Empire. While ambition is commendable, one must not forget one's own identity amid such aspirations. The emperors observing the scene above felt a surge of interest, particularly those who had not participated in the celestial ranking contest. After all, it was a matter of no concern to them. They were more than willing to witness the unfolding spectacle. At this moment, the powerful figures seated among the top 10 of the celestial rankings fixed their gazes upon the 5 champions of the Great Xia. The Holy Flame Emperor gazed intently at the 5 tiger generals, his profound eyes sweeping over the group as the formidable aura of his emperor's realm descended upon them. To his astonishment, however, this potent pressure had no effect on the 5 from the Great Xia. The ability to withstand his imperial might left him in shock. Could it be that these 5 individuals possessed comparable strength? The Holy Flame Emperor was taken aback. As a 4th-tier emperor, it was inconceivable that the Great Xia could harbor such formidable beings. This notion was swiftly dismissed. It was impossible. The Great Xia was merely a burgeoning dynasty, incapable of housing such power. It must be some unique method that allowed them to resist his aura, a mere facade of bravado. Since you wish to contend for the heavenly rankings, then choose your opponent, the Holy Flame Emperor declared with a smile, casting a keen eye upon Guan Yu and the others. If the Great Xia truly possessed the capability to enter the heavenly rankings, even if just one of them could achieve a spot in the top 10, it would warrant his respect and possibly even his alliance. However, what transpired next surpassed all expectations. Guan Yu stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon the Holy Flame Emperor, and calmly stated, "In that case, I humbly request your guidance." Holy Flame Emperor. As his words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the venue. The Holy Flame Emperor was utterly taken aback. He had never anticipated that one from the Great Xia would dare to target him. The remaining imperial figures present wore expressions of disbelief, arrogance, dominance. To challenge the Holy Flame Emperor? This was undoubtedly a challenge to the sovereign status of the Holy Flame Dynasty itself. It was madness. Such audacity was beyond comprehension. To confront the Holy Flame Emperor, the Great Xia was not merely acting with disdain, but was courting its own demise. How could a fledgling dynasty presume such boldness? Surely, after this, the Great Xia would vanish from Yun province entirely. How absurd. The ruler of the Great Xia was not present. Otherwise, he would likely be lamenting in despair. Had he sent a group of oblivious fools instead? Various imperial factions reveled in the prospect of the Great Xia's impending doom. The actions of the Great Xia had undoubtedly plunged the entire dynasty into an abyss of despair. After a moment of silence, the Holy Flame Emperor replied, "Very well. If that is the case, let me witness the true strength of the Great Xia and see if you possess the arrogance to back it up." Remaining seated upon the throne of the heavenly rankings, he unleashed a punch towards Guan Yu. The force of an emperor's punch caused the surrounding space to tremble. This strike exuded an aura of invincibility, a declaration of supremacy over all. Guan Yu stood firm. As the emperor's fist approached, he too launched a punch in response. Boom! Under the clash of their fists, both combatants instantaneously dissipated, and the terrifying force of their attack radiated outward. To his astonishment, the Holy Flame Emperor never anticipated that his powerful strike could be so effortlessly countered. The other formidable sovereigns listed on the heavenly rankings shared the same sentiment. Is this truly the might of the first ranked in the heavenly rankings? Guan Yu gazed toward the Holy Flame Emperor, shaking his head in disappointment. It was simply too weak. He then directed a palm strike toward the direction of the top 10 thrones on the heavenly rankings. The energy contained in this strike was considerably more potent than before. Alarmed, the other powerful beings sensed the impending danger and hastily retreated. Boom! With just a single palm strike. Even the sovereigns of the Emperor's realm found it nearly impossible to withstand, as they were once again repelled and defeated. A sovereign of the Emperor's realm. Who would have imagined that this individual from the Great Xia Dynasty was indeed such a formidable presence? The Great Xia Dynasty was not merely posturing. They genuinely possessed such strength. Among the numerous dynasties in Yinzhou, many of which had ascended for quite some time, few boasted any sovereigns of the Emperor's realm, whereas the Great Xia, having only recently ascended, already had such a formidable presence. This individual must be at least of mid-tier sovereign status. The Holy Flame Emperor regarded Guan Yu with a complex expression. As a fourth-tier sovereign of the Emperor's realm, he recognized that the strength of his opponent was not only on par with his own, but perhaps even superior. They would need at least a fifth-tier sovereign to stand chance. Let us all join forces. This may afford us a possibility to contend with the general. Guan Yu surveyed the Holy Flame Emperor and the other sovereigns of the Emperor's realm. In light of the circumstances, the Holy Flame Emperor's expression darkened. Though his words were audacious, they rang true. He looked toward the surrounding sovereigns, including the Eastern Emperor. Let us strike together. The assembly of sovereigns unified their efforts and advanced toward Guan Yu with lethal intent. Observing this, Guan Yu did not even draw a weapon. He merely pressed his fingers down. The overwhelming aura instantly caused several sovereigns to feel a sense of heaviness in their chests, forcing them to cough up blood as their figures staggered. With a single maneuver, he decisively defeated the assembly of sovereigns. Chapter 116, Recruitment. They have been vanquished. The combined might of the Holy Flame Emperor and his allies was insufficient to match the individuals from the Great Xia. This was a coalition of 6 sovereigns of the Emperor's realm. How could it be that, even united, they were no match for their opponent? As they witnessed this outcome, the representatives from various dynasties stood in disbelief at the reality before them. A newly emerged dynasty like Great Xia possessed such a formidable existence. What could this imply about their strength? Among the more than 10 dynasties in Yinzhou, only a handful, typically those ranked higher, could boast of a sovereign of the Emperor's realm. With merely one such sovereign, the Great Xia could easily obliterate those dynasties lacking such power. In an instant, the leaders of the various dynasties wore heavy expressions, overwhelmed by the strength displayed by the Great Xia Dynasty. The Holy Flame Emperor and other beings at the sovereign level stabilized their injuries, gazing in astonishment towards Guan Yu, a late-stage sovereign. Through their engagement, the Holy Flame Emperor had discerned Guan Yu's true prowess. As one who was already at the mid-stage sovereign level, he realized that this formidable figure from the Great Xia Dynasty could effortlessly inflict grave wounds upon himself and his companions, indicating that Guan Yu must indeed be at the late-stage sovereign level. Guan Yu regarded the Holy Flame Emperor and the other sovereign beings with indifference. The martial arts heavenly ranking held little significance. Whether one occupied a seat or not was inconsequential. He had lost all interest in the so-called positions on that celestial list. Meanwhile, within the Great Xia Imperial Palace, Xiao Ling constantly monitored the developments of the martial arts convention at Tianguang Mountain through the crystal of light and shadow. The strength of these empires was merely average. Through this tournament, he had gained insights into the approximate power of the various empires in Yinzhou. Among the numerous empires, only a handful, including the Holy Flame Empire, possessed sovereign beings. The remaining factions were hardly a concern. Random mission released. The imperial forces have been established. Annihilate 3 imperial factions to demonstrate the might of the Great Xia Dynasty. Time limit, 1 month. Mission reward, Imperial Fortune 1. Imperial Fortune? A reward that had never before appeared. Regardless, it was indeed time to collect some interest from the surrounding imperial forces. Reflecting on the previous annexation of the Tianshu Empire by the Great Xia, when neighboring factions seized the opportunity to encroach upon their interests, these matters could not be overlooked. Relay the order to Zhuge Liang. Commence action immediately. Xiao Ling commanded. At his behest, Zhuge Liang within the palace perceived the directive instantaneously. He waved the feather fan in his right hand, channeling 3 formidable waves of sorcerous power into the heavens. The sky trembled violently, as if it were on the verge of splitting apart. The disturbance rapidly spread, soon reaching the eastern, southern, and western borders of the Great Xia Dynasty. Thunderous roars resonated. At these borders, 3 military formations of the Great Xia stood poised, led by Meng Tian, Di Qing, and Shi Jiguang, each at the forefront of their respective armies. All soldiers, heed my command. The three commanders stood resolutely before their legions. As they observed the quaking void ahead, a fissure nearly 10 feet wide manifested. With a whoosh, they unsheathed their long swords and issued the command. By the order of His Majesty, we shall march against the enemy empire. In an instant, the three commanders decisively plunged into the void's teleportation array, followed closely by their officers and a million-strong army. Holy Flame Empire, Tianguang City. Guan Yu and his fellow generals occupied the skies above, standing resolute against the formidable figures of the Sacred Flame Emperor and his cohort. The so-called imperial sovereigns of the dynasty were utterly subdued by Guan Yu's mere presence, rendered incapable of making the slightest move. It was indeed unexpected that the Great Xia Empire harbored such overwhelming strength. The Sacred Flame Emperor's gaze remained fixated on Guan Yu. Recognizing that the sudden emergence of such a powerful entity, at least of the 7th rank of the sovereign realm, significantly bolstered the martial prowess of Yinzhou. However, this revelation brought him no joy, for Guan Yu was not a champion of his Sacred Flame dynasty, but rather a formidable force from the Great Xia Empire. The appearance of such a being within a burgeoning dynasty instilled a profound sense of crisis within him. Meanwhile, the other Eastern sovereigns wore grave expressions as well. The emergence of a new Great Xia Empire in Yinzhou, coupled with its formidable military strength, threatened to disrupt the delicate equilibrium of the region. This would not only affect the Sacred Flame dynasty, but also have repercussions for the other imperial powers within Yinzhou. Your prowess is exceptional. Why remain within a nascent empire? Would it not be more advantageous to join my Sacred Flame dynasty? The Sacred Flame Emperor proposed to Guan Yu. Our dynasty is the strongest in Yinzhou. Its foundations are immensely robust. Should you choose to join us, I shall ensure that you are well provided for with resources far exceeding what the Great Xia Empire could offer. At that moment, the Sacred Flame Emperor sought to allure Guan Yu, believing that it was wiser to recruit such a powerful sovereign rather than to alienate him. The Great Xia Empire seemed to have stumbled upon remarkable fortune in attracting such a sovereign-level powerhouse. Yet, to the Sacred Flame Emperor, this was of little concern. The strength of his dynasty could surely pique Guan Yu's interest. The other imperial sovereigns and strongmen present were also stirred by this development. The Eastern sovereign quickly chimed in, indeed. With your formidable abilities, you might also consider joining my Lulan Empire. We too possess a strong foundation and a sacred cultivation pool deep within our dynasty that greatly benefits those of the sovereign realm. Should you choose to join us, we will be more than generous. In response to the Sacred Flame Emperor's overture, the Eastern sovereign echoed the sentiment, recognizing the immense advantage of securing such a sovereign-level figure for the Lulan Empire. Although the Sacred Flame Emperor felt a twinge of displeasure at the Eastern sovereign's interjection, he paid it little mind. Aside from these two, the other sovereign entities present remained silent, as it was clear that the Sacred Flame and Lulan dynasties were the most powerful forces among the numerous imperial factions within Yinzhou. In terms of strength and foundation, they are undeniably inferior to both parties. It is virtually impossible to contend for the favor of such a formidable existence, at least one of the late emperor realm. My lord, the daxia is diminished. Being situated within such an imperial dynasty is undoubtedly too confining. A strong individual ought to choose their perch wisely, do they not? Chapter 117. The Five Ancestors of Sacred Flame. The Sacred Flame Emperor and the Eastern Sovereign both gazed intently at Guan Yu. In their eyes, an emerging dynasty like daxia is hardly worthy of such a pinnacle existence. Guan Yu stood in the void, his haughty gaze fixed upon the Sacred Flame Emperor and the Eastern Sovereign. Do strong individuals bend to inferior forces? Guan Yu scoffed, with your powers. Do you think I would pledge my loyalty? The piercing resonance of his words echoed throughout the surroundings. Both the Sacred Flame Emperor and the Eastern Sovereign's expressions turned icy in an instant. How audacious! Such arrogant words dismissed both of their grand empires entirely. Do you imply that our two empires are inferior to daxia? The Eastern Sovereign inquired in a low voice. However, Guan Yu paid him no heed, treating his question as if it were transparent. The Sacred Flame Emperor's eyes glinted with intense hostility, quickly morphing into murderous intent. Faced with such a top-tier powerhouse, his initial thought was to win him over. Not only would this eliminate a formidable foe, but with such a strong ally, the combat prowess of the Sacred Flame Empire would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Yet now it seemed clear. If they are not of my kin, they must perish. All the emperors and powerful figures from various dynasties present were keenly observing this exchange. Da Xiao's arrogance had undoubtedly offended the strongest of Yunzhou, the Sacred Flame Empire, and the Lulan Empire alike. How brazen! This Da Xiao being, with such audacity, despite possessing formidable strength, would likely find it difficult to depart safely from Tianguang Mountain. This was, after all, the territory of the Sacred Flame Empire, which boasted not merely the Sacred Flame Emperor, but also other, even more formidable presences within its ranks. My lord, are you perhaps inviting punishment by disregarding courtesy? With the other party's stance now clear, the Sacred Flame Emperor decided to abandon any pretense of gentility. Does the Sacred Flame Emperor require assistance from my Lulan Empire? The Eastern East Sovereign had sensed the waves of murderous intent emanating from the Sacred Flame Emperor. Such a being, at least of the 7th tier of Emperor realm, was someone neither of the two empires could afford to leave alive. The current stability of Yunzhou must not be disrupted by any unstable elements. Oof. The Sacred Flame Emperor snorted coldly, stating, "My Sacred Flame Empire has its own strong individuals to handle matters. There is no need for your Lulan Empire to intervene. The Holy Flame Empire has stood majestically in Yunzhou for countless millennia, possessing an exceptionally formidable heritage throughout its extensive history. While a late-stage Emperor Realm practitioner is undoubtedly powerful, the Holy Flame Empire equally possesses methods to contend with such might." Boom! Within the Imperial Palace of the Holy Flame Empire, a terrifying aura suddenly awakened. As this ominous presence spread, the surrounding Imperial forces fell prostrate upon the ground, trembling in fear. Yet, within moments, this dreadful aura vanished without a trace. At Tianguang Mountain, amidst the previously tranquil void, a tremor unexpectedly arose, followed by the surging of an ancient aura. Before the eyes of various factions, an elderly man with a stooped figure and flowing white hair descended from the heavens. The Holy Flame Emperor, upon seeing the newcomer, immediately bowed and said, "I greet the 5 ancestors." The fact that the Holy Flame Emperor exhibited such reverence towards this being clearly indicated that the newcomer was a revered ancestor-level existence within the Holy Flame Empire. "Why have you summoned this old man?" the 5 ancestors inquired, casting a glance at the Holy Flame Emperor. The Emperor replied respectfully, "I report to the ancestor that there exists a potential disruptor of balance in Yunzhou, one I cannot defeat. I implore the ancestor for assistance." As he spoke, the Holy Flame Emperor glanced towards Guan Yu's direction. The 5 ancestors likewise directed their gaze towards him. Upon observing, the 5 ancestors' brow furrowed slightly. 7th grade Emperor Realm? While an ordinary 7th grade Emperor Realm may not pose a significant concern, what astonishes the 5 ancestors is the apparent youth of this individual. Such a being possesses terrifying potential for the future. "Ancestor, I have already attempted to recruit him, but to no avail," the Holy Flame Emperor replied. "To no avail?" The 5 ancestors looked at Guan Yu, their gaze revealing the weight of time etched into their features, enough to instill fear in those of lesser strength. "Since it is futile, then let us eliminate him." Without hesitation, the 5 ancestors unleashed their formidable aura towards Guan Yu, a being of the 8th grade in the Emperor Realm. At this moment, witnessing the opponent's actions, Guan Yu also began to mobilize. His own 7th grade Emperor Realm pressure surged to meet the challenge. Boom! The clash of these 2 powerful auras resulted in a devastating explosion of force, scattering their respective pressures instantaneously. The formidable energies overwhelmed the surrounding elite forces from various empires, causing chaos and prompting them to flee in disarray. The momentum was indeed formidable. Observing that his pressure had been successfully countered, the 5 ancestors expressed a hint of surprise, although the gap between them was merely a single rank. As a seasoned and long-promoted sovereign of the Emperor's realm, his foundation was exceedingly formidable. Yet, in such a circumstance, he had not gleaned any advantage. The Holy Flame Patriarch continued to unleash his assault. Surrounding Guan Yu, the space was visibly confined. Boom! A terrifying tremor surged through the entire realm, instilling a sense of fragmentation in the heavens and the earth. Following this, a palm imprint radiating a faint crimson heat descended heavily from the celestial dome towards Guan Yu. "Let us see how you can withstand this." The Holy Flame Patriarch calmly observed Guan Yu, confident that under this lethal move, even if his opponent did not perish, he would suffer severe injuries. However, Guan Yu summoned the Blue Dragon Crescent Blade, resolutely gazing at the impending crimson palm imprint. Spring and autumn slash. Guan Yu swung the blue dragon crescent blade towards the sky, unleashing a blade of azure light that directly charged at the fiery palm imprint conjured by the Holy Flame Patriarch. The two attacks collided, one blue, one red, both exuding an unstoppable brilliance. Bang! Accompanied by a terrifying shockwave, the azure blade momentarily paused before effortlessly obliterating the crimson palm imprint. The residual force from the azure blade even rent the heavens, creating a gash in the sky. Chapter 118. The Defeat of the Holy Flame Patriarch. Urgent news from the Empire. The Holy Flame Patriarch narrowed his eyes slightly. In the realm of the Emperor, just a single rank difference allowed his opponent to so easily deflect his attack. Such potential could not be allowed to exist. The more formidable Guan Yu displayed his strength. The deeper the murderous intent grew in the Patriarch's gaze. After all, if such talent were allowed to develop unchecked, the future potential he possessed would be incalculable, posing a significant threat to the Holy Flame Empire. The Holy Flame Patriarch unleashed another powerful assault, mercilessly pressing on towards Guan Yu. The two continued their fierce combat in the skies. Surrender, lest you suffer greater pain later. With your strength, it would be too regrettable to fall so easily. The Holy Flame Patriarch's attitude shifted during the battle. Initially intending to suppress Guan Yu directly, he now offered a chance for surrender upon witnessing his prowess. Are the members of your Holy Flame Empire all so full of empty words? Guan Yu replied disdainfully, if you wish for me to join. Your mere Holy Flame is unworthy. Spring and autumn slash. Guan Yu decisively struck at the Holy Flame Patriarch with the blue dragon crescent blade. This blow more formidable than the last. Boom! As the blade descended, the Holy Flame Patriarch was violently thrust back. Death! The five ancestors of the Holy Flame were indeed shaken. With his elevated status and formidable depth of experience, he found it hard to believe that he could not suppress this formidable figure from the Great Xia Empire. The opponent exuded a terrifying aura, and then, with a pointed gesture, unleashed an attack that appeared capable of annihilating heaven and earth, instilling a sense of overwhelming pressure that could obliterate both body and spirit upon impact. Guan Yu's gaze was piercing. Spring and autumn's 3 slashes. Boom! 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 With resolute determination, Guan Yu wielded his green dragon crescent blade and executed 3 swift slashes. 3 streaks of azure blade light surged forth, as if intent on sweeping away all in their path. Bang! The two forces collided violently. The heavens trembled with the terrifying might, shrouding the battlefield in chaos, rendering the armies of the various imperial dynasties outside unable to discern the unfolding events. The people of the Great Xia, audaciously disregarding their own limitations, dared to be so brazen. The Emperor of the Holy Flame gazed upon the tumultuous battlefield above, convinced that the presence from the Great Xia in the Emperor realm was doomed to perish. There was no possibility of survival under the absolute kill of the 5 ancestors of the Holy Flame. The surrounding armies were equally astonished, witnessing the overwhelming foundation of the Holy Flame Empire, a force that could not be matched by the other dynasties of Yunzhou. Meanwhile, Zhang Fei and the remaining 4 generals, observing the battlefield ahead, displayed no hint of panic. The Holy Flame Empire rightfully stood as the pinnacle of Yunzhou's imperial powers, possessing an exceptionally strong foundation. Yet, it was unfortunate for them to encounter us. As the might of the battle gradually dissipated, 2 figures stood defiantly against each other, coming into view of the armies from all directions. The 5 ancestors are magnificent, a powerful figure from the Holy Flame Empire exclaimed. However, there was not a whisper of movement in the heavens. After a moment's wait, a drop of blood fell from above. Following this, the weathered form of the 5 ancestors of the Holy Flame was seen stooping in a half-kneel, a deep crimson gash appearing across his chest, blood cascading to the ground. In stark contrast, Guan Yu, who had engaged in a fierce battle, stood proudly with his green dragon crescent blade in hand. Such a scene left the assembled armies in utter disbelief, particularly the Emperor of the Holy Flame, who immediately rushed towards the 5 ancestors above. Ancestors! He could hardly fathom that the esteemed 5 ancestors of the Holy Flame could face defeat. This was entirely beyond his expectations. The aura of the 5 ancestors flickered uncertainly. Though his life was not in immediate danger, he had sustained grave injuries, leaving him incapable of continuing the fight. Guan Yu sheathed his blade, recognizing that the 5 ancestors had been gravely wounded and posed no further threat, and thus refrained from delivering a fatal blow. You're all too weak. Those who dare to disturb the Great Xia shall be met with merciless execution. Guan Yu stood majestically in the heavens, his gaze imperiously directed towards the armies of the various empires below. Upon hearing his proclamation, the forces of these empires fell into a profound silence. Even the revered 5 ancestors of the sacred flame, formidable as they were, found themselves no match for the might of the Daxia Empire. Thus, the rest could only endure in silence. Meanwhile, 3 disheveled figures appeared at Tianguang Mountain, breathlessly reporting, "Your Majesty, the Daxia Empire has launched a surprise assault on our Haoyang Empire's capital, which has now fallen." What? The Haoyang Emperor, upon receiving this news, nearly fainted. A dignified figure of the Marquis realm, he now resembled a panicked child. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the Daxia be so audacious? The Haoyang Emperor could scarcely believe the reality before him. He had merely come to Tianguang Mountain to participate in a martial arts tournament. And now his empire was on the brink of collapse? Your Majesty, I bring further news from the Yuan Huai Empire. The Daxia forces have conquered our capital. Report. The capital of the Sufeng Empire has fallen, and the Daxia army is advancing at an alarming pace throughout the empire. A flurry of urgent reports ensued. The battlefield, already shaken, became rife with astonishment and unease. Following the attacks on 3 major empires by Daxia, the remaining empires were engulfed in panic. No one had anticipated such brazen ferocity from the Daxia Empire, which had seized the opportunity presented by the Tianguang Mountain Martial Arts Tournament to launch swift incursions. In the celestial expanse, Guan Yu and his fellow generals stood firm, opting not to linger but to depart swiftly. The Sacred Flame Emperor watched as they withdrew, yet refrained from pursuing them. Though his empire possessed formidable strength, awakening such forces would require time, and there was no opportunity for that in such a fleeting moment. Following the departure of the 5 elite warriors of Daxia, Tianguang Mountain fell into a brief tranquility. The other empires, wary and apprehensive, hastily took their leave, fearing the overwhelming might of Daxia. Daxia Empire, one might say, truly the second lord, embodying audacity. Observing Guan Yu's arrogance aligned perfectly with Xiao Ling's own sentiments. Despite the boldness of their demeanor, their strength was undeniable. The conquest of the 3 major empires would likely be swift. Xiao Ling calculated the time, knowing that the Daxia's 3 military formations, under Zhuge Liang's strategically constructed long-distance teleportation array, had launched an assault on the capital, leaving it utterly unprepared. Chapter 119. The Fall of 3 Empires and the Rise of Imperial Fortune. Haoyang Empire, Yuan Huai Empire, Sufeng Empire. The targeting of these 3 empires was not a matter of Xiao Ling's design. Previously, the 3 great empires seized the opportunity to take advantage of the Daxia Empire. Now that the time has come to act, it is imperative to confront those empires that have previously engaged in conflict with Daxia. After half a month, a message resonated. Congratulations, host. You have successfully annihilated the 3 empires of Yinzhou, and reward obtained, Imperial Fortune 1. During this nearly half-month period, under the relentless assault of the 3 military formations of the Daxia Empire, the 3 empires were completely engulfed. Compared to the former Tianshu Empire, these 3 empires were somewhat inferior, offering little significant resistance throughout the ordeal. During this time, the 3 empires sought assistance from other imperial forces in Yinzhou. However, following the martial arts conference, the Daxia empires might profoundly shock all imperial forces. In such a short span, everyone felt uneasy, and without absolute certainty, no empire dared to intervene. Consequently, in this brief duration, the 3 empires fell and were consumed, causing the territory of the Daxia Empire to nearly double in size. With the reward in hand, Xiao Ling gazed into the system space, where a golden radiance pulsed. The concept of imperial fortune was unfamiliar to him, and the system provided no introduction or insight into its significance. Yet, from the luminous essence, he could unmistakably sense a powerful aura reminiscent of the Daxia Empire's own fortune. Although it was merely a beam of light, Xiao Ling discerned an aura that rivaled that of the Daxia Empire itself. Suddenly, a conjecture formed in his mind. Could it be that the imperial fortune rewarded by the system was calculated based on the totality of the Daxia Empire's existing fortune? If so, this single strand of imperial fortune from the system space would undoubtedly elevate the Daxia Empire's fortune significantly. Upon this realization, Xiao Ling struggled to contain his excitement. System, fuse the imperial fortune. Instantly, The golden light within the system's space vanished. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Ling could distinctly feel the fortune of the Daxia Empire surging, expanding nearly by a factor of 2. At that moment, with a surge of determination, he summoned forth the golden dragon of Daxia's fortune. With a roar, the fortune dragon emerged, its long form erupting from beneath the territory of the Daxia Empire. The three empires, Haoyang, Yuanhui, and Sufeng, that had just been vanquished could no longer constitute a threat. The already tenuous imperial fortune began to converge towards the Daxia imperial palace, ultimately being consumed by the golden dragon of Daxia's fortune, culminating in a resounding roar. The auspicious dragon of the Great Xia let out a magnificent roar, its might surpassing all previous displays by an extraordinary margin. In an instant, the formidable dragon, with its elongated form, radiated an immense aura of fortune, golden rays of light spreading outward into the surroundings of the Great Xia. The cycle of fortune began anew as the dragon's power surged. Boom! A torrent of auspicious energy surged into Xiao Ling's being, instantly transforming into overwhelming strength. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Ling's power began to ascend dramatically. From the 3rd tier of the sovereign realm, he swiftly advanced through the ranks. 4th tier, 5th tier, 6th tier, 7th tier. Within that brief interlude, he leaped from the 3rd to the 7th tier of the sovereign realm. Although endowed with the physique of an emperor, Xiao Ling found that his cultivation speed paled in comparison to the rapid enhancements brought about by the Great Xia's cycles of fortune. Concurrently, as his realm advanced, he discerned that the elevation of his level during these cycles was significantly less pronounced than during his earlier stages. Throughout the Great Xia Empire, an increasing number of its warriors experienced elevation in their realms due to this fortuitous resurgence. Many formidable figures emerged during this cycle of fortune, including the likes of Guan Yu, Dian Wei, and Xianxia, who had previously broken through to the late stages of the sovereign realm. Now reaching the pinnacle of the 9th tier, mere steps away from transcending to the revered celestial level. Presently, while the major empires maintained an outward facade of tranquility, countless spies from various imperial factions clandestinely monitored the movements of the Great Xia Empire, keenly observing every action. The sudden surge of profound fortune emanating from the Great Xia undoubtedly caught the attention of these spies. In the Sacred Flame Empire, within an ancient and weathered hall, the 5 clans of the Sacred Flame sat cross-legged upon cushions. Around them, numerous crystalline stones were arranged methodically, converging powerful energies toward the 5 ancestors of the Sacred Flame. The previously meditative ancestor of the Sacred Flame abruptly opened his eyes, gazing towards the southern direction through the venerable hall. At that moment, it seemed as though he had sensed something significant. Thud, thud, thud. Rapid footsteps approached swiftly within the hall. Descendant Li Su seeks an audience with the ancestor. Outside the hall, the Sacred Flame Emperor, visibly anxious, bowed in anticipation. After a brief moment, the tightly shut doors of the hall swung open, and a voice resonated. Enter. Without a moment's hesitation, the Sacred Flame Emperor stepped into the hall. The 5 ancestors of Sacred Flame rose from their meditative seclusion, gradually descending from their lotus mats. Casting their gaze toward the Sacred Flame Emperor, Li Su. Li Su, has your uncharacteristic demeanor arisen from matters concerning the Great Xia Empire? As the venerable ancestor of a dynasty that has endured through the ages, the 5 ancestors sensed a foreboding in the emperor's behavior. Presently, in Yinzhou, apart from the newly emerged Great Xia Empire, it seemed unlikely that any other event could provoke such discomposure in the esteemed Sacred Flame Emperor. The Sacred Flame Emperor bowed and replied, Esteemed ancestor, the Great Xia Empire has recently annihilated the 3 prominent dynasties of Haoyang, Yuanhui, and Sufeng in Yinzhou. Moreover, prior to this, an unusual surge of fortune has befallen the Great Xia Empire, suggesting the emergence of unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing these words, the 5 ancestors of Sacred Flame furrowed their brows slightly. I have already sensed the oddity. During my earlier meditation, I was abruptly awakened and gazed southward beyond the Grand Hall. The aura I perceived while in seclusion must have originated from the direction of the Great Xia Empire. Such a distant separation between the 2 empires, yet I could detect it. What transpired in the Great Xia Empire to possess such formidable tides of fortune? Chapter 120. The United Emperors prepare to encircle the Great Xia. The ancestor continued, given the immense fortune wielded by the Great Xia Empire, it is likely to have far-reaching repercussions for our Sacred Flame Empire. I implore the ancestors to take action swiftly and eradicate the Great Xia Empire in its infancy. The Sacred Flame Emperor addressed the 5 ancestors, aware that the Great Xia Empire harbored experts capable of severely injuring even the likes of the 5 ancestors, making it futile for him to confront them alone. In the current circumstances, only the esteemed ancestors of the imperial lineage could take decisive action. I am aware of this matter and will promptly awaken the remaining ancestors for discussion, replied the 5 ancestors, gazing at the Sacred Flame Emperor. You may leave now to make the necessary arrangements. Like the Sacred Flame Emperor, the 5 ancestors also found it difficult to remain composed. They had previously engaged in combat with the formidable beings of the Great Xia Empire, suffering significant injuries themselves. Such entities were exceedingly perilous and must not be allowed to thrive. Otherwise, should their strength expand further, it would undoubtedly pose a grave threat to the Sacred Flame Empire. Once the Sacred Flame Emperor withdrew, the 5 ancestors immediately proceeded deeper into the ancient hall. Simultaneously, the Sacred Flame Emperor dispatched powerful figures to mobilize toward the leading dynasties of Yinzhou. This endeavor was not solely the responsibility of the Sacred Flame Empire. The remaining dynasties in Yinzhou would also be compelled to act. In confronting the Great Xia, these dynastic forces would inevitably need to charge into battle, bearing a portion of the losses. Soon, upon receiving the summons from the Sacred Flame Empire, the various prominent dynasties of Yinzhou began to mobilize. They dared not defy the decree of the Sacred Flame Empire. The Great Xia Dynasty indeed poses a significant threat. Their sudden assault, leading to the annihilation of 3 imperial powers, has showcased an overwhelming might that instills fear across all dynasties. In the Great Xia Imperial Palace, reports from the concealed Jinui stationed in various dynasties of Yinzhou have begun to arrive. The imperial factions in Yinzhou are dispatching formidable warriors to the Xianxia Dynasty, seemingly to discuss a united front against the Great Xia. As the various dynasties in Yinzhou mobilize, Xiao Ling, situated within the Great Xia Imperial Palace, receives similar intelligence. A coalition of imperial forces? He places the information down, his expression remaining remarkably composed. In a brief span, his spies have infiltrated the major dynasties, gathering insights into their strengths. Across Yinzhou, aside from the Xingyan and Lulan dynasties, the other imperial powers pose little concern for the current might of the Great Xia. Xiao Ling remains unperturbed. A coalition is merely a grand show without substantial combat efficacy. However, should they wish to unite against the Great Xia, it is prudent to demonstrate their formidable nature. Contemplating this, he promptly summons several powerful individuals from the Great Xia. Meanwhile, within the Xingyan dynasty, numerous powerful figures from various dynasties converge. The audacity of the Great Xia is astonishing, having successfully conquered 3 major dynasties in quick succession. Their strength surpasses our imagination. How did this dynasty develop such top-tier power in such a short time? Particularly, their warriors have even severely wounded the ancestral figures of the Xingyan dynasty. The emergence of the Great Xia has undeniably shattered the tranquility of Yinzhou. If left unchecked, the situation may spiral into greater chaos. Recently, there have been unsettling signs from the Great Xia, with the spiritual energy in their realm intensifying, a possible omen for our dynasties. However, with the Xianxia dynasty taking charge, we should have sufficient strength to address the crisis posed by the Great Xia. Who can say for certain? It is best for us to observe the unfolding events. The powerful figures of various dynasties engage in hushed discussions. With the Xianxia dynasty leading the charge, there is little for them to be overly concerned about. The Xingyan Emperor has arrived. As the discussions among the powerful figures continue, the Xingyan Emperor makes his appearance. With his arrival, silence envelopes the assembly, and all eyes turn to him. The decisions made by the Xingyan Emperor will undoubtedly influence the forthcoming trajectory of Yinzhou. Seated upon the dragon throne, the Xingyan Emperor surveys the gathered elite from various dynasties. With over 30 individuals present, all of whom are at least at the kingly level, he acknowledges the crisis posed by the Great Xia, a matter surely understood by all present. The actions of the Great Xia are brutal. Within a brief span, for major empires have already fallen at their hands. They are not merely the adversaries of my Sacred Flame Empire, but foes to all of you as well. Upon hearing the Sacred Flame Emperor's declaration, the formidable figures from the various empires present fell into a contemplative silence. Yet there was no dissent regarding his words. We, the empires, shall heed the Sacred Flame Emperor's directives. We await his command on how to proceed. At this moment, as a loyal subordinate of the Sacred Flame Empire, the strongman from the Great Lu Empire was the first to express his allegiance. Observing this, some of the less powerful empires also voiced their support. The question of whether and how to confront the Great Xia was beyond their purview. It was evident that their role was to follow the prevailing tide of events. In no time, only a few empires, led by the Lulan Empire, remained silent and unresponsive. The Sacred Flame Emperor, seated upon his throne, observed the situation and turned his gaze towards the Lulan and the other few empires. Their strength was considerable. Should the Sacred Flame Empire decide to act, it would certainly require the cooperation of these forces. Sensing the emperor's scrutiny, the venerable ruler of the Lulan Empire, Dongyi, appeared deep in thought. The prowess exhibited by the Great Xia Empire during the recent martial arts tournament had left a profound impression on him. It was precisely for this reason that he, as an ancestral figure of the empire, had chosen to attend the assembly convened by the Sacred Flame Emperor. However, due to limited interactions, he possessed scant information regarding the Great Xia Empire. After a moment of contemplation, Dongyi prepared to speak. In that case, let us, boom! Before he could finish his sentence, an overwhelming and terrifying aura enveloped the entire Sacred Flame Imperial Palace. This is not good. The Sacred Flame Emperor's brows furrowed in concern. The powerful figures from the various empires within the hall felt a sudden wave of unease, just as they were about to evacuate the palace. An earth-shattering crash echoed through the air. The once magnificent Imperial Hall was crushed into ruins by an immense force that descended from above. Who dares to cause trouble in my Sacred Flame Imperial Palace? As the palace was assaulted, countless warriors from the Sacred Flame Empire emerged in response. Chapter 121. I hope this initial greeting pleases you all. Though the Sacred Flame Empire does not govern all of Yanzhou, it has undeniably been the unchallenged sovereign for millennia. Such a solemn and dignified place as the Imperial Palace had never before witnessed such a crisis. Many of the strong figures from the visiting empires appeared disheveled, their expressions grave. No one had anticipated that the Sacred Flame Empire would find itself embroiled in such turmoil. Scanning the surroundings, they found only emptiness throughout the ordeal. They had been completely unaware of the assailants' movements. The Holy Flame Emperor's countenance turned ashen. Is this the Great Xia Empire? In the entirety of Yanzhou, it is likely that only the Great Xia Empire would dare to act in such a manner. The thought of them currently deliberating on how to confront the Great Xia undoubtedly heightens the possibility. This sentiment is not unique to the Holy Flame Emperor. Many powerful figures from various empires present share the same apprehension. Ha ha ha! Esteemed guests, as you fervently discuss my Great Xia Empire, might I present you with a token of our meeting? Are you satisfied? Just as the powerful figures were engulfed in confusion and suspicion, a resounding voice echoed from the heavens above. Upon hearing the voice, the crowd looked up to see two figures emerging in the sky. It is he, indeed, a representative from Great Xia. Recognizing the silhouettes above, the Holy Flame Emperor and the Eastern Sovereign, among others, could distinctly identify them. The individual in question was none other than the formidable Guan Yu of Great Xia, who had previously wreaked havoc at the martial arts conference. Although the identity of the second figure remained unknown to them, his impressive aura suggested that his strength was extraordinary. Despite the enemy being right before them, the powerful figures of the various empires remained unperturbed. They had already witnessed Guan Yu's overwhelming might, an entity capable of easily subduing even the ancestral figures of the Holy Flame Empire. He was not someone to be trifled with. Regret began to seep into the hearts of some, who wondered if they should have been so eager to come to the Holy Flame Empire, knowing that their presence might incite trouble. After all, the intentions of the various empires were all too clear. Such a feeble bunch dares to oppose my Great Xia? Remarked the figure standing beside Guan Yu with disdain. The Holy Flame Emperor seethed with anger, yet he dared not make a significant move publicly. Unless the ancestral figure of the empire intervened, he was powerless to contend with them. Presumptuous, to cause a disturbance in my Holy Flame Empire. You shall not leave here unscathed today. Deep within the Holy Flame Palace, three extraordinarily powerful auras descended. In an instant, the entire palace was enveloped by this terrifying presence. Those of lesser strength were rendered powerless and fell prostrate on ground. Only those of the King's realm or above could stand in the face of such overwhelming pressure. The aura belonged to the Holy Flame Ancestor. With the arrival of the Holy Flame Ancestor, there is uncertainty as to whether he could suppress the formidable presence of Great Xia. The prior defeat of the Holy Flame Five Ancestors at the hands of Guan Yu had inevitably caused concern among the powerful figures of the various empires. Soon, three figures materialized within the Holy Flame Palace, visible to all. One was the Holy Flame Five Ancestors, who had previously fallen to Guan Yu, while the other two, their hair gray and bodies marked by the passage of time, exuded a formidable presence. The sight of these three figures filled the Holy Flame Emperor with immense excitement. The Sacred Flame Empire is not solely represented by the five ancestral figures. There exist even more formidable beings within its ranks. However, these entities, having endured the passage of time, have chosen to enter a profound seclusion to mitigate the erosion of their lifespans, or have succumbed to a deep slumber. They are unlikely to emerge unless the Sacred Flame Empire faces an unprecedented catastrophe. Presently, the two individuals accompanying the five ancestors are of this caliber. The depths of the Sacred Flame Empire's concealment are indeed profound. Nearby, the Eastern Emperor gazed at the Sacred Flame Emperor, who calmly remarked, "Without sufficient strength, how can one intimidate the unscrupulous?" The surface tranquility between the Sacred Flame and Lulon empires belies an intense internal rivalry. Although the Lulon Empire possesses commendable foundations, it appears to pale in comparison to those of the Sacred Flame Empire. Observing the Sacred Flame Emperor's demeanor, the Eastern Emperor remained unfazed. Offering a half-smile, Sacred Flame Emperor, the impending threat from the Great Xia is far from benign. Let's see how this unfolds. The prowess of the Great Xia Guan Yu is formidable, and it remains to be seen how the Sacred Flame Empire will respond. Should both sides engage in mutual destruction, it would be to his delight. The Sacred Flame Emperor scoffed softly, well aware of the Eastern Emperor's intentions. However, with two ancestors more powerful than the five present, he held little belief that the Great Xia would possess the strength to contend. The ambitions harbored by the adversary would ultimately amount to mere delusions. In the heavens above, the three ancestors of the Sacred Flame Empire paused several dozen feet from Guan Yu. "Is this the one who defeated you?" asked a white-haired elder beside the Sacred Flame's fifth ancestor, directing his gaze towards Guan Yu. The aura emanating from Guan Yu surpassed that of the Sacred Flame's fifth ancestor. Having attained the 8th rank of the sovereign realm, it was evident that the being before them was at least at the pinnacle of the 9th rank. The fifth ancestor nodded affirmatively. Contemplating Guan Yu's might, he felt a deep sense of reluctance. Yet, having witnessed his strength, he dared not challenge him further. "This individual is indeed remarkable, at the 9th rank of the sovereign realm. Your defeat is hardly surprising," remarked another elder from the Sacred Flame. "The 9th rank of the sovereign realm?" The fifth ancestor was taken aback. "How can this be? He was merely at the 7th rank when we last clashed. How has he ascended to the 9th rank?" Suddenly, the fifth ancestor grasped the implication. "Hidden realms. No wonder he was able to effortlessly defeat me at the 8th rank of the sovereign realm. The opponent was undoubtedly at the 9th tier of the sovereign realm, concealing their true power in the midst of battle to ultimately defeat me." Meanwhile, on the other side, Guan Yu and his companion stood resolutely, their expressions remarkably calm despite being deep within enemy territory, exuding an air of superiority overall. One by one, Guan Yu remarked to his companion, "In my earlier days, I heard tales of your valor, yet regrettably, I never had the opportunity to engage you in combat. Today, let us measure our prowess by our speed in vanquishing our foes." The latter nodded in agreement. "Very well." In that moment, two formidable auras were unleashed. Chapter 122. Are they here to revel in the winds of the Sacred Flame Empire? Arrogance. Even though they are at the 9th tier of the sovereign realm, the Sacred Flame Empire is not a place where you may run rampant. As Guan Yu and his companion made their move, one of the esteemed ancestors of the Sacred Flame Empire immediately took action. Their strength far surpassed that of the previous 5 ancestors of the Sacred Flame. A palm imprint descended with the intent to directly suppress Guan Yu. With a fierce swing of his green dragon crescent blade, Guan Yu countered, cleaving towards the incoming strike. The azure blade light and the palm imprint dissipated into nothingness. Boom! On the other side, another esteemed ancestor of the Sacred Flame Empire also engaged in battle. Their momentum equally formidable. Harnessing their spiritual energy, they summoned a towering peak outside the Sacred Flame Palace, propelling it with tremendous force towards the approaching adversary from the Great Xia. The attack was exceedingly sharp, transcending the boundaries of the sovereign realm, as if it sought to suppress all existence. Oomph! A cold snort echoed. The enormous peak, enveloped in power, was effortlessly shattered by a mighty iron fist. This adversary, capable of so easily countering my attack, was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Who dares approach? The ancestor of the Sacred Flame Empire inquired, intrigued by the identity of this formidable foe. Amidst the chaos of the shattered peak, a figure emerged, their deep and rugged voice resonating. Great Xia Empire, Dianwei. Dianwei? The name reverberated throughout the Sacred Flame Palace, reaching the ears of powerful figures from various empires. Yet, many found this name unfamiliar and intriguing, as it seemed to have emerged from obscurity. First, there was Guan Yu, and now another named Dianwei. What kind of depth does the Great Xia Empire possess? Countless powerful figures from various empires were filled with curiosity. The rise of this new empire surpassed all expectations, completely unforeseen. Boom! In the skies above, the two factions clashed incessantly. The fluctuations of their attacks were such that even ordinary sovereigns would find them difficult to withstand. At this moment, the 5 patriarchs of the Holy Flame Dynasty wore grave expressions. Such an esteemed ancestor of the dynasty found himself utterly bereft of the qualifications to partake in the fray. From a perspective of the two battlefields, neither side allowed for his intervention. Kill! Amidst a cacophony of roars, Dianwei wielded his dual halberds, each strike incisively aimed at the opposing Holy Flame ancestor. In the briefest of moments, the adversary felt an immense pressure and began to retreat in disarray. Stabilize! The opponent, in the midst of retreat, unleashed a powerful force. A colossal mountain, forged from concentrated spiritual energy, bore down upon Dianwei. The mere aura emanating from it caused numerous palaces within the Holy Flame Imperial Palace to collapse. A foolish attempt. As the impending attack descended upon him, Dianwei remained unfazed. He crossed his halberds and struck directly at the descending mountain. Boom! The clash of their attacks reverberated through the surroundings. After a fleeting stalemate, the mountain was riddled with cracks and subsequently shattered by Dianwei's ferocious strike. The residual might of his dual halberds continued its relentless pursuit toward the Holy Flame ancestor behind the mountain. How was this possible? The Holy Flame fourth ancestor was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the obliteration of his attack. Observing Dianwei's assault approaching, he hastily attempted to dodge to the side. Yet, despite his evasion, he was still struck by the lingering force of the halberds, causing his blood to surge and his form to waver uncontrollably. Is he truly this formidable? The Holy Flame Emperor's countenance darkened, not to mention the previous 5 patriarchs. The 2 most powerful ancestral beings emerging from the depths of the Holy Flame Dynasty had yet to subdue the foe from the Great Xia. It appeared they were even being suppressed in return. Boom! Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Guan Yu of the Great Xia was engaged in a fierce clash with the Holy Flame Dynasty's ancestral elder. Their combat had shifted from the heavens to the Imperial Palace itself. With each exchange, even the most ordinary of strikes, propelled by a power nearly surpassing the Imperial Seal realm, shattered the palace around them. Spring and autumn slash. 1 strike. 2 strikes. The Holy Flame ancestor found himself incessantly retreating in the face of Guan Yu's onslaught. 3 strikes. By the 3rd blow, the force was magnitude stronger than the previous 2. The Holy Flame ancestor was instantaneously gored, leaving a crimson mark upon his form, before crashing heavily into the ruins of the Imperial Palace. Defeated. Another elder of the Holy Flame Dynasty had fallen. It appeared that Guan Yu had gained the upper hand. With his right hand cradling the green dragon crescent blade, Guan Yu gently stroked his majestic beard with his left. As these words echoed, the aura of Dianwei on the other side surged with even greater intensity. The dual halberds in his grasp pulsated with surging spiritual energy. Suddenly, Dianwei unleashed a fierce attack, leaving the venerable ancestor of the Sacred Flame Empire unable to respond in time. Bang! The intersection of his halberds struck down mercilessly, directly cleaving the body of the Sacred Flame ancestor. The figure plummeted to the ground, the state of life or death unknown. In this brief clash, 2 formidable figures of the Sacred Flame Empire had fallen in quick succession. Together, Guan Yu and Dianwei stood poised in the heavens, their victorious fervor radiating an indomitable might. They cast their gaze upon the 2 ruins within the Sacred Flame Imperial Palace, their eyes then sweeping across the other Imperial beings present. Sensing their scrutiny, a wave of dread washed over all. With the defeat of two esteemed ancestors. It was evident that the so-called strong of these empires were utterly feeble. Merely a single thought from the two adversaries could spell doom for them all. The two sacred flame ancestors, having tumbled into the ruins, managed to escape in a disheveled state, though they had not sustained severe injuries. The weight of their defeat left them shaken. Faced with the might of the two warriors from the Great Xia, they found themselves compelled to fight for their very lives. As the atmosphere bristled with trepidation, fearing the wrath of the Great Xia's champions, Dianwei and Guan Yu unexpectedly departed from the heavens. Their confrontation with the sacred flame was intended to instill fear among the powerful. With their objective achieved, there was no longer a need to linger. As the two figures withdrew, the oppressive aura they had cast dissipated into nothingness. Gone? The powerful entities within the sacred flame imperial palace were taken aback. With their strength, the duo could have easily annihilated them on the spot. It was unfathomable that they would choose to retreat at such a pivotal moment. Had they come merely for a fleeting amusement in the sacred flame empire? Chapter 123. The skies of Yinzhou are about to change, though curiosity and astonishment filled their hearts. The two mighty figures of the Great Xia had already departed, leaving no answers in their wake. Following the upheaval, the sacred flame imperial palace was engulfed in chaos. With ruins of halls scattered everywhere, alongside the remains of those who had perished in the aftermath of the battle. After a brief period of stupor, the entirety of the sacred flame empire sprang into action. Over the course of countless millennia, this was undoubtedly the most devastating blow the sacred flame empire had ever endured. After this fierce engagement, the once invincible sacred flame empire in Yinzhou had suffered significant losses at the hands of the Great Xia. The standing of the sacred flame empire among the various forces of Yinzhou had plummeted to unprecedented depths. Within the sacred flame empire palace, the formidable figures from the various imperial dynasties of Yinzhou remained, their minds swirling with myriad thoughts and secret calculations. The sacred flame emperor's alliance negotiations had yet to reach a conclusive agreement, yet the situation had already escalated to such a degree. In my humble opinion, it would be prudent to temporarily cease discussions and await a more opportune moment for dialogue. While the unrest in the sacred flame empire had yet to settle, the eastern sovereign of the Lulan dynasty had already taken the initiative to express his stance towards the sacred flame emperor. Before the sacred flame emperor could respond, the eastern sovereign had ascended into the sky and departed. In the current circumstances, the might of the Xia dynasty was unmistakably evident. Even the seemingly invincible sacred flame empire within Yinzhou had suffered repeated setbacks at their hands. A hasty confrontation now could result in dire consequences under the Xia dynasty's retribution. As the sacred flame emperor observed the departing eastern sovereign, a cold glint flickered in his gaze. However, given the formidable strength of the Lulan dynasty backing the eastern sovereign, turning against them at this juncture would be unwise. Following the declaration of the eastern sovereign, numerous other imperial powers present began to voice their own positions. Sacred Flame Emperor. In light of this tumultuous situation, we must swiftly return to our respective dynasties to report the circumstances. Indeed, once the situation within the Sacred Flame Empire stabilizes, we shall reconvene to discuss the offensive against Xia. With that, they took their leave. Faced with the terrifying might of the Xia dynasty, they dared not offend them. Likewise, the Sacred Flame Empire, having rightfully held dominion over Yinzhou for millennia, commanded respect due to its own formidable strength. Under such conditions, they could only strive to protect themselves, ensuring they did not incur the wrath of either side. In a brief span, only 4 or 5 trusted allies of the Sacred Flame Emperor remained. As the powerful figures from the various imperial dynasties departed, the Sacred Flame Emperor remained silent, watching the retreating figures. Apart from the Lulan dynasty, the remaining imperial dynasties of Yinzhou, even if they were to act, could provide little more than a modicum of military support, their impact otherwise negligible. The Sacred Flame Emperor regarded those who had yet to depart. You may withdraw for now. The various imperial dynasties shall await my summons. With this command, the remaining powers departed decisively. They were entities that had risen with the support of the Sacred Flame Emperor, and in their current plight, survival hinged upon their allegiance to him. As the imperial figures departed, the Sacred Flame Emperor proceeded to seek counsel with the 3 venerable ancestors. Esteemed ancestors, how should the Sacred Flame Empire proceed from here? The strength exhibited by Xia is formidable, beyond the capacity of a mere emperor to decisively confront. The 3 venerable ancestors stood in silence, contemplating the grave situation. Previously, the two proud ancestors of the pinnacle ninth rank of the Emperor realm, who had long maintained a solitary demeanor, found themselves ensnared in profound contemplation. They had initially believed that their intervention would effortlessly subdue the encroaching forces of the Great Xia Empire. However, it has become increasingly evident that it is not they who are subduing the adversary, but rather the adversary who is overwhelming them. These ancient beings, who have survived for millennia, find themselves encountering such misfortune upon their emergence, leaving them with an indescribable sense of frustration. After a moment of silence, one of the ancestors of the imperial dynasty, with a cold expression, spoke. While the strength of the Great Xia Empire is indeed formidable, the foundation of our Holy Flame Empire is by no means lacking. If necessary, we shall venture to our ancestral grounds and summon even more potent existences from their slumber. Atop a certain peak in Yunzhou, several figures stood, including the East Emperor and others who had previously departed from the Holy Flame Empire. One of the mid-stage kings of the Xiao Empire curiously inquired, "What is the purpose of the East Emperor summoning us here?" The other powerful figures from various empires remained silent, but shared the same curiosity. They were closely aligned with the Lulan Empire, contrasting sharply with the vassal empires such as the Delu Empire. The East Emperor surveyed the gathered individuals and asked, "What are your thoughts on the current situation in Yunzhou?" The inquiry took the attendees by surprise, yet they quickly fell into contemplation. Previously, the Holy Flame Empire, as the dominant force in Yunzhou, dictated the landscape, rendering discussions about the situation unnecessary. However, this applied only to the previous state of affairs. With the sudden emergence of the Great Xia Empire, the established equilibrium had been irrevocably shattered. "East Emperor, what do you imply?" inquired one of the empire's powerful figures. Among the various imperial forces in Yunzhou, besides the Holy Flame Empire, the Lulan Empire stood as the strongest. The influence of the other empires in the Yunzhou situation was minimal. Conversely, the East Emperor represented the will and stance of the Lulan Empire, making their opinions particularly significant. The East Emperor addressed the assembly, stating, "Currently, we are presented with three choices. First, to ally with the Holy Flame Empire to maintain the previous balance in Yunzhou and resist the Great Xia Empire. Second, to remain passive observers, refraining from involvement." As for the third, his implication was clear, and the gathered individuals, no fools, understood the underlying message. The Great Xia Empire, once looked down upon by these established dynasties as lacking in strength and depth, now posed a formidable challenge. After enduring two fierce battles, the Great Xia Empire has demonstrated strength that is undeniably on par with the Sacred Flame Empire, even exhibiting a discernible momentum of dominance. It seems the skies over Yunzhou are destined for change. Chapter 124, Crossing Thousands of Miles to Acknowledge a Father? In the Great Xia Empire, His Majesty, a message suddenly arrived for Xiao Ling from the border. Several powerful figures from various empires in Yunzhou have reached our borders, seeking an audience with His Majesty. The presence of these imperial powers did not particularly surprise Xiao Ling. The Sacred Flame Empire had recently summoned various empires for a meeting, and following the actions of Generals Guan Yu and others, it was only natural that some empires would respond swiftly. "Do not obstruct them. Let them enter," Xiao Ling commanded without further contemplation, directly summoning these imperial figures. Although the Great Xia now faces few rivals in Yunzhou, a bloodless resolution would be most desirable. Otherwise, should war ensue, no matter how formidable the Great Xia's strength, there would inevitably be losses. At this moment, at the Great Xia border, the Eastern sovereign and others awaited. In front of the group stood two Great Xia generals at the sovereign seal level, maintaining a steadfast presence at the frontier. The sheer might of the Great Xia, yet to be fully revealed, is indeed formidable. The imperial powers were filled with astonishment. Such sovereign seal figures are core existences, even within the Sacred Flame Empire. The fact that the Great Xia has dispatched such powerful beings to guard its borders speaks volumes of its terrifying foundation. Not only are these two sovereign seal figures present, but I also sense an even more formidable aura in this vicinity. This presence rivals that of the five ancestors of the Sacred Flame Empire. The mere sight of these two sovereign seal figures is already astonishing. To think there exists an even more terrifying entity. The five ancestors are at least 8th-tier sovereign seal beings. If they are not inferior to the Sacred Flame's five ancestors, it is evident that their strength is exceedingly formidable. Merely standing at the Great Xia border has allowed the various imperial powers to witness the extraordinary might of the Great Xia. In a short span of time, the gravity of the situation weighed heavier in their hearts. His Majesty has decreed, you may proceed immediately to the Great Xia Imperial Palace for an audience. A voice announced. A sovereign seal figure at the border promptly took action, leading the Eastern sovereign and others toward the Great Xia Imperial Palace. Along the way, the remarkable development of the Great Xia Empire astounded the imperial powers. Were it not for their own eyes, they would scarcely believe that such a burgeoning empire could flourish to this extent. Innate spiritual energy, boundless vitality, not only did they find it hard to believe, but even the sacred flame empire pales in comparison. Before long, the group swiftly arrived at the Great Xia Imperial Palace. Standing before a magnificent hall, they reported, Your Majesty, the representatives of the various empires have arrived. Allow them to enter. A soft voice resonated from within the hall, prompting the Eastern Emperor and his companions to proceed into the grand chamber. As they traversed the path, he sensed an overwhelming presence of formidable energies surrounding them. Upon entering the hall, a multitude of dignitaries and powerful figures from the Great Xia Dynasty came into view. Dozens of gazes converged upon them, accompanied by an oppressive aura that threatened to subdue. Among the imperial courts, aside from the Eastern Emperor and another sovereign from the Western Wei dynasty, the remaining attendees were merely at the level of kings, each finding themselves momentarily paralyzed, unable to take a step forward. The atmosphere was utterly daunting. Under the weight of such overwhelming energies, even the most basic movement felt like an unattainable luxury. The Great Xia was indeed formidable. Even the Eastern Emperor, a being of sovereign stature, felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him. Within this grand hall, numerous king-level experts were present, including several at the emperor level. Fortunately, this oppressive aura dissipated after a brief moment. At the elevated throne, Xiao Ling regarded the approaching Eastern Emperor and his entourage, inquiring, What brings you to Great Xia? The Eastern Emperor replied, First, Your Majesty, we have come with the intention of forging an alliance with the Great Xia. Oh, do elaborate, Xiao Ling responded, withholding any further remarks. By this juncture, the Eastern Emperor and his companions were not naive. They had already witnessed the might of the Great Xia. The Eastern Emperor continued, We came with the intent to establish an allied relationship with the Great Xia. Initially, we sought to engage in preliminary discussions to gauge your strength before making further plans. However, it is evident that such caution is unnecessary at this point. The power displayed by the Great Xia is indeed formidable, surpassing even that of the Sacred Flame Dynasty. An alliance with you would undoubtedly benefit our imperial factions. Moreover, it appears that the Great Xia stands isolated in Yinzhou, making this an opportune moment for us to unite. En alliance, Xiao Ling observed the Eastern Emperor with a calm demeanor. He held no interest in such a proposition. Shaking his head, he replied, I have no desire for alliances. The Great Xia possesses sufficient strength as it stands. A refusal? The Eastern Emperor gazed at Xiao Ling atop the high throne. Initially, he had anticipated that the Great Xia would welcome the prospect of an alliance. However, it was now clear that this was not the case. With a moment of reflection, he understood. The Great Xia Dynasty, possessing such power, indeed had every reason to be proud. All the great empires have come here with genuine intentions. What is the Summer Emperor's stance? The Eastern monarch inquired of Xiao Ling. By this point, they had already witnessed the formidable strength of the Great Xia Empire. None of them desired to have made this journey in vain. Xiao Ling cast a sweeping gaze over the envoys from various empires. Having already formulated his plans for dealing with these imperial powers in his heart, submit to the Great Xia. Boom! Upon hearing these words, the Eastern monarch and the others were momentarily taken aback. To demand their allegiance to the Great Xia? This attitude was far more audacious than that of the Holy Flame Empire. Throughout the millennia, even the Holy Flame Empire had merely coexisted peacefully with these imperial forces. No one had ever been so brazen as to demand their submission right from the outset. Your Majesty of Xia, we have come with sincerity. Is this how the Great Xia treats its guests? To demand our surrender from the very beginning is clearly to regard us with disdain. If this is the case, then it seems there is no need for us to linger here any longer. The powerful figures from the several empires exchanged heated words. They valued the strength displayed by the Great Xia and contemplated an alliance to jointly resist the Holy Flame Empire. Some even considered leveraging the might of Great Xia against the Holy Flame to extract their own benefits. However, to discuss allegiance without any prospect of profit was absurd. Did they traverse vast distances to merely acknowledge a superior? Chapter 125. A million-strong army approaches. War is imminent. Absurd. Utterly preposterous. In response to the demeanor of the envoys from the various empires, Xiao Ling remained firmly seated upon his imperial throne, seemingly unfazed. Whether or not they wished to submit was their own decision. Furthermore, it was not he who summoned them. They had come of their own volition. However, once they crossed this threshold, there would be no turning back. At least by submitting now, these imperial forces could preserve a semblance of their lineage, merely needing to heed the commands of the Great Xia. But once the great battle commenced, surrender would no longer be an option. Xiao Ling was not attempting to intimidate them. He spoke with stark honesty. In the face of the imperial entities of Yunzhao, their existence was indeed dispensable. To put it bluntly, merely dispatching a single emperor-level figure would suffice to suppress the majority of the imperial powers within Yunzhao. Upon hearing Xiao Ling's words, the expressions of the imperial leaders grew increasingly grim. Were it not for their fear of the overwhelming strength of the Great Xia Empire, they might have confronted him on the spot. Yet under the eaves, one must bow their head. The powerful figures present could hardly absorb Xiao Ling's statements. Your Majesty of Xia, given the current situation, we shall take our leave. With that, they departed swiftly and decisively, before the formidable leaders of the various dynasties, led by the Eastern sovereign, could step out of the grand hall. Another voice resounded. You must remember, Xia is not a realm that can be subdued by mere force. It is merely the thought of a great war that would result in untold suffering for the masses that stays my hand. Upon hearing these words from Xiao Ling, the Eastern sovereign and others paused briefly, yet soon resumed their swift departure. Xiao Ling observed this unfold, uninterested in whether they absorbed his words. The reason these dynastic powers sent him to the Xia was primarily to utilize his strength against the Holy Flame dynasty, seeking to further their own interests. They had dispatched spies to closely monitor the Holy Flame dynasty, ready to report at the slightest hint of activity. Following this fleeting calm, Yunzhou was destined to be engulfed in turmoil once more. As nearly half a month passed, the prophecy proved accurate. The Holy Flame dynasty began rallying forces from the dynasties of Yunzhou, preparing for a desperate confrontation with the Xia. Initially, some dynasties maintained a neutral stance. However, they soon voiced their support. Among them was the formidable Lulan dynasty. The prospect of allegiance to Xiao Ling was utterly inconceivable to them. In no time, with the Holy Flame dynasty at the helm, numerous dynasties from Yunzhou mobilized their armies. Over 100 million troops gradually converged upon the southern borders of the Yufeng dynasty, which lay adjacent to the Xia. The sheer size of the forces was daunting, instilling fear in the hearts of many. Meanwhile, as the armies of the various dynasties prepared for their assault, the Xia too assembled its forces at the northern military encampment. Tension mounted as both sides readied for an inevitable clash. When the coalition of over 100 million troops reached the Yufeng dynasty, they did not linger, swiftly advancing toward the northern borders of the Xia. Days later, at Beiyan City in the Xia dynasty, the coalition forces were arrayed outside the city, while nearly 200,000 troops of the Xia gathered within. The disparity in numbers, 200,000 against over 100 million, was staggering. On the city walls stood a number of formidable figures, with the commander of the Northern Army, Yu Fei, at the forefront, flanked by valiant generals such as Yang Zixing, Yu Yun, and Xianxia. As the commander of the northern forces, Yu Fei had attained the 8th rank of the emperor's conclave. His fiercest general, Yang Zixing, surpassed him, having reached the 9th rank. The remaining generals, including Yu Yun and Yang Xian, had also broken through to the emperor's conclave, each possessing strength beyond that of a king. Father, should the armies engage in battle, I, Yu Yun, am willing to lead the charge from the city. The battle has yet to commence. Yet the formidable powers of the Great Xia within the city are already primed for the impending conflict. Presently, although the Northern Flame City boasts a mere 2 million elite soldiers, their morale is robust and unwavering, devoid of any semblance of fear. Yu Fei gazes upon the vast army amassed outside the city. In the grand scheme of war among emperors, these fortifications hold little significance, easily dismantled by the might of top-tier warriors. The emperor's edict has yet to reach us. Thus, the forces under the Northern Army's banner are strictly forbidden from making any unauthorized movements. Without issuing a command to engage, Yu Fei addresses his formidable subordinates. What do the millions of adversaries outside matter, as long as his Northern Army remains stationed here? The enemy shall not so much as set foot within the borders of Great Xia's north. The emperor's decree is absolute, and Yu Fei shall heed it. At that moment, from the rear of northern Flame City, a voice resounds. Upon hearing it, Yu Fei and his fellow commanders turn to look. They behold 5 armored figures descending from the heavens, arriving at northern Flame City. Yu Fei stands ready to receive the emperor's edict. Seeing the visitors, Yu Fei's countenance brightens, and he, along with his loyal generals, kneels in deference. The emperor's command states that the various imperial courts of Yinzhou are advancing, and all matters, great and small, shall be under the full authority of Commander Yu Fei of the Northern Army. Furthermore, 5 esteemed generals, known as the 5 Tiger Generals, are dispatched to Northern Flame City to await Yu Fei's orders. The one conveying this edict is none other than Guan Yu, the leader of the 5 Tiger Generals. The humble soldier shall obey. Upon issuing the command, Yu Fei rises alongside his generals. Guan Yu, regarding Yu Fei with a smile, remarks, "Commander Yu, the coalition of various imperial courts led by the Sacred Flame Dynasty approaches with great vigor. It is rumored that a formidable ancestor from the Sacred Flame Dynasty has been awakened to partake in this endeavor. We have come to lend our support. Your assistance is greatly appreciated, esteemed generals." Yu Fei feels a surge of joy. The prowess of the 5 Tiger Generals is beyond dispute, and their presence on the battlefield undoubtedly fortifies the situation. We are all here to serve the Great Xia and the Emperor. These imperial courts from Yunzhou harbor ambitions against our Great Xia. They must be made to understand the strength we possess. Merely defeating them is insufficient. We must strike decisively to instill a sense of dread that will compel them to behave. At this moment, in the camp of the Imperial Coalition, the Supreme Flame Emperor sits at the center of the large tent, flanked by the emperors of various major dynasties of Yinzhou. In this offensive against Great Xia, over 10 emperors have mobilized. They face pressure from the Sacred Flame Dynasty and threats emanating from Great Xia itself. Chapter 126. The battle begins. The 8 diagrams of gods and demons. The atmosphere within the tent is heavy and solemn, confronted with the evident peril posed by the Great Xia Dynasty. Even the Sacred Flame Dynasty senses a wave of threat. The Supreme Flame Emperor slightly raises his head. His gaze is sweeping over the assembly of over 10 imperial rulers present. Gently he proclaimed, "The army has arrived. Let's commence our actions. This time, we shall eradicate the threat posed by the Great Xia, and naturally, our Yinzhou will return to its former tranquility." Indeed, the menace that Great Xia poses to the Empire of Fong is exceedingly formidable. Only by vanquishing it can we find peace. Worry not, for what weighs upon your hearts is shared. While the Great Xia Empire undoubtedly possesses formidable warriors, our Sacred Flame Empire has also summoned a mightier ancestor from his meditative slumber. Today, without a doubt, the Great Xia Empire shall face annihilation. The mention of the slumbering ancestral power stirred excitement among the numerous emperors present. The Sacred Flame Empire has witnessed the emergence of successive strong figures, far surpassing their expectations. This revelation alleviated their earlier concerns, restoring a semblance of calm. The coalition forces possess an undeniable numerical superiority, yet they significantly lack in elite warriors. Only the presence of such formidable beings can ensure a more secure confrontation against the Great Xia in the battles to come. Boom! 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 Outside Beiyin City, millions of troops began to mobilize. Their sheer numbers were so vast that even the expansive wilderness beyond the city was entirely covered. With their movements, the army was more fearsome than a locust swarm. A coalition of several imperial powers swiftly dispatched millions of elite soldiers, led by several powerful figures, advancing relentlessly towards Beiyin City of the Great Xia. General Yu, the coalition forces have commenced their assault on the walls of Tianyin City. The formidable warriors of Great Xia observed the advancing coalition. Though merely the vanguard, their strength was still terrifying compared to the 200,000 soldiers within the Great Xia Empire. General Yu Fei gazed at the approaching coalition, then issued his orders. "Yu Yun, Xianxia, he my command. At your service." The 2 generals responded promptly, stepping forth decisively. "You too shall serve as the vanguard, leading 500,000 troops out of the city to meet the enemy." Fearful? Not in the slightest. Yu Yun and Yang Xian replied with resolute confidence. With the 2 of them and 500,000 soldiers at the ready, no matter how many foes approach, they shall not set foot beyond our Great Xia's borders. For every enemy that comes, we shall deliver them death. ensuring that those who dare to invade our Great Xia Empire shall return empty-handed. The generals have long awaited this battle, and the opportunity to lead the first charge fills them with exhilaration. As the gates of Beiyin City swung open, Yu Yun and Xianxia led their 500,000 soldiers swiftly out of the city. Charge! The two generals at the forefront decisively led their forces to engage the coalition. Although numerically disadvantaged, the momentum was overwhelming. The powerful aura of the sovereign realm emanated from them, a testament to their might. Sovereign realm. In the grand realm of Daxia, two unfamiliar sovereign emperors have emerged, on the side of the coalition of various imperial courts. The expression of the Eastern Emperor is one of astonishment. He had previously visited the Daxia Empire, but did not enter through the northern Yin city. Now, at another border of Daxia, two sovereign emperors stand resolutely, leading one to ponder whether Daxia has grown formidable enough to station such powerful beings at its frontiers. Such a display of strength is beyond imagination in the region of Yinzhou. In an instant, two formidable figures surged forth from the coalition's ranks toward the frontline battlefield. With Daxia dispatching sovereign emperors, it was inevitable that the coalition would respond in kind. Only beings of equal caliber can contend with sovereign emperors. You shall face us. The two sovereign emperors from the coalition locked onto Yu Yun and Xianxia, promptly launching their assault. Yu Yun is a third-tier sovereign emperor, while his opponent hails from the Lulan Empire as a fourth-tier. Xianxia, being a second-tier sovereign emperor, faces an adversary of equal rank from the Western Wei Empire. The clash of sovereign emperors erupted with overwhelming grandeur. Simultaneously, the northern army of the Daxia Empire, comprising 500,000 elite soldiers, was poised to engage in fierce battle against the coalition of 10 million. Each soldier in this elite force is at the Soul Condensation realm, with many commanding officers at the Spirit Transformation realm and a considerable number at the Divine Mansion realm. This army is more elite than that of the coalition. While they could easily triumph against foes 2 or 3 times their number, facing an enemy 20 times their size poses a grave challenge. Moreover, the coalition comprises many elite warriors, making the situation increasingly perilous in the face of such intense conflict. As the two armies were on the brink of engagement, a rift in the heavens manifested above. The eightfold divine array, a resonant voice proclaimed. A streak of light burst forth from the void, rapidly expanding to envelop the battlefield, covering an area spanning thousands of feet. This luminous net encircled the northern Yin city and the millions of combatants present. In that moment, the morale of the Daxia soldiers, both engaged and awaiting battle, surged significantly. In stark contrast, the coalition's formidable army found their spirits suppressed by an overwhelming force. It was the chief minister Zhuge Liang. This sudden upheaval sent shockwaves across the battlefield, stirring countless souls. For the Daxia Empire, the presence of their chief minister Zhuge Liang was a source of unparalleled familiarity and strength. As a practitioner at the pinnacle of the imperial sovereign realm, Zhuge Liang's methods are undoubtedly inscrutable. In contrast to the forces of the Zhou Empire, this situation is exceedingly unfamiliar. Zhuge, the prime minister? What kind of existence is this in the Great Xia? What was that enigmatic 8 diagrams of spirits he just unleashed? How infuriating! Our strength has been significantly suppressed. This force is insurmountable unless we can withdraw from this battlefield. The allied forces of the Zhou Empire are utterly astonished by the sudden appearance of the 8 diagrams of spirits. Yet retreating from the battlefield is impossible. The 8 diagrams envelop the area for thousands of miles, and for millions of troops to attempt to relocate is sheer folly. Where are the sorcerers among the allied forces? Shouldn't they act quickly? A powerful figure from the empire exclaimed. The foundation of the empire is robust. Although sorcerers are scarce, there are still formidable beings among them. In an instant, over a dozen powerful figures emerged from the allied forces. Among them stood an elderly man with white hair, an ancestral-level figure from the Hidden Hung Empire, proficient in sorcery and a 5th-tier imperial sovereign. This was the Twilight Emperor. Besides the Twilight Emperor, there was also a 2nd-tier imperial sovereign sorcerer from the Sacred Flame Empire. The remaining sorcerers were merely at the king's sovereign level. The Twilight Emperor gazed at the mysterious 8 diagrams of spirits that enveloped the heavens, his weathered brow furrowed in contemplation. This formation is enigmatic. Even he, a 5th-tier imperial sovereign adept in sorcery, finds it difficult to comprehend. Attack! With a command from the Twilight Emperor, a surge of sorcerous energy shot towards the sky. The other sorcerers from the Empire followed suit. This was a clash among sorcerers, Numerous streams of sorcerer's power struck the 8 diagrams of spirits. Boom! The powerful wave of sorcery resounded instantly. The 8 diagrams trigrams emanated a radiant glow, safeguarding the entire formation. Untouched and undamaged. Ineffective? Witnessing this scene, the Twilight Emperor and the other sorcerers were taken aback. Despite their collective might, they could not even budge the so-called 8 diagrams of spirits. Kill! 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 Meanwhile, the sounds of slaughter erupted on the battlefield. The 500,000 troops of the Great Xia, bolstered by the 8 diagrams of spirits, surged with exuberance. Their overall combat prowess multiplied several times. In contrast, the million-strong Zhou Empire allied forces, though boisterous, lacked any sorcerous enhancement within the 8 diagrams, suffering immense oppression. Their overall strength diminished to the brink. In an instant, the two armies clashed fiercely. Crash! A commander from the Great Xia, at the Spirit Mansion level, swung his sword with ferocity. The blade's radiance exudes an unstoppable might. In but a fleeting moment, it has decimated hundreds of soldiers from the coalition of imperial forces ahead. Good heavens! When did I become so formidable? I feel an overwhelming surge of power coursing through me. Within this realm, I am invincible. What sheer exhilaration. In an instant, the soldiers of the Great Xia Dynasty exhibited unprecedented combat prowess, effortlessly maneuvering through the ranks of the imperial coalition, even with their numbers reaching 50,000. Damn it! Let us unite and crush these Great Xia fiends without mercy. Witnessing this, the coalition forces hastily retaliated. Yet, the ensuing battle plunged them into despair. The abilities of these coalition soldiers were severely hampered by the 8 diagrams of divine spirits, rendering their attacks nearly ineffective. A commander of the Law Realm launched a powerful punch, striking a fellow commander of the same realm from Great Xia. To his astonishment, an ethereal armor materialized before the Great Xia commander, absorbing the impact entirely. How could this be? Just as the coalition commander was engulfed in shock, the Great Xia commander retaliated with a swift sword strike, obliterating him instantly. Such scenes unfolded across the battlefield. Despite the Great Xia's mere 50,000 troops, the coalition attacks faltered, unable to breach the formidable defenses bolstered by the 8 diagrams. The soldiers of the Imperial Coalition found themselves incapable of inflicting any meaningful damage. How do we fight? How can we prevail? In the face of such overwhelming odds, the morale of the coalition's millions swiftly crumbled, and, gripped by the terror of impending death, many began to retreat in panic. However, amidst the chaos of 10 million troops, those unaware of the situation continued to charge forward, leaving those wishing to withdraw with no escape routes. In a matter of moments, cries of escape erupted. Get out of my way. All of you, clear the path. These Great Xia warriors are monsters. Charging in only leads to certain death. Do not obstruct my path. Those who do shall perish. As the Great Xia forces surged forward, some of the more cowardly yet ruthless members of the coalition began to turn their blades upon their fellow soldiers. Moreover, this involves numerous imperial coalitions. In the wake of such turmoil, within a short span of time, fratricidal conflict erupted among the various imperial armies. If this situation continues, it is not merely the current million troops of the front line that poses a challenge. Even the remaining several million coalition forces would struggle to inflict any substantial harm upon the 500,000 elite troops of the Great Xia. Only by extinguishing the formidable 8 diagrams of gods and demons that envelop the battlefield can there be hope. Your Majesty, the Twilight Resting Monarch, you must devise a feasible plan. Otherwise, our imperial dynasty shall surely suffer grave losses. In an instant, countless powerful figures from the imperial dynasty turned their gazes toward the Twilight Resting Monarch and others. The expression of the Twilight Resting Monarch darkened. Exert all your strength. We must obliterate the 8 diagrams of gods and demons. With this command, dozens of sorcerers above the kingly realm among the coalition sprang into action. Waves of the strongest magical assaults surged toward the 8 diagrams of gods and demons. Yet, despite the relentless barrage of spells, the formidable formation remained unshaken. The cacophony of battle grew increasingly intense on the battlefield, filled with the anguished cries of the coalition soldiers, while the Great Xia warriors wreaked havoc. Even the sovereigns of various empires soon joined the fray. Unfortunately, martial artists struggled against sorcerers, especially those of the pinnacle level like Zhuge Liang. No matter the intensity of the onslaught, the 8 diagrams of gods and demons hovering above the battlefield sustained no damage. In desperation, The Twilight, Resting Monarch, and others could only unite their efforts to cast a formation beneath the 8 diagrams, barely managing to withstand its overwhelming power. Yet, even this proved insufficient. Above the battlefield, a thunderous roar erupted. The royal leaders of both factions continued their fierce struggle. With unparalleled strength and the enhancement of the 8 diagrams, Yu Yun and Xianxia held a decisive advantage. Yu Yun's dual hammer struck with ferocity, shattering the chest of a 4th-rank sovereign from the Lulan Empire, bones and flesh splintering. In that moment, as the 4th-rank sovereign lay gravely wounded, Yu Yun offered no reprieve, relentlessly hammering down with his weapons. The terrifying assault of the dual hammers bore down, instilling fear in the heart of the Lulan sovereign, a chilling aura of death enveloping him. No! With a cry of despair, Yu Yun's hammers continued to rain down. Simultaneously, a powerful presence surged from the coalition, attempting to intervene and rescue the fallen. However, as this formidable force emerged, a violet light flickered within the 8 diagrams of gods and demons. Above the brilliance lies an unfathomable power. Sensing this formidable force, the mighty entities within the coalition of the various imperial dynasties hesitated, refraining from any reckless actions. The resounding strikes of Yu Yun's twin hammers continued unabated, landing countless blows in a fleeting moment. The already battered corporeal form was utterly obliterated, leaving only a few remnants to tumble to the ground, under the imposing influence of the 8 diagram of divine spirits. The formidable beings of the imperial coalition felt an overwhelming sense of peril, rendering them incapable of offering assistance. On the same battlefield, witnessing the demise of the 4th-tier sovereign from the Lulan Empire, the Western Wei imperial powerhouse, engaged in combat with Xianxia, lost all desire to continue the fight. In haste, he sought to extricate himself from the battlefield, intent on fleeing towards the coalition. After all, if even a stronger 4th-tier sovereign from the Lulan Empire had fallen, his fate would be sealed should he linger. No escape. Xianxia, upon perceiving the foe's intention to flee, would never allow it to come to fruition. He surged forward with greater speed, ensnaring the adversary tightly. Seizing the opportunity during the opponent's distraction, he sought out a vulnerability and delivered a devastating blow. The strike cleanly severed the flesh on the enemy's back, rendering him powerless to remain upright and causing him to collapse. Death! Xianxia's long blade descended with lethal intent, executing the foe before he could mount any defense. Thus, both sovereigns from the coalition's initial skirmish were eradicated. The clash between the 2 factions drew to a close, and the battlefield below reflected a decisive shift in momentum. Although the formations conjured by figures such as the Twilight Monarch had been deployed, their effectiveness was negligible against the 8 diagram of divine spirits. The 50,000 elite from the Great Xia, empowered by the divine formation, wreaked havoc, decimating the coalition's forces in mere moments. Within the coalition's command tent, the emperors of the various dynasties observed every movement on the battlefield through their mystical powers. The Sacred Flame Emperor's countenance darkened. In such a brief span of the initial skirmish, the coalition's vanguard had met with a remarkably swift defeat. As the first battle concluded, the morale of the coalition plummeted instantaneously. Among them, the Lulan Emperor and the Western Wei Emperor appeared especially grim. While the other dynasties had merely suffered losses in manpower, these 2 empires had each lost a sovereign, a cornerstone of their respective realms. The absence of even one sovereign represented a monumental blow. The Great Xia possesses formidable strength, the Sacred Flame Emperor remarked. If we persist in this stalemate, the situation will only grow more dire. Our only recourse is to summon the full depth of our dynasty's strength to decisively vanquish the Great Xia, thereby erasing their entire empire from existence. A hint of displeasure tinged the words of the Lulan Emperor. In the confrontation, the Lulan Empire suffered the loss of a 4th-tier emperor, while the Holy Flame Empire remained indifferent. Listening to the words of the Lulan monarch, the Holy Flame Emperor merely nodded in acknowledgement, showing no signs of dispute. He was acutely aware of all that transpired on the battlefield. Having engaged with the Great Xia for 2 or 3 rounds, he understood the formidable nature of this dynasty. The power of this empire could not be underestimated. A swift resolution was imperative. They must seize this opportunity to suppress their adversary on the spot, or it would pose a significant threat to the various empires of Yinzhou. With ulterior motives at play, if the current state of defeat persisted, it wouldn't be long before they would disband entirely. At Beiyin City, the esteemed Zhuge Liang's 8 formation diagram proved to be extraordinarily effective. With its support, even the Great Xia's 500,000 troops could contend against the billion-strong coalition of the enemy. This battle was exhilarating, showcasing the might of the Great Xia. Witnessing the initial victory on the battlefield, the leaders of the Great Xia were filled with elation. Guan Yu and the other 5 tiger generals observed the situation, commenting on Zhuge Liang's mysterious and unparalleled tactics, noting that the 8 formation diagram rendered the enemy coalition nearly immobile within the territory of the Great Xia. They, having once served in the Shu Han, were well aware of Zhuge Liang's capabilities. General Yu Fei gazed intently at the coalition forces outside the city. However, following this initial skirmish, it was certain that the coalition would deploy formidable forces. He anticipated further challenges for his fellow generals. Deep within the coalition ranks, he sensed several powerful presences, particularly 3 that emanated an exceptionally terrifying aura. Rest assured, General Yu, his compatriots affirmed, should any strong adversaries emerge from the coalition, we shall intervene to thwart them. The 5 tiger generals were each formidable warriors, and united, their strength would be even more formidable. Suddenly, a terrifying aura érupted forte. On the battlefield, 3 figures materialized before the coalition army. Each of these individuals exuded a presence that transcended the realm of emperors. Notably, the central figure was an ancient elder whose skin was wrinkled, making it difficult to gauge his true strength. If he remained still, one might even perceive him as lifeless. Flanking him were 2 others, whose prowess, while slightly less formidable, was still not to be underestimated. The foremost among them directed his gaze to the tumult of battle below. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a formidable force surged across the battlefield. The 8 formation diagram erupted with brilliance, unleashing a power that enveloped the area. Yet, despite this, the once unstoppable Great Xia army of 500,000 was thrown into disarray by an overwhelming and fierce momentum. Even the formidable power of the 8 diagrams of gods and demons struggles to thoroughly impede the might of the venerable Xianxia, a testament to his immense prowess. Among the trio, the 2 figures trailing behind are none other than the rulers of the Sacred Flame Empire, the Shero Monarch, and the Lulan Empire, the Pusa Monarch. Both are esteemed ancestral beings of their respective empires, having transcended the sovereign emperor realm, and are terrifying entities on the brink of the celestial lord realm. The leader, the venerable Xianxia, represents the pinnacle of strength from the Sacred Flame Empire, the revered Yinhua. Yinhua is a powerful figure from over 30,000 years ago, whose strength surpasses the mere sovereign emperor realm, embodying the true essence of a being who has genuinely stepped into the celestial lord tier. This formidable assembly clearly represents the most potent force that the myriad empires of Yunzhou can muster. In the direction of Beiyin City, generals such as Yu Fei and Guan Yu of the Great Xia were grave expressions. The foundational strength demonstrated by the empires is evidently far superior to the intelligence they had received. Presently, the mightiest amongst them, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, stand at the pinnacle of the 9th tier of the sovereign emperor realm, yet have not yet stepped into the half-step celestial lord tier. Although the continuous fortuitous events have led to a rapid enhancement of the Great Xia's power, ascending to the celestial lord realm requires more profound accumulation. Judging by the overall strength of the Great Xia, a breakthrough seems to be merely a matter of time. However, the various empires are clearly not inclined to grant the Great Xia any further opportunities for development. Having recently engaged in a fierce battle, they have dispatched their strongest forces to confront the Great Xia, undoubtedly intending to eradicate it completely. Orders were given to withdraw the troops and fortify the defenses beneath the walls of Beiyin City, in the presence of a celestial lord and 2 half-step celestial lords. Even the formidable 8 diagrams of gods and demons would prove futile. What follows is a confrontation between the elite combatants of both sides. No matter how numerous the ordinary soldiers may be, they cannot hope to gain any advantage against those of at least the half-step celestial lord tier. Upon receiving the command, the Great Xia's army of 500,000, initially poised to continue their clash with the allied forces of the empires, swiftly retreated. In the skies above, the venerable Yinhua and his companions observed this scene with indifference. Why would powerful beings concern themselves with the actions of such weaklings? The 3 of them advanced toward Beiyin City of the Great Xia. Even a mere hint of the aura emanating from a celestial lord can send tremors throughout the world. The Great Xia has only just ascended to the status of an imperial power, yet the fortune contained within it is remarkably vast. the Shero monarch of the Sacred Flame Empire, sensing the imperial fortune emanating from the direction of the Great Xia, was equally astonished. In the realm of existence, there are indeed forces favored by the heavens that possess boundless potential, endowed with fortunes and blessings that far surpass those of similar factions. The sovereign of the Pola dynasty, too, furrowed his brow slightly. At their level, akin to the semi-step of the celestial sovereign, they possessed a keen sense of awareness. The more formidable one's strength, the clearer one could perceive the immense advantages that fortune bestows upon a force and its beings. The Xianxian world is endlessly marvelous, where prodigies favored by the heavens can revel in a more powerful force of fortune. The same principle applies to certain factions. Ahead, the esteemed Yinhua released a breath of profound energy. The Polu sovereign and the Shero sovereign, positioned to the left and right, halted in their tracks, turning their gazes towards the esteemed one. The Daxia, basking in overwhelming fortune, emanated a sharp aura that, if allowed to flourish, would pose a significant threat to the various imperial dynasties of Yinzhou. It must be eradicated today. The attitude of the esteemed Yinhua mirrored that of the two sovereigns. However, the sharp aura was distinctly palpable to the two semi-step celestial sovereigns, yet they felt no trace of its essence. Though the gap between a semi-step celestial sovereign and a true celestial sovereign may seem minor, the disparity within that half-step is immense. The esteemed Yinhua, as a genuine celestial sovereign, possessed a level of perception far beyond their reach. "Allow me to encounter these individuals from Daxia," declared the Shero sovereign as he surged forward, ascending to hover merely 100 meters above Daxia. With a swift motion, he raised his arm, conjuring a colossal hand that blotted out the sky, directing it towards Beiyin City. This strike appeared cataclysmic. Should it land, Beiyin City would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant. "Stop!" A cold voice resonated, followed by a long spear thrusting forth, aimed directly at the Shero sovereign's descending hand. "You overestimate yourself." The Shero sovereign, sensing the commotion from the city below, remained unfazed, identifying the aura as merely that of a ninth-tier sovereign realm. Though the apparent difference in realms seemed negligible, the disparity in strength was like that of clouds and mud. Boom! The two attacks collided instantaneously. Amidst a flash of silvery light, the colossal hand in the heavens was pierced through. The Shero sovereign's expression shifted in surprise. He had anticipated an effortless suppression, but was taken aback by the opponent's successful defense. In the next moment, a Daxia general clad in crimson armor and wielding a silver spear appeared in the skies above, standing defiantly against the Shero sovereign. "I am Xianxia of Daxia. Intruders, do not act recklessly." With his silver spear in hand, Xianxia exuded a sharp aura that matched that of the Shero sovereign, the semi-step celestial sovereign. The Shero sovereign regarded Xianxia with a gaze devoid of concern. "The potential is indeed remarkable, yet you are still too inexperienced." The sovereign of Xiaoluo discerned Xianxia's realm at a glance, and could acutely sense that his strength surpassed that of an ordinary emperor-level practitioner by a considerable margin. However, what of it? Should he wish to slay him, it would still be a trivial endeavor. The sovereign of Xiaoluo unleashed another palm strike, his might even more formidable than before. Xianxia, with a resolute and steadfast countenance, exhibited no hint of fear. "Kill!" With a silver-white spear in hand, he brandished it, projecting a fierce spear light that materialized into a long, howling silver dragon. The dragon roared, its surging aura seemingly intent on obliterating all obstacles that dared to impede its path. "Well, I truly underestimated you." Initially believing he could easily subdue his opponent, he now sensed a vague yet dangerous aura emanating from Xianxia. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce battle in the skies above. Despite being a ninth-tier emperor, Xianxia did not falter in the face of the Xiaoluo sovereign, who possessed the strength of a half-step celestial sovereign. Boom! Another overwhelming aura descended, this time from the sovereign of Pusu of the Lulan Empire. Observing the Xiaoluo sovereign being entangled, he chose to intervene directly. Below, atop the walls of Beiyin City, Yu Fei watched the unfolding events. Turning to generals like Guan Yu, he declared, "I shall confront this enemy, while the other formidable foe among the imperial coalition relies upon your strength." With that, Yu Fei swiftly moved toward the Pusu sovereign in the heavens. Chapter 130. The Five Tigers Battle the Celestial Sovereign. Xianxia faced the Xiaoluo sovereign. Yu Fei confronted the Pusu sovereign. "You, an 8th-tier emperor, dare to oppose me? The Pusu sovereign coldly scoffed as he prepared to strike, disdainful of the approaching Yufei. The previous ninth-tier emperor who contended with the Shaluo sovereign was one matter. But now the Daxia side had only dispatched an 8th-tier emperor to engage him. Did they truly look down upon this half-step sovereign? The Pusu sovereign felt an unmistakable sense of humiliation. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a sharp, piercing force aimed directly at Yufei. In response, Yufei swung his long knife, decisively cleaving through the attack. In an instant, he extinguished the spear-like assault without sustaining any harm. Those who offend Daxia shall perish. Yufei's gaze was unyielding, his morale as fierce as steel. Faced with such a half-step celestial sovereign, the pressure could not stifle his brilliance. In that moment, both half-step celestial sovereigns of the imperial coalition were thwarted. The battle raged on above the heavens, with terrifying energies continuously reverberating throughout the air. What manner of existence is this Great Xia, that even a half-step heavenly sovereign finds it difficult to subdue? Is truly terrifying. It stands resilient against a half-step heavenly sovereign, seemingly not at a disadvantage. Should this Great Xia be allowed to continue its ascent, we shall inevitably succumb to its blade. Observing the Great Xia mobilize two formidable beings at the late stage of the Emperor realm, they successfully thwarted two half-step heavenly sovereigns. The shock within the hearts of the coalition's powerful warriors grows ever more profound. This Great Xia indeed continues to astonish. The Holy Flame Emperor's expression darkens further. Under his very gaze, allowing such a force as Great Xia to develop to this extent is a dereliction of duty on his part. However, notwithstanding the efforts of the two half-step heavenly sovereigns, the Holy Flame Emperor still possesses the hidden Hua sovereign, a true heavenly sovereign. How will Great Xia contend with such a force? He cannot believe that Great Xia possesses the strength to withstand a genuine heavenly sovereign. In the skies above, the battlefield of contention reverberates with intense commotion. Yet, in the realm above, where the hidden Hua sovereign resides, an unusual tranquility prevails. It is as though the very air around him has solidified. After a brief pause, the hidden Hua sovereign stirs, his gaze sweeping toward the direction of North Flame City. Boom! An invisible pressure accompanies his gaze, sweeping forth. Upon the city walls, Guan Yu and the other generals wear grave expressions. In the presence of a bona fide heavenly sovereign, even with their extraordinary prowess, they can perceive the intangible weight of pressure. Attack! Guan Yu commands, and the martial generals instantly soar into the skies. Before the hidden Hua sovereign makes a move, they have already encircled him in the heavens above. It is none other than Guan Yu of Great Xia. Accompanying him are the other 4 individuals who had previously appeared at the Martial Dao Conference. These 4 are also likely to possess remarkable strength. With 5 generals mobilizing, many powerful figures from the coalition of empires have recognized Guan Yu. His previous visits to the Holy Flame Empire caused quite a stir. Thus, many imperial experts easily identify him. Curiosity abounds regarding the other 4 generals appearing alongside him. Although they had been present before, their strength remained unknown as they had not engaged in battle. Now, however, the 5 Tiger generals do not conceal their auras, revealing their late-stage Emperor Realm prowess without reservation. 5 late-stage Emperor Realm beings. This Great Xia Dynasty astonishingly showcases such a multitude of Emperor Realm warriors. It seems there may be more, as previously there was a formidable figure named Dian Wei within Great Xia, whose strength rivals that of Guan Yu. It is likely that Great Xia harbors countless strong individuals, with many yet to reveal themselves. The expressions of the imperial experts reveal a sense of melancholy. The astonishment bestowed upon them by the Great Xia was nothing short of relentless. Such a multitude of sovereign emperors existed, and the formidable force behind the divine Demon 8 formation. With merely the 5 of you, it is unlikely you possess the strength to contend with me. The esteemed elder Yin Hua surveyed the 5 tiger generals surrounding him. In the eyes of a celestial sovereign, a mere flick of the wrist could subdue them. Shall we ascertain this? The expressions of Guan Yu and his companions were resolute. Although elder Yin Hua was indeed a celestial sovereign, his advanced age and waning vitality raised questions about the extent of his power. With a swift motion, elder Yin Hua unleashed a palm strike. The sheer pressure of a celestial sovereign's blow was sufficient to render the sovereign emperors immobilized. Even though elder Yin Hua was frail due to his age, the innate strength of the celestial sovereign rank still exerted a formidable influence. However, in the instant he struck, Guan Yu and the five generals sensed an overwhelming force descending upon them. Yet they were no ordinary beings. Attack! Each unleashed their formidable techniques. Charging toward Elder Yinhua's palm strike. Observing the five generals retaliate against him, Elder Yinhua remarked with indifference, a display of skill before master. He held little belief that these five possessed the capability to rival him. Boom! 5 attacks collided with his palm. An explosive power erupted, and under the oppressive weight of Elder Yinhua's might, the 5 generals found themselves staggering backward, sent flying. By my grandmother, the power of a celestial sovereign is indeed formidable. Zhang Fei grumbled as he regained his footing. The celestial sovereign's strength should not be underestimated. Caution is paramount. Yet, based on the force exerted by their opponent, they realized he was not an insurmountable foe. Though momentarily at a disadvantage, their fighting spirit surged. At that moment, while Elder Yinhua appeared outwardly unfazed, internally he too was stirred. He had initially believed he would easily subdue the 5, but was taken aback by their resilience. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. A full-force attack would surely overwhelm them. Boom! Surrounding Elder Yinhua, a surge of spiritual energy coalesced. In the void above, a chain materialized, aiming to ensnare the 5 tigers. The chain harbored boundless power as it sought to bind Guan Yu and his companions. If ensnared, the outcome would be uncertain. Be cautious. Guan Yu gripped his green dragon crescent blade tightly. In that fleeting moment, he executed a decisive strike. Whoosh! With a flourish, he unleashed 3 increasingly potent slashes in quick succession. Amidst the tumult of power, Guan Yu himself was forced back 100 paces. Crack! Accompanied by a distinct sound of shattering, the chains unleashed by the revered master Yinhua were severed in layers. Chapter 131. The Defeat of the Half-Step Celestial Sovereign. The situation takes a turn. He has withstood it. Guan Yu, relying solely on his formidable strength, successfully intercepted the assault from Master Yinhua. Steadying himself, Guan Yu held his blade with both hands, displaying no concern for his flowing beard, which danced freely in the wind. In fending off this strike from Master Yinhua, he had exerted his full power in 3 slashes. At this moment, a slight tremor was still evident in his arms. Brother, are you all right? General Guan Yu. What is the situation? Zhang Fei and other commanders hastily arrived at Guan Yu's side. The layers of iron chains wielded by Master Yinhua contained formidable power. It was no trivial feat for Guan Yu to repel them single-handedly. I am unharmed, Guan Yu replied, shaking his head. However, the strength of a celestial sovereign is indeed formidable. We would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with him alone. Yet, if the 5 of us join forces, he too will struggle to sway us. With this strike, Guan Yu had gained a clearer understanding of his opponent's strength. On the side of the imperial dynasty, witnessing Guan Yu single-handedly fend off Master Yinhua's ferocious attack filled the powerful figures with increasing trepidation. Simultaneously, a hint of concern arose within them. Since their acquaintance with the Great Xia imperial dynasty, they had been repeatedly astonished, their perceptions shattered time and again. Now, with Master Yinhua's attack being thwarted, their anxiety deepened. It was merely a casual strike from our ancestor. It is of no great consequence. The Holy Flame Emperor observed the battlefield with a dismissive air. A true celestial sovereign possesses unimaginable strength, no matter how formidable the Great Xia imperial dynasty may be. The notion of overcoming Master Yinhua with such a formation is but a fool's dream. At this moment, Master Yinhua regarded Guan Yu, then glanced at the remaining 4 generals. Within his seemingly indifferent demeanor, a flicker of astonishment subtly emerged. The chains he had just wielded were a potent means of control, a technique that, even against a half-step celestial sovereign, would be difficult to resist due to his sovereign power. Yet now, it had been thwarted by a mere 9th rank of the Emperor's realm. This revelation left him astounded. When did Yunzhou give rise to such a talented warrior? Should he be allowed time to grow, it would be nearly impossible for Master Yinhua to contend with him at the same level. A surge of murderous intent suddenly manifested from Master Yinhua. Attack! The 5 tiger generals, seasoned from countless battles, sprang into action upon seeing Guan Yu unharmed. Together, they encircled Master Yinhua once more. Come fort. After being in silence for over 10,000 years, even the insignificant dare to provoke me. For an esteemed being like the Hidden Hua Elder, who has endured for tens of thousands of years, the Daxia Empire scarcely commands any respect in his eyes. To speak candidly, the Daxia Empire has only flourished for merely a millennium. During his era, The ancestor of the Daxia Empire's founding lineage was likely still playing in the mud somewhere. The likes of mere mortals? Upon hearing such words, the expressions of Guan Yu and the others turned rather grim. With various lethal techniques unleashed, they all launched a concerted assault against the hidden Hua elder. Although his words dripped with disdain upon sensing the formidable aura of the 5 generals, he could not afford to underestimate them in the slightest. After all, the prowess of these 5 generals was not to be compared with that of ordinary sovereign realm warriors. Consequently, the battlefield erupted into a fierce conflict. As the two factions of powerful beings engaged in combat, both the various empires and the Daxia side stood still, refraining from any further action. The crux of the battle, as outcome, hinged upon the clash of the top-tier powerhouses on either side. The defeated would perish, while the victors would survive. Kill. A chilling voice resonated across the battlefield. At a certain point in the celestial arena, a silver dragon surged forth, violently hurling a figure through the air. The commotion from the battlefield emanated from the location of Xianxia and the Xiao monarch. How could this individual possess such strength? The Xiao monarch was sent flying by the silver dragon conjured from the spear's brilliance, sustaining considerable injuries. He could not fathom how someone merely at the 9th tier of the sovereign realm could wield power rivaling his own half-step celestial status. Though he had inflicted wounds during their skirmish, his opponent seemed to fight with reckless abandon, growing ever more formidable with each encounter. Retreat. The Xiao monarch hesitated not a moment and swiftly withdrew. Seeing this, how could Xianxia allow him to escape? He pursued relentlessly, and the disparity in their strengths began to manifest. Where do you think you're going? Xianxia's form flickered like a beam of light, swiftly closing in on the Xiao monarch's flank. With a fierce thrust of his spear, the Xiao monarch felt the impending danger and hastily summoned his energy to form a spiritual barrier behind him for defense. Bang! Xianxia's spear struck the barrier, but it barely held for a fleeting moment before shattering. The silver spear's might remained undiminished, hurtling toward the Xiao monarch's back. Bang! The spear pierced through, revealing ghastly white bones amidst the blood and flesh. Ah! The Xiao monarch let out a wretched scream. Yet, being a formidable presence at the half-step celestial level, he managed to harness the residual force from the blow to escape at a distance. Por su monarch, quickly sabeme. The Xiao monarch hurriedly called out as he sought refuge near the poor Su monarch. In the realm of the half-step heavenly sovereign, it is utterly absurd that one could be so gravely wounded and reduced to seeking assistance from a mere 9th-tier sovereign of the imperial seal. The contrast to their previous arrogance is laughable. If one were to call for aid, the most suitable ally would undoubtedly be the esteemed Master Inhua. Yet, the sovereign Xiaoluo perceives the formidable presence of the 5 champions of the Great Xia approaching Master Inhua, their momentum rivaling that of the valiant Xianxia. Consequently, he must abandon his initial intent and turn instead to seek help from Emperor Posu. Upon realizing that Emperor Posu is engaged in a fierce battle with Yu Fei, a frown creases his brow upon hearing Xiaoluo's plea. How disgraceful for a half-step heavenly sovereign to be in such a predicament. Despite his discontent, he retaliates against Yu Fei with a powerful strike, redirecting his efforts to provide aid. Should he neglect this matter, allowing the Xiaoluo sovereign to face defeat, his own position would surely become perilous. The impending collapse of the Xiaoluo sovereign sends shockwaves through the ranks of the imperial courts. Impossible. How could the Xiaoluo sovereign, a half-step heavenly sovereign, fall to the hands of a 9th-tier enemy general from the Great Xia? What a jest. Although he is a half-step heavenly sovereign, he should not be outmatched by a 9th-tier sovereign, were it not for their own eyes witnessing the disgraceful retreat of such a dignified figure. The imperial courts would never have believed it. Once the equilibrium on the battlefield is disrupted, the entire course of the conflict could turn dramatically. Observing the fierce clash between Master Inhua and the 5 champions of the Great Xia, the powerful figures of the imperial courts feel a knot of anxiety rise in their throats. Chapter 132. The Demise of 2 Half-Step Heavenly Sovereigns. At this moment, Master Inhua and the 5 tiger generals remain embroiled in a fierce struggle. However, the situation on the battlefield of the half-step heavenly sovereigns has taken a significant turn. Having been defeated and forced to retreat by Xianxia, the Xiaoluo sovereign compels Emperor Posu, who was previously engaged with Yu Fei, to intervene for assistance. The one-on-one confrontation has swiftly transformed into a 2-on-2 scenario. While General Yu Fei excels in commanding troops, his individual prowess falls slightly short. Although he had not suffered defeat in his clashes with Emperor Posu, he had been at a disadvantage. Now, In this 2-on-2 situation, Yu Fei faces the battered Xiaoluo sovereign, while Yang Zixing bravely contends with Emperor Posu. Their combined efforts firmly suppress both Emperor Posu and the Xiaoluo sovereign. From the current state of the battlefield, it is evident that the alliance of Emperor Posu and the Xiaoluo sovereign faces increasing difficulties. Their downfall is merely a matter of time. Cursed be it, the Xiaoluo sovereign is nothing but a liability. In his struggle against Yang Zixing, Emperor Posu seethes with rage. He never anticipated that the Xiaoluo sovereign would prove so inept, incapable of even besting a half-step heavenly sovereign. Not only can he not eliminate the foe, but he cannot even muster the strength to contend with him. The Xiaoluo sovereign remains oblivious to the scorn directed at him by Emperor Posu. At this moment, the adversary finds himself in an exceedingly dire predicament. His opponent, having evolved from the initial Yang Zixing to the formidable Yu Fei, although somewhat inferior in strength, presents a significant challenge. Already battered, facing Yu Fei proves to be an insurmountable task. As a top-tier general, Yu Fei wields his opportunities with remarkable decisiveness. Observing the heavily wounded Xia ruler, whose movements are severely restricted, he strikes with a swift and lethal blow to the very site of injury. In a desperate attempt to evade Yu Fei's assault, the Xia ruler, already weakened, struggles in vain. Within moments, Yu Fei's blade finds its mark. A blood-curdling scream echoes as the Xia ruler sustains grievous injuries, plummeting to the ground. Without hesitation, Yu Fei delivers another strike towards the fallen Xia ruler. The resounding impact of his strike obliterates the very ground beneath the Xia ruler, sending countless rocks and debris cascading downward. Although the fate of the Xia ruler remains unseen, the circumstances certainly suggest a grim outcome. Yu Fei, having cast a brief glance, promptly makes his way to support Yang Zixing. Useless, the Pursue King exclaims, unable to conceal his disdain upon witnessing the complete collapse of the Xia ruler. With the Xia ruler's defeat, he now faces yet another formidable adversary. Although Yu Fei's strength may be slightly lesser, the combined might of his two opponents renders him nearly incapable of resistance. In a flash, Yang Zixing lunges forward with his spear. The Pursue King hastily attempts to parry, but is nonetheless forced back. Yu Fei quickly encircles from behind. In that fleeting moment, the two men, one in front and the other behind, converge upon the Pursue King, intent on delivering a lethal onslaught. Exchanging knowing glances, the two warriors, who once fought side by side in a past life, share an unspoken understanding. With all his might, Yu Fei strikes down upon the Pursue King. Sensing the imminent danger, the Pursue King is left with no choice but to retaliate. Just as he engages, Yang Zixing swings his spear. In an instant, a shimmering silver dragon surges forth, a dragon of unparalleled power. This silver dragon descends upon the Pursue King amidst the fierce clash with Yu Fei, rendering him unable to resist. With a devastating blow, the Pursue King's chest is pierced cleanly through, and within moments, he meets his demise. In his final moments, a glimmer of profound reluctance remains in his eyes, as he grapples with the reality of being vanquished by one of lesser realm. Thus concludes the encounter. In the coalition of the various imperial dynasties, two formidable beings at the half-step celestial venerable realm were utterly obliterated. Victory! The soldiers of the Great Xia in Beiyin City erupted with uncontainable excitement. Majestic! 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 Over 1 million troops of the Great Xia raised a thunderous cheer, their voices resonating across hundreds of miles. Yet, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. On the side of the various imperial dynasties, the armies appeared despondent, defeated. How could this happen? They were formidable beings at the half-step celestial venerable realm. Ancestors. In that moment, the expressions of the imperial forces grew increasingly grim. Among them, the expressions of the Sacred Flame Emperor and the Lulon Emperor were particularly dire. The Paisu monarch and the Sha Luo monarch were the ancestors of their two dynasties, existing at the half-step celestial venerable level, and it was unimaginable that they had fallen in such a manner. In this level of battle, they had no means to offer assistance. They could only watch helplessly. On the vast battlefield, the only remaining figure engaged in combat with the 5 Tiger Generals was the Hidden Hua Venerable. While engaged in battle, the Hidden Hua Venerable observed the situation of both battlefields. However, he remained unfazed by the demise of the two half-step celestial venerables. Having survived for tens of thousands of years, such occurrences hardly stirred his emotions. His composure had long been refined to an extraordinary degree. Yu Fei and Xianxia stood together, gazing towards the direction of the five tigers, yet they did not intervene. The five tigers coordinated seamlessly, and the hidden Hua Venerable had gained no advantage over the course of their prolonged engagement. Should they hastily intervene, it could inadvertently lead to disruption. Looking towards the vast army of the various imperial dynasties, they beheld the divine and ghostly formation that enveloped the entire battlefield. The Prime Minister's formation still stood. We must act immediately and take advantage of this opportunity to strike at the forces of the imperial coalition, Yu Fei declared, issuing an order. Northern Army, heed my command. Yes, yes, yes. In an instant, nearly 2 million soldiers within Beiyin City responded in unison. March forth, annihilate the invading foes. Kill. Instantly. The Great Xia army surged out of the city at remarkable speed, charging towards the coalition of the various imperial dynasties, although they were at an absolute disadvantage in numbers. Bolstered by the might of the divine and ghostly formation, the coalition posed no significant threat to them. As the Great Xia army surged forth, the forces of the various imperial dynasties were shaken, seeking death. With a united front, our imperial dynasties, numbering nearly 1 billion troops, could undoubtedly extinguish the mere hundreds of thousands of the Great Xia. All armies, heed my command, gather the strong and strike. Kill. Chapter 133. A step into chaos. Each step a turmoil, celestial venerables fall. Within Beiyin City, all capable warriors were summoned to action. Among them were numerous wandering martial artists from the northern flame city of the Great Xia, who joined the fray at this pivotal moment. Although they faced a coalition of over 10 imperial armies from Yunzhou, none of the Great Xia warriors present exhibited any fear. In this critical juncture of survival, the fierce and ruthless momentum of the imperial coalition was palpable. Should the Great Xia be breached, the lives of its people would undoubtedly be subjected to a brutal massacre. After all, in the eyes of the powerful, particularly those from imperial factions, it was imperative to eradicate any trace of the Great Xia. Anyone even remotely associated with the Great Xia would find it impossible to escape their demise. Moreover, with the divine and spectral 8 formation diagram unleashed by Prime Minister Zhuge Liang of the Great Xia, the strength of any Great Xia warrior entering the battlefield would surge exponentially, leaving little room for concern. The northern Flame City initially housed a mere 2 million Great Xia troops, yet with the addition of the martial artists within the city, their numbers soared to over 500,000. Following several fortuitous events enhancing the Great Xia's luck, the martial populace within its borders not only experienced a remarkable boost in their inherent capabilities, but also grew increasingly loyal to the Great Xia. Currently, the Northern Flame City boasted millions of martial artists. Given ample time, reinforcements from all corners of the Great Xia territory would only continue to swell. Kill. Slaughter these imperial bastards. They roared. How dare they march upon our Great Xia empire? They are clearly courting death. For every one that approaches, I shall fell them. For every pair, I will strike them down. We shall eradicate these invaders from Yunzhou entirely. In a fervor, the Great Xia warriors gathered behind the northern military formation, brandishing an array of weapons, poised to accompany the imperial army in their onslaught against the enemy. Conversely, the coalition of imperial armies, fully aware of the formidable assistance provided by the 8 formation diagram, recognized the daunting challenge they faced against the Great Xia forces. In response, the various empires concentrated their strongest fighters at the forefront, seeking to leverage their numerical superiority to decimate the Great Xia warriors. The Great Xia must perish. Such a formidable force, inherently powerful and united, could not be allowed to flourish. Otherwise, it would not be long before no opposing power remained within Yunzhou. Kill! 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 The cacophony of battle cries echoed as the two armies prepared to clash. The renowned generals from the northern military formation, including Yu Fei and Xianxia, engaged in fierce combat with the formidable sovereign-level warriors of the imperial coalition. Get out of my way! Xianxia showed that, his spear shimmering as it transformed into a silver dragon, surging towards the approaching late-stage sovereign-level experts from the Holy Flame Empire. Boom! Merely the presence of that singular aura caused the hearts of several venerable ancestors from the Sacred Flame Empire to tremble, instilling a sense of trepidation that made them hesitate to confront it, even prompting thoughts of retreat. This was a formidable attack capable of suppressing a half-step celestial venerable. They were merely at the pinnacle of the 9th rank of the imperial realm. Should they become entangled in it, their fates would undoubtedly be dire. Furthermore, In the other battlefields of the Great Xia, they maintained an overwhelming advantage. In such circumstances, the coalition forces of various empires could only pin their hopes on the esteemed Venerable of the Sacred Flame Empire. If this Venerable could eradicate the 5 generals of the Great Xia, their imperial armies would have no fear, relying on this celestial Venerable's strength to easily breach the Great Xia and obliterate it entirely from Yun Prefecture. Boom! The clash between the 5 tiger generals and the esteemed Venerable continued unabated. As time progressed, the equilibrium of the battlefield had been thoroughly disrupted. The previously composed Venerable was now weighed down by a grave expression, acutely feeling the pressure and danger mounting as he battled the 5 tiger generals. Why stir up trouble at such an old age? Zhang Fei bellowed coldly towards the Venerable. Impudent! The Venerable had never before endured such humiliation. Anger surged within him as he glared at Zhang Fei, wishing he could tear him apart. Alas, despite being a powerful entity at the celestial Venerable level, he was overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness under the combined assault of the 5 tiger generals. Boom! Just as the Venerable's wrath was ignited by Zhang Fei, a momentary lapse in his defense occurred, allowing a spear to pierce through his body, an attack executed by Zhao Yun. After embedding the spear into the Venerable's back, Zhao Yun prepared to thrust deeper, aiming to deliver a decisive blow. The Venerable seethed with fury, utilizing the power of a celestial Venerable to guard his wound. He swiftly retaliated with a forceful palm strike aimed at Zhao Yun. Caught off guard, Zhao Yun was sent flying by the Venerable's strike. In a moment of disarray, the remaining generals, Guan Yu and the others, offered no respite, for tremendous attacks converged upon the Venerable, leaving him with no avenue for escape. And he bore the brunt of their onslaught. Coughing up blood, the Venerable suffered severe injuries, his strength significantly diminished. An already frail and aged body could not withstand the ferocity of the 4 general strikes, leaving him utterly incapable of continuing the fight. Cough, cough, cough. He struggled to regain his composure, realizing he must act swiftly and without error. Sensing the Venerable's aura, Guan Yu remained vigilant, fully aware of the formidable potential of the younger generation. I never anticipated that amidst the clouds of Yunzhou, there existed such extraordinary talents as you. Although you are adversaries, after a fierce battle, even the esteemed Yin Hua could not help but admire the prowess of Guan Yu and his companions. With individuals of your caliber in the Great Xia, the realm of Yunzhou shall face no insurmountable obstacles. A flicker of jealousy glinted in the eyes of the venerable Yin Hua, soon replaced by a countenance filled with malice. Suddenly, a potent aura surged from his body. Ma Chao, who stood relatively close to Yin Hua, furrowed his brows slightly, instantly sensing the impending danger. This is bad. He intends to self-destruct, Ma Chao exclaimed. The other 4 generals immediately stiffened, realizing the gravity of the situation. The venerable Yin Hua was a genuine celestial sovereign. Even in his frail state, having suffered grievous injuries, the consequences of self-detonation would be unimaginable. They cannot allow him to explode. For the lives surrounding Beiyin City would be at grave risk. The generals braced themselves to intervene. Yin Hua observed the unfolding scene with a chilling expression. To halt his self-destruction was but a foolish dream. As a celestial sovereign, his self-detonation could not be thwarted by these mere emperor-level warriors, regardless of their formidable prowess. The figure of Yin Hua became increasingly inflated with power, as if a tremendous force was about to erupt from within. His visage contorted grotesquely in that moment. A dignified celestial sovereign had indeed been cornered to such an extent. Faced with 5 opponents who were merely at the peak of the 9th rank of the emperor level and burdened with severe injuries, he found himself with no recourse but to resort to self-destruction, hoping to take down these formidable Great Xia warriors alongside him. Guan Yu and his fellow generals, upon witnessing this, chose not to flee but rather to unite their strength to suppress the impending explosion. Otherwise, the self-detonation of a celestial sovereign would likely lead to the total annihilation of all life surrounding Beiyin City. They were prepared to unleash their most powerful techniques. Regrettably, despite inflicting considerable harm upon Yin Hua, their attacks failed to impede his self-destruction. In fact, the very forces they unleashed were assimilated by the explosive energy within him, enhancing the potency of his imminent detonation. This cannot continue. If we persist in this manner, we will not only fail to prevent his explosion, but we may inadvertently amplify its destructive force. With a swift motion, a wave of formidable energy emanated from the venerable Yin Hua. exerting a suppression that enveloped the 5 tiger generals, as though the very space around them was being restrained. What monstrous strength is this? The aged figure, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, sought to confine the 5 of us within this place to accompany him in death. The 5 generals were acutely aware of the intentions of the revered Hidden Hua. Yet, despite their understanding, they found themselves utterly powerless. Suddenly, a resounding rumble echoed. At that moment, a stirring emanated from the void above the 8 diagrams of gods and demons, where a fissure in the heavens revealed itself. In an instant, a radiant beam surged forth, enveloping the venerable Hidden Hua, who was on the brink of self-detonation. To their astonishment, the once mighty Hidden Hua felt a significant suppression of power within him at that very moment. Impossible. The venerable Hidden Hua was filled with dread, realizing that his impending explosion had been ensnared by some formidable force, rendering any progress unattainable. Guan Yu and the other 5 tiger generals also turned their gaze towards the fissure in the formation above. Within it, they distinctly sensed an exceedingly familiar aura. In the next moment, a magnificent figure emerged from the rift in the void. Upon his appearance, this imposing figure exuded an aura that caused the very heavens and earth to tremble, and under the weight of this presence, the myriad troops within 100 miles came to a standstill. It was not that they lacked the will to move. Rather, the terrifying force instilled in them an overwhelming sense of immobility. As the majestic figure came into view, the powerful entities of the Great Xia, present at the scene, knelt on one knee in reverence. "We pay homage to your majesty." Amidst this commotion, the warriors of the Great Xia army displayed expressions of astonishment and collectively bowed down. Could this be the Emperor of Xia? In an instant, the coalition forces of the various imperial courts turned their attention to the figure in the skies. Regarding the sovereign of the Great Xia, the various imperial courts of Yinzhou had little understanding of his identity. Now, witnessing him in person, they could not help but feel a wave of astonishment, particularly at his youthful appearance, which belied the terrifying strength he possessed. What manner of existence was this Emperor of Xia, emanating such an ethereal and tremulous aura? Previously, when the Emperor had descended upon the Tianshu Empire, he had unleashed mighty techniques, severely wounding the Emperor of Tianshu and the 3 ancestral figures of the imperial courts, rumored to be at merely half a step into the king's realm at that time. How then had he reached such heights now? Fearsome, overwhelming, trembling. The aura radiating from the Emperor of Xia caused all to quake in response. Even those of the coalition possessing the strength of the king's realm felt the same. Most astonishingly, he had directly suppressed and confined the Hidden Hua, a being of heavenly sovereign strength with effortless ease, an occurrence simply beyond their wildest imaginations. At this moment, Xiao Ling found himself in the heavens. Having arrived at this location through a teleportation channel constructed by Zhuge Liang's sorcery, previously situated within the imperial palace of the dynasty, he suddenly sensed disturbances at the borders. Promptly, he summoned the fortune of the empire to himself, resulting in a significant enhancement of his power. At this moment, bolstered by the imperial fortune, his strength had ascended to the celestial sovereign level. He turned his gaze toward the Hidden Huazuan. With a mere wave of his hand, a surge of power directly suppressed the tremulous force of the Hidden Huazuan, thwarting any intent of self-destruction in an instant. The Hidden Huazuan, feeling his internal power being subdued, found himself utterly incapable of resistance, forced to watch helplessly as events unfolded. In but a brief moment, the threat of self-detonation posed by the Hidden Huazuan was effortlessly quelled by Xiao Ling's decisive action. "Who grants you the audacity to cause turmoil in my Great Xia?" Xiao Ling stated calmly. The Xianyuan sword appeared in his hand, and without hesitation, he descended upon the Hidden Huazuan with a lethal strike. With a resounding clash, the golden sword light illuminated the scene, and the Hidden Huazuan, displaying a look of astonishment, made no attempt to struggle as he was obliterated into nothingness. Thus, a formidable celestial sovereign met his demise beneath Xiao Ling's blade. Xiao Ling observed the outcome with a discerning eye. Although the Hidden Huazuan was indeed of celestial sovereign caliber, he was aged and frail, his remaining strength negligible. Furthermore, he had already suffered grievous injuries from the combined might of the 5 tiger generals, rendering him incapable of contending with the might of Xiao Ling's sword. After suppressing him, the coalition of empires was left in utter shock. If even the Hidden Huazuan could be vanquished, how could they, the allied forces of various empires, hope to withstand such power? The Holy Flame Emperor appeared ashen. Having never anticipated that his esteemed Holy Flame Dynasty, the dominant force in Yunzhou, would suffer such a devastating defeat at the hands of this emerging empire of Great Xia. The situation was dire. After this battle, the Holy Flame Dynasty found itself unable to compete, its annihilation merely a matter of time. Many factions within the imperial alliances sought to retreat in flight, yet under the oppressive weight of Xiao Ling's formidable presence, they found it challenging to even move. Following this battle, the heavens of Yunzhou were destined to change. The fate of the imperial forces in Yunzhou now rested solely in the hands of this sovereign of Great Xia. Should he choose to spare them, they might live. Should he decree their demise, there would be no escape. Xiao Ling swept his gaze across the assembly of imperial factions, his piercing glance revealing all, rendering the lofty figures of Yunzhou incapable of even drawing a breath. Chapter 135. The Might of Great Xia. All empires submit. I, the Emperor of Great Xia, shall declare that from this moment forth, all imperial factions of Yunzhou shall submit to my rule. Those who dare to defy will face merciless execution. Only the Great Xia Dynasty shall reign supreme in Yunzhou. Xiao Ling surveyed his surroundings, confident that after this battle, the Great Xia Dynasty possessed the strength to enforce such a decree. Should the imperial powers of Yunzhou dare to disregard this decree, their existence would naturally become unnecessary. This is not merely a statement made in jest. Upon hearing Xiao Ling's words, the emperors of the various dynasties present exchanged glances, taken aback by such an unexpected choice. A conclusion they had never anticipated. No one dared to take the lead. Even the venerable ancestor of the Sacred Flame Dynasty had been extinguished, leaving no one willing to provoke the majesty of the Daxia. With a mere thought, they could be utterly annihilated. In that moment, no one moved. The emperors remained silent, seemingly unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation, perhaps hoping to evade the necessary response. Xiao Ling observed it all. The great dynasties of Yunzhou had once held an exalted status. Yet, with his proclamation, their glory had vanished, and in the future, they would struggle to retain even a whisper of their former power, merely surviving under the shadow of the Daxia dynasty. You have 10 breaths to decide. Should you fail to act, I shall regard it as opposition, and you shall bear the consequences. Xiao Ling possessed little patience to wait for these dynasties. If they were perceptive, he would not mind granting them leniency. However, for those oblivious to their peril, who wished to squander his time, their fate would be sealed. To unify Yunzhou, one must demonstrate strength. Otherwise, how could one suppress the petty miscreants? 9, 8, 7. Suddenly, the emperor of the Dalu dynasty stepped forward. My Dalu dynasty is willing to surrender. There was no hesitation in his declaration. He was well versed in the role of a subordinate, having previously aligned with the Sacred Flame Dynasty as its most loyal ally. Now that the Sacred Flame had waned, he sought a new power to rely upon. Upon witnessing the Dalu Emperor's proclamation, many present regarded him with disdain. The Dalu was notorious within Yunzhou. Simultaneously, numerous emperors cast their gazes toward the Sacred Flame, the erstwhile hegemon of Yunzhou. No, with the Daxia dynasty's presence, the Sacred Flame's dominance had already dissipated. The Sacred Flame Emperor paid little heed to the stares directed at him, as he faced a trial of life and death, pondering what course to take next. The Dalu dynasty's surrender stirred the thoughts of the other emperors present. Given the current circumstances, it seemed inevitable that the Daxia dynasty would ascend to supremacy over Yunzhou, with no dynasty capable of opposing it. In the present day, they can only strive to secure as many benefits as possible in the face of the Great Xia Empire. A moment later, another emperor from the empire cast his gaze towards Xiao Ling's location. This individual was the emperor of the Western Wei Empire. He ventured to inquire, if our Western Wei Empire were to surrender and pledge eternal allegiance to the Great Xia, would it be possible to preserve the lineage of our imperial orthodoxy? Upon hearing this, the numerous emperors present turned their eyes towards Xiao Ling, for they had previously heard his declaration of intent to unify all the empires of Yunzhou. The query posed by the emperor of Western Wei precisely echoed their thoughts and concerns. However, Xiao Ling's countenance remained unperturbed. He responded with serene composure. In the realm of the Great Xia, there can only exist my Great Xia Empire within the borders of Yunzhou. As for your empires, while the imperial orthodoxy may not endure, I can permit the preservation of your ancestral lineage for the purpose of honoring your forebears. The notion of retaining the imperial orthodoxy was impractical. given that the Great Xia Empire possessed the might to dominate all of Yunzhou. It could not allow the existence of these imperial forces. Preserving their orthodoxy would ultimately pose a destabilizing factor for the Great Xia. As Xiao Ling conveyed his intentions, the emperor's present felt a palpable unease. The message from the sovereign of the Great Xia was unequivocal. He aimed to eradicate their imperial entities without leaving any room for negotiation. Time is running short for you, Xiao Ling warned. When the moment arrives, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. As he spoke, the formidable presence of the Great Xia forces surged forth, ready to suppress the emperors of the various empires at a mere command from Xiao Ling, leaving no opportunity for resistance. What shall we do? Is it truly impossible to preserve the imperial orthodoxy? They lamented. The orthodoxy was the very foundation of their existence. Without it, the imperial forces within Yunzhou would soon cease to exist. If the 10 or more empires of Yunzhou were to vanish, it would not be long before the inhabitants of Yunzhou would only recognize the Great Xia Empire, entirely forgetting the legacy of their once mighty orthodoxy. In such dire circumstances, the prospect of regrouping and seeking opportunities seemed nothing short of a delusion. The emperors remained silent. The Lulan Empire is willing to submit to the Great Xia Empire, and we implore the Xia Emperor to honor his promise and preserve the lineage of our Lulan heritage. As the emperors of various dynasties hesitated in contemplation, the sovereign of the Lulan dynasty, the Eastern Emperor, did not wait for his own emperor to speak. He boldly took the initiative to address the assembly as the elder of his dynasty. Faced with the formidable Xia Dynasty, the powers of their Yunzhou dynasties found themselves utterly incapable of resistance. The Lulan dynasty's half-step, celestial venerable, had already perished. Thus, any further struggle would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. It was clear that their fate would hardly be better than that of the Holy Flame dynasty. Reflecting on these matters, the Eastern Emperor sought to make a statement, hoping that by taking the lead in allegiance, he might leave a favorable impression as one who recognized the shifting tides in the eyes of Xiao Ling, the emperor of Daxia. Xiao Ling turned his gaze towards the Eastern Emperor, acknowledging the presence of a perceptive sovereign within the Lulan dynasty. I shall honor my promises, he declared, offering no resistance to the Eastern Emperor's request. With the Lulan dynasty setting the precedent, the remaining emperors present could no longer remain passive. After a moment of deliberation, they expressed their willingness to submit. Among those willing to surrender was, of course, the Holy Flame dynasty. They found themselves powerless against the overwhelming might of Daxia. The hidden powers within their dynasty, such as the revered Hidden Hua, had been completely annihilated, leaving the Holy Flame dynasty without the means to contend with Daxia. Continuing to resist would only result in their utter destruction. In the eyes of the Holy Flame dynasty, succumbing to death was less favorable than biding their time. Even if they could only preserve their ancestral lineage, at least there would be the prospect of resurgence in the future. This sentiment was not exclusive to the Holy Flame dynasty. Many other dynastic forces shared similar thoughts. Xiao Ling, however, paid little heed to these developments. He understood the underlying intentions of these dynasties, yet such aspirations seemed impractical and utterly laughable in the face of Daxia's might. Even during the peak of the coalition of dynasties, they had been unable to rival Daxia. What hope did they have now? Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating the coalition of Yunzhou dynasties. Reward obtained. Supreme Sword Intent. 4-turn Golden Pill X1. Random task issued. Comprehensively annex the territories of the Yunzhou dynasties, fully asserting control over the entire Yunzhou. Reward. Imperial Seal. Army Summoning Card X5. Character Summoning Card X5. Just as he received one system reward, a new task emerged almost instantaneously. Upon hearing the notification, he felt a sense of seamless transition. The Imperial Seal? When this reward was mentioned, Xiao Ling paused momentarily. He was well aware of the significance of the Imperial Seal, said to be crafted from the He Sure by the first emperor, representing an unequivocal symbol of power. In the present day, having arrived in this martial world, the Imperial Seal of the state seems to represent far more than mere symbolism. It undoubtedly harbors significant utility. However, the specifics shall only be revealed once I unify the entirety of Yunzhou and obtain the Imperial Seal. As it stands, I have already vanquished the coalition of various imperial courts in Yunzhou. Controlling the territory henceforth is merely a matter of time. Subsequently, the banners of the numerous imperial courts scattered across Yunzhou were all severed, and the crimson-yellow dragon flag of the Great Xia Dynasty began to flutter across the region. Given the vast expanse of Yunzhao's territory, it took nearly several months for the Great Xia Dynasty to establish dominion over all of it. During this period of territorial governance, Xiao Ling, ventured into the imperial palaces of the major dynasties, extracting their imperial fortunes entirely. The extraction of imperial fortunes is paramount. Once stripped away, the imperial forces of Yunzhao would find themselves bereft of opportunity. Although the various dynasties resisted this action, they could only harbor their dissent internally. Unless they wished for their own demise, they would have no choice but to submit humbly in the future. In the Great Xia Imperial Palace, a notification resonated. Congratulations, host, for successfully mastering the entire territory of Yunzhao. Reward acquired. Imperial Seal of the State, 5 army summoning cards, 5 character summoning cards. With a mere thought, a jade seal, slightly larger than the palm of my hand, materialized before me. The seal was exquisitely crafted, adorned with a spiraling golden dragon. Under the influence of spiritual energy, the Imperial Seal appeared almost alive, with a spiritual dragon swirling around it, emanating a magnificent aura of imperial fortune. It seemed as though the Imperial Seal was attuned to me in some mysterious way. At this moment, my human emperor physique instinctively resonated with it. Possessing the Imperial Seal in hand, my Imperial Majesty, as the human emperor, felt remarkably augmented. In the next instant, information regarding the Imperial Seal unfolded before my eyes. Imperial Seal of the State can be used to confer official titles within the dynasty. Those who receive titles stamped with it shall enjoy the enhancement of imperial fortune, thereby augmenting their own strength. Note, the stronger the faction's fortune, the greater the prowess of the individual's conferred titles by the Imperial Seal. The higher the conferred title, the more substantial the enhancement from imperial fortune. The prospect of conferring titles and enjoying the boon of imperial fortune astonished me. This is indeed a remarkable asset. With the immense fortune of the Great Xia Dynasty backing me, the strength of my subordinates would undoubtedly grow even more formidable. I had already experienced the power conferred by imperial fortune during my earlier clash with the coalition of dynasties. Initially, he possessed a mere cultivation level of the 7th rank of the Emperor's realm. However, under the auspices of the Imperial Dynasty's fortune, he effortlessly ascended to the realm of celestial sovereigns. It follows that the formidable individuals beneath his command, all at the pinnacle of the Emperor's realm, would undoubtedly grow even stronger upon receiving their titles conferred by the National Jade Seal. The breakthrough to the celestial sovereign realm is merely a matter of time. With this thought, Xiao Ling gazed at the National Jade Seal, resolutely preparing to invoke its power. In the next moment, a scroll of crimson-yellow parchment materialized, bestowing the title of Chief Minister of the Great Xia upon Zhuge Liang. After the decree was issued, Xiao Ling decisively pressed the seal down. By divine mandate, may you live long and prosper. For imposing characters manifested upon scroll. In the imperial palace of the Great Xia, the ministers convened in the cabinet hall. Zhuge Liang, seated at the head, was engaged in discussions with the officials. Yet, at that very moment, an overwhelming and majestic aura surged forth from Zhuge Liang, unexpectedly catching him off guard. In the blink of an eye, his originally peak 9th rank in the Emperor's realm surged dramatically. Within mere moments, he transcended the Emperor's realm, entering the celestial sovereign realm. This unforeseen elevation was merely the beginning. The aura continued to escalate. Celestial Sovereign, 1st rank. Celestial Sovereign, 2nd rank. Celestial Sovereign, 3rd rank. In that fleeting instant, Zhuge Liang ascended from the pinnacle of the 9th rank of the Emperor's realm directly to the 5th rank of the Celestial Sovereign realm. The chasm between the Emperor's realm and the Celestial Sovereign realm is indeed vast, yet with the enhancement of the National Jade Seal, this gap vanished entirely. As long as the Great Xia Dynasty endures, the imperial fortune will empower its strongest members to ascend rapidly. However, he could not recklessly confer titles, for the imperial fortune is limited. Indiscriminate bestowal could waste and impact it negatively. Within the imperial palace, Xiao Ling clearly perceived the fluctuations of energy emanating from the cabinet hall. Truly, the power of the National Jade Seal is formidable. A single decree has forged a celestial sovereign powerhouse. Chapter 137, The Kingdom of Jinka. Xiao Ling did not hasten to bestow titles upon his ministers. There remained an even more significant matter at hand. Above the imperial palace, numerous strands of fortuitous energy manifested. The Great Xia controlled the territories of Yuzhou, having trampled upon numerous imperial forces, thereby seizing their energies as well. for a span of numerous imperial dynasties, once their fortunes are firmly grasped. The destiny of the Great Xia Empire shall consequently experience a monumental elevation. The auspicious Golden Dragon of Fate. At the behest of Xiao Ling, the Golden Dragon of the Great Xia's fortune emerged majestically from the depths of the imperial palace. Upon its appearance, the dragon swayed its magnificent form before the fortunes of the 10 or so dynasties. Within its eyes, a glimmer of excitement and longing was apparent. The Golden Dragon of Fate possesses sentience and is inherently intrigued by the power of fortune. It undulated gracefully, approaching Xiao Ling, slightly diminishing in size, and affectionately nuzzled against him. A soft growl resonated, seemingly conveying a message to Xiao Ling. Go forth. As the sovereign of the Great Xia, Xiao Ling's emotions were attuned to the Golden Dragon, and he understood the intent behind its low growl. After affectionately rubbing its head against him, the dragon let out a resounding roar and charged towards the fortunes of the 10 dynasties of Yunzhou. Its momentum was vastly different from that when it was before Xiao Ling. As the Golden Dragon surged forward, the 10 dynastic fortunes distinctly sensed an impending danger and sought to flee rapidly. Boom! A jade seal radiating supreme imperial authority materialized, the imperial seal of the realm. This seal not only holds the power to confer titles to civil and military officials, but also possesses the might to suppress fortunes. In an instant, under the weight of the imperial seal, the entire realm trembled, and a force akin to a binding presence emerged forth. The very fabric of this realm was entirely controlled, rendering any struggle for escape by the dynastic fortunes utterly futile. Under the pressure of this overwhelming might, the fortunes of the dynasties quivered uncontrollably. Roar! The Golden Dragon of the Great Xia bellowed, effortlessly devouring a nearby dynastic fortune. Boom! Upon the dragon's form, an immense power surged forth, and its body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Moments later, 1, 2, 3, in merely a brief span, the Golden Dragon of the Great Xia had consumed all the dynastic fortunes that were confined in the heavens above. These 10 or so powers encompassed the entirety of Yunzhou's fortune, far surpassing the original strength of the Golden Dragon itself. In such circumstances, the Golden Dragon began to spiral in the heavens, its form growing increasingly colossal, with its horns and whiskers transitioning towards a resplendent golden hue. A far more terrifying aura began to emanate from the Golden Dragon of the Great Xia. Xiao Ling observed all of this intently. With the devouring of the fortunes of the 10 dynasties, the Golden Dragon of the Great Xia was in the midst of a profound metamorphosis. Relying upon the immense fortune contained within Yunzhou, one cannot help but ponder whether this fortune could elevate the Great Xia directly to the exalted rank of the Holy Dynasty. The Holy Dynasty, a formidable entity that reigns above all imperial courts. Thus far, throughout the annals of Yunzhou's history, the establishment of a holy dynasty's influence has never been witnessed. Yet, that was in times past, given the latent potential of the Great Xia Empire. Ascending to the status of a holy dynasty seems merely a matter of time, as the auspicious Golden Dragon of Fate undergoes its transformative ascent. It is certain that another cycle of fortune and blessings is imminent. Observing the previous ascensions of the Great Xia, it is evident that this forthcoming wave of fortune is on the brink of commencement. As the overwhelming fortune radiates from the Golden Dragon of Fate, the imperial seal appears to sense something amiss. It quivers slightly, drawing forth a power that begins to absorb the emanating fortune. What? The imperial seal is actually intervening, intercepting the restorative energies of fortune. Such an unexpected turn of events leaves Xiao Ling quite astonished. He had anticipated waiting for the Golden Dragon of Fate to bestow its blessings, thereby enhancing the overall strength of the Great Xia's inhabitants. However, it now appears that this is no longer feasible. Witnessing the restorative energies of the Golden Dragon of Fate being absorbed by the Imperial Seal, Xiao Ling refrains from intervening. Since the Imperial Seal actively absorbs this restorative power, it must possess some intrinsic benefit. The Imperial Seal has the authority to confer titles upon the ministers of the Great Xia and to amplify their fortunes. Thus, its growing potency naturally serves the interests of the Great Xia Empire, with the capacity to simultaneously enhance the fortunes of over 10 imperial courts. The lengthy form of the Great Xia's Golden Dragon of Fate spirals continuously above the imperial palace. Its terrifying might compels the weaker beings to prostrate themselves in reverence. Xiao Ling intervenes, mitigating the oppressive aura of the Golden Dragon, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Above in the celestial vault, Only the golden dragon of fate and the imperial seal remain suspended in the ether. As time gradually passes, the Great Xia Empire governs Yinzhou, thereby concluding the historical strife among dynasties and ushering in an era of unprecedented unity. In the eastern region lies Qingzhou, a vast expanse composed of boundless deserts and grasslands. At the heart of Qingzhou stands an immense tent, housing countless armored warriors wielding curved blades. Each exudes an aura of distinction, with occasional glimpses of those at the emperor's realm among them. This locale is the royal encampment of the dominant power in Qingzhou, the Jin-Ku Empire. The Jin-Ku Empire, a premier imperial force that commands the vast territories of Qingzhou. Its strength is unparalleled within its domain. A mere command is sufficient to ensure compliance from all factions. Compared to the Holy Flame dynasty of Yinzhou, it is exponentially more formidable. In the distant sky, a piercing cry echoed. Soon after, a fierce wind swept down, accompanied by a shadow that spanned several dozen feet, an immensely powerful giant eagle. Upon its back stood a robust commander clad in tiger skin armor, who then descended from the eagle. Recognizing Commander Fengji, the assembled warriors knelt on one knee, placing their left hands over their hearts in a gesture of respect. The commander, known as Fengji, waved his hand, signaling the warriors to withdraw. He then strode purposefully towards a large tent situated nearly 100 feet ahead. Commander Fengji, seeking an audience with Emperor Jinka, he proclaimed, kneeling with his left hand over his chest. The grand royal tent was opened, and a soft voice beckoned from within. Enter. With a respectful demeanor, Fengji rose and quickly stepped inside. Chapter 138. Attention from the Jinka Empire. The interior of the royal tent was remarkably spacious. Upon entering, one was greeted by a scene of revelry, with numerous enchanting dancers swaying gracefully, their alluring figures captivating the atmosphere. In the center of the tent, a throne cradled a languid man, reclining comfortably. Attendants were present, massaging his shoulders and legs, while others poured wine and served him delicacies. Commander Fengji entered, maintaining a calm expression and refraining from casting a glance around. The figure upon the throne was none other than the current emperor of the Jinka Empire, the sovereign of this vast Qingzhou land. Thousands of years prior, Qingzhou, like Yinzhou, was home to numerous imperial forces coexisting, with little disparity in strength between the two regions. However, under the leadership of the contemporary Emperor Jinka, a remarkable display of power had subdued the various factions of Qingzhou, ultimately asserting dominion and establishing the Jinka Empire as a formidable force. Commander Fengji pays his respects to Emperor Jinka, he announced, kneeling with utmost reverence. Upon hearing this, the seemingly languid Emperor Jinka propped himself up, gently waving his right hand. The surrounding attendants and dancers ceased their movements and quietly retreated. Gazing down at Commander Fengji, Emperor Jinka inquired coolly, "What is the matter?" "Your Majesty, there have been unusual movements from Yinzhou," Fengji reported. Yinzhou? As a neighboring territory. The emperor was certainly aware of Yinzhou. What disturbances could possibly arise from that mere speck of land? His tone carried a hint of disdain. Despite the presence of numerous imperial forces in Yinzhou, each lacked formidable strength. Even the mightiest among them, the Holy Flame Empire, paled in comparison to the Jinka Empire. Commander Fengji, with a serious countenance, responded, "Your Majesty, not long ago, the various imperial forces of Yinzhou engaged in a great conflict. A rising power, the Great Xia Empire, has swiftly overwhelmed the coalition led by the Holy Flame Empire. In a remarkably brief span, the Great Xia Empire has defeated the imperial factions of Yinzhou and has since seized control over the entirety of Yinzhou's territory." Originally calm and indifferent, the Emperor of Jinka now wore a somewhat solemn expression. Since he assumed control of the Jinka Empire, the region of Yinzhou had remained in a state of disarray, with no dynasty managing to unify it. Even the formidable Xianxia Dynasty, capable of uniting Yinzhou, had faced intervention from the Jinka Empire, leaving progress elusive for millennia. As for the Xia Dynasty, the Emperor of Jinka inquired of General Fengji, "Have you investigated the origins of this Xia Dynasty? How did they manage to stir such commotion right under our noses?" The fragmented state of Yinzhou was, in many ways, preferable to a unified one. "Your Majesty, the rise of the Xia Dynasty has been remarkably swift. Merely decades ago, it was but a fledgling power. It is puzzling how, under a new sovereign, they have advanced so rapidly to their current stature. My investigations have revealed no evidence of any premier dynasties supporting them. Their meteoric rise suggests either a formidable backing or some extraordinary fortuitous circumstances. However, the emperor chose not to dwell on these speculations. "You may leave," he commanded General Fengji. "Moments latte." Addressing the vast emptiness of the royal tent, the emperor asked, "What is your perspective on the Xia Dynasty?" As his words echoed, a figure emerged from the shadows within the tent, distinguished yet subtly different in attire from those of the Jinka Empire. Upon seeing this individual, the emperor's gaze sharpened with respect. This was the overlord of Qingzhou, and such a display of emotion would surely cause a stir throughout the entire region if it were spread. There is something amiss with the Xia Dynasty. Their rapid ascent within a short span suggests either substantial support from a great power or the acquisition of remarkable opportunities. Yet, discerning the specifics from mere hearsay is challenging. The emperor regarded the figure. "What do you suggest?" "I shall personally investigate," the refined figure replied. "That is unwise," the emperor countered, shaking his head firmly, rejecting the suggestion outright. The Jinka Empire currently boasts a plethora of formidable warriors. The situation in Daxiao remains uncertain, and should you venture forth recklessly, I could not bear the consequences. His expression was grave. The Jinka Empire had established dominance over Qingzhou, ruling over vast territories. While it appeared that this power was solely attributed to the emperor's might, the greatest credit belonged to the individual standing before him, whose clandestine assistance had been pivotal in bolstering the Jinka Empire's current stature. The figure, however, held a different opinion on the emperor's objections. "With my formidable prowess, is there anyone within the Golden Ku Empire capable of obstructing my path? If the Great Xia harbors entities that pose a genuine threat to me, then the sheer number of people in the Golden Ku Empire would be rendered futile. Only by my presence can I truly fathom the essence of the Great Xia." Upon hearing these words, the Golden Ku Empire fell into a brief silence. After a moment's pause, it responded, "In that case, proceed with utmost caution. Depart." The cultured figure left behind a single statement before taking their leave. In the imperial palace of the Great Xia, several days passed. A resounding roar echoed through the heavens as the golden dragon of fortune dissipated, merging entirely into the territory of the Great Xia. At that moment, the imperial seal, suspended in the sky, erupted in a tremor of golden radiance, exuding an unparalleled divine aura. A force enveloped the imperial seal, causing it to vanish into the firmament. Within the imperial palace, a sacred scroll lay upon the dragon table before Xiao Ling. This scroll bore the names and titles of the civil and military officials of the Great Xia. During this period, as the imperial seal absorbed the power of the golden dragon of fortune, he seized the opportunity to contemplate the allocation of positions among the officials of the Great Xia. Given the immense fortune of the current dynasty, anyone adorned with an imperial title could, even as a mere commoner, instantaneously possess formidable strength. Ultimately, Xiao Ling established a 9-rank hierarchy for the Great Xia's officials, enabling them to partake in the dynasty's fortune. With a mere gesture, the imperial seal appeared in his hand. Xiao Ling decisively pressed it onto the sacred scroll, which bore the names of the civil and military officials of the Great Xia. Boom! By divine decree, may longevity and prosperity be bestowed. The large character inscribed itself in the lower right corner of the sacred scroll. The scroll's length still held numerous vacancies. Chapter 139. The Swordmaster from the West. Boom. As the imperial seal imprinted its mark, a flurry of dragon-like phantoms surged around. In that moment, the sacred scroll radiated a golden light, enveloping it entirely. Xiao Ling observed this spectacle. Within such a brief span, the names of the civil and military officials on the scroll were illuminated. Nearly hundreds of ethereal, intangible lines emanated from it, swirling around the Great Xia Dynasty. Ultimately, through the influence of these lines, the names of the officials on the scroll became intertwined with the fortunes of the Great Xia. Thunderous roars echoed from all directions. The aura of the Great Xia surged forth. With the enhancement of the dynasty's fortune, all officials conferred by Xiao Ling experienced a substantial elevation in their power. Xiao Ling, situated within the imperial palace, was acutely aware of every movement throughout the Great Xia Dynasty. As the officials ascended in strength, the overall might of the Great Xia Dynasty was significantly amplified. However, regarding the enhancement of the martial and literary prowess within the Great Xia, Xiao Ling found himself in a state of helplessness. Glancing at the imperial seal beside him, he remarked with a hint of indifference, "The martial and literary capabilities of the imperial court have indeed seen improvement, Yet I, as the sovereign of this dynasty, remain unchanged. The imperial seal absorbed the entire nurturing power of the auspicious dragon of the Great Xia's fortune, preventing him, as the ruler, from reaping any benefits, leaving his strength stagnant as ever. Just as Xiao Ling was speaking, a sudden surge of formidable power erupted from the imperial seal. Boom! This power surged directly into Xiao Ling's body, catching him off guard at such close proximity. Eightfold in the sovereign realm, ninefold in the sovereign realm. In a fleeting moment, he ascended to the pinnacle of the sovereign realm. Boom! Onefold in the celestial sovereign realm, twofold in the celestial sovereign realm, threefold in the celestial sovereign realm. The overwhelming aura continued unabated, and within the briefest span of time, he had already broken through to the 7th tier of the celestial sovereign realm, leaping into the late stages of the celestial sovereign realm. Just moments ago, he lamented his lack of enhancement, yet in the blink of an eye, the vibrant power emanating from the imperial seal had elevated his status to such an extent. This method of enhancement truly surpassed his expectations. The imperial seal emitted a faint tremor, as if it were reveling in its own prowess before Xiao Ling. Utilizing his divine sense to perceive the realm of Great Xia, he noted that many celestial sovereign realm experts had emerged following this surge of fortune. Undoubtedly, he, as the sovereign of Great Xia, possessed the most formidable strength. Any minister whose name was inscribed upon the sacred scroll, even those holding the lowest rank of the 9th tier, could, under the auspices of the imperial fortune, effortlessly ascend to the rank of duke. To easily cultivate a duke-level existence is indeed quite commendable. As the Great Xia Dynasty garnered increasingly formidable fortunes, the enhancement of its martial and literary officials would inevitably accelerate. Duke, sovereign. With ease, the strength of the Great Xia's elite could be augmented. If this were to transpire, then casually bestowing titles upon ministers would be tantamount to the boundless creation of powerful beings. A sudden thought took root in Xiao Ling's mind. In this manner, Great Xia would harbor no fear of losses. With the overwhelming sealing capabilities of the imperial seal, he could effortlessly forge a cadre of strong individuals. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a consciousness emanated from the imperial seal. Such a divine artifact undoubtedly possessed significant spiritual awareness. Moments later, following the legacy of the imperial seal, Xiao Ling came to comprehend a profoundly crucial aspect. Although the imperial seal allowed him, as the sovereign, to whimsically confer titles and ranks upon the ministers of the dynasty, it also bore great significance beyond mere authority. The same official rank and title bestow upon the bearer an equal measure of fortune. However, the elevation of power is inevitably influenced by the recipient's innate talent and inherent strength, leading to varying levels of advancement. Furthermore, while the bestowed enjoy the blessings of the Great Xia's fortune, any unforeseen demise would inevitably inflict damage upon the dynasty's fortunes. Some of the imperial fortune has long been squandered, and the remainder has consequently returned to the empire itself. Thus, this stark reality thoroughly dismantles Xiao Ling's prior notions. Nevertheless, this thought merely flitted through Xiao Ling's mind. Xiao Ling snapped back to attention, as if suddenly attuned to something. Xianxia, he spoke softly, and a figure materialized within the imperial hall. A swordsman from the west has entered our Great Xia territory. You must go and meet him. A swordsman from the west? Xianxia sensed the atmosphere carefully before bowing slightly to Xiao Ling and promptly departing the hall. Within a grand city of the Great Xia Empire, a young man clad in green meandered leisurely through the streets. A long sword hung at his waist, exuding the distinct aura of a swordsman. Upon closer inspection, one could discern an air of scholarly elegance intermingled within. His gaze swept across the bustling marketplace, appearing utterly carefree and unrestrained, stopping occasionally to engage with the lively curiosities around him. The Great Xia is truly remarkable. How has it developed into such a scene in such a short span of time? The green-clad swordsman marveled. Years prior, he had traversed the Yunzhou region, and at that time, even the venerable Sacred Flame dynasty, which had stood for millennia in this territory, could not boast such prosperity. In a short while, he had explored numerous cities in present-day Great Xia, each leaving him profoundly astonished. Suddenly, the long sword at the young man's waist quivered slightly. He furrowed his brow, sensing an unusual presence. Just then, a voice resonated. "Fellow traveler, what brings you from afar to our Great Xia Empire?" A figure stood several paces away, confronting him. An invisible force expelled the surrounding citizens and martial artists as the two exchanged sharp glances. The newcomer was none other than Xianxia. The green-clad swordsman's expression shifted ever so slightly. He had maintained a low profile since entering Yinzhou, yet he had not anticipated being perceived by such a formidable presence within the Great Xia. I have heard that a new and rising Great Xia Dynasty has emerged in Yinzhou, and I came to explore and witness it for myself. I did not expect to encounter someone of your caliber within the Great Xia. How should I address you? The cloaked swordsman gazed ahead at the man several paces away, sensing a distinctly sharp sword aura emanating from him, rivaling his own. Such a presence, until now, seemed unparalleled. The Great Xia Empire, Xianxia. A voice, calm and unassuming, resonated. Chapter 140. The Clash of Swordsmanship. The Great Xia Empire, Xianxia. The cloaked swordsman ruminated on this name in his mind. After entering the territory of Yinzhou, he had been diligently gathering information about the Great Xia Empire. When the Great Xia Empire vanquished the coalition led by the Holy Flame Empire in Yinzhou, it indeed mobilized numerous formidable warriors. However, the name Xianxia remained unfamiliar to him. Sensing the impressive aura of his opponent, it was evident that the Great Xia Empire retained considerable strength in the previous confrontation against the imperial coalition. The might of the Great Xia far surpassed what he had initially anticipated. A profound essence of swordsmanship flickered in the eyes of the cloaked swordsman, revealing a sense of fervent anticipation. The Golden Qiu Empire, Li Shuangguang. The cloaked swordsman smiled and remarked, "Masters of the sword are rare in this world. Might we spar a little today?" The revelation of his identity was accompanied by an unmistakable brilliance. Xianxia regarded him calmly and, without further contemplation, replied, "Certainly. However, with our prowess, this place is not suitable for a duel." The two shared a tacit understanding and, in an instant, leaped into the air, vanishing from the city. With their departure, the oppressive presence that had enveloped the city dissipated, easing the minds of the citizens and warriors alike. In a vast forest, the two figures stood poised beneath the heavens. Although Li Shuangguang and Xianxia had yet to engage, their very essence as swordsmen emanated an unparalleled sword radiance. With a whoosh, the sword at Li Shuangguang's waist was drawn. Xianxia also revealed a sharp divine weapon in his hand. The pursuit of swordsmanship demands speed, precision, and ferocity. A single moment's delay can lead to utter defeat. After a brief standoff, they swiftly launched into action. The sound of two swords clashing resonated, their piercing tones engulfing the surrounding woods, extending for miles. In the realm of existence, two beams of sword light flickered. Whether it was Li Shuangguang or Xianxia, their attacks were unassailable. One sword cleaves the heavens. Li Shuangguang wielded his divine weapon, unleashing a pale, red sword radiance that expanded to hundreds of feet, its momentum akin to cleaving the sky itself. Even the heavens seemed to be tinted pale red in that fleeting moment, evoking a sense of impending doom. Xianxia remained steadfast, observing the pale, red sword aura approaching him with an expression devoid of panic. He gazed at the divine sword in his right hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A tremor coursed through the sword, a clear indication of palpable excitement. The sword cleaved the heavens. With a decisive stroke, Xianxia unleashed his blade. The pale white light of the sword appeared unremarkable, yet the brilliance it harbored was no less formidable than the strike delivered by Li Shuangguang. The two beams of sword light clashed, and in an instant, they collided with a thunderous roar. Boom! Accompanied by a cataclysmic sound. The might of the two swords reverberated through the sky, and from the epicenter of their confrontation, a dazzling brilliance eradicated everything within a radius of hundreds of miles. The once verdant forest now lay in utter ruin, with scarcely a remnant of its former glory. As the tremors of their clash gradually subsided, the figures of Xianxia and Li Shuangguang emerged. They stood steadfast, exchanging calm glances. A dull thud resonated in the air. A fissure appeared in Li Shuangguang's sword, which soon shattered into two pieces. A shadow of dejection crossed his features. In that moment, the broken sword symbolized his defeat. Not only did his sword falter, but his own prowess paled in comparison to that of his opponent. In the wake of that formidable strike, he perceived Xianxia as if he were one with his sword. The opponent was a sword, and the sword was the opponent. Under such brilliance, he acknowledged his inferiority. Xianxia's swordsmanship was indeed overwhelming, and Li Shuangguang felt a sense of humility before it. With a resigned shake of his head, he reflected on his self-proclaimed status as a master of swordsmanship within the realm of Yinzhou, where none could rival him. Little did he expect to encounter such a formidable opponent in Xianxia. Xianxia sheathed his treasured sword and addressed Li Shuangguang with respect. I concede. The other's swordsmanship was commendable as well. Although their encounter had spanned merely a few exchanges, it was evidently sufficient. Li Shuangguang, observing the sword at Xianxia's side, sensed its extraordinary nature through the keen insight of a swordsman. Curiosity compelled him to inquire, "May I ask, esteemed brother, what is the name of your sword?" "My sword is the Abyssal Rainbow Sword," Xianxia replied, his expression softening as he regarded his divine weapon. With the elevation of his realm, the wooden sword that had previously been his constant companion shattered, allowing the sealed Abyssal Rainbow Sword to emerge in its place. Abyssal Rainbow Sword, Li Shuangguang murmuret, gazing at the sword in Xianxia's hand with palpable envy. For a swordsman, the sword was not merely a weapon, but a companion that accompanied him on his journey. Turning to his own now broken sword, Li Shuangguang let out a resigned sigh. He carefully stowed it away. On this journey to Yinzhou, he had not anticipated that his cherished companion would meet such a fate upon his arrival. Though disappointment lingered in his heart, he found himself powerless to change the outcome. Xianxia observed Li Shuangguang's demeanor, taking in every nuance of his expression. After a moment, silence enveloped them. "You and I have already engaged in a contest, and now I kindly invite Brother Li to accompany me to the imperial palace of the Great Xia. Our esteemed emperor has been awaiting us there for quite some time." "Very well." Without the slightest hesitation, Li Shuangguang nodded in agreement. Thus, the two of them proceeded towards the location of the Great Xia Imperial Palace. In the Great Xia Imperial Palace, Xiao Ling was seated upon the dragon throne. Below him in the hall, on one side, stood Xianxia, while Li Shuangguang occupied the central position of the Grand Hall. "Li Shuangguang of the Jinka Empire, I pay my respects to the Emperor of Xia." Li Shuangguang bowed slightly to Xiao Ling atop the throne. "There's no need for formalities," Xiao Ling replied calmly. Observing Li Shuangguang below, he noted the swift response of the neighboring forces surrounding Yinzhou. The Great Xia Dynasty had only recently unified Yinzhou, yet a formidable being of the heavenly sovereign realm had already arrived. Furthermore, from Li Shuangguang, he sensed the formidable power emanating from foreign states. A fifth-tier heavenly sovereign, Li Shuangguang was indeed a formidable existence at the fifth tier of the heavenly sovereign realm, effortlessly dispatching such a powerful swordsman, which indicated that the Jinka Empire was anything but ordinary. At the same time, Li Shuangguang's gaze flickered towards the figure on the dragon throne, and he was equally moved. A single glance revealed that he found it nearly impossible to fathom the aura of this ruler of the Great Xia. This could only mean that the individual either possessed a means to obscure his own aura or wielded power surpassing his own. He was not merely a skilled swordsman. He also possessed the art of divination. As he employed the divination technique, an overwhelming aura of imperial majesty erupted from behind Xiao Ling. Li Shuangguang was taken aback, startled by the intensity of such regal energy. The technique of divination allowed one to perceive the slight fortunes of living beings. As a leader of a faction, even a monarch would possess a measure of such fortuitous energy. In comparison, the ruler of an empire would embody an even greater abundance of this energy. Once, when he had followed the then unenthroned emperor of the Jinka Empire, he had also been a person of considerable fortune. His vast reservoir of fortuitous energy had garnered the favor of heaven and earth, and coupled with his own support, the Jinka Empire had thrived, now dominating Qingzhou and establishing itself as a hegemonic force. However, the former emperor of Jinka had merely possessed a modest amount of imperial fortune. Yet, gazing upon Xiao Ling before him, the regal aura surrounding him was all-encompassing, enveloping his entire being in a magnificent and overwhelming presence. Such an existence was unprecedented for Li Shuangguang. He had never imagined encountering a being of such terrifying caliber, with such a profound imperial fortune. One could scarcely fathom the extent of the Great Xia. At that moment, a tremor coursed through Li Shuangguang's heart as an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, rendering him breathless. He had indeed overstepped his bounds and sought the Emperor Xia's forgiveness for his earlier indiscretion, which was evidently too bold and had not gone unnoticed. Xiao Ling regarda Li Shuangguang intently. Just moments ago, he had distinctly sensed a prying presence, which, if his suspicions were correct, emanated from this very individual. In the realm of Xiantian, where exceptional talents flourished, Xiao Ling had not paid excessive heed to Li Shuangguang's abilities. With his own profound prowess, he surmised that the other could merely scratch the surface of his depths. Turning his gaze toward Li Shuangguang, Xiao Ling inquired nonchalantly, "The Jinka Empire resides in a different province from our Great Xia. What business does Jinka have in seeking you out?" Although the Great Xia had only recently unified Yinzhou, its strength was formidable. The imperial seal bestowed upon the ministers had significantly enhanced their capabilities. Li Shuangguang, maintaining a relatively calm demeanor, responded, "Your Majesty. Yun and Qing provinces are adjacent, and Yunzhou has historically been a land of turmoil, never before achieving unification. Thus, the current unification is indeed a remarkable occurrence. As neighbors, our Xianxia Empire naturally wishes to extend our congratulations." He understood well the nature of his audience. If the Great Xia were of mediocre strength, what did it matter if they unified Yinzhou? They would still be subject to submission or likely to be consumed. However, since Li Shuangguang's arrival in Yinzhou, every observation he made underscored the might of the Great Xia, which had radically shifted his perspective. The power of the Great Xia, especially that of the Emperor, was not to be trifled with, and it was prudent to approach with caution and seek amicable relations. Listening to Li Shuangguang's words, Xiao Ling replied coolly, "If that is the case, then convey my greetings and gratitude to your Emperor." The visit from the Xianxia Empire bore significant implications. Yet the other party had refrained from any rash actions, making it unwise for him to retaliate. Given that the vast territory of Yinzhou had only recently come under the Great Xia's control, it was prudent to consolidate and recuperate. "Your Majesty, I was rather hasty in my arrival, and there are still many valuable gifts from the Xianxia Empire yet to be delivered. I kindly request your permission to remain in the Great Xia for a short period, until our generous offerings arrive, which I shall present to you as a token of Xianxia sincerity." Having arrived in the Great Xia for a brief time, he found the power of this realm filled with intriguing elements he wished to explore further. Li Shuangguang intended to seize this opportunity to linger in Yinzhou, thus gaining a deeper understanding of the Great Xia under the guise of formality. "Your intention is duly noted, and I consent," Xiao Ling acquiesced without hesitation. He was well aware of Li Shuangguang's underlying motives. Within the Great Xia's domain were countless formidable figures, and under their watchful gaze, even the strength of the Xianxia Empire would find it challenging to maneuver freely. In the borderlands of Yinzhou, a round-faced monk, draped in a robe of Buddha, stood suspended in the void. He emanated a profound aura of Buddhist essence, and behind him, a faint golden light radiated, revealing the silhouette of a great Buddha. There was no doubt, the sinister aura of demonic energy originated from this vast continent. The monk directed his senses towards the region of Yinzhou, unleashing an unparalleled Buddhist might that spread in all directions. Moments later, he withdrew his perception, and a look of astonishment crossed his otherwise placid face. Within such a small state, there lay an incredible fortune. Remarkable. The potential of this state's power was boundless and immeasurable. Amitabha, such a force must surely be fated to connect with my Buddha. The monk's expression was one of delight. Originally, he had come in pursuit of demonic energy, never anticipating such fortuitous circumstances. A power with such immense potential must not be allowed to escape. The monk's gaze turned toward the depths of Yinzhou, where the imperial palace of the Great Xia Dynasty stood tall. In a flash, he traversed mountains and rivers, appearing at the palace in an instant. Amitabha. Just as the round-faced monk prepared to reveal himself, he halted momentarily, casting his eyes towards the southern part of the imperial palace. There, he beheld a torrent of demonic energy surging forth, annihilating all living beings in its path. Indeed, diligence bears fruit at the right moment. This demonic scourge seeks its own demise. The round-faced monk remained silent, concealing himself in the void without a trace of movement. Thunderous roars echoed. The overwhelming demonic energy from the south spread across 1,000 miles, descending upon the imperial palace in a matter of moments. However, before it could touch the palace's borders, a furious voice resounded. "Impudent! What sort of demonic fiend dares to disturb our Great Xia Dynasty?" Two formidable presences emerged from the heavens above. Clad in armor, these two generals possessed extraordinary auras. One wielded a steel whip, while the other brandished a pair of gilded bronze maces. With their appearance, the overwhelming demonic energy that approached the imperial palace hesitated and came to a halt. These two beings, both of considerable strength, each harbored a divine essence of protection. At that moment, the round-faced monk, hidden in the void, sensed everything with increasing excitement. In a brief span, the newly appeared celestial beings rendered the demonic scourge insignificant. Chapter 142. Since you have come, why hide so furtively? Amidst the tumultuous demonic energy, a cold scoff reverberated. In the next instant, a figure composed of gathered demonic energy materialized, its visage obscured, yet its demeanor unmistakably suggested a malevolent disposition. It cast a glance towards the two figures obstructing its path. "Who dares to impede my progress? I do not slay nameless wretches," exclaimed the entity, brimming with arrogance. Even in the presence of two esteemed celestial beings from the Great Xia Empire, it exhibited no semblance of trepidation. Wei Qi Gong and Qin Xiong, the two valiant generals of Great Xia, stood resolute in the heavens, their gazes piercing as they proclaimed their identities with unwavering fortitude. "What pitiful fools you are! Mea nameless ponce. Do you truly believe you can thwart me? You are utterly unaware of your impending doom." With that, the figure of demonic energy lunged forth, unleashing a powerful strike towards the two celestial figures above. Instantly, the thick miasma of demonic energy enveloped the area within 100 miles, leaving Wei Qi Gong and Qin Xiong with no chance of retreat. "Kill!" they cried in unison, launching themselves toward the encroaching tide of malevolent energy. How foolish! The sight of them charging headlong into the abyss was laughable, for within its own miasma, they posed no threat whatsoever. Their attempts to breach its defenses would only lead to their own demise amidst the corrupting influence of the dark energy. Wei Qi Gong wielded his steel whip, which ignited with a crimson glow. As it clashed with the encroaching miasma, a cacophony of sizzling erupted, and the demonic energy recoiled, seemingly in avoidance of something. This presence. Impossible. How could mere mortals possess the capacity to resist my demonic energy? A chorus of astonishment rang out amidst the swirling darkness. Not long prior, the concealed entity within the miasma had brimmed with confidence, convinced of its ability to subdue the two valiant champions of Great Xia. Yet, the unfolding events defied its expectations, and it was far from over. In another corner, Qin Xiong, brandishing his gilded twin bronze hammers, rushed into the heart of the miasma. With a resounding crash, the surrounding demonic energy not only failed to impede him, but was instead consumed and dissipated by the radiant glow of his weapons. Cursed be this fate. The entity within the tumultuous miasma seethed with fury. To encounter such formidable adversaries upon making its move was an unforeseen challenge. Its once proud demonic energy was rendered utterly ineffective. The two warriors pressed deeper into the chaotic miasma, drawing ever closer to the concealed figure ensconced within the dark energy. "Kill!" they commanded, their resolve unwavering as they approached their target. Under the formidable alliance of Wei, Qi Gong, and Qin Xiong, they lunged towards the shadow enveloped in malevolent energy. Their momentum was overwhelming, and their assault was astoundingly swift. Even the potent dark energy failed to hinder their advance. "Two mere ants, prepare to meet your demise." The entity cloaked in darkness, seething with fury, retaliated against the two warriors. With a resounding crash, their combined strike sent the shadow reeling. "Impossible!" The adversary gasped in disbelief, utterly astonished by the terrifying prowess exhibited by these two generals of the Great Xia. At that moment, Qin Xiong and Wei Qi Gong offered no respite, unleashing a barrage of lethal techniques as they pressed their assault. In mere moments, the surrounding dark energy began to dissipate, revealing the concealed figure more clearly. The enemy faltered continually, bereft of any chance to resist under the relentless onslaught of Qin Xiong and Wei Qi Gong. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Within the Great Xia Imperial Palace, Xiao Ling, though not physically present, maintained a vigilant watch over the celestial battlefield through his divine senses. The re-emergence of this dark energy was rapid and expected. He was not unfamiliar with the presence within the malevolent energy, having heard accounts from the formidable warriors of Great Xia regarding the Heavenly Chu Emperor's possession by dark forces during the campaign against the Heavenly Chu Empire. It was evident that the escaping malevolent entity had returned for vengeance. Previously, this dark force was no match for the powerful forces of the Great Xia. Yet in the brief interim, it had inexplicably ascended to the late stage of the celestial sovereign realm. Such a surge in strength rivaled the development of the Great Xia Empire itself. Now that it had returned, it would not depart unscathed. The might of this dark force was terrifying. It was undoubtedly a being of immense strength. Should they fail to eradicate it now, allowing it to escape could result in a future encounter with an even more formidable adversary. Qin Xiong and Wei Qi Gong were not merely ordinary celestial sovereigns. They bore the divine essence inherent to the gatekeepers of folklore, granting them a unique advantage against such dark entities. On the celestial battlefield, the malevolent being, realizing it was outmatched, dare not linger and swiftly distanced itself from Qin Xiong and Wei Qi Gong, preparing to flee. However, could one truly come and go at will? A chilling voice resonated. A golden beam of light materialized from within the Great Xia Imperial Palace, swiftly ensnaring the fleeing dark entity. Get away! Release me! The dark entity struggled in vain. As the golden spear hurtled towards him, an overwhelming sense of impending doom closed in. He had to flee. Should he become tainted by that golden ray, the outcome would undoubtedly be dire. Regrettably, despite his utmost efforts, he found himself ensnared within the confines of the golden light. Unable to escape, suddenly, a figure emerged within the grand palace of the Great Xia, none other than Xiao Ling. To dare wreak havoc in my Great Xia, one must first understand their own worth, he declared. No sooner had the words left his lips than the golden spear pierced through the body of the demon, leaving no chance for a cry of despair. The entire form disintegrated into scattered demonic energy, utterly vanishing from existence. Your Majesty, we have failed in our duty. Qin Xiong and Yuqi Gong approached Xiao Ling, seeking forgiveness. It was indeed their ineffectiveness that compelled the emperor to intervene personally, given the cunning nature of the demon. It is commendable that you two managed to corner it to such a degree, Xiao Ling reassured them, holding no resentment. He then turned his gaze toward a particular point in the sky. Since you have arrived, why hide in the shadows? Chapter 143, The Great Xia and Our Connection to Buddhism. Someone is there. Qin Xiong and Yuqi Gong looked in the direction the emperor indicated, yet they sensed nothing. However, the emperor's words were never without foundation. There must be an entity present that eluded their perception. Will you not reveal yourself? Xiao Ling remained composed, preparing to take action. It seems I must compel you to show yourself. As anticipated, with Xiao Ling's declaration, a ripple disturbed the previously tranquil void, and a figure materialized. Amipa, Iaima Faiwan, Aumblamunk. I have traced the demonic aura here without any ill intent. The newcomer was indeed the round-faced monk from before. Realizing he had been seen through, he deemed it unnecessary to remain hidden any longer. Tracing the demon here? Xiao Ling regarded him, harboring no doubts regarding this claim. Given the intricate relationship between Buddhism and the demonic realm, it was not particularly surprising. Nevertheless, Xiao Ling held no favorable impression of him. With the demon now eradicated, there is nothing left for you in my Great Xia. Depart swiftly. Xiao Ling had no intention of wasting further time and issued a dismissal. However, Fa Yuan remained unmoved by the emperor's words. Had the demon still existed, he would undoubtedly have departed without delay. In his view, a barren land like Yinzhou held little worth for him to linger. Yet, following the recent confrontation, his perspective had significantly shifted. A dynasty brimming with potential and a ruler endowed with divine might. Especially the summer emperor before him brought forth an abundance of incredulity. Under such circumstances, how could the monk Fa Yuan simply acquiesce? Amiba, he intoned. This humble monk perceives a connection between the great summer and our Buddha. I wish to remain here and impart the teachings of Buddhism across the lands of the great summer. As Fa Yuan joined his hands in earnest supplication toward Xiao Ling, the latter scoffed at the notion of disseminating Buddhist teachings. These bald-headed monks truly possess an unyielding obstinacy. I harbor no interest in the doctrines of the Buddhist sect. Furthermore, it appears to me that your teachings hold little merit. To propagate them within my great summer would merely be a squandering of time. What motives lie behind your desire to spread your doctrine here? It is evident that you possess ulterior motives. Amitabha, Fa Yuan replied. Our Buddhist teachings aim to alleviate suffering and deliver salvation. Surely, there can only be benefits for the great summer. Why must the summer emperor be so obstinate? Xiao Ling coldly chuckled, then remarked, if you seek to confront the demonic obstructions, why then do you remain concealed in the void? Merely a spectator to these events? By his own discernment, he recognized that Fa Yuan's strength was formidable, possessing profound Buddhist powers capable of easily dealing with the previous disturbances caused by the demonic forces. Yet the monk chose to remain hidden in the void, abstaining from direct engagement. To Xiao Ling, this suggested a clear ulterior motive, waiting until the great summer was at a disadvantage before emerging with overwhelming force to eradicate the demonic presence. In this manner, the great summer would inevitably feel indebted, making it effortless for him to propagate his teachings thereafter. Such statements from the summer emperor are misguided. At this moment, Fa Yuan displayed no trace of panic upon hearing Xiao Ling's words. his expression remarkably serene, as if he had anticipated everything. He spoke again. Our Buddhist teachings emphasize alignment with the will of heaven. Sometimes, it is difficult to defy fate. An inevitable calamity looms between the great summer and the demonic forces. Even with my humble abilities, I find it challenging to intervene, as the repercussions may be minor for myself, yet could herald greater calamities for the great summer. His reasoning was sound, illustrating Fa Yuan's own helplessness while also revealing his greater concern for the great summer. Nonsense about aligning with fate. Before Xiao Ling could respond, a cold voice echoed from below. A figure surged into the sky, halting beside Xiao Ling. It was Li Shuangguang from the Golden Ku Empire. Li Shuangguang cast a disdainful glance at Fa Yuan, his expression unmistakably one of contempt, as if he too harbored a profound aversion to the monk. You monks of the Buddhist sect truly remain unrepentant. Do you believe that wherever you go, you are destined to spread the teachings of the Buddha? Must you incessantly press others to convert? Might you not consider refreshing your antiquated rhetoric? For not everyone is a fool. In the conversation, there was a distinct lack of courtesy, and it was evident that the other party had not regarded the monk, Fa Yuan, with any respect. Xiao Ling observed Li Shuangguang, feeling a subtle sense of admiration for his stance. Like himself, Li Shuangguang held a similar disregard for the Buddhist sect. The monk, Fa Yuan, with hands clasped in prayer, displayed no sign of displeasure and continued in a serene and gentle manner, stating, "If that is the case, I shall take my leave for now. But I will surely return to pay my respects to the Great Xia." With that, Fa Yuan vanished into thin air. Bah! These old bald heads truly have no shame. Their so-called connection to Buddhism is nothing but a guise for their parasitic existence. Li Shuangguang couldn't help but mutter as he watched the monk's departure. Xiao Ling turned to him and remarked, "It seems you harbor quite a few grievances against the Buddhist sect." Li Shuangguang nodded slightly, replying, "Your Majesty may not be aware, but these monks have previously ventured into my Jin Ku Empire. The Jin Ku Empire, a dominant force across the vast plains, has no ties to the Buddhist doctrines. Yet these monks have relentlessly pursued us for hundreds, if not thousands, of years, which is utterly detestable." Xiao Ling was not surprised by Li Shuangguang's words. The persistence exhibited for centuries is not uncommon in the martial world, aligning well with the character of these Buddhist monks. However, should these monks dare to disturb the Great Xia again in the future, he would not let them off easily. "Your Majesty must remain vigilant," Li Shuangguang cautioned. "This visitor from the Buddhist sect is an exceptionally formidable presence, even among those of the Celestial Master Realm. Though he has departed for now, it is likely he will return with renewed fervor. The Buddhist sect is inherently powerful, particularly with those who cling on like stubborn leeches. When dealing with ordinary factions, one could simply eradicate them without hesitation. However, in the case of the Buddhist sect, their might is substantial, and acting rashly could pose significant risks." Xiao Ling replied nonchalantly, "Regardless of their strength, my Great Xia is not one to be trifled with." Such a bold declaration left Li Shuangguang somewhat astonished. Yet when he looked up again, the figure of Xiao Ling had already disappeared. Chapter 144. The Monk Shall Return. Li Shuangguang shook his head in resignation. The Emperor of Xia exhibited an unexpected level of audacity, far surpassing his own in the past. However, considering the formidable power of the Buddhist sect, it was likely that Xiao Ling's words were mere bravado. If he were to act against the monks, he would undoubtedly need to ponder the consequences carefully. Despite the strength displayed by the Great Xia, confronting the Buddhist sect would require considerable caution. From the vast military encampment below, the sounds of battle echoed. Kill! 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 The air was thick with an overwhelming aura of bloodshed as the formation of over 10,000 soldiers surged forth. With the vigorous blood energy of the Northern Army's soldiers, formidable phantoms of battle generals, imbued with overwhelming vitality, materialized in the skies above. Each of these generals possessed strength capable of contending with the formidable warriors of the royal realm. This location served as the training ground for the Northern Army of the Great Xia. The commander, Yu Fei, was in seclusion within the command hall, yet his spiritual awareness extended throughout the surrounding area, leaving no detail within the Northern Army's territory unnoticed. Despite the Great Xia Empire having unified Yinzhou, a commander must not display any negligence. Suddenly, from the void, a figure emerged. Indeed, it was remarkable that such a cultured general was stationed at the northern frontier of Great Xia. This individual was none other than the monk Fa Yuan, who had recently departed from the imperial palace of Great Xia. Although he had left the palace, he chose not to exit Yinzhou, Instead, he intended to explore other areas within Yinzhou. After all, in such a vast empire as Great Xia, there were bound to be individuals who were sympathetic to his Buddhist teachings. If the emperor of Xia was obstinate, he would seek to promote Buddhism gradually through other means. Evidently, the Northern Army's command hall was a primary target for his endeavors. Meanwhile, within the command hall, Yu Fei, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. In an instant, he appeared above the command hall. Who dares intrude upon the command hall of the Northern Army? He demanded, as he beheld F.A. Yuan, who stood merely 50 meters away. Amiba. F.A. Yuan clasped his hands together and slightly bowed towards Yu Fei. I am a humble monk, F.A. Yuan. Upon sensing a trace of scholarly aura in this realm, I came to observe and inadvertently disturb the general. Fai Yuan, a monk of the Buddhist order, observing F.A. Yuan's appearance and sensing an aura that was by no means inferior to his own, Yu Fei tempered his hostility but remained vigilant. In that case, I kindly ask Master F.A. Yuan to take his leave, he stated succinctly, issuing an implicit order for him to depart. F.A. Yuan, while outwardly saying little, harbored a tinge of dissatisfaction within. Was the existence of the Great Xia Empire truly this indifferent? As a high monk of the Buddhist order, he had never before encountered such disregard in any place he visited. Yet now, having faced the Emperor of Xia with unyielding resolve, he found himself met with similar coldness from a military general. Patience. Observing the latent potential of the Great Xia Empire, he was determined to guide it towards the teachings of Buddhism. As Yu Fei prepared to depart, F.A. Yuan immediately spoke up, urging him a pause. Turning his gaze back, Yu Fei regarded F.A. Yuan with an intensely profound look. What is it? He inquired. I observe that your countenance radiates a celestial light, suggesting a connection with the Buddha. Should you be willing, I would impart the teachings of the Buddhist path, F.A. Yuan offered. Buddhist teachings? Yu Fei regarded the monk before him, a slight furrow forming between his brows. As a military commander, he was no fool. The implication behind F.A. Yuan's words was abundantly clear. I am a general of the Great Xia. I cannot be tethered by the constraints of Buddhist teachings. You monk must depart at once, or I shall unleash my wrath without mercy. Yu Fei's demeanor shifted dramatically in an instant. As a leader of the Great Xia, his loyalty lay with his empire and the emperor, Xiao Ling. He held no interest in the so-called Buddhist teachings. Indeed, the Buddhist path does not conflict with loyalty to the Great Xia. Why must you be so resolute? F.A. Yuan was taken aback by Yu Fei's sudden change in attitude. At that moment, Yu Fei remained silent. Oof. A resonant voice echoed from the heavens above. I have spared you once, yet you remain obstinate. This voice belonged to Xiao Ling, transmitting from the imperial palace of the Great Xia. The entire Yinzhou was under his dominion. Even though F.A. Yuan had arrived at Yu Fei's northern military encampment, his presence could not evade Xiao Ling's perceptive scrutiny due to the celestial strength radiating from him. Yu Fei, you are but a subordinate. Those who disrupt the Great Xia shall face death without reprieve. With Xiao Ling's decree, an overwhelming aura erupted from Yu Fei. F.A. Yuan sensed the imminent threat and dared not underestimate it. Yu Fei, wielding a sharp long knife, charged fiercely towards F.A. Yuan. As one of the 4 commanding generals of the imperial dynasty, his status was elevated, and he enjoyed a remarkable share of the imperial fortune, his power reaching the 5th tier of the celestial master realm. Yet, F.A. Yuan remained unperturbed, aware of his own strength at the 7th tier of the celestial master realm. He felt no pressure confronting Yu Fei. However, at that instant, a faint golden beam of light surged from the heavens, enveloping F.A. Yuan in its embrace. Under the weight of this power, he sensed his abilities being instantaneously shackled. This is dire. Recalling the methods employed by the Emperor of the Great Xia to eliminate malevolent forces, F.A. Yuan's expression darkened. Recognizing the formidable strength of the Xia Emperor, he realized that as Yu Fei's blade descended upon him, he could only muster his utmost effort to evade. Ultimately, he was struck by the blade of Yu Fei, and in that fleeting moment, he was gravely wounded. Flee. Master Fian did not hesitate for a moment. Remaining would mean certain death. Suddenly, a golden light emanated from his opponent, enveloping his entire being. I shall return, Master Fian declared, and with an extraordinary force, pulling him away. He broke free from the suppression and vanished like a shooting star. Yu Fei attempted to pursue him, but the other had completely disappeared. Chapter 145, Lingisect. Xiaoqing in peril. What an irritating fellow. Witnessing Master Fian's escape was indeed frustrating. Yet there was little that could be done. Reflecting on what Li Shuangguang had mentioned earlier, it was understandable that the Buddhist sect had harassed the Jin Ku Empire for centuries. At least, when compared to the demonic forces, the Buddhists were somewhat preferable. In the ensuing period, the Great Xia Empire also attracted the attention of various powers from the eastern territories, aside from the Jin Ku Empire. However, in contrast to the constant chaos of Yinzhou, the other factions from the eastern regions came merely to gauge the situation and assess the Great Xia Empire. For the time being, the Great Xia had not experienced any upheaval, entering a phase of stable development. In the southern domain, the situation was markedly different. While the eastern domain consisted of numerous imperial powers, the southern domain was predominantly composed of sections. Amidst the mountains of the south, countless palatial structures stood tall, with disciples of various sects flitting through the skies. Occasionally, one could sense the presence of formidable individuals. Ling Yue's sect, one of the foremost sects in the southern region, possessed strength that should not be underestimated. Yet, within one of its halls stood a man in disarray, his body riddled with wounds and stained with blood. His hands and feet were bound by heavy, special chains of mysterious iron. Surrounding him were over 100 disciples of the Lingyue sect. How dare you, a mere prince of a dynasty, create trouble in my Lingyue sect? It is sheer folly, one of the Lingyue disciples declared sternly. This individual was extraordinary, a powerful being at the marquis level and a respected elder within the sect. The man bound in chains was none other than Xiao Qing, the king of Chu, who had resolutely journeyed to the southern domain after departing from the Great Xia. I have feelings for Menger, yet you obstruct me, reducing my powers and imprisoning me here. Is this the measure of dignity and character expected from a leading sect in the southern domain? Xiao Qin's gaze swept across the formidable figures of the Lin Yu sect gathered around him. Despite the current degradation of his cultivation, rendering him powerless to contend with any of them, not a trace of fear flickered in his eyes. How audacious! A cold snort reverberated through the air as a figure descended from the heavens. This individual possessed unparalleled strength, far surpassing that of the other Lin Yu sect members present. You, a mere prince of a dynasty, dare to speak so boldly within my Lin Yu sect? Had I not shown restraint back then, you, in your backing, the Great Xia Dynasty would have long since been reduced to the dust of history. As the newcomer made his entrance, the members of the Lin Yu sect displayed expressions of reverence, bowing deeply in respect. Greeting, Grand Eldeon, Grand Eldeon, one of the three esteemed elders of the Lin Yu sect. He was among the most powerful figures within the sect, second only to the sect leader, possessing formidable strength at the Emperor realm. Upon his arrival, Grand Elder Hong's gaze fell upon Xiao Chun. Though it was merely a glance, it sent waves of shock through Xiao Chun, rendering his breath labored. Even the aura of this elder is beyond your comprehension. Yet you believe yourself worthy of our sect's saintess? Grand Elder Hong's eyes glinted coldly at Xiao Chun, laced with scorn. Xiao Chun remained silent. The might of the individual before him was so overwhelming that, even when he was at his peak, he would have struggled to contend with such a force, let alone in his current state of utter helplessness. Yet, despite this, his gaze remained sharp, betraying no hint of fear under the weight of the other's pressure. Listen well, young man, I offer you a chance. Depart from the Lin Yu sect and cease your ill intentions toward our saintess. Should you comply, I can assure you of your safety and allow you to leave unharmed. Grand Elder Hong fixed his gaze upon Xiao Chun, awaiting a response. An existence as insignificant as an ant. Had it not been for the concern regarding the saintess, Xiao Chun would have already been obliterated on the spot. I wish to see Menger, Xiao Chun replied, disregarding Grand Elder Hong's words. The elder's brow furrowed, and a hint of murderous intent surfaced. You are truly audacious. Our saintess is a being of immense stature. How could someone of your meager strength and lack of significant backing even dare to aspire to her? Indeed, our saintess has been betrothed to the saint son of the Fengxian sect for several years. Take a moment to reflect upon yourself. You are not even worthy of being compared to him. Wise individuals recognize the times. Do not continue to display such ignorance. Grand Elder Hong reiterated his warning, urging Xiao Chun to leave immediately. A murmur of discussion erupted among the members of the Lin Yu sect, their disdain for Xiao Chun palpable. To them, he was merely a prince of a dynasty, a status that in the southern domain amounted to little more than that of a middling sect, inferior even to the Lin Yu sect, let alone the more powerful Fengxian sect. Listening to the words of the members of the Lin Yu sect, Xiao Chun remained unmoved. Their resolute demeanor clearly indicated their unwavering intention to remain here, with no possibility of retreat. Seeing that Xiao Chun remained indifferent, Hong Taishang decided to show no mercy. He immediately struck out a palm toward Xiao Chun. Faced with the might of a figure at the peak of the Emperor realm, Xiao Chun found himself utterly powerless to resist. As Xiao Chun witnessed this unfolding scenario, fully aware of his inability to counterattack, he could only wait helplessly for death to arrive. Yet at this critical moment, just as Hong Taishang's palm was about to reach Xiao Chun, a sudden radiance erupted from his body, enveloping him entirely. Bang! Hong Taishang's strike was thwarted, and the faint golden glow surrounding Xiao Chun dissipated in an instant. This astonishing scene left everyone present in utter disbelief. What was happening? Had Hong Taishang's strike actually missed? Did Xiao Chun possess the means to obstruct such a formidable opponent? What a joke! Hong Taishang was a powerful figure at the peak of the Emperor realm. How could someone whose cultivation had been reduced to nothing withstand such an attack? No, this must be a deliberate act by Elder Hong, merely attempting to intimidate Xiao Chun. Perhaps he was concerned about the turmoil surrounding the Saintess. He surely feared that if anything were to happen, it would be difficult to explain to the Fengxian sect. At this moment, Hong Taishang wore a look of astonishment. His brows furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated that his palm strike towards Xiao Chun would be blocked. No, there must be a force within Xiao Chun that had surged forth to counter his attack. This young man undoubtedly harbored some peculiar power. Chapter 146, Saintess of Linyu. Dream. Young man, are you certain you wish to persist in your folly? Hong Taishang spoke coldly to Xiao Chun once more. The thought that as a dignified figure of the Emperor realm, he could not subdue a mere waste of cultivation was somewhat embarrassing for him. Just as the surrounding sect members suggested, he chose to regard the earlier incident as a deliberate show of leniency, thereby preserving his own dignity. It was possible that Xiao Chun possessed some formidable protective artifact, but such a thing could only offer temporary respite, not eternal security. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun himself was equally astonished. He had fully prepared himself for death, yet he had not expected such an anomaly to occur. Could it be because of... Xiao Chun felt the jade token on his right hand. This item had been personally given to him by the Emperor of Xia, Xiao Ling, when he departed from the Great Xia. It was said to contain the power to withstand beings of the Emperor realm. Recalling the perilous moment earlier, he instinctively tightened his grip around the jade token concealed within his sleeve. Upon reflection, the thwarted assault from the esteemed Hong was undoubtedly shielded by the protective power contained within the jade tablet. Regrettably, I had not considered this sooner. Had I grasped the tablet from the outset, perhaps my cultivation would not have been diminished, and I would not find myself in such a dismal state. At the same time, I recalled the words of Xiao Ling, who had informed me that in times of peril, shattering the jade tablet would summon aid. Despite the opportunity for assistance, Xiao Chun hesitated. The Great Xia, under the governance of my royal brother, has evolved into a force far mightier than the former dynasty. A veritable imperial presence. Yet, I pondered the formidable strength of the Linyu sect, which rivals that of the Eastern Domain's imperial lineage. Furthermore, the murmurs from the Linyu sect hinted at a connection to the even more potent Fengxian sect. Xiao Chun dared not gamble. After a brief contemplation, he resolved firmly that he could not entangle the Great Xia in this matter. The potential repercussions could spell disaster for the entire imperial lineage due to his actions. With this thought, Xiao Chun stowed the jade tablet away once more. Young man, I offer you one final opportunity. Are you certain you wish to persist in this manner? The once patient Hong had now lost all forbearance. The individual before him must be eliminated, lest he jeopardize the alliance between the Linyu sect and the Fengxian sect. As one of the foremost sects in the southern region, any continued association with Xiao Chun would significantly bolster their influence. Xiao Chun remained unresponsive, resolutely grounded in his position. Halt! A streak of light appeared from the distance, followed by the emergence of a young woman. Clad in a flowing white gown, her hair elegantly adorned with a hairpin. Her exquisite features, though marred by a hint of sorrow, could not conceal her breathtaking beauty. Upon her arrival, the members of the Linyu sect displayed astonishment and promptly bowed in reverence, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Saintess." The newcomer was none other than the Saintess of the Linyu sect, Chen Yunming. "Mengya!" Xiao Chun exclaimed, his face alight with joy at the sight of his beloved. Despite having come to the Linyu sect with strength befitting the realm of the boundary breaking, he had been unable to see her, restrained by the sect's apprehension. After a separation of 2 to 3 decades since their last parting from the Great Xia, the longing had been profound. Although in the world of martial arts, particularly for those of great strength, such years may seem inconsequential, The waiting had been agonizing. Yet now, at long last, they were reunited. Brother Chun. Chen Yunming turned to Xiao Chun, her gaze filled with an indescribable yearning. Although the two had spent only a brief time together, those moments far surpassed any other in their lives. Enough. The Grand Elder Hong cast an extremely displeased glance at the appearance of Chen Yundream. He directed his gaze toward the saintess Chen Yundream, saying, "Yundream, why do you not hastily depart? This place is not meant for you." With his arrival, one could only wonder what chaos might ensue. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Chen Yundream remained unfazed, taking a few steps closer to Xiao Chun, and they faced each other directly. Meanwhile, in the eastern region, within the Grand Palace of the Great Xia Empire, Xiao Ling was attending to reports from the cabinet, including Zhuge Liang and others. Suddenly, an unusual aura caught Xiao Ling's attention. Was this the energy emanating from the jade token belonging to his third brother? Remembering that his brother had ventured to the southern region in pursuit of love, Xiao Ling felt a heightened concern. The jade token, formed from the fortune of the Great Xia, transmitted a substantial force, suggesting that his brother might be facing some unforeseen peril. In light of such circumstances, he felt compelled to intervene. With a swift gesture, Xiao Ling sent forth an imperial decree that quickly traversed the palace to arrive at the martial hall, a place where the formidable generals of the Great Xia resided. A powerful commander, sensing the emperor's will, immediately tore through the void and vanished from the martial hall. Impudence! I am not here today to witness your flirtations. The reunion of Chen Yundream and Xiao Chun stirred many words in their hearts. Yet the Grand Elder Hong and the other strong members of the Lingyue sect would not grant them such indulgence. As the Grand Elder prepared to take action, Chen Yundream promptly spoke. "Grand Elder Hong, grant me a spirit-refining pill and allow him to leave. I shall comply with the sect's arrangements. If any of you dare to harm him, I will self-destruct my soul, and you will find it impossible to explain to the Feng Xuanzhou." Upon hearing Chen Yundream's words, the Grand Elder's expression darkened. "Are you threatening me, Elder?" A terrifying aura emanated from Hong, pressing down toward Chen Yundream. How could a dignified sect elder be threatened in such a manner by the sect's saintess? Sensing the overwhelming pressure descending upon her, Chen Yundream, being merely at the second rank of the Marquis realm, found it difficult to withstand, yet she did not show any signs of fear and managed to endure. The Grand Elder seized Chen Yundream with a single palm, decisively employing means to seal her internal power. In the presence of someone at the Emperor realm, how could someone of Chen Yundream's caliber at the Marquis realm resist? "Take the saintess away," ordered the Grand Elder, as several powerful members of the Lingyue sect stepped forward, ready to escort the now powerless Chen Yundream. Subsequently, the Grand Elder turned his gaze toward Xiao Chun. "Boy, you have disturbed the heart of our Lingyue sect's saintess. Today, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise." Chapter 147. I am the General Hua Xiubing, paying my respects to the Prince of Chu. After the recent tumult, the esteemed Hong Taishang's murderous intent toward Xiao Chun intensified significantly. An entity capable of influencing the holy maiden of the Lingyue sect could not be allowed to linger. Xiao Chun stood proudly, undaunted by the grievous injuries that rendered him nearly incapacitated. Hong Taishang declared, launching a palm strike toward Xiao Chun. No, the holy maiden, Chen Yundream, who was being escorted away by several members of the Lingyue sect, turned pale at the sight. With her cultivation sealed, she could only helplessly watch as her beloved faced imminent death, utterly powerless to intervene. The attack from a formidable emperor-level expert could obliterate everything, leaving Xiao Chun with no chance of survival in his current state. Yet, at that moment, the previously tranquil heavens suddenly tore open, unleashing a terrifying aura that enveloped Xiao Chun entirely. Boom! Before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, a figure was sent hurtling backward, ultimately crashing into a desolate expanse of ruins. As the dust settled, all present were momentarily stunned. Instead of being annihilated, Xiao Chun remained rooted in place, while the once proud Hong Taishang of the Lingyue sect had vanished. Where's the Taishang? Countless gazes turned toward the ruins. There, Hong Taishang, appearing disheveled and battered, struggled to rise from the debris. The formidable presence he once commanded now seemed utterly diminished. Taishang, the members of the Lingyue sect were filled with dread. None had anticipated such a catastrophic defeat for one of their most powerful leaders. With his severely injured form, Hong Taishang gazed skyward toward the rift, sensing a terrifying aura that sent tremors through his very soul. Who are you? Why do you dare intrude upon the Lingyue sect? Hong Taishang's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions as he stared at the fissure in the heavens. The noise from the collapsed hall had been so overwhelming that the attention of the Lin Yue sect's personnel had remained fixated on the ruins. Now, with Hong Taishang's words, countless eyes turned skyward. Suspended in the once calm heavens was a gaping void. Curiosity surged among the onlookers, who were bewildered by the unfolding situation. Even Xiao Chun, constrained in his movements, shared their astonishment, his gaze fixed on the rift above. Amidst the collective intrigue, a figure emerged from the rift, clad in light crimson armor. The young visage bore an air of authority, and the sharpness in his brow instilled a sense of dread in those who met his gaze. Who is this person? What an ominous presence! In the southern domain, is there such a figure dressed in this manner? How formidable! Merely a glance from him renders us unable to resist or obstruct. Such an existence must undoubtedly be a powerful figure from some supreme force within my southern domain. Deep within the Lin Yue sect, countless auras surged forth. Upon sensing the terrifying presence of such a formidable being, the powerful individuals within the depths of the Lin Yue sect could no longer remain seated. Who? Which esteemed friend has descended upon my Lin Yue sect? In an instant, the mightiest of the Lin Yue sect soared into the heavens, their gazes fixated upon the young figure emerging from the rift in the void, descending with the power to shatter the void. This individual is surely a being of at least the heavenly sovereign realm. The members of the Lin Yue sect felt an overwhelming shock at the aura emanating from the newcomer. Although the Lin Yue sect is considered a top-tier sect in the southern domain, its strongest members barely approach the half-step heavenly sovereign level, leaving a significant gap to the true heavenly sovereign realm. The arrival of a heavenly sovereign naturally demanded utmost respect and caution. The young leader above surveyed the Lin Yue sect, seemingly oblivious to the high-ranking members beneath him, treating them as if they were non-existent. In response, the high-ranking figures of the Lin Yue sect dared not exhibit the slightest displeasure. In a world of martial prowess, strength commands respect, and they were acutely aware that the other party was a being of heavenly sovereign stature. Below, Xiao Chun gazed up at the formidable figure in the heavens. Clad in a pale red armor, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity about him. Could be. Just as such thoughts flickered in his mind, Xiao Chun swiftly dismissed them. After all, the Great Xia was exceedingly distant from this place. Although its powerful figures had emerged in recent years, he had never encountered a young leader such as the one above. However, just as Xiao Chun entertained these thoughts, the young leader descended directly before the Lin Yue sect, making his way straight to where Xiao Chun stood. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the armored youth slightly bowed and proclaimed, "I am the humble General Hua Xiubing, here to pay my respects to Prince Chu." Humblest general? Prince Chu? Witnessing this scene, everyone was engulfed in astonishment, including Xiao Chun himself. "You are the Emperor's brother. You have been sent by His Majesty?" With such a declaration, Xiao Chun, not being foolish, quickly grasped the other's identity. "His Majesty sensed the danger to the prince and has specially commanded me to render assistance." Hua Xiubing replied to Xiao Chun with utmost respect. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun felt a surge of gratitude. The distance from this place to the Great Xia Empire was unfathomably vast. He never imagined that his younger brother, preoccupied with imperial affairs, would still show such concern for him, his elder brother. Xiao Chun expressed his heartfelt thanks, saying, "I am deeply grateful for your assistance, General. Were it not for the intervention of the other party, given the earlier actions of the esteemed Hong Taishang from the Lin Yue sect, my demise would have been inevitable. Such is the duty of a humble general." Upon uttering these words, Hua Xiubing cast a sweeping glance at the gathered members of the Lin Yue sect. His piercing gaze, merely by its presence, instilled a palpable sense of trepidation among the formidable figures of this premier sect in the southern region, rendering them motionless. The Great Xia, merely a mundane imperial power within the eastern domain, how could it possibly harbor such a formidable entity, a being of the celestial sovereign realm? The demeanor displayed by the other party brooked no doubt regarding their strength. In the midst of the sect's elite, the Lin Yue sect's leader, Zhou Yan, wore a countenance ashen with dread. Now aware of the identity of this celestial sovereign visitor, an ominous premonition unfurled within him. Cursed be it, who relayed such fallacious intelligence, leading my Lin Yue sect into this perilous predicament. The upper echelons of the sect were acutely aware of the matter concerning Xiao Chun. In their eyes, this mere ant was shielded by a guardian of terrifying might. Chapter 148. The appearance of the celestial sovereign from Fengxian sect. This individual, Zhou Yan, the leader of the Lin Yu sect, directed his gaze towards Hua Xiubing, intending to voice a protest. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Hua Xiubing turned his attention to Hong Taishang, who had previously assaulted Xiao Chun. With a direct and fierce gaze, he unleashed a palm strike toward the latter. Boom! The venerable Hong Taishang, possessing the cultivation of the emperor's sealing realm, had no opportunity to resist, as he was instantly obliterated into a mist of blood, leaving not even a trace of his remains. Daring to inflict severe injury upon the royal prince of the Great Xia, such a crime warrants the utmost punishment. Hua Xiubing stated calmly. The eradication of a figure of Hong Taishang's stature was executed with chilling efficiency, devoid of any semblance of hesitation. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Lin Yu sect were instantly engulfed in terror. Zhou Yan, along with several other esteemed elders of the sect, harbored feelings of rage. Yet the overwhelming might exhibited by Hua Xiubing left them paralyzed, unable to act. Not far away, the Lin Yu sect saintess, Chen Yundream, seized the moment to struggle free. The several Lin Yu sect cultivators who had been escorting her paused in astonishment and, in a surprisingly tacit agreement, released their hold. They were not fools. Witnessing a celestial sovereign elder being so easily dispatched, they recognized the peril in remaining obstinate. Brother Chun, seizing the opportunity, Chen Yundream hurried to Xiao Chen's side. As the two reunited, the surrounding cultivators of the Lin Tian sect dared not make a single move. Might I suggest, esteemed sir, that your actions are rather overbearing? To decree the death of one of our sect's celestial sovereign elders with such nonchalance? After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yan finally mustered the courage to voice his concern. Although it was evident that the opponent's strength far surpassed that of his own, the sect leader felt compelled to speak out. Otherwise, how could he maintain his authority within the sect? Most importantly, they had the Fengxian sect as their backing. The Fengxian sect was one of the most formidable sects in the southern region, boasting numerous experts at the celestial venerable level. I shall take lives. There is no need for explanation, Hua Xiubing declared, unleashing a terrifying pressure toward Zhou Yan. How could Zhou Yan, who was merely half a step into the celestial venerable realm, withstand it? The Lin Yu sect has harmed our Great Xia's prince. Their crimes warrant execution. Hua Xiubing's voice resonated, seemingly having made a final decision regarding the fate of the Lin Yu sect. General Ho, please hold. At this moment, Xiao Chun immediately interjected. General Ho, I have no issues. Let this matter concerning the Lin Yu sect be put to rest. He had witnessed Hua Xiubing's formidable strength firsthand. His royal brother had actually sent a celestial venerable level expert here, a power that exceeded his expectations. Previously, he had been concerned that his actions might implicate the Great Xia Empire, but now it seemed he had been overly anxious. However, this was indeed the Lin Yu sect, the place where Chen Yundream had lived. If he allowed Hua Xiubing to annihilate the Lin Yu sect, how could he justify it afterward? Since the prince has ordered, I shall comply, Hua Xiubing remarked, naturally withdrawing his intent upon hearing Xiao Chen's words. Xiao Chun turned to Chen Yundream and asked, Yundream, will you accompany me away from here? Yes, Chen Yundream replied without hesitation. Though they had been apart for a considerable time, their feelings for each other had not diminished in the slightest. Yundream, you are favored by the holy son of the Fengxian sect. Are you truly going to leave without a word? As Chen Yundream made her resolution, Zhou Yan, the sect leader of the Lin Yu sect, hastily spoke up. They could not contend with Hua Xiubing, but perhaps there was hope if they pursued Chen Yundream. Sure enough, upon hearing Zhou Yan mention the holy son of the Fengxian sect, Chen Yundream's smile waned slightly, revealing a hint of gravity. As the top saintess of the southern region's elite sects, she was well acquainted with the Fengxian sect. The Fengxian sect was an even more formidable entity compared to the Lin Yu sect, ranking among the most powerful forces in the southern region. The celestial venerable realm was an insurmountable mountain for the Lin Yu sect, yet such experts were plentiful within the Fengxian sect. Observing Chen Yundream's moment of hesitation, Zhou Yan seized the opportunity. Yundream, our Lin Yu sect is not comparable to the Fengxian sect. Even if you decide to leave, our sect will not impede you. However, should the Fengxian sect take action, it would not be a simple matter. Even those at the celestial venerable level may not guarantee your safety. His words were not spoken lightly. Though the celestial sovereign realm is indeed formidable, it remains a challenge to shake the foundations of a supreme power. Brother Chun, the strength of the Fengxian sect is substantial. Should I choose to depart now, it may lead to dire consequences. In her heart, Chun Yunming harbored a desire to leave. Yet the towering presence of the Fengxian sect compelled her to exercise caution. as one favored by the Fengxian Holy Sun. If she were to leave hastily, it would undoubtedly provoke a reaction from a sect. The wrath of the Fengxian sect could spell disaster not only for her, but also for Xiao Chun and the powerful forces behind him. Xiao Chun found himself ensnared in contemplation. While the Great Xia possesses considerable strength, even the Lin Yu sect struggles to contend with it. However, the Fengxian sect represents an even greater force, and the outcome of a confrontation is uncertain. Your Highness, there is no need for concern. Regardless of how formidable the Fengxian sect may be, I assure you I can safeguard your departure from his place. With the might of the Great Xia, even the strongest forces of the southern region do not lack the capability to counteract it. Ho Chu Bing, observing their apprehension, interjected. This was not mere bravado. The current strength of the Great Xia was indeed formidable. The supreme powers of the southern region are comparable to the imperial dynasty that unified a state in the eastern region. And the Great Xia stands in a similar position today. Ho Chu Bing unleashed a powerful force that enveloped both Xiao Chun and Chen Yunming, preparing to leave. However, at that moment, a disdainful scoff echoed from the heavens above. An unusual aura surged above the Lin Yu sect. Who dares to intrude? Such audacity to attempt to seize the favored daughter of our sect's holy son. An elderly man with white hair emerged, draped in a long robe of pristine white with violet gold trim, adorned with flowing frost-like insignia. Despite his seemingly ordinary presence, he emanated an imposing aura that commanded respect without the need for anger. It was the revered Yanlan. As soon as he appeared, the strong among the Lin Yu sect recognized his identity. He was indeed a celestial sovereign from the Fengxian sect. We have the honor of meeting revered Yanlan. The Lin Yu sect master, Zhou Yin, and others hurried to greet him. Their earlier concerns about fleeing dissipated upon realizing that the arrival of this celestial sovereign from the Fengxian sect alleviated their fears. Chapter 149. What the Fengxian sect? Upon his arrival, revered Yanlan directed his gaze towards Ho Chu Bing. It seems my timing is quite fortuitous. I had come here to oversee the matter of the holy daughter's marriage into the Fengxian sect, yet I did not anticipate encountering a thief at such a critical moment. Had I arrived even a moment later, the holy daughter of the Lin Yu sect would have been abducted. I implore your forgiveness, revered one. Unfortunately, the strength of the opponent is too overwhelming, and any attempts from the Lin Yu sect to intervene would be futile, Zhou Yin expressed, wearing a look of resignation. Should Chen Yundream and her companions truly take their leave, the Lin Yu sect would undoubtedly be burdened with the stigma of incompetence. They could ill afford to offend the Fengxian sect, a formidable power in the southern domain. The esteemed Master Yanlan, however, remained unfazed. Enough. I am well aware of your Lin Yu sect's capabilities. His implication was clear. The entirety of the Lin Yu sect's strength was woefully inadequate. Yet, even under such disdain, the members of Lin Yu sect dared not utter a word. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun and Chen Yundream wore expressions of grave concern. They had not anticipated that, at such a critical juncture, a being of the heavenly sovereign realm from Fengxian sect would descend upon them. Although Hua Xiubing also possessed the power of the heavenly sovereign, the conflict between the two factions, compounded by the fact that they were on foreign soil, rendered their situation exceedingly perilous. Chen Yundream turned to Xiao Chun. Brother Chunwei, fear not, I am here, Xiao Chun interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of her while casting his gaze towards Hua Xiubing. General Hua, do you possess a strategy? At this moment, the possibility of their safe departure hinged entirely upon Hua Xiubing. Rest assured, Your Highness, Hua Xiubing replied, his eyes fixed steadily on the approaching heavenly sovereign from Fengxian sect, his demeanor exuding calmness devoid of any trepidation. Who is your esteemed friend? Why do you seek to abduct the holy maiden of Lin Yu sect? Master Yanlan inquired, directing his attention towards Hua Xiubing. Surely, this action is not intended to provoke a conflict with my Fengxian sect? The holy maiden Chen Yundream was, after all, a girl of great esteem in Fengxian sect, a fact well known throughout the southern domain. Should they succeed in abducting her, how would the southern domain perceive Fengxian sect, a prestigious power that could not even safeguard a woman? Hua Xiubing's gaze turned fierce as he declared, those who dare to obstruct shall find no sanctuary, even on the grounds of Fengxian sect. A commanding voice resonated from Hua Xiubing. Such audacity! The heavenly sovereign indeed wields great power, yet to cause a ruckus in my Fengxian sect is nothing short of delusion, Master Yanlan retorted sharply, no longer concealing his hostility. An overwhelming aura of pressure emanated from him. In response, Hua Tsubing decisively took action, unleashing a protective force around Xiao Chun and Shun Yundri. With a swift motion, the two heavenly sovereigns ascended into the heavens, bracing themselves for battle. The disciples of Lin Yu sect, sensing the impending chaos, hurriedly sought refuge. Scattering in all directions, the clash between the two heavenly sovereigns promised to unleash devastation. Even a mere fragment of their unleashed power could spell disaster for many present. Master Yanlan launched a fierce palm strike towards Hua Tsubing. Hua Tsubing remained composed, retaliating with a powerful fist aimed at his adversary. Their strikes met. Boom! In that fleeting moment of collision, the forces of the two heavenly sovereigns erupted in a cataclysmic display. A figure was suddenly sent flying from the battle, soaring nearly 100 yards away. With a resounding crash, this figure collided against the summit of the Ling Yu Sect's mountain, leaving a gaping void in a massive peak. Turning back to the original battlefield, the sight of the figure standing proudly in place astonished countless onlookers. It was none other than the Great Xia's supreme being. How could this be possible? Wasn't that figure just now? Witnessing this scene, the crowd was filled with disbelief. What terrifying strength was displayed? As the revered Yanlan was defeated in a single strike. Both were of the same realm, yet the Great Xia Supreme was so remarkably youthful. Xiao Chun, witnessing this moment, could hardly contain his excitement. To repel the revered Feng Xuanzong with a single move, the Great Xia Empire indeed possessed such formidable prowess. Victory was assured. With a thunderous crash, the ruins of the collapsed peak revealed the disheveled form of the revered Yanlan, emerging in utter disarray. Defeated in one move, he found himself in a state of unanticipated embarrassment. Mid-stage in the supreme realm, the being before him surely belonged to the mid-stage or higher echelon of the supreme realm. In contrast, he was merely at the second tier of the supreme realm, utterly incapable of being a match for his opponent. Do you truly wish to oppose my Feng Xuanzong? The revered Yanlan inquired, gazing at Hua Tsubing, yet refraining from taking further action. In this situation, he chose not to act recklessly, but rather opted to leverage Feng Xuanzong to suppress the adversary. Hua Tsubing paid him no heed, turning instead to Xiao Chun and the other individual below. He unleashed a force that enveloped the two, creating a rift in the void through which they decisively departed. The revered Yanlan was completely disregarded. The three departed, leaving the onlookers in astonished silence, particularly the members of the Ling Yu sect. They had initially hoped that the revered Yanlan could thwart Hua Tsubing, thus retaining their sect's holy maiden. Yet now, the outcome was far beyond anyone's expectations. In just one strike, the revered Yanlan of Feng Xuanzong had been vanquished. The crowd watched helplessly as the three figures vanished from sight. How infuriating! The eyes of the revered Yanlan burned with fury. Arriving at Ling Yu sect only to suffer such a defeat was a profound humiliation for a being of his stature. Should we inform Feng Xuanzong of the revered Yanlan's departure? The Ling Yu sect master pondered, uncertain of how to proceed. A poorly chosen word could provoke the already irate revered Yanlan, and should the supreme being unleash his wrath, the Ling Yu sect would surely face dire consequences. Do you think I need your guidance in my affairs? The revered Yanlan replied coldly, already covertly contacting Feng Xuanzong. Regardless of their origin, anyone daring to provoke Feng Xuanzong would find no peace in their departure. In a void fissure, Hua Tsubing shielded Xiao Chun and Qin Yunming. They had yet to depart from the southern domain, and their journey was fraught with caution as they remained vigilant to all movements around them, prepared for any unforeseen dangers. At this moment, Xiao Chun and Shun Yunming clung tightly to each other, their hearts intertwined with both tension and exhilaration. Suddenly, a tremor resonated through the air after the trio had traversed the void for a while. It felt as though an unseen force surged forth, emanating an overwhelming aura of danger directed at the three of them. Hua Tsubing's senses heightened. Before them, a sharp light surged through the void, carrying with it a dazzling sword beam that obstructed all paths of advance. With a decisive strike, Hua Tsubing unleashed a powerful punch. In an instant, the incoming sword beam was shattered. A voice of surprise echoed through the dark and cold void, indicating that the attacker had not anticipated that their assault could be so easily thwarted by Hua Tsubing. Hua Tsubing's consciousness swept across the surroundings, revealing a long blade in his hand, which he then swung forcefully toward a seemingly empty space in the void. In that moment, a fierce wave of energy erupted from that location, causing the surrounding void to collapse. As Hua Tsubing probed the area with his senses, he realized that the collapsing void was rushing toward him. While he, with his exalted status, felt no fear of the void's turbulence, for Xiao Chun and Chen Yunming. Even a slight touch could prove fatal. In the midst of this conflict in the void, faced with formidable foes, Hua Xiubing dared not take risks. He had to respond with caution. Without a moment's hesitation, he tore through the void and swiftly led Xiao Chun and Chen Yunming away. Emerging from the void, they found themselves above a dense forest. At that moment, two powerful presences awaited them, having been there for some time. Hua Xiubing positioned himself in front, protecting Xiao Chun and Chen Yunming from potential threats. Glancing to either side, he noted that their adversaries were few, only 3 in total. One was the defeated Yanlan Zun, who had previously fallen to Hua Xiubing at the Lingwest sect. The other 2 exuded a formidable aura and, by their attire, appear to be of similar rank as Yanlan Zun, clearly also powerful figures from the Fengshan sect. True to their reputation as one of the southern domain's strongest factions, the Fengshan sect had been remarkably swift in their support. "Who are you?" one of the Fengshan sect's celestial beings inquired, glaring at Hua Xiubing. "How dare you encroach upon one whom our sect holds in high regard? If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, you shall not leave here unscathed. Although your excellency possesses considerable strength, should a confrontation arise, the combined might of the 3 of us would surely place us in a precarious position. The cultivation of a celestial sovereign is not easily attained. Why place oneself in such a perilous predicament? The opposing trio has yet to act recklessly. For battles between celestial sovereigns are fierce, with the potential to devastate the heavens and the earth. Moreover, with the presence of Hua Xiubing, a formidable entity, at least at the mid-tier of celestial sovereign strength, they undoubtedly seek to ascertain his identity, whether he indeed hails from the Great Xia or if he is affiliated with another power. Such an unfamiliar visage inevitably breeds suspicion. A single misstep in this tumultuous clash could lead to grievous injuries, inevitably provoking a fierce conflict between the 2 factions, making it exceedingly difficult to retract once the tide of battle has turned. Hua Xiubing regarded the 3 celestial sovereigns of the Fengshan sect and calmly stated, "With merely your trifling strength, you are no match for me. Depart, or face the consequences." His words exuded an air of dominance and arrogance. The 3 celestial sovereigns present could not shake an uncanny sense of familiarity from Hua Xiubing's demeanor. In an instant, this celestial sovereign from the Great Xia Dynasty had effortlessly returned their earlier remarks with a twist of his own. After uttering a few phrases, it was evident that he held them in utter disdain. The celestial sovereigns of the Fengshan sect were renowned figures within their sect and the southern domain. Yet now they found themselves belittled by an unknown celestial sovereign, igniting a deep-seated fury within them. Exchanging glances among themselves, the 3 celestial sovereigns had already formed a consensus. Should they refuse the olive branch of courtesy, they could not blame us for the ensuing consequences. The leader among them, a celestial sovereign, coldly glared at Hua Xiubing. "Attack!" With that command, the 2 companions flanking him sprang into action. The simultaneous assault of the 3 celestial sovereigns unleashed a terrifying aura that shook the very fabric of the void. Hua Xiubing, wielding his long blade, recognized the imminent threat posed by the trio and dared not show any signs of carelessness. "My lord, you 2 must remain here and do not move." Hua Xiubing swiftly conjured a defensive barrier with his spiritual energy, enveloping Xiao Chun and the other within its protective embrace. He then dashed toward the 3 celestial sovereigns at an astonishing speed, endeavoring to distance the battlefield. The oppressive force of the celestial sovereigns was far beyond what Xiao Chun and his companion could withstand. "Kill!" Hua Xiubing's long blade surged toward the earlier mentioned celestial sovereign. "Zan Lang." Not good. Sensing the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Hua Xiubing, Yan Lan's expression faltered. Despite their numerical advantage, Hua Xiubing had singled him out as his target. Having already witnessed the opponent's prowess, he dared not be the least bit negligent. At the moment when Hua Xiubing unleashed his blade, the elder Yanlan summoned an array of sharp blades using his spiritual power. Regrettably, these blades were utterly insufficient to withstand the might of Hua Xiubing's sword light. Disintegrating upon mere contact, in a critical instant, the adversary summoned a towering mountain to shield himself. Boom! The mountain shattered, and the residual force of the sword light struck the unprepared elder Yanlan, inflicting a grievous wound upon him. This scene unfolded with astonishing swiftness. Hua Xiubing's single strike had severely injured a celestial being from their faction, leaving them no time to react. With resolute determination, the 2 other celestial beings from the Fengshan sect recognized the urgency of the situation and refrained from any semblance of carelessness. The mysterious palm. In the skies above, a colossal palm imprint nearly 1,000 feet in size descended, aimed directly at Hua Xiubing to suppress him. Celestial patterns. Above the firmament, spiritual barriers resembling layers of cascading waves emerged, completely sealing off all avenues of escape for Hua Xiubing. These barriers relentlessly converged towards Hua Xiubing's central position. It would not be long before he was immobilized under their weight. The two celestial beings from the Fengxian sect, employing a strategy of simultaneous assault and obstruction, provided Hua Xiubing with no opportunity to breathe. Let's see how you can withstand this. If you strike, then leave no room for mercy. In an instant, Hua Xiubing found himself entirely enveloped by the two formidable attacks. Thunderous roars erupted. Even if this fellow survived, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries, remarked one of the celestial beings from Fengxian sect. Under the relentless assault of the two, he held no belief that the opponent could successfully fend them off. It is time. Let us first capture the saintess of the moonlit sanctuary to avoid further complications.